I am the national teacher, and I am spreading evil, scaring the empress. Introduction. Li Tiangang is a righteous lawyer who fights against evil, crossing the Shu Mountain to become the senior disciple of the sword. Just as the great Zhou dynasty was experiencing turmoil, he was arranged by the head of Shushan to go down the mountain to Dazhou as the national teacher. A positive and evil national teacher has appeared. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided a source text for me to translate. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. General de Zhou, just because our people have been poisoned and turned into poisoners, do you want them to die? Li Tiangang, joke, if he doesn't die, will you die? Grand Duke of Dazhou, how do we explain this to others when you do this? Li Tiangang, who do I explain to? Who do I give an account to? Raojiang Poison Master, if you dare to come over, I will drag the people of the city to die together. Li Tiangang, oh, then let's die together. Emperor of Nanshu, why do you want to kill me? Li Tiangang, I'm too lazy to reason with you, you're not worthy. Come and meet your death quickly. Grand Master of Demonic Cultivation, if you kill me, your master will also die. Li Tiangong's sword fell, then he raised his head and shouted, farewell, master, as you ride the crane westward. My heart and my actions are clear as a bright mirror, and all my deeds are righteous. Simply put, my justice is the true justice. Chapter 1. I am a certified lawyer. Have I become a swordsman in Shu Mountain? The senior disciple of the prestigious sword-wielding elder, staying overnight in a brothel, lingering in the filthy and dirty places, not to mention, you even pawned the precious treasure of the sword-wielding lineage, the Luyun sword, for silver. Today I am going to clean up the Shu Mountain and kill you, the sinner. Listening to that dignified voice, Li Tiangang slowly opened his eyes. What kind of thing is staying overnight in a brothel? What kind of thing is exchanging a sword for silver? What is all this about? Aren't you helping others with their lawsuit? Just as you were about to send your own employer in, you blacked out and passed out. Supporting himself with his hands on the ground, he stood up, feeling dizzy and looking around. In front of me was a majestic and solemn hall, surrounded by curling incense smoke, with 5 figures in front of me glaring at me angrily. It should be said that these few are quite good-looking. The old one has immortal spirit and integrity, the middle-aged one has dignity and solemnity, clearly a proper upright character in a TV drama. There was another person who was nearly 50 years old, holding a long whip and constantly measuring himself with it. The main hall's door is tightly closed. Li Tiangang frowned, making a movie for himself? This must have been done by that employer, who hired himself to sell cigarettes and defend himself innocent, and then got himself sent in, harboring resentment, and then retaliated against himself. It must be the case. Suddenly Li Tiangang got up from the ground. He is the most righteous lawyer of the present day. He is known as the lawyer who can win any lawsuit, only the employer who can't get out. Top-notch business capabilities, but whether you pay or not, as long as you commit a crime, even if you hired me with money, I will still have to send you in. It is famous all over the country and even all over the world. Even received the official banner presented by the authorities. Positive energy. Official certified lawyer. How can he be afraid of these things? Immediately, Li Tiangang stood up straight, pointed to the person next to him, and said coldly with a stern face, you are now suspected of illegal detention, kidnapping, assault, intentional injury, and other charges. I advise you to think it over. One step further is the abyss, and it may even involve the suspicion of organizing black and evil forces and intentional homicide. Now put down the weapon in your hand, maybe I can issue a letter of forgiveness for you at that time. Of course, we need to discuss the cost. After he finished speaking, everyone in the hall was stunned. The 5 people looked at each other. What nonsense is this? The man holding the whip was even more angry, out of breath. He didn't understand the words, but he understood the word fee. Do you need to pay fees to consult with him, the elder in criminal law? Unheard of and unseen, audacious and deceitful beyond measure. Li Tiangang, do you think I dare not make a move? The man's face turned pale with anger. He raised the whip and fiercely swung it on the ground, instantly causing a crack to appear on the ground. Li Tiangang saw the scene, his pupils shook. Mad, still a practitioner. He can take a hit from this whip, but at most just one. You, don't talk nonsense to me, don't whine here, you can't scare me with your strength. Li Tiangong's fingers trembled slightly. I cannot coexist with sin. At this moment, he kept scanning the surroundings with his eyes, as if it was not arranged for himself. He has seen a lot of ruthless and evil people, and he has also sent many young people who do not speak martial ethics in. But a whip can crack a marble slab. This is something that Teacher Ma cannot achieve. Did you follow the trend in crossover? Thoughts are unsettled. Suddenly, wave after wave of memories flooded into his mind. In Li Tiangong's eyes, it seems like a movie of panoramic experiences constantly flashing. Shu Mountain Sword Sect. Elder with a sword, the senior disciple of the lineage. Born swordsman. Be firm and upright. Master Tai Xian's sword Zun is missing. Inherit the sword lineage. Excluded by senior brothers. Heartbroken and disheartened. willingly falling into decadence, a frequent visitor of the brothel. Sell swords and listen to music. Night after night of revelry. These keywords strung together are the predecessors of the first 20 years. This is a world with ghosts, demons, dynasties, and true chi sword immortals. In his early years, he was an orphan and by chance encountered the elder Tai Xianjunren of Shushan who was traveling outside. Because he was born a swordsman, he was taken in as a senior disciple due to his outstanding talent. 5 years ago, Master Taixian suddenly disappeared, and Li Tiangang took up the responsibility of the Shushan sword sect. However, due to his fault-finding nature, he was ostracized by 2 junior brothers and a junior sister of the sword sect. Everything is going wrong, causing his mindset to collapse, giving up cultivation and embracing happiness completely. Became a frequent visitor to the brothel. For 5 years, there has been no progress in cultivation, being idle and aimless, spending the whole day listening to music, living a carefree life like a fairy. Then today, the 2 mysterious matching sword, the Luyun sword, was taken away, and was reported by his good junior brother, and finally was brought here. The one holding the whip is the elder of criminal law, Taixin. He is upright and has taken good care of himself. The 5 above are respectively the headmaster Tai Luo, the alchemy elder Tai Tan, the transmission elder Tai Gang, the swordsmanship elder Tai Ping, and the internal affairs elder Tai Ji. Wow, these names are getting tougher one after another. From Ultraman to Boxer, and Steel. Throwing out this strange idea, Li Tiangang looked at the already furious Tyson, with beads of sweat falling from his forehead. I seemed a little arrogant just now. Elder, listen to me explain. I can't make up anymore, just don't slap me in the face. Li Tiangang fell to his knees with a thud. If you make a mistake, admit it. If you get hit, stand up straight. Click. Tyson threw the whip in his hand on the ground and sat in the front row with a stern face. He likes this child very much, is jealous and hates evil, and is upright and honest. However, but this mother is too much. Exchange the Luyun sword, one of the 3 swords of Shu Mountain, for money. How will the world view them Shushan if this is said? Zhangmen Tai Luo got up and came to Li Tiangang's side, gently helping him up, with a look of tenderness on his face. This was originally a good seedling. However, unfortunately, the world is murky, and the precious treasures fall into the mortal world. In the end, it is their incompetence that the Shu Mountain cannot bear this precious treasure. Heavenly generals, let's go down the mountain. What? Li Tiangang raised his head and looked at the kind and approachable immortal, Tai Luo. Isn't it too early to just withdraw at the beginning? After going down the mountain, the disciple understood that after leaving the mountain, he should not mention the name of Shu Mountain. If asked, he should say that he is a person without any sect or school. This business is too familiar. Tai Luo's mouth twitched, his hand holding the floating dust with bulging blue veins, gritting his teeth. I'm telling you to go down the mountain to Dazhou. Our Shu Mountain is the state religion of Dazhou. Now that the new emperor has ascended the throne, there are traitors in the imperial city. Your master used to be the national teacher of Dazhou. You go inherit his position. The headmaster knows you have a pure nature, and up to now you have been forced by others. Go down the mountain and spread the teachings in your heart. We believe that you will fulfill your ambitions in the mundane world, becoming a sword cultivator no weaker than your master, wielding a 3-foot green blade to awe the petty and the small. Li Tiangang frowned. This was the tone and demeanor he used when deceiving his employer. This is definitely not a good job. However, he did not refuse. This is not a good place to stay. Those 2 junior brothers in my memory are not good people. This time it's deceiving oneself to sell swords, next time it's instigating oneself to burn mountains. One step at a time. Yes, disciple is willing to listen to the head's instructions, but the head disciple has one request. Tai Luo's hand trembled, suppressing his excited mood and said, You say. The disciple wants to borrow 200 taels of silver to redeem the sword. Tai Chi, a poor family with a rich road, give Tiangang 500 taels, take it now. Hearing Tai Luo's words, Li Tiangang sighed deeply. Based on his many years of handling cases, this is going to be less. TSK, still don't understand the market. Li Tiangang took the money and went down the mountain. He had just walked down the mountain when he heard the sound of laughter and joy coming from Mount Shu. Among them, Taro laughed the most happily. Ha 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 ha, that gray monkey finally came down from the mountain, opened a feast, and set it up for 10 days, no, 20 days. I'll pay for it. Li Tiangang scratched his head. It seems that this is not a problem of the Shu Mountain family, but a problem of the previous life. Not excluding him, but afraid of him. Chapter 2, Industry Exemplar Master. Shu Mountain Main Palace. Taishen looked at the laughing and hearty senior brother. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Senior brother, will Taishuan's senior disciple come back and not cut us? Tai Luo's smile suddenly stopped, instantly frozen, slightly blaming. On such a good day, you have to bring up such a sad thing. Junior brother, your Dao heart is corrupted. Taishi sighed. What the senior brother said is right, it's my fault, but I still can't bear it, especially in these turbulent times. Although Dezhou is the main country, there are 7 powerful vassal states under it with outstanding rulers. The sudden and mysterious death of the late emperor, followed by the ascension of a mere woman to the throne, makes it difficult to control the overall situation. Those vassal states colluding with the side gates and the left path, now let Tiangang act as the national teacher. Tai Luo raised his hand and gently patted his back. Tiangang is a natural-born swordsman, he is stronger than we imagined. This kind of person generally has a strong fate, most likely nothing will happen. Tyson did soothe a lot of resentment in his heart after listening. The senior brother of the sect is also speaking the truth. In the red dust, let him go on his own, otherwise keeping him here, either he's crazy or we are crazy. Tai Luo recalled the 2 years when Li Tiangang was the elder of the sword, and he felt as if he were in the 9 abyss, broader than his mother. I can't stand it, I really can't stand it. Now finally don't have to be so strict, don't have to recite the rules of the mountains every day, don't have to wear a Taoist robe every day, don't have to, cannot think. He gets a headache just thinking about it now. Heartache. His master never even managed him like this back in the day. Suddenly, Tai Gang lying on the futon sat up, his eyes serious. Oh no, I seem to remember, Tai Xian originally arranged a marriage for Tiangang. That girl's father is the great general of Dazhou. Ta Luo and others all took a cold breath. Completed. They forgot about this matter. At first, when the other party heard that Li Tiangang stayed overnight in the brothel, they came to the door to call off the marriage, and the 6 of them scolded the other party. In the end, Taishan slapped him and knocked him down from the mountain. That guy is now said to be the power behind the throne of Dazhou, and Li Tiangang has gone. Everyone looked at Taro at the same time without prior arrangement. Tai Luo smiled awkwardly. Ba, Tiangang's fate is strong, probably nothing, right? I'm sorry, but you haven't provided a source text for me to translate. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Great Joe. Shu Mountain City. This is the city closest to Mount Shu, and it was also the city established by the Great Zhou dynasty to express gratitude to Mount Shu for its help. After Li Tiangang entered the city, he found Tianing pawnshop according to the route in his memory. The largest pawnshop in Dazhou. Other people's homes can be worth 100 taels of silver, but when it comes to his home, it's only 20 taels. The black one is powerful, but because there is a current duke behind him, no one dares to say anything, and there is only one pawnshop in this city. And if you have something good, you have to let them know, you can't just keep it to yourself, they will make you come over even if you resist. Just by looking at Li Tiangang, you will know. The treasure of one of the 3 swords of Mount Shu. Here they also have 200 taels of silver. Li Tiangong's mouth twitched. Isn't this just a criminal gang? Oh, isn't this masterly? Are you here to do some business again? The servant at the door saw Li Tiangang and immediately smiled. Over the years, Lin Lin has been scattered, and he has not been short of things. I am here to redeem the sword. Redeem? The servant frowned, but his face quickly turned into a smile, walked into the counter and took out the tightly wrapped sword. Li Tiangang took out 200 taels of silver from his arms and handed it over. Just as he was about to draw his sword, he was stopped by the other party's outstretched hand. Li Tiandong's face showed a look of doubt. What does this mean, young man? The servant smiled slightly, raised his hand and opened his palm. Sorry, Master Li, you need 500 taels of silver to redeem the sword now. You have been here for a day, our management fee, labor cost, storage fee, land area fee. The servant chattered on and on. Li Tiangong's mouth opened slightly, with a look of astonishment on his face. He took 2 steps back out of the pawnshop and looked up at the words above his head. Goodness, if it weren't for the pawnshop sign on it, he would have thought he had encountered his landlord from a past life. No, this lad is even shadier than his own landlord. Hey, Li Daizhang, are you still redeeming? The servant looked sincerely at Li Tiangang. The latter pointed to his own face. I, Li Tiangang of Shushan. I know, old acquaintance. Li Tiangang nodded slightly. You really don't deceive strangers. The servant shook his head at the words. Li Daolong, you understand our style of doing things, whether familiar or not, the treatment is the same. There is no difference in treatment, we adhere to a principle for each person, resolutely lowering prices at that time, and resolutely raising prices at the time of redemption. Li Tiangang nodded slightly. What a bright and upright person. He actually felt sincerity from it, mother's sister. However, in this respect, he is really not afraid. Who is he? A lawyer. What do lawyers do? Crash the party. Call your boss out. Li Tiangang snorted coldly. He has seen many deceivers, but this one is the first time he has seen someone so blatant. Yo, why is Master Li so angry? I am the boss. A fat, big-eared, greasy middle-aged man walked over with his hands on his hips. Li Tiangang cleared his throat, leaned against the counter, and lowered his voice. If you guys talk like this, then I'll argue with you. When I was your sword, I took 200 taels of silver. Now you want 500 taels? The excuses you come up with are all sorts of strange. I won't say you're extorting and blackmailing. The silver I took from you, Li Tiangang, was used to help a fallen girl. I am doing good deeds for you and accumulating virtue for you. The so-called look up 3 feet and there is a God, you should thank me. Let's not talk about how much it costs me to accumulate virtue and do good deeds for you. Even if you don't give me much money, it's fine, but now you want to increase fees in a disguised way. Do you know what I'm going to do with the sword I redeemed? I'm going to the imperial city to deal with the poisoners. This is what it means to save the country. According to common sense, all of you should prepare some money for me. I, Li Tiangang, have accumulated virtue and done good deeds, and have also saved the country and helped in times of difficulty. And you still want to charge me? Where is your conscience? I ask you, when I go to the imperial city, and His Majesty asks me about the sword, I will say you are extorting. Isn't this delaying the important matters? When the emperor is convicted, can you bear it? How many heads do you have? Li Tiangang looked at the 2 stunned people, with a contemptuous smile in his heart. Just use this set. Those who are caught in foot massage parlors all use this set of words. Clap 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 clap. The boss clapped and admired as he looked at Li Tiangang. Master Li gave us a vivid lesson. Ermotzi, you should study hard in the future. This is the art of eloquence and charm. In the future, if someone causes trouble for you, you must learn to speak like this, with courtesy and propriety. After speaking, the boss looked at Li Tiangang, revealing a dirty smile. Although you have taught us a lesson, money still has to be given, and now it has to be 510 taels. The lost costs that affect our business. Looking at the serious boss, Li Tiangong's mouth twitched. What a steadfast and unswerving person. Those unscrupulous merchants in the past life really should take a look. People have achieved the ultimate. You can also see it from here. The Emperor of Dazhou has no deterrent power over this person, not even a furrowed brow. Li Tiangang sighed. Since he is unreasonable, and I also have some knowledge of swordsmanship, it seems that in this ancient world, if you want to speak reason and uphold justice, you have to rely on fists. Chapter 3 Carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens, eliminating harm for the people, uprooting it completely. Master Li, thank you for your patronage. Here is your 510 taels of silver. Please keep the receipt and welcome back next time. The boss handed over the receipt with a smile. Li Tiangang carried the sword on his back and left without saying a word. The servant looked at Li Tiangang's back, with some hesitation on his face. Boss, will this Taoist really report us after going to the imperial city? The boss's face revealed a sly sneer. Tell us? Our backer is the Duke of Xin, a veteran of 3 dynasties. What can he accuse us of? Conduct business peacefully. With the Duke of Xin behind us, the sky won't fall. Next time he comes, charge him an extra 70%. The Taoists of Shu Mountain are all good people. If you bully them, they can only endure it, as the prestigious sects have to consider many things. The boss finished speaking and turned to walk into the inner room. He also needs to go save a wayward girl tonight. Accumulate virtue. Li Tiangang, who left the pawnshop, did not go far and found an inn to rent a room. He couldn't swallow this tone. In that world, one fights against the heroes with one's own tongue. It doesn't work here. This harmful guy might have done this kind of thing many times. The end is the hegemonic clause. Since reasoning with him is useless, Li Tiangang doesn't mind playing the role of a hero who robs the rich to help the poor. Li Tiangang took out the Luyun sword hidden behind him in the long cloth. The faint light instantly attracted his eyes. The broadsword size, on the scabbard mountains, rivers, sun, moon, rivers, lakes, and seas, the workmanship is extremely exquisite. Li Tiangang slightly drew out the sword, looking at the reflected exquisite and handsome face, and snorted coldly. Since the heavens and the earth are not fair, and reasoning is useless here, then let justice be served with a 3-foot green peak. However, he looks handsome. Li Tiangang covered his face with a piece of cloth, leaped out of the window under the cover of night, lightly tapping the eaves with his toes to borrow force continuously, moving as light as a swallow, extremely graceful. In recent years, besides being exceptional in swordsmanship, Li Tiangang has also dabbled in the light skills, sword control techniques, spells, and seals of Mount Shu. One's strength is already sufficient to reach the level of walking in the sect. In the night, Li Tiangang quickly arrived in front of the Tianing pawnshop. At this moment, it is already late at night, with no one on the street. Looking at the place where he lost more than 500 taels of silver, Li Tiangong's eyes turned cold, and he strode over quickly, kicking out in front of the door. With a bang, the entire gate was kicked away. Who? The pawnshop has 3 floors, where eating and living are all together, of course, also to protect the things in the pawnshop. Li Tiangong's kick instantly alerted the second-floor thugs, who rushed down carrying things. The servant came downstairs with sleepy eyes. What are you doing? The leader of the group carried a 9-ring broadsword and angrily shouted. Rob the rich to help the poor. Li Tiangang said lightly. The Taoist from Mount Shu. It's you. The servant looked at Li Tiangang and suddenly woke up. Oh, you recognized me? Then I won't pretend anymore. Li Tiangang tore off the cloth strip from his mouth. Do him. The servant has already understood. Li Tiangang is deliberately retaliating. His voice fell, and dozens of thugs rushed over. Li Tiangang looked at the big knife falling from the sky and dodged slightly to avoid it, casually pointing a finger at the armpit of the big man. The big man's body suddenly went soft, and the machete fell to the ground, his head covered in sweat. Li Tiangong's footsteps wandered among the crowd, his Taoist robe fluttering in the breeze, graceful like a startled swan, his body moving like a swimming dragon. In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick, many thugs were grimacing and falling to the ground. The servant's pupils flickered with fear. You. Li Tiangang slapped him across the face. You have committed many evil deeds, and today the heavens will take care of you. Where is the dead pig boss of yours? The servant who was slapped pointed to a distant place with a grievance. The boss does not live in the building with them. You go call your boss over. Li Tiangang waved his hand, and the servant hurriedly escaped as if granted amnesty. Get to work. Li Tiangang threw one big man after another into the building, tied them up with a rope, searched the bar, and threw all their inventory outside the building. While he was busy searching for treasures, the boss hurried over with his servant. Seeing this situation, the boss suddenly glared angrily. Stop it, if you touch me, I will report you to Mount Shu. The moment he finished speaking, Li Tiangang suddenly appeared beside him, placing his hand on his shoulder and gently saying, If you have the fate, then we'll talk. After speaking, the boss's body weighing over 300 caddies was thrown into the building by Li Tiangang. The servant trembled as he looked at Li Tiangang. You? Li Tiangang rubbed his chin and gave up. According to the criminal law, as long as you profit, you are an accomplice. Boom! Li Tiangang kicked him in as well. Looking at the big bag full of things behind him, Li Tiangang nodded slightly. Almost there. These are all things I have accumulated over the years. The basic things in the other rooms were all thrown outside by him. The boss struggled to get up from the ground and cursed loudly. Li Tiangang, you're finished, I'm telling you, behind us is the Xingua Duke. I will report to the imperial city, I will report to Mount Shu, I will make you pay back tenfold. He said, but Li Tiangang seemed as if he couldn't hear, walked into the room on his own, and tied the boss and the servant together. Then he carried the two people upstairs and threw them with the thugs. Next, take out a large bucket from downstairs. The boss's pupils shook for a moment. Two big characters emerged in my mind. Fire oil. Is this madman going to burn them? The servants and thugs are also anxious at the moment, struggling to break free from the restraints, but in front of professionals like Li Tiangang, the ropes have long been played with. How can they be tied with affection? No. How can I not break free from their door? Li Tiangang opened the sealed barrel by himself, from the first floor to the second floor and then to the third floor. 15 whole barrels of oil were spilled. The fat boss had long been scared stiff, unable to move at all. The thugs and servants begged for mercy in tears. You are a Shushan Taoist, how can you do this? Can you justify your sect like this? How can you be like this? What is the difference between you and those thugs, the people of the demonic cult? By doing this, your ancestors will be condemned. When Boss Fei spoke, his lips were trembling, speaking incomparably, tears uncontrollably flowing from the corners of his eyes. He's scared. Now we can only morally blackmail Li Tiangang. The latter, after doing all this, pinched his nose. The smell of kerosene was too strong. Everyone, be quiet. I am Li Tiangang. I am taking action against you this time because you are unkind. What you have done is clear to yourselves, forcing good women into prostitution, forcibly taking civilian women, forcing them to be redeemed by force, killing people and seizing goods, considering you. Forget it, too lazy to talk about principles and righteousness with you, you don't deserve to listen. Li Tiangang carefully took out a match from his arms. Blow hard but can't blow. This scene is touching the hearts of many people. Their strong resentment at the moment has affected the fire starter. Li Tiangang panted and gasped for a long time, but still couldn't get it right. Hey! Boss Fei and the others' hearts were lifted. Without a match, it's useless. Just as their smiles appeared, Li Tiangang threw the firefold, and formed a hand seal with both hands. The Ba Mountains and Chu waters are desolate, light a fire for the little brother. Fire is coming. The fingerprint flipped, and a flame surged over Li Tiangang's fingers. As Li Tiangang raised his finger slightly, the entire building was quickly engulfed in flames. The weather is ever-changing, my path is prosperous. For the sake of justice in the world, why should I care about my humble self? Chapter 4, Li Tiangang enters the imperial city. Nighttime. A figure in white clothes carrying a sword slowly left Shushan City. The firelight illuminated his figure in a different way. That fat boss didn't realize until he died that the habit he had been in had gotten him killed. And he hadn't dealt with Shushan's people much over the years. This group of people abided by the rules of the sect and would not make a move on ordinary people, even if they suffered a loss. They all admitted it. It is because they are a prestigious school, not like the evil one. But today he kicked the can down the road. Instead of a curmudgeonly Taoist priest, he was welcomed by the king of living hell. The flames soon rose to the sky, and the nearby people, Li Tiangang, had already smashed their windows, for the sake of waking them up. Naturally, after everyone came out and saw the flaming Tianning pawnshop, they were all a little taken back, but soon they noticed the things at the entrance of the Tianning pawnshop, a wide array of items. Who cares about putting out the fire? Everyone rushed over and grabbed them. After Li Tiangang left the city, his dual-guided Tru Chi pulled the Lianyun sword behind him, and suddenly the sword, as if it had a spirit, automatically landed at Li Tiangong's feet. This is the method of flying the imperial sword of Shushan. Li Tiangang stood up, and at once the long sword shot up into the sky. At this moment, he also finally was able to understand why the Guilt Cloud sword was designed to be so wide and feel good on his feet. Flying with a sword is actually nothing. Those who have done so know that the wind resistance is so high that it blows your hair around. After rushing all night, Li Tiangang arrived at the imperial city, found an inn outside the city to stay at first. This night rush is really a little tired. Rest a day and a night before entering the city. Anyway, according to what the sect master said, that poisonous person hadn't been around for a day or two, so it didn't matter if it was more than 1 day or two. Not bad for a while. Imperial City, Pericardium, Fenghuan Hall. Empress Ji Linglong half rely on the dragon couch above. A metaphysical dragon in phoenix robe color dragged the ground several meters. Majestic. The face is even more beautiful. Cheeks smooth white. A pair of eyes more eye-catching. Legs white as jade. Fascinating. When combined in this way, it is a perfect picture of the rest of the Empress, which is an excellent work of art. However, at this moment, the Empress's brows were furrowed, and her joyful habit was somewhat taut. What causes this is toxic people. At the foot of the imperial city, Changul Square, in a month ago suddenly appeared poisonous people. Like a man, not a beast. Hideous face. See a living thing on the bite, until the face is completely different. But the bite will also be in an incense burner after the monsters into that. At first no one paid any attention at all, but it quickly spread throughout Changul Square like a plague. Nearly 1,000 people have been killed. Now that a month has passed, the Forbidden Army has blocked off the entire Changul place, but this is not a permanent solution. What makes her even more angry is that the various vassal states are all shady at this time, and there is already a gradual rise in public opinion amongst the imperial city. What with a female emperor on the throne? The world is in chaos. The obvious thing is to force her Ji Linglong to abdicate. Inside the court, the great general's lineage and the Duke of Xian were fighting to the death. With factions, it was none of her business. It had been so during her father's reign. What Ji Linglong took over was just a mess. Right now, all the vassal states are watching the show and have their own internal purposes, so she can only turn to Shushan for help. No reply yet. It's even more worrying. Your Majesty. When Ji Linglong heard this voice, she hurriedly put away the look of sadness on her face. A moment after the voice fell, a silhouette walked in, dressed in red inner official robes, the chief of the female emperor's inner servants, Mu Renjiying. Mu Renjiying came in without bothering to salute and said excitedly, "Your Majesty." The Shu Mountainside wrote back that they have sent Taishian Jinjin's great disciple Li Tiangang down to deal with the matter of the poisoner. The Empress's eyes narrowed slightly. Her face was calm despite the excitement in her heart, and she slowly sat up straight. Li Tiangang? That sword-executing great elder who roams the land of hooks? Because of the great general, she had also heard about this matter. She wasn't an empress back then. That was the first time she saw her father laugh so happily. It was because the great generals boarded the door of Shushan to withdraw from the marriage. By the people of Shushan knocked down the mountain. Your Majesty, Master Tai Luo of Shu Mountain said that this Li Tiangang has no problem with his strength, and that he has already obtained 8 points of the true transmission from Master Taishian. But the character is too dignified. Let you be more patient. Mu Renjiying said with some voice reduction. Ji Linglong casually waved her hand. When he enters the imperial city, immediately bring him to see me. It doesn't matter about the other person's character at this time. In her hearing, too luo, this is the antonym. Too loose to be right. Their hands are now no available capable people. Shushan can send people have been enough. This female emperor order of his own could no longer get out of the imperial city. And the world's capable people and clan forces were all divided up by various countries. As the two spoke, the palace maid outside the palace gate glanced at each other. That afternoon, Shushan came to the thing has spread throughout the imperial city. Countless people look forward to. After all, there are many of their loved ones in the Changul Square. Now Shushan came to the people. Maybe there is still salvation. 2 days later, a white-robed Li Tiangang formally stepped into the imperial city with a long sword on his back. And just as he went in with his front foot, A line of forbidden soldiers stopped him with his back foot. The man at the head of the group arched his hand and said, "Dare I ask if you are the real Li Tiangang?" "Exactly." Li Tiangong's eyes were surprised. This is a GPS planted on himself? Or is there a photo of himself to compare? When the man heard Li Tiangong's promise, he hurriedly turned an excited face and sidled up to invite. "His Majesty has been waiting for your excellency for a long time. Please enter the palace immediately." Li Tiangang nodded. She could see that it was urgent. As Li Tiangang entered the palace, the civil and military officials moved to the palace for a simultaneous audience. The people of Shu Mountain hadn't come to the imperial city for 50 years. And originally this was a point of criticism for the outside world. The vassals are spreading the word that it's because Shushan has a premonition that the sky will change colors. So Shushan is no longer willing to shelter Great Zhou. Now Li Tiangong's arrival was undoubtedly like bringing a gale to an already rough sea. The imperial palace. The hall of heavenly bearing. Ji Linglong sat on top of the dragon chair looking at the officials who kept on begging for an audience. Her heart was getting icy. Li Tiangang entered the city in less than a few moments. And all the 100 officials actually received the message. Soon, the civil and military officials from top to bottom, as long as they were qualified to attend the court, all came to the palace. She couldn't even gather this many people when she went to court. It seems that all of you love ministers are holding the people of my Great Zhou in your hearts. Ji Linglong had a faint smile on her face. The 100 officials present all heard the implication of its words. One by one lowered their heads and did not speak. After about an incense stick of time, the voice of a guard sounded outside the door. "Your Majesty, Li Tiangang, the eldest disciple of Taishianjinjin of Shu Mountain, has arrived outside the hall. Declare an audience with Li Tiangang of Mount Shu." Mu Rinjiying shouted long and loud. Li Tiangang shook his body with his sword on his back, refreshed and lifting his feet. He was ready to walk up. The guard next to him ripped it over with a quick eye. "Makoto, that's His Majesty gone. You have to go sideways." Li Tiangang coughed lightly twice. The evil feudal dynasty has set up its own position. Followed the guards up the steps from the side to the middle of the Chengtian Hall. The moment he entered the hall, all eyes converged on Li Tiangang, including Ji Linglong. Chapter 5 Anemia kills them first, then finds a murderer to avenge them. Ji Linglong sighed in her heart as she looked at Li Tiangang, who carried a long sword on his back and had an upright posture and a dusty temperament, with some disappointment in her heart. It seems to be a one-of-a-kind, outside the square. But according to her inquiries over the past few days, with the darkness before her eyes, this could be said to be the 5 poisonous realist. Eat and drink without restraint, sleep in greenhouses at night, and swallow clouds. She hadn't been able to find out what happened on the mountain, but the mountain could have a reputation for being bad without being good. She originally thought that the other party was just preferring a love of the red earth, but she didn't expect everything to be the same. Never struck, nay, struck the treasures on Mount Shushan at the bottom of the mountain, when the sword crosses the red dust. This was a famous event in Shushan City, the talk of the town after tea, the only superb thing that Shushan has had in so many years. It seems that Shushan still doesn't want to get involved in the affairs of the world, or else why would it send such a donkey turd? It's purely a matter of coping with yourself and not wanting to make a fool of yourself. What the Empress was able to find out, the 100 officials were naturally able to find out as well. We all know what's going on in our hearts. 2. A majestic figure at the head of the left side of the military general. The man with sideburns and beard from Li Tiangang came in. His eyes were full of malice. Nothing else, all malice. Li Tiangang came to the center of the hall and felt those strange emotions. The corner of his mouth twitched. He hadn't done anything. How it's all malice and disappointment and sneers. No, they're sick, aren't they? Is he too good looking to cause them jealousy? Ji Linglong sighed in her heart. She didn't have any hope anymore. She just asked Li Tiangang to be a transparent person. I don't think he can handle the poisoner thing. But people came. How is also on behalf of Shushan? Should do the polite or have to do. Real Li has traveled a long way. It's been a hard journey. Li Tiangang looked up and was shocked. Good guy. The face of the country. The noble temperament. This is even better looking than the head girl of Tianxianlu in Shushan City? Amazing. Sheesh. It should be convex. But the rest is not visible. Ahem. Really? Ji Linglong's heart was filled with irritation by Li Tiangong's fiery eyes. This is a crime of great disrespect. There was a hint of majesty and anger in his voice. The 100 officials snickered in their hearts. Shu Mountain was really good at playing Tai Chi and sent such a person. Li Tiangang came back to his senses. His face showed an apology, and he said with a straight face, "Your Majesty." The poor Taoist mountain man occasionally saw the face of the sky for a moment to lose concentration. I hope not to be blamed. As I see it, your majesty is blessed by the heavenly blessings of the Hon Luck, and the richness of the 9-5 Chi, and will surely be able to achieve greatness, and be the lord of the great Zhou's revitalization. Ji Linglong's phoenix eyes brightened slightly as she listened. If someone else said this, it would be flattering words, but Li Tiangang is different. No matter how bad he is still Tai Xianzhen's great disciple in the room. The value brought by these words when utilized properly was incalculable, and the anger from just now gradually dissipated. Li Tiangang inwardly sighed with relief. It is true that 1,000 times through a horse's ass does not wear. Women have loved to hear good words since ancient times. Humph. Ta Xianzhen has cultivated a sharp-tongued disciple. It's better to talk about business this time, the man on the right said in a cold voice. Displeasure flickered in Ji Linglong's eyes, and her light lips lifted slightly. What great General Chang said is true. Realist Li Tiangang. The matter of the poisoned people in the imperial city recently must have been known to you when you came down from the mountain. Li Tiangang glanced at that great General Chang and bowed slightly. Poverty Road came down the mountain precisely to resolve this matter. Your Majesty can send someone to lead Poverty Road there, and your Majesty doesn't have to pay attention to the rest of the matter. Poverty Road can handle it. As soon as the words fell, that great General Chang snorted and turned his head to speak. That's easy for you to say. Dare I ask the real person, how are you going to solve it? The 100 officials all raised their eyes to look at Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang frowned slightly. Did this person have a grudge against himself? One sentence to the left and one sentence to the right. Li Tiangang ignored the other party's words and turned to Ji Linglong. Poor Taoist heard that the late emperor has died of illness? Ji Linglong nodded a little confused. Why suddenly ask this? Is her father related to the poisoner? Li Tiangang turned to look at great General Chang. That's strange. His Majesty hasn't even opened his mouth yet, and air is so aggressive. The poor Taoist thought the late emperor had come back to life. Li Tiangang finished. The corners of the mouth of the people present are twitching. A good sharp-tongued. This is not the equivalent of asking General Chun you are the emperor's father? Unbridled. I am great General Cheng Kaisan of Great Zhou. How dare a yellow-mouthed child speak so wildly? Cheng Kaishan stormed out in anger and rebuked loudly. Great General, you are mother as sister. Poor Tao is talking to His Majesty. With you have a foul hair relationship. Do you not know the word usurpation? Li Tiangang eyes narrowed. The whole hall suddenly wind rose. A white robe hunting. The corner of Ji Linglong's mouth hooked up. Li Tiangang seems to be different from the legends. This aura was already not false. Cheng Kaishan felt Li Tiangong's power over others. Immediately his eyes widened like bells. He took a step forward and his bloodthirsty chi condensed into substance to confront Li Tiangong's sword chi. For a moment, the 100 officials in the great hall stepped back. Li Tiangong's eyes were cold. Hey or a practitioner, immediately ready to reach out and draw his sword. Enough. The Empress rose with a swing of her dragon robe and faintly said, Great General Chang is also worried about the people, so I'll forgive you this time. And realistly has also withdrawn his divine powers. Hearing the Empress's voice, Cheng Kaishan gritted his teeth and took a step back, his palms clenching. Damn the people of Shushan. Damn Li Tiangang. He is losing face here today. Li Tiangang dispersed his sword chi, and coldly grunted in his heart. Don't let him find out that it has committed a crime, or else a sword will split the dog day. Ji Linglong slowly sat back down. Her heart was a bit pleased. This was the first time Cheng Kaishan was hard refuted in the courtroom. Good thing. Li Tiangang is also definitely not the rumor that he is a talentless drunkard. Realistly, I wonder how you are going to solve the scourge of the poisonous man. Ji Linglong asked as she sized up Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang spit out the words with a smile on his face, but it was chilling. Kill. Swish. The 100 officials had looked sideways at Li Tiangang, who was standing straight. Shushan uses the righteousness of heaven and earth as the foundation of the sect. That's nearly 1,000 people. How can I kill? Cheng Kaishan immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Li Tiangang, do you realize that those are nearly 1,000 people? They are all Great Zhou's people, and you're going to kill them just because they've been poisoned? Before the words fell, Li Tiangang turned his head to look at the other party and said with righteousness, Joke, if I don't kill him, do I kill you? When they are invaded by poison, they are no longer human. This is not true. This official royal historian Zhang Zhengqing, Li Xinjun, those people are also the people no matter what. Shushan is a righteous sect. It should find a way to save the people, instead of slaughtering the people. A middle-aged man with a circumspect face stepped out on the side. Li Tiangang looked at him playfully with his arms crossed and said, Then you come? How dare you? This is your Shushan's business. What does it have to do with this official? Don't talk if you can't. hundreds of officials in another out of a person. The official Ministry of Rights Secretary Zhou Guanhai dare to ask Li Xinzheng, Shushan Orthodox sects. Such behavior direct slaughter and demonic cults. What is the difference? Li Tiangang smiled faintly. I didn't say to slaughter them directly, did I? Poor Tao killed them. Will also go to find the mastermind and behead them together. Then to the head of the thief, head of sacrifice to the people who died. This is Shushan. This is the righteous path. Hiss. As the words fell, the 100 officials gathered their gazes on Li Tiangang's body. That was a fair point, but it didn't seem to be the kind of feeling they were familiar with. This person was different from the rest of Shu Mountain. Such a strong killing aura and such a rigid righteousness could actually converge on one person. Ji Linglong's phoenix eyes flashed with a strange light, staring straight at Li Tiangang, who was tongue-tied in the field. A Shushan realist who was not bound by mundane rituals. Interesting. Chapter 6, Swordplay is my hobby. Cursing people is my profession. Ha! The double column of civil ministers at the head of one of the old man on crutches. A head of white hair, dragging his body slowly out of the column. My humble servant, Duke Chu Hai of Xiangua. I would like to ask realistly, after killing these people, how can my great Zhou explain to their relatives? How can I explain to the vassal states? How can I explain to the world? As a sovereign nation, we actually kill our subjects after they have been poisoned? Wouldn't such behavior be a scandal? And then you'll label His Majesty as an ungrateful and unrighteous man? Li Zhenran, you are trying to get a quick fix, but where do you put His Majesty? The people who had just played against Li Tiangang had let out a breath of relief. And it was true that it had to be the Duke of Xiangua who had to step in. Extinction. Realistly, tell us where you have placed His Majesty? Zhou Guanhai asked with a cold smile. Ji Linglong was raising her head and secretly casting a look at the Chancellor of the dynasty. Du Rufu. That's enough of this matter at this point. Li Tiangang has shown what he can do. She didn't want to let this hard-to-get capable person be driven away by them. Du Rufu was just about to open his mouth when Li Tiangang let out a bright laugh. Unlike all of you present who have put your majesty on your lips, what I have learned since I was a child is the word sincerity. And I have put your majesty in my heart. As for this Xiangua Gong said, poor Tao will reply 1 or 2. Kill the poisonous person as poor Tao's action is my Shushan matter. Shushan, as the state religion of the great Zhou, should do so, and as for the account to the relatives, the poor Taoist will account for it. And the vassals account. This is even more ridiculous. Great Zhou is the main country. Dare to ask the Lord of Xiangua. Your son is sick, biting people everywhere. In order to control your son from hurting people again, you killed your son. Do you still have to answer to your watchdog? Is your son born of a dog? Unkindness is even more nonsensical. My heart and my behavior are as clear as a mirror. And what I do is justice. If the world doesn't agree with me, then I can't do justice? Since when is justice for the world? Li Tiangang's words fell. The hall was quiet. A pin drop can be heard clearly. The 100 officials were dumbfounded. This statement was made in such a righteous manner that they had no way to refute it. And Li Tiangang did not look askance the entire time. Justice is done, but it's more or less impersonal, almost heartless. Lord Shiniguni's heart shook a little. When did Shushan produce such a character? Cynical and clean. Even he subconsciously forgot about his son and the dog. At this moment, not to mention Duke Xiangua, even Chiang Kaishan was a bit shocked. Is this the Shushan rebel who spends his days and nights in greenhouses? Your Majesty, what realistly said is not unreasonable. This matter is just right for Mount Shu to do. Your sincerity is evident in heaven and earth. Chancellor Du Rufu opened his mouth slightly to concur. It woke up the 100 officials who were still dumbfounded. Some civil officials spoke up in agreement. Real Li's heart of redemption is admirable. Yes, realist Li's descent from the mountain is truly a blessing for the world. Ji Linglong's gaze locked onto Li Tiangang, an interested smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Li Tiangang really surprised her. Strength hadn't been seen for a while, but the power of the mouth she had seen. This ability to dislike people alone is enough. Li Tiangang, the eldest disciple of Shu Mountain's sword-executing disciple, is cynical and upright, upholds the righteousness of heaven and earth, and raises the heart of vastness, and is worthy of being a senior disciple of the state master Taishan. And from this day forth, you shall succeed the true master Taishan as the state master of Great Zhou. The matter of the poisoned man will be left to you. I hope that the state master will not fail me. Ji Linglong's heart was relieved. The poisonous man was already without a solution. The Imperial Hospital has studied it. The venom has penetrated deep into the bloodstream and there's no way back. There's only one way to kill, but it was a path that she, as emperor, could not speak of. So now what Li Tiangang said could be said to have all stepped on her heart. This whole thing has been doomed for a long time. Only in who opened his mouth. Li Tiangong's identity and strength is just the best person to perform this act. Ji Linglong's opening undoubtedly determined the direction of this matter. Lord Xiangua returned to his position with a faint smile. Since Li Tiangang was so sure, he didn't say much, but doing things wasn't as simple as talking about it. The families of those poisoners wouldn't necessarily agree. Dealing with it is not as easy as it sounds. Li Tiangang, Duke Xiangui retreated back, and the officials behind him returned to their positions one after another. Li Tiangang laughed in his heart. The imperial sword to get rid of demons is the master's talent. The tongue fighting is the master's profession. Just about ready to accept the status of master of the nation, that Chen Kaishan spoke again like a stone in a toilet. Your Majesty, the old general thinks that this is not a good idea. Li Tiangang does have a heart of justice, but as a person, he likes to hook up with people. Appointing him as a national teacher is inevitably a bit rooted. The state master Taixian was 6 roots pure back then, and he was truly a high-level person in Shu Mountain. But this, Li Tiangang and Ji Linglong's faces sank at the same time. This Chen Kaisan is never going to stop, is he? Li Tiangang sighed quietly. Great General Chang, my master's 6 roots are pure. That's because of the Shushan Hinayana way he practiced. And what the poor Taoist has learned is the Shushan Mahayana way. Chiang Kai-shan sniffed and grunted. Ridiculous, an apprentice saying that his master is inferior to himself? Then why don't you tell us mortals what is Mahayana and what is Hinayana? The Hinayana is to walk the world by collecting one's 7 emotions and 6 desires, to transcend the mortal world, and to realize the self. And this Mahayana is the amplification of personal emotions, the sacrifice of the ego for the fulfillment of all. For example, if you say that the poor Taoist sleeps in a greenhouse at night, is that because the poor Taoist wants to go there? When Li Tiangang finished speaking, the 100 officials couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. That said, is it possible that someone forced you to go there with a knife to your neck? Li Tiangang looked around the circle and spread his hands. That's because the girls in the greenhouse need the poor Tao's silver to get by, so the poor Tao win the sword to receive these girls. This is the way of the Mahayana, sacrificing the reputation of the poor Taoist to save countless lost girls. How can this not be considered a sacrifice? In your place, Great General Chang, would you pawn the family heirloom your father left you to go to a greenhouse? Li Tiangang looked at Chiang Kai-shan seriously. The faces of the 100 officials had been held red. They found out that Li Tiangang opened his mouth and was a direct relative of 3 generations, the son of the Duke of Xiangua, and the father of Chiang Kai-shan. Chiang Kai-shan's face flushed. How could this general do such an insult to his ancestors? Besides, this general will not step into that hooker land. Li Tiangang snapped his fingers. That's right, you focus on reputation and care about the world, so you don't want to be like this. But the poor Taoist doesn't care. The only thing the poor Taoist cares about is the justice of this heaven and earth, and the people in difficulty. This is the Dharma of the Mahayana. Sacrifice the little one for the big one. After saying that, Li Tiangang turned around and bowed slightly to Ji Linglong. This position of state master. Thank you, Your Majesty. The poor Taoist will continue to clean up the evil in the world on behalf of his master, returning a clear sky to heaven and earth. Chiang Kai-shan was filled with anger. This prodigal Taoist priest. The eloquence is actually so good. Ji Linglong spread a smile. Li Tiangang is not the same as rumors. The state master also requests that the Poison Man rebellion be resolved as soon as possible so that the imperial capital can return to peace. Li Tiangang bowed slightly with a warm smile. Yes, sir. Chapter 7 Li Tiangang is a pervert? After the dismissal of the court, Li Tiangang was personally escorted out of the palace by Mu Renjiying. State Master, let me send you back to the State Master's residence to recognize the door, and then deal with the matter of the poisoner after you have rested? Today in the court above, Li Tiangong's performance is noteworthy. Tongue fight with the 100 officials is to let Mu Renjiying impressed by it. In her perception, Shushan Taoist priests are all the kind of not to eat the earth's smoke and fire beyond the outside world. Simply put, what matters have nothing to do with the appearance of me. The one in front of me looks a bit different. Li Tiangang, who was walking side by side, stopped at once and turned his head to look at Mu Renjiying. Not to deal with the poisoner? His Majesty is sympathetic to the fact that you've traveled a long way, so he's asked you to recognize the door first. Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang slightly shook his head. Not as much as I would like. I'll recognize it after I kill it. I'll trouble you to help poor Taoist gather the poisoner's family members in the marketplace. Mu Renjiying obviously did not expect Li Tiangang to be in such a hurry, but that's a good thing. Naturally, the sooner the better. Then please ask the state master to go with me to Changle Place. Mu Renjiying, as a close confidant of the empress and head of the palace chamberlain, naturally had no problem mobilizing these formalities. The families of these poisoners themselves are in special placement. After coming out of the palace, he rolled over 4 or 5 streets and came to Changle Place, imperial capital 49 Square City. Changle Square belongs to his relatively more prosperous liquor stores and green buildings, red wine and green fascinating land. However, nowadays, that red wine and green lights could no longer be seen, and the several exits of the entire marketplace were all blocked with sand and stones, while the outside was lined with solemn armies. Inner Minister Mu, what are you? A 9-foot tall, big-waisted, lying like a naive beast cloak armor scarred face of middle-aged people walked over. People not close to the fullness of the chi and blood has been majestically out. It is evident that he is a brave general who has gone to the battlefield for real, and a man who practiced martial arts. Mu Renjiying slightly arched his hand. Commander Pei, this is His Majesty's personally appointed state master, a disciple of Mount Shu, specially here to deal with the matter of the poisoner. Pei Yuansheng sniffed as his sharp eyes locked onto Li Tiangang and continuously surveyed him. Then he looked at Mu Renjiying with eyes full of doubt. It's like asking, this hairless thing is the master of the state? There's no one left in Shushan? Anyway, this was the meaning Li Tiangang read from its eyes. 8 or 9, Li Tiangang sighed. Did this profession have to depend on age just like doctors? Hasn't he ever heard of genius? Pei Yuansheng directly swept past Li Tiangang and said to Mu Renjiying, Chamberlain Mu, how do you need the last general to act? Mu Renjiying turned his head to look at Li Tiangang. For Pei Yuansheng's eyes she read them, but it was not good to open her mouth. It's also loyal to Ji Linglong. Li Tiangang spoke. Help the poor Taoist gather the poisoners' families at the street entrance, and then Commander Pei will arrange for your men to withdraw and that's it. Pei Yuansheng frowned at the words and said in a deep voice, Little Taoist master, the poisonous person whose skin is solid. Unusual knives and guns cannot get close to the body. If there is a slight mistake, the people of the surrounding marketplace are afraid of being affected by the fish in the pond. What's more, in order to control the situation in the beginning, my forbidden army died dozens of brothers. This if there is an eventuality how. Li Tiangang smiled faintly. The other party's duties were added to his body and could understand. General Pei, don't worry. If something goes wrong the responsibility is in the poor road. The poor road young can't afford it, but Shushan can afford it. In order to avoid a long night's sleep it's better to arrange it as soon as possible. Mu Renjiying also chimed in. Everything is based on the state master. His Majesty has already stated that the matter of the poison man will be left entirely in the hands of the state master. Although she had seen the sharpness of Li Tiangang's words, she still had yet to confirm his abilities. Just in time to check it out here. Pei Yuansheng heard also no longer nonsense. Immediately hit the hand for a moment. Immediately someone fast step away. Li Tiangang slowly came to the blocked sandstone and raised his hand to gently press down on a boulder in front of him. The two of them, Pei Yuansheng and Mu Renjiying, watched Li Tiangang from behind. The moment its palm came into contact with the stone, a gust of wind blew by, and the entire boulder instantly dispersed with the wind. The surrounding guards of the forbidden army backed up, only stopping when they saw that Pei Yuansheng did not show any indication. Pei Yuansheng's brows furrowed as he looked at that back and nodded slightly. A bit of real talent, but it was nothing. He could have shattered that rock with a slap. After Li Tiangang shattered the boulder, he strutted in. None of you need to come in. He walked into the middle of the Changle Place, and a faint smell of blood lingered at the tip of his nose. The two of them, Pei Yuansheng and Mu Renjiying, came to that gap and looked at Li Tiangang curiously. What is he going to do about these poisoners? Upon hearing this, Mu Renjiying whispered, Kill. Pei Yuansheng's eyes had some surprise in them, obviously not expecting Li Tiangang, a man from Shu Mountain, to say this. So the oldies agreed? The sharpness of this state master's words is something I'd never seen before. Disliking the Duke of Xin, Great General Chang, and the others, and using his tongue to fight the 100 officials. Oh, that's a bit of a rarity. Then why did he call his family here? Wouldn't it be better to kill them and then talk about it? Pei Yuansheng had also proposed to kill these people directly at first, but being criticized by 1,000 people, the Empress did not dare to give the order easily. And in the end, it could only be like this. He said in the hall that he had to explain to the family. Humph. Explain? How can there be such a good explanation? The communication is simply fruitless. These were people's families. No one else would have been able to accept this. They would rather watch their family members become poisonous than accept being turned into corpses. That's unknown. The poisoners are coming. Mu Renjiying said, suddenly seeing the poisonous people surging in the marketplace. Pei Yuanqing sighed and waved his hand. Prepare. The surrounding forbidden soldiers immediately drew their long swords. In the middle of the crowd's gaze, Li Tiangang faced the raging poisonous people and advanced instead of retreating. When both sides were less than 10 paces away from each other, Li Tiangang interlaced his hands together and rubbed them together slightly. In my name, bind all the lines. Set the word. Descend. Murmuring a word to himself, Li Tiangong's friction-open hands flashed with a flash of runic light as he half-squatted on the ground and stroked the ground with both hands. Swish! A white glow enveloped the entire street in a flash. All the poisonous people had stopped and stayed put. Shushan isn't just about swordsmanship. It's just that swordsmanship is the strongest. Li Tiangang got up and looked at a disheveled woman at the front of the line, shaking his head slightly. According to his familiarity, this was definitely the same one that had been walked down the street earlier. This walk is not the one where you have nothing to eat and nothing to sneak around. Instead, they were soliciting on the street. Pity, pity. Li Tiangang was overwhelmed with pity. Does the state master sigh for these people? Yes. Li Tiangang hooked the female poisoner's clothes upwards. When it was live, if it was hidden, that was a profession. But now it was decent. Pei Yuanqing followed over to look at Li Tiangong's eyes also changed a bit. A little something. Li Tiangang did not care about the two people, but slowly reached out in and placed the woman's. The corners of Pei Yuanqing's mouth tugged as a flash of surprise swept across his eyes. No! What's this mother's hobby? Mu Renjiying's face instantly sank, which made her very uncomfortable. Master of the state, aren't you going too far? Li Tiangang did not answer, but kept groping, eyes slightly closed as if they were. Chapter 8, Master Tao is also a master. Enough! There are greenhouses elsewhere in the imperial capital. Why do you need to humiliate a woman who has turned into a poisonous person here? I must report to His Majesty for what you have done. Mu Renjiying just couldn't stand to watch and raised his hand to grab Li Tiangong's shoulder. As a woman, what Li Tiangang did was simply abhorrent. Even Pei Yuanqing next to him had his eyebrows screwed up into a frown, and he appeared physically ill from watching. Although the poisonous man's face retained its previous appearance, his eyes were deep-set, his pupils protruded, and his face was bloodless, skin dried out. He just couldn't understand. Is this fetish of Li Tiangang so special? After Li Tiangong's shoulder was grabbed by Mu Renjiying, the latter was just about to exert himself. Don't move! Mu Renjiying's face immediately flushed with anger, and told himself not to move? There was no such reasoning in heaven. She was just about to break out in curses when her face suddenly shook as a gray object had appeared in Li Tiangong's hand. Mu Renjiying and Pei Yuanqing immediately gathered their gazes over. This is... Li Tiangang looked at the bug curled up into a ball in his hand and put it on the tip of his nose and smelled it, and faintly said, Enchanting Frontier Poison Immortal Sect. As soon as the words fell, the woman behind her suddenly collapsed to the ground, her already dry skin rapidly shrinking and collapsing, becoming skin and bones in a matter of 2 seconds. Pei Yuanqing's eyebrows flashed with a murderous aura. The enchanting stiffness was a fiefdom of the southern Shu. The poisonous worms enter the middle of the body, sucking the blood, occupying the dominant mind, and controlling the people as if they were walking corpses. Li Tiangang handed Pei Yuanqing the worm in his hand. General Pei, save this poisonous insect for a great use. Pei Yuanqing took it with both hands and carefully guarded it. From Li Tiangang, these 2 times to see people are really capable. For those who have the ability to do so, then what else does he say? Just respect and be done with it. Li Tiangang would shake his hand and look at Mu Renjiying, who immediately blushed and revealed a sarcastic smile. Lord Mu, is the poor Taoist obscene? State Master. This, that. Please State Master, forgive me. Mu Renjiying's face was red. What was he saying just now? When Li Tiangang was still ready to tease Mu Renjiying, the Forbidden Army had already led a large group of poisonous people's families in the distance. Ooh, there's quite a few of them. Li Tiangang slowly walked over with his sword on his back. Pei Yuanqing immediately followed behind and reminded in a low voice. State Master, these people are not easy to face. There are people with evil intentions among them. Be careful. He has not been subjected to the abuse of these people. The other side are unarmed people. Cannot kill. Cannot arrest. Li Tiangang smiled faintly. General Pei is overly concerned. Poor Tao is the one who is not good to face. Joking aside, at one time his employers ranged from the top 9 to the bottom 9. If he played this game, he was not afraid of Li Tiangang. Immediately through the gap went the ocean of a bunch of people. Probably 3 or 2,000 by the look of it. Who are you to call us here for what? To save our loved ones now? I think he's a Taoist priest. Whoever he is He's toast if he can't save our loved ones. Exactly. Who the hell are you? Speak! The crowd's garbled voices rang out in a chorus. Pei Yuansheng immediately opened his eyes in anger and bellowed. Shut up, all of you! After such a roar, one after another the voices disappeared. Li Tiangang found a relatively high place to leap up, slightly raised his hand, and said with a smile, Hello all the poisonous family members, poor Shushan disciple. At the same time, he is the state master of our great Zhou, and has been entrusted by the clan with full authority to settle the matter of the poisoner. The main reason for calling everyone here today is, who cares about Shushan? I'm just asking you if you can free my relatives or not. A sharp-tongued man in the crowd interrupted Li Tiangang. His words fell, and suddenly his body dashed forward uncontrollably, whooshing to Li Tiangang's feet. Immediately after that, Li Tiangang jumped down and drew the sword behind him directly across the other party's neck in full view of everyone. A smiling face instantly icy cold. Don't interrupt when Master is talking, and if you do, Master will split you. Li Tiangong's voice was cold to the bone, and that sword was even more murderous. The man had already been scared out of his wits and kept nodding his head, and a puddle of water kept dripping at his feet. Next to them, Mu Renjiying and Pei Yuansheng were stunned. Say draw your sword. Li Tiangang sheathed his sword and threw it to the side as soon as he could. Throw tired old mother. Cursing, he jumped up again. Gentlemen, the poor Taoist's brain is not very good. When I was a child a mountain blocked the poor Taoist's way. You are detouring. The poor Taoist is chiseling the mountain. The purpose of saying this is to tell you, Master Dao is not in his right mind, and it's not under the control of Great Zhou, so if you interrupt Master Dao again, you'll all be the same. Li Tiangang was laughing, but those poisoner families couldn't laugh anymore. Is this really here to help them deal with toxic people? How does it feel like dealing with them? Well, let's get back to the point. Inside your loved ones are suffering from poisonous insects and become like this. Not any heavenly punishment superstition. I have explained it clearly. Whoever dares to say that this has something to do with the sky, the Taoist master also cut you. What I just said is the first point. The second point is that your loved ones are finished. The poisonous insects have sucked their flesh and blood clean, and forcing the poisonous insects out won't help. The third point is that the poor Taoist can give you a chance to say goodbye to your family members. The poor Taoist utilizes the essence of his entire body to outline their true spirit. After you say goodbye, the poor Taoist steps in to take care of it. Fourth point, after the treatment, the poor Taoist will give you a full body. Each family will be buried, soul to soul, earth to earth. In the next life, you will be reunited as family members. The fifth point is that the poor Taoist will catch the black hand behind the mu within 3 days and send it to you, and you can deal with it as you like. After my words, you don't need to object, and you can't object. If you are not convinced, you can go to Mount Shu and sue me. My name is Tai Xian. Li Tiangong's words fell. Mu Renjiying pulled his head up to look at the other side. I've seen those who sell their children, but I've never seen those who make their masters suffer the wrath of God. That's too abstract, isn't it? A man raised his hand. Li Tiangang nodded. Speak, may I ask the Taoist master? No matter how it was that Great Zhou failed to protect our families, then may I ask if Great Zhou will give compensation? Li Tiangang sniffed his neck and looked forward at him. Are you a human being? Upon hearing this question, the man's face twitched. Why do you exit so vulgarly? Oh, poor Tao has a more vulgar, mother of a sister. You listen to your dog days to ask what questions? Great Zhou did not protect you? Why don't you say you didn't contribute to Great Zhou? You're so young. You know how to take and you don't know how to give? You're the first one to ask for money. Li Tiangang made a gesture to draw his sword. The latter hastened to shrink into the midst of the crowd. Li Tiangang snorted coldly. Poor Tao does not have so much patience to answer your boring questions. Among the crowd, how many of you are real family members? How many are fake? Poor Tao is not willing to check in detail. Now knowingly hurry to me to roll. Indiscriminate. Ulterior motives. Later don't blame the master did not remind you. The master is a decent or evil or in a thought. After an incense stick, all those who haven't left go in and say goodbye to their families. After Li Tiangang finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and Pei Yuansheng hurriedly ordered someone to insert a stick of incense. Chapter 9, Li Tiangang. Are you really from Mount Shu? You are thirsty, master of the state, aren't you? Are you hungry, state master? Shall I send someone to buy you 2 tails of pastries from Chengdexiang? And the roast duck at all fortunes. Hey, that's called a mom and pop, master of the state. Mu Renjiying looked at Pei Yuansheng who was fooling around and rolled his eyes. This thing can really lick but it should be said not to say. Li Tiangong's style of doing things is 2 words. Clean. No unnecessary bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Debauchery in almost everything. Take care of the feelings of the family. And promise to dig out the person behind. Although harsh, but people, things are done. It's not your attitude that people care about, it's your ability to actually get things done. The reason they hadn't been able to solve it before was that they didn't have the ability to find the person behind it. No one can stand just having to kill someone when the enemy can't be found and the emotions can't be appeased. Li Tiangang appeared to be brutal and unreasonable. But in fact, he was being facetious. Li Tiangang took the teacup and waved his hand. Poor Taoist still likes the unruly look you had just now. You recover. Good Lu National Master. Pei Yuancheng immediately stood straight. That arrogance in his eyes restored as before. Seeing that an incense burner was nearly burned out, Li Tiangang got up and swung his robe and said indifferently, "Everyone enter the arena." One after another family members lined up to enter from that gap. To find their own family members, Li Tiangang stood high to see far. He saw so many dozens of people are haphazardly looking for. To find no one's poisonous people stood to the side. Li Tiangang snorted coldly. Let's see how they will pretend later. Close your eyes. Think of your loved ones. After Li Tiangang finished speaking, he formed seals with both hands. In my name, to the illusion, to the line, the chaos of the earthly world, the original heart is constantly, in order to what you wish. From now on, it is finished. Illusory character skill. Condense. The moment Li Tiangang opened his eyes were instantly filled with golden light. Grand in the entire workshop. After the end of the execution, Li Tiangang was suddenly sweating profusely. His white clothes were wet with sweat, and his body was shaky and unsteady. Mu Renjiying's quick eyes and hands walked over to catch the staggering Li Tiangang in one hand. The state master, you. No matter. The number of people caged by the illusion is too large. Exhaustion. Illusion? Pei Yuancheng said in surprise. Nonsense. If I had the ability to hook their true spirits out, wouldn't I be able to save them? This is merely a means to appease them. General Pei sends people in. The troublemakers can't be hit by the illusion. Carry them out. Li Tiangang commanded from Mu Renjiying's arms. The latter immediately rushed in with a squad of forbidden soldiers. Li Tiangang pressed himself on top of Mu Ruiying's chest, enjoying the faint flavor of the snowflake cream with a relaxed mind. Lord Mu, you command. Master of the state, you smell good. Poof. Mu Renjiying's face was red. She was still immersed in Li Tiangang's admiration for fulfilling the people's dreams at the expense of himself, and she didn't even react to the other party's contact with herself. She had never had such contact with a man since she was brought up by a female officer. Li Tiangang touched his buttocks and climbed up from the ground, standing up and feeling a wave of dizziness. In the future, these 16 words of truth could not be used blindly. No, it can be used, but not in his name. He can't carry it himself. His masters, or Tu Luo, Tu Sen, Tu Kong. Soon, Pei Yuancheng was escorted out from inside with a grim face and nearly 100 men. Li Tiangang used his sword as a crutch to lean on the ground and snorted coldly. General Pei, do we have any torture here? Pei Yuancheng's eyes are full of coldness. Master of the country, don't worry. The last will be in the hands of the torture whipped down. Not more than 10 lashes will surely make his skin cracked. The crowd's bodies shuddered at the words. General Pei's tactics are clumsy. These people are indiscriminate and unsuspecting. They deserve capital punishment. The poor Taoist will teach you 2 tricks. Take off their shoes and socks, tie them to the top of the bench, and stab them in with an inch-long silver needle along the gap between their fingernails. It's that cone of pain that will make them talk. When Li Tiangang told the story, everyone around him sucked in a breath of cool air, and just by listening, the forbidden soldiers felt their hearts pulling out cold. Mu Renjiying's face was a little white. Li Tiangang, a person from Shu Mountain. How could he be so ruthless? This means that the devil cult is a younger brother in front of him. If its mouth is hard, then the poor Taoist still has a strategy. Or to bind its body, with a linen cloth over its face. To vinegar irrigation. Cannot breathe out. Inhale is choking. Week after week. Such as being in purgatory. Cannot live. Cannot die. Li Tiangong's last word fell. Pei Yuancheng, such a hardened man from the battlefield, could not help but shiver. Could he stand up to this if someone used this method to force himself? General, we just want to rub some silver. Not so much. I'm willing to go to jail. I'm willing to be sent out. I'm willing to be confiscated. Please don't do this to me. One man couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground, bursting into tears and sobbing uncontrollably. Then one by one they fell to their knees. Li Tiangang grunted. This is where it's at. General Pei, send them to the place of responsibility. The poor Taoist has no time to listen to their repentance. At these words, The people were as grateful as if they had been pardoned. They go wherever they want as long as they're not next to this Li Tiangang person. It's cruel. He wants to go home. He wants his mom. Pei Yuansheng is completely as convinced. Capable means ruthless, people just, and positive hair evil. After these people were taken away, Li Tiangang leaned on his sword and weakly looked inside. Lord Mu, I hope you can petition His Majesty to give these people some leniency. A speck of dust from the sky that falls on their heads weighs as much as 1,000 pounds. After half an hour, the illusion will naturally dissipate, and the location of the poisonous insect is on the left chest, which can be resolved with a single stroke of the sword. After saying this, Li Tiangang turned around and left, walking slowly but steadily. Pei Yuansheng and the other forbidden soldiers bowed their heads and bowed their hands, their faces moving. Greetings to the state master. They saw from Li Tiangang's body belongs to what is called the righteous people. Never boast of what they have. The heart of the world means ruthless but has a heart to save the world. The word real was felt by them at the moment. Mu Renjiying looked at the sullen back. His heart could not help but be moved. Li Tiangang is different from other Taoist real people. The difference is that he is ruthless and hangdog, full of foul language, but he has a heart of shining gold. Li Tiangang suddenly stopped just as he was about to walk out of the street and looked back at Mu Renjiying. What is the matter with the state master? Feel free to command. Mu Renjiying's voice was not without some admiration. The corner of Li Tiangong's mouth twitched. I ordered you You do not take me to the state master's mansion? I don't know the way The latter hurriedly rushed over in 2 or 3 steps and assisted Li Tiangang away from the street corner. Pei Yuansheng looked deeply at Li Tiangang's back. Iron-blooded means Bodhisattva's heart. What a Shushan Li Tiangang! Benevolence and righteousness. Just as he turned around, he heard Li Tiangang's voice. Ryanjiang, you smell so good. Master of the kingdom, please respect yourself. Ranjiying, are there any greenhouses in the imperial capital that are better? Master of the state, please behave yourself. Wrong-ing, poor Taoist is teaching you sword practice. Poverty Road's sword skill is profound. Well, you are quite the sword. Master of the state. Pei Yuansheng tugged at the corner of his mouth as he retracted his earlier comment. Half an hour later, the people inside came to their senses, and the sound of weeping and crying resounded through the whole of Changle Place. Changle. But though they were crying, their hearts were warm, and in the midst of that vision, their loved ones spoke to them in many, many ways. Pei Yuansheng's heart was also quite unfavorable as he watched the scene. The forbidden soldiers looked at each other, hating to eat the flesh of the one who poisoned them. Pei Yuansheng walked in and slightly arched his hand at the people. This general has been ordered to deal with this, so please go out and wait for a moment. The state master has asked Lord Mu Renjiying to discuss with His Majesty to give you all some compensation, and at the same time, the state master will definitely bring back that murderer with his own hands. After Pei Yuansheng finished speaking, he didn't expect the people to obediently leave. Why don't they know that this is an illusion? But there's always a comfort. General Pei, thank the state master for me. My mother told me. A thinly built man cried uncontrollably. Thank you, state master. The great grace of the state master. People always need a closing statement when they end, like the last sigh of a dying person. Li Tiangang gave them the last decent. Chapter 10. The unconventional Li Tiangang. The Imperial Garden. Ji Linglong looked at Mu Renjiying, who bowed and saluted. Her noble and cold face slightly sidelong. Send Li Tiangang back? Mu Renjiying nodded and got up. He has already been sent back to His Majesty and has settled down in the state master's residence. Ji Linglong nodded slightly, her slender fingers sliding on the jade luminescent cup. When did he say he was going to deal with the matter of the poisoner? Today's performance in the courtroom was very satisfying to her, and being able to dislike those 2 old foxes was something she had never done before since she took the throne. The corner of Mu Renjiying's mouth twitched, and he whispered, His Majesty has already finished dealing with. Ji Linglong's eyes were somewhat blank. Mu Renjiying hurriedly explained. After the court was dismissed, the slave girl was planning to send him back to the mansion, but he took the initiative to ask to deal with the poisoner, so the slave girl brought him up. The urgency of the matter did not consult Your Majesty. Please punish Your Majesty. Mu Renjiying fell to his knees and said. The bottom of Ji Linglong's eyes flickered with a different color, slightly waving her hand. Get up. You yourself said that things are urgent, telling the ins and outs carefully. He has surprised me. Mu Renjiying got up and told what happened at Changle Place in detail, including what Li Tiangang did from the opening to the end, including every word that was said. After Ji Linglong heard this, a rare fluctuation appeared among her eyes, spreading a smile, rigid and upright, coarse and subtle. seemingly heartless and unrighteous, but actually caring for the people. A man of Shushan who is not bound by mundane etiquette and morality. Interesting. Mu Renjiying nodded in agreement. Li Tiangang is very special. She has also seen a lot of people outside the world. I do not know how the ability, but open mouth and shut up is hanging pots to help the world. Transcendent outside, as if the gods, but the backside of the face but the 5 poisons. In comparison, she was more able to accept Li Tiangang being this open and honest, such as the matter of her incense. Come closer. Ji Linglong beckoned after her words fell. Mu Renjiying immediately stepped forward, but was somewhat confused as to why. After coming closer, Ji Lingling leaned her body forward. Looking at His Majesty, all of a sudden Mu Renjiying's face turned red. His Majesty is smelling her. Well, not bad. It is quite fragrant. Ji Linglong gave a faint cry, then said with a straight face, draw up a decree. From the palace to select 30 looks beautiful courtesans sent to the state master's house, and then rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. You personally go, and by the way, give him a message. I will not let him fall to win the sword to go to the greenhouse. Mu Renjiying said with some hesitation. Your Majesty, isn't this too good for him? If word gets out that we encourage Li Tiangang to go to a greenhouse, the 100 officials will talk about it, and the gossip will not be good for you. A hint of teasing flashed in Ji Linglong's eyes. Am I not doing a good deed? Mu Renjiying sniffed and thought of what Li Tiangang in the courtroom had said about Mahayana and Hinayana, which was almost sophistry, but seriously it's passable. The greenhouse singers are also the people of the Great Zhou. She couldn't refute it for a moment. As you wish, slave girl. By the way, another decree will be issued. The poisoner's family members are all counted out, exempted from lifelong taxes, their burial expenses, from my internal treasury out. Li Tiangang had created such a good favorable condition for her to brush her reputation. Wouldn't it be a pity if she didn't take advantage of it herself? In this way, those offensive insults can be eliminated as much as possible. Mu Renjiying excitedly received orders, immediately turned around and went down to make arrangements. Those people will surely be grateful to your Majesty when they find out. Ji Linglong played with the jade luminescent cup in her hand, her exquisite and stunning face evoking a smile. Li Tiangang solved a big trouble for himself as soon as he came here. The state master's house. The corner of Li Tiangong's mouth tugged as he looked at the huge mansion. In Shushan he had often heard about how his master was having a hard time in the imperial capital, how he was suffering. The result is a clear and bitter mother. The mansion is 3 entry, the garden is with water, the backyard is with a retreat, the bed is of goldenrod. You call this suffering? Compared to this, one's room in Shushan seemed like a prison sentence. As expected, Master Shifu's happiness was beyond his imagination. Now he could only experience half of it. Throwing the gilt cloud sword on the weapon rack, Li Tiangang sat in the middle of the garden pavilion, his eyes staring straight at the landscape. After half a dozen looks, he got up and shook his head. He's still a mundane. You can't look into the landscape, only into the ring. Now, not a moment too soon. The state master's mansion was located in one of the most prosperous neighborhoods of the imperial capital, Yongningfang. It's almost always where the big players in the dynasty live. A greenhouse is naturally out of the question. After all, they're all about face, and going is a steal. It's not that there are any limitations, but mainly that it's bright and easy to go. A handful of years old without 2 minutes out. How do outsiders look at it? What will the staff think? What will the pimp at the door think? He still had quite enough silver in his pocket right now. The things brought out from Shushan City were pawned again in a pawn store outside the imperial capital. This time, it was exchanged for 1,500 taels of silver. Live when? Redeem it when he next needs it. It's better to leave this stuff sitting around than to create some value. Walked out of the state master's house. 7 turns in the street corner, bumped into a person. Young people, not very old, wearing a gorgeous look at his face full of heaven. A look is the family of honored. Little brother. Hello, please ask where there is a greenhouse in this neighborhood? Li Tiangang called out to the other party and asked bluntly. He asked Mu Renjiying before the other party just wouldn't say anything. According to this, one's dress and status should know. The young man sniffed, and after looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention, he whispered, 10 taels of silver and I'll take you there. The corner of Li Tiangong's eye twitched. You don't look like you're short of money, either. When the young man saw Li Tiangang like this, he hesitated and extended his palm. 5 taels. I'll take you there. Internal price. There's a discount. Send a fruit plate. Li Tiangang shook his hand up. Deal. Walking down the street, Li Tiangang sked. He was genuinely surprised that the imperial capital was so prosperous and convenient. and that the agents were all male and dressed so well. The young man was talking like a tour guide on the way, as if he were counting his blessings, and he could be considered extremely knowledgeable about the imperial capital, telling it like it is. After understanding, the other party's name is Chung Kajin. To this name, Li Tiangang said offhandedly, "Your father is a real talent." Chang Kujin nodded. "My father is a talented man, but he's not a good person," Li Tiangang said with a sidelong glance. "Your father is talented and then not a good person, so your father should be quite rich." "Yes, my father is a rich thief." "So you still need to do this?" "I earn my own money. There's no shame in that." "It's not a shame to be ashamed, but can't figure out why you are." Cheng Kujin came to Li Tiangong's side and whispered, "I'm afraid that if I spend my father's money, when the time comes to plunge the family to kill me together." The corner of Li Tiangong's mouth tugged when he heard such a clear-cut remark. "What a talent! Your father is an official?" "Yes." "Then your logic is incorrect. If your father is copped out, you're going to die no matter what you spend. Sister spends your father's money." "Yes?" Cheng Kujin looked puzzled as to how he didn't know about this, but he reacted, "You know a lot about it, don't you?" Chapter 11, Sending Your Ex-Brother-in-Law to a Greenhouse? Mu Renjiying first went to Changle Place and told the relatives of those poisonous people about Ji Linglong's decree and expressed Ji Linglong's concern for them. For a moment, the people were grateful. After all, this is what they did not expect before, to be able to exempt taxes, which is more appropriate than giving silver. After conveying this news and sending someone to make the registration, Mu Renjiying went to the state master's residence with the reward for Li Tiangang. After going in and searching the entire mansion front and back, there was no one at all, which made Mu Renjiying feel crazy. Where can this guy go when he first gets here? Spring Fragrance Pavilion. In the private room on the third floor, Li Tiangang felt the softness at the back of his head, the fragrance at the tip of his nose, the melodious sound of the zither, and the feeling of pounding his legs with just the right amount of force. It summed up in 2 words. Gotta be strong. Cheng Kujin was a bit speechless as he looked at Li Tiangang. This was too luxurious. 4 women serving him. 1 presses the head. 1 pounds the legs. 1 blows the wind. 1 plays the piano. That's a lot of fun. Li Tiangang didn't sleep well at home, but under this atmosphere, he soon fell into a deep sleep. A few women looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. The fee Li Tiangang gave no less than others, only sleeping and doing nothing else, and it was the first time they had seen such a guest. But that was an excellent thing for them, especially since Li Tiangang was still so handsome. This is the case in all walks of life. The money you give you a lot, but the work is only 1/3 of the completion of a long and pleasing to the eye, so who does not want to do this kind of business? Chen Kajin sat at the table and savored the meal, counting the silver that Li Tiangang gave him, and he gave 5 extra taels, which was beautiful. He recommended 5 green houses to the other man, but he walked into one he hadn't recommended. Li Tiangang wanted to take him in at first, which gave Wu Kajin a fright. He thought Li Tiangang had a special hobby. If it wasn't for the fact that the fee hadn't been settled, he would have bailed out of Orange. And when he realized that Li Tiangang was just sleeping here, his eyes were filled with doubt. He couldn't figure it out. Although the guests here are here to sleep, but Li Tiangang this is a sleep vegetarian cannot figure out, but is a big family. Follow him yourself and eat and drink without worry. Boom boom boom. There was an abrupt knock on the door. Cheng Kajin immediately got up and opened the door. What are you doing? There is something inside. Cheng Kajin was filled with surprise when he looked up and saw Mu Renjiying. Chief Mu. Cheng Kujin. Mu Renjiying also frowned, and his remaining light saw Li Tiangang inside through the gap. Great. He actually came to the greenhouse. Mu Renjiying led the way and pushed open the door of the room directly. Cheng Kujin wasn't stupid, and suddenly realized that the other party was probably here to find Li Tiangang. This man actually has connections to the palace. Never heard of it. Cheng Kujin followed behind and looked over curiously. Mu Renjiying brought with him people from the palace, and most of the women in the greenhouse were very clear about all kinds of news, especially those from the palace. Immediately, all of them were tight-faced, which led to the stopping of the leg pounding, head pressing, and zither fondling dragon. Li Tiangang, who had just fallen asleep, looked unhappy and was about to criticize them when he saw Mu Renjiying, who was standing in front of him like a wooden stick. Yo, Lord Mu, you're here in a greenhouse too? After sitting up, Li Tiangang asked out of habit. Mu Renjiying rolled his eyes. Lord State Master, my humble servant does not have this hobby. This search for you is to convey His Majesty's decree. After saying that, Mu Renjiying immediately drew out a roll of golden paper from his waist. master of the country, to deal with the matter of poisonous people with great speed. My heart is very gratified. Specially rewarded silver 1,000 taels. Outstanding posture palace maiden 30. Master of the country, continue to work hard. I will not let you in the imperial capital down to win the sword to go to the greenhouse. At the same time Mu Renjiying read. The 4 women in the room all had shocked faces. Cheng Kejin also had a face full of shock. He's the state master Li Tiangang? The Taoist priest who almost became his brother-in-law? The man from Shushan who made his father lose face and jumped up and down in anger. I'm going to go. He brought his ex-brother-in-law to the greenhouse. It's so cool. Li Tiangang revealed a faint smile as he sat on the bed. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Ji Linglong was rather colloquial. Mu Renjiying ordered the items to be placed on the table and waved her hand in disgust. The land of smoke and willows. She was really not used to it. State Master, the palace maid that His Majesty rewarded you with is already waiting in the mansion. So if you're free you'd better go back. Mu Renjiying couldn't understand. Was this place so attractive to him? Is it that good? Li Tiangang sniffed but waved his hand. Wait. Mu Renjiying frowned. What else does the state master have to do? Li Tiangang put on his boots unhurriedly and stood up with a slight smile. I'd like to trouble Chief Mu to send an order to General Pei to lead the Forbidden Army over. Mu Renjiying's frown deepened. What does Li Tiangang mean by this? Didn't serve him well? That wouldn't be enough to use the Forbidden Army. This Forbidden Army is His Majesty's personal guards, not his Li Tiangong's household servants. State Master. Before Mu Renjiying finished speaking, suddenly, a greenhouse singer behind her suddenly raised her hand and grabbed a claw toward Li Tiangang. At the same time, the other one on the side also had a swift figure, closing in on Li Tiangang. The remaining 2 women had surrounded towards Cheng Kejin. Mu Renjiying. There was a sudden change in the field. Mu Renjiying is not an idle person. Feeling the strong wind behind him, his head did not turn back, and then raised his leg and kicked it. Boom! The singer was kicked out by Mu Renjiying. At this moment, she didn't need to say much to understand that there was something wrong with the people here, and what Li Tiangang said was for her to go and call someone. Facing the 2 women rushing towards him, Li Tiangang was blandly incomparable, slightly sidestepping to avoid a claw, backhanding the other party's neck and wrenching it to the left. Instantly the other party's neck snapped, and his head hung low. Another woman's eyes in the cold aura waved his sleeve robe in the middle of the light green poisonous fog from its cuffs waved out. Li Tiangang frowned slightly and snorted coldly, launching a palm through the air, and the palm wind immediately scraped back the poisonous mist. The woman's face instantly turned purple under the shroud of the poisonous mist, and she fell straight to the ground, suffocating. Cheng Kejin was not as dashing as the 2 men. He fled as if he were a puppy in a hurry, lying on the ground on all fours. Seeing this, Li Tiangang shook his head and smiled, reaching out to grab a hand through the air. The woman could not control her body and was sucked into Li Tiangang's hands. In the next second, Li Tiangang probed his finger to point above her neck, and the force of one finger had already poked her spine. State Master, why don't you leave someone alive? Mu Renjiying asked with some anxiety as he watched the last person die as well. Li Tiangang shook his head and said, Are you going out without a brain? Why do we still need a live one here? There are live mouths everywhere. After saying that, without waiting for a few people to speak, Li Tiangang waved his hand and threw them all out of the window. I'll take control of the scene. You go get someone. After saying that, Li Tiangang pushed open the door of the room and walked out. Not surprisingly, at this moment, all the guests of Spring Fragrance Pavilion had already disappeared. Hundreds of women were watching Li Tiangang from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. Each one had a bad look in his eyes. Greetings, friends of the Poison Immortal Sect. Chapter 12 Poison Immortal Sect Branch? All dead. Outside the Spring Fragrance Pavilion, Mu Renjiying turned around and sped away without hesitation. Li Tiangang himself was in the middle of it, and he had to get someone over here himself as soon as possible. According to the outburst just now, this greenhouse and the poisonous man's matter could not be disconnected. After Mu Renjiying left with his men, only Cheng Kejin was left, and his head was still in a daze at the moment. Aren't you going to a brothel? Why are you fighting all of a sudden? Is it possible that not enough money was paid? He tentatively walked towards the front door of the Spring Fragrance Pavilion. What can't be said properly? The big deal is that he doesn't want these 10 taels of silver. Add to them also, wherever you can move your mouth, don't move your hands. In the middle of Spring Fragrance Pavilion, Li Tiangang lined his hands on the railing of the 2nd floor and looked at the crowd below with a smile. He was originally simply strolling around the greenhouse, But while wandering around here he suddenly realized that this spring fragrance pavilion smelled the same as he had smelled on top of that poisonous insect. Of course, there was a possibility that the female poisoner was from here, and out of curiosity Li Tiangang walked in. With the fine feeling afterward, he was almost certain that the people here were from the poison immortal sect. The smell of that dispensing poison on his body was too strong, something that rouge and powder couldn't hide. Ha 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 ha. Venerable Taishian Sword's senior disciple is really different. As soon as he arrived in the imperial capital, he disposed of my poison immortal sect's poisonous people, and now he's actually able to find this place. With the laughter, a silhouette walked out, wearing a gray robe with a dry, thin face, probably in his 40s. His hands were hidden among the robe. After he appeared, the women present saluted. Helmsman, Yen Third Heavenly Day, helmsman of the poison immortal sect's imperial capital branch. Meet the Heavenly Dipper. Yen Tianxiang nodded slightly. Li Tiangang also raised his hand in return. One size does not fit all. Courtesy cannot be abrogated. It's a matter of courtesy. Yen Tianjian looked up at Li Tiangang and laughed softly. Tiangang realist, the great Zhou's qi has run out, and the change of dynasties is the natural order of things, and our poison immortal sect has never had any grudges against you Shushan either. And please don't meddle more in this. Li Tiangang skimmed his mouth and shook his head. You're right. The change of dynasties is the law of nature. Poor Taoist downhill is not to manage what group of male supremacy. Poor Taoist management is the people. Battlefield on the real sword to do. This has nothing to do with the poor road, but you use the people as poison as a bargaining chip to force the empress. This, no way. Yan's eyes narrowed slightly on the third day, his voice cold. So you're going to have your way with my poison immortal sect? Li Tiangang straightened up and put his hands behind his back. When did I say I could get by with you guys? Kill him. Yen Tian tucked his hand in and let out a cold cry. Since he won't listen to good words, there's no need for words. Let's see the truth under the hand. The poison immortal sect is in the land of enchanting frontier, and is not afraid of Shushan. Li Tiangang subconsciously touched his back as he watched the people who kept rushing up from below, but unfortunately it was empty. Playing this also kind of gave him a memory. That is, the next time he came out to visit the greenhouse also have to bring the sword with him. Thump, thump, thump. The women crowding on both sides drew out their broken blades and rushed towards Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang puts his hands together, raises a breath in his chest, and lifts his hands to point horizontally at his sides. Swish! Two sword chi erupted from Li Tiangong's fingertips. The cold breath filled the spring fragrance pavilion. The women surging on both sides couldn't react in time. Their chests had been penetrated by the sword chi. Vitality was cut off and he was paralyzed. The walls on the left and right sides were pierced by sword chi. Yan's 3-day gaze condensed, his brows deeply wrinkled. Sword chi transformed into form. This kind of talent. Li Tiangang turned around and stepped over those corpses that fell on the ground, his face expressionless, as if none of this had anything to do with him. As he headed for the stairway, the women who had been shocked by his move earlier began to continue their charge. Not a trace of fear in their eyes. Li Tiangang shook his head slightly and walked down towards the crowd. His fingers together, sword chi continuously shot out from his body. Blood sword. Sword chi was sharp and cold. Several people fell on the ground with every step. He, you Shushan boasts of being a prestigious sect, but your hands are even more venomous than our poison immortal sect. These women are the people. Yen Tianjian clasped his hands and teasingly looked at Li Tiangang. This move could be considered a bludgeoning attack for the famous sect. In his imagination, after he had said such words, the other party would definitely be afraid and would not dare to continue. But he was wrong in his estimation. Li Tiangang was not affected in the slightest, still doing what he wanted and killing without restraint. More and more corpses fell along the way. Li Tiangang scoffed at his words. He himself stayed his hand. But this group of people would not stay their hand. They had already lost their spirit in their eyes. Cowering yourself for the sake of a nebulous word? Joke. It worked for others, but not for him. Li Tiangang. As Li Tiangang stepped down from the upper floors, Yen Tiansan had already turned pale to the extreme. More than 400 people had now fallen to the ground, and Li Tiangang had killed his way down from the second floor with a hard hand. This kind of cold-bloodedness caused him to be a bit weak at the bottom. The entire spring fragrance pavilion was filled with the smell of blood, which was exceptionally pungent. Li Tiangang shook his fingers, a little cramped from the long merger, and he looked up at Yen Tianxi, who was not far away, his voice bland. The fact that you dare to stand here means that you still have a card. Say it, finish and go to hell. Yen Tianxi took a deep breath and removed a bottle from his waist. Placing it in front of him, This is the secret treasure of my poison immortal sect, the immortal Cheong venom. Just this small bottle can turn the imperial capital into a poisonous domain. You've won this time, Li Tiangang. The mountains and the waters don't meet. Poison immortal sect. Take note. With that, Yan Tianxi turned around to leave. Li Tiangong's figure appeared in front of his eyes in an instant. What are you doing? Yan Tian said in a shocked voice. Kill you. Li Tiangang spat out 2 words and pointed a finger above Yan Tianxi's forehead, the latter's pupils dilating. Did he not understand his own words just now? How dare he make a move on himself? Isn't he worried that he's a fish out of water? But all of these questions can no longer be asked. Yan Tianjian's body fell backward and landed in the air. The bottle was sucked into Li Tiangong's hands. Villains die from talking too much. Li Tiangang put the bottle away. Or you will release it. So who is this threat? Don't say he didn't release it today. Even if he did, Li Tiangang would have to kill him. If one of the people of the imperial capital died, he would kill 2 people from the poison immortal sect, and if that wasn't enough, then he would find people who were related to them and kill them all together. He walks the walk and is not afraid of threats. After taking care of the place, Li Tiangang found a place to sit down, poured himself a glass of liquor, and drank it all in one go with the bowl. It's a blind cat's chance to meet a dead mouse today. It is also at the same time. Cheng Kajin quietly opened the door. Everyone, there are words, let us talk properly. Do not do it. Poor money or poor things, said Chen Kajin. Suddenly smelled a strong smell of blood. He raised his eyes and his pupils earthquake. All dead. Chapter 13. This is also too positive to be evil, right? Vomit. Chen Kajin immediately closed the door, then turned around and vomited out all the rice he had eaten last night. The scene is too beautiful to watch. Li Tiangang sipped his tea and shook his head slightly. These women were already living corpses, which could be understood as corpses that had a spirit and kept their lifelike appearance. In other words, the people in this place were manipulated by the toxins that invaded their brains and manipulated their every move. Think this place has lasted quite a while. Those who have been served. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's better to keep this quiet, or the public outcry that would arise would be horrendous. You have to be mentally strong not to wake up in the middle of the night after the thought that what you're wrapped up in at midnight is a human body controlled by a bug. It didn't take long for Mu Renjiying to arrive here with his men, and without entering the door, he saw Cheng Kajin, who was vomiting outside. Her face panicked, thinking that something had happened to Li Tiangang, and the moment she pushed open the door, a strong smell of blood hit her. The forbidden soldiers following behind them immediately drew their swords and rushed in on full alert. Enter and see the panoramic view. Both the Forbidden Army and Mu Renjiying were silent. One could only see countless corpses falling crookedly throughout the Spring Fragrance Pavilion, with black blood dripping down the stairs. It's like hell on earth. Mu Renjiying had seen big scenes, but violently was still shocked, and then his eyes looked at Li Tiangang, who was sitting steadily. Master of the state, did you kill all this? Mu Renjiying's heart couldn't help but be flooded with coldness. Such a disciple of Mount Shu, so ruthless. What's going on here that we don't know about? Most of the forbidden troops were frowning slightly. They were not surprised by this scene. What they were surprised by was that the one who made the move was actually this state master. In the past, those outside the square did not like to get involved in mundane matters, not to mention so dry. Li Tiangang drank the wine in his cup and slowly put the cup down. They are all bitter women who have been infested by parasites. The poor Taoist is merely giving them a ride. Oh yes, you can open up the matter of Changle Place to the public. The culprit is that man, said to leave them alive, but the poor Taoist afraid of the other side to regenerate trouble and settled it all together. There is also a secret compartment, which should be the information they passed out from the imperial capital over the years. The poor Taoist's business will be taken care of, and the rest will be your business, Li Tiangang said and walked out frankly with a swing of his robe. Originally, he was just a good stroll in a greenhouse. Who thought that the person who was looking for it was still mounted on his head? It didn't do any damage to myself, but the feeling was gone. Hookah listening is all about a feeling. It doesn't feel like it anymore, so I might as well go home and lie down. The main reason was that just now, he heard Mu Renjiying say that the empress had rewarded herself with 30 beautiful courtesans. This has to go back and look. The state master's mansion without people, Li Tiangang disdained, and the state master's mansion with the palace maid. He could not delay for a moment. As soon as he went out the door, he saw Cheng Kajin, who was vomiting profusely. Li Tiangang instantly asked curiously, "Why haven't you left yet?" Cheng Kajin wiped the corners of his mouth and turned back to rush. "Brother-in-law, what's going on inside?" A brother-in-law called Li Tiangang with a slight frown. "Who is your sister?" My sister is the great General Chang's eldest Miss Chung Shangtan who has a marriage contract with you. Ah, didn't my father, great General Chang, even go to Mount Shu to withdraw from the marriage, only to be beaten down? Chang Kujin hurriedly told the cause and effect, the ins and outs. The thing is that many years ago, Li Tiangong's master told a fortune to the father of the present-day General Chang. The other man's granddaughter has some involvement with his future protege. As a result, old General Chang climbed up the pole to be happily married, but Tai Xian didn't say yes even then. But elder General Chang was the one who publicized this matter for all to see. Originally, this matter Chang family also did not take it seriously. Chang big general on the throne, also thought to be able to climb on Shushan, also acquiesced. But then, the world changed suddenly, and the late emperor died suddenly. All of a sudden, Great Zhou was plunged into a cloud. People outside the world don't get involved in mundane things. Great General Chang wanted to use his big girl to make an alliance with Chu, so he found an excuse to go up to Mount Shushan. It turned out that people were not giving any face, almost beat it to death. If it wasn't for the fact that his father had some friendship with Tai Xian in the first place, it was estimated that Tai Luo would have chopped him up with a single sword. The corners of Li Tiangong's mouth tugged after hearing this, and he looked at Cheng Kejin and said, "Your father is that sizable cutie. Then you're really smart." These words made Cheng Kejin freeze. Li Tiangang was looking out from somewhere. The other party didn't explain, but said quietly, "I suggest you do it even more desperately. Change your last name completely. And from today onwards start with that cute size of yours, father, to draw a clear line. Otherwise, when you copied the house, your head will definitely have to follow him to the ground. Trust me, we Shushan people are the best at fooling. No, the best at reading faces. Poor Taoist looks at your face if you don't disassociate yourself. I guess it's just in these 2 or 3 years." After saying this, Li Tiangang left with large strides. In fact, there was something he hadn't said. Back then, Tai Xian said that he was entangled with the Cheng family's eldest girl. Could it be that she had a problem and then cleaved it with her own sword? Quite possibly. For the aspect of male love, Li Tiangang upholds a concept that's the most expensive for free. How many cases from the past are fresh in our minds? What with the fairy jumps and the beauty tricks? How many heroes have fallen under the pomegranate skirt, which eventually led to the destruction of a lifetime of fame? He, Li Tiangang, doesn't mess with that. Don't talk about feelings in anything. Don't borrow anything but money. For Cheng Kejin's mention of it, it is also within the ability to warn. As for the other side to listen to it or not has nothing to do with their own. In the future, even if the group is a group, it has nothing to do with himself. He doesn't care about people, only demons. After Li Tiangang left, Mu Renjiying followed the place Li Tiangang pointed to and indeed found a secret compartment. Immediately, he ordered the dark compartment to be opened, and sent the forbidden soldiers down to check the situation. This one is a shocker if you don't look at it. The knowledgeable forbidden soldiers couldn't help themselves. The scenes inside are just appalling. Mu Renjiying's brow furrowed when he saw the forbidden soldiers coming out one after another and pushed them away to walk down personally. Upon seeing the scene below, her face crumpled into a frown and her stomach instantly caused a reaction. "Lock this place down and send the pallbearers." Mu Renjiying immediately turned back and walked out. It's like hell on earth. The smell is indescribable, and if it weren't for the smell of the tallow on top, I'm afraid this place would have been exposed long ago. Soon a team of professional pallbearers was called in. Pulling out objects caused instinctive discomfort. At the same time, a large number of epigraphs on toxicity data were found from them, among which were letters to and from Chu. Mu Renjiying immediately blocked all text-based things, packing until after the thorough scavenging was completed, and rushed to the palace with the things in a hurry. From the poisonous man to this rudder to these strange figures today, Mu Renjiying clearly smelled something unusual. What the hell is Chu doing? Chapter 14, surprised to hear about earthly weapons. Boo! The dragon case was buzzed by Ji Linglong's slap. Always disliked to be happy and angry. She looked at the desk from the books and briefs brought from the Spring Fragrance Pavilion, also couldn't help it. The various information on it is to use her people of Dezhou to try with pigs and mice. They were also the ones who made the poisoned man at Changle Place. And the reason for doing so was simply to experiment on how far off the poisoned man was from what they had predicted, and to throw dirt on the Empress in the process. It is intolerable, and it is too deceitful and unconscionable. Ji Linglong, a pretty face gloomy to be able to drip water, fingers clenched green. The people's innocent death is certainly heartbreaking, but from the Poison Immortal sect correspondence can be seen, they are not just out to throw dirt on themselves. It's something else. And this unknowing purpose it's dealing with the existence was also inevitably her. The Empress, the king of Chu in the southern land, is looking forward to the chaos of the world, and it is not a day or two since the group has been fighting for the stag. Summon Li Tiangang, Ji Linglong said in a deep voice. There were many words in there that she didn't quite understand. There are specialties in this kind of thing. In the state master's residence, Li Tiangang was smiling as he looked at the 30 palace beauties in front of him. It had to be said that Ji Linglong's aesthetic she agreed with. Ringed with fat and thin, each with their own characteristics. It's not that uniform. This is the best combination. Greetings, Kakushi. 30 palace maids Zinging bowed, lifting their eyes to look at Li Tiangong's handsome appearance also liked in their hearts. The palace maidens didn't have a choice before, but now they just wanted to serve Li Tiangang here. After all, they eat face too. Li Tiangang waved his hand and smiled warmly. Hello guys. There aren't that many rules here. Which one of you is the leader? The first in the first row. On the left, the woman in a long green dress and showy little shoes stepped out slightly and shook her head in a salute. Slave girl Su Ren, a first-class courtesan of Chun Fong Palace, meets the state master. Li Tiangang nodded slightly. Then from now on, you will be responsible for managing all matters of the state master's mansion. Downhill can be so right. This place is twice as interesting. He thought it was a hell of an opening, but he didn't realize it was heaven. Mezzo. Su Ren's charming eyes were slightly raised, her autumn waves rippled, and she curtsied in a graceful manner. Li Tiangang sked. This little nymph is also a connoisseur at first glance. This is a professional training. Is it possible that Ji Linglong is also good at this? Otherwise how come this first-class courtesan is so good at? No, he had to test it himself. Just as he was about to probe this ninny, the sound of eager footsteps sounded outside the door. The visitor was none other than Mu Rinjiying. Li Tiangang smacked his lips, a reproachful look on his face. This Mu Rinjiying always appears so inappropriately. Master of the state, His Majesty summons. Mu Rinjiying came in and arched his hand. Li Tiangang stretched his back. It looked like things were progressing over there. Eating people's mouths off, even though you haven't eaten them yourself yet. Girls, clean up the state master's house. With that, Li Tiangang reached out and grabbed it, and the gilt cloud sword on the distant weapon rack fell into his hands. Ranjiying, lead the way. Mu Rinjiying couldn't be bothered to talk to him about this name-calling issue at the moment and turned around to walk out. The two of them headed straight towards the palace after leaving the state master's mansion. On the way, Mu Rinjiying told Li Tiangang the general direction of the matter. After several checks, the two arrived at the imperial garden. This was the first time Li Tiangang had entered this place. The mountains, grasses and trees are all treasures. Royal luxury is evident. The two walked through the wooded path to the kiosk by the lake. This time Ji Linglong didn't wear a flashy court dress, but a plain brocade dress. The noble style is slightly reduced, and the sense of coldness is slightly increased. Aptly named. Your Majesty, the slave girl has brought the state master. Mu Rinjiying bowed and saluted. Next to him, Li Tiangang was slightly speechless. No, didn't Ji Linglong see them all just now? Why do you have to say it so close? It has a big store, Mr. Tony's feel to it. Ji Linglong turned her head, her beautiful eyes gazing at Li Tiangang. When the state master first came to me, I was so laborious. I hope to have more tolerance. Li Tiangang smiled faintly. Your Majesty, there is no need to be courteous, since poor Taoist was ordered to come down to the mountain to take over master's errand. He naturally has to take up the corresponding responsibility. State master, please take a seat. Ji Linglong falsely raised her hand towards the opposite bench. Li Tiangang sat down with his sword on his back. A couple of booklets had been placed on the table. These are the letters from the Poison Immortal Sect's dark cabinet, in which there are quite a few places I don't understand. I still hope that the state master can answer my questions for me. Li Tiangang listened to Ji Linglong's words and reached out to push the booklet in front of him away. At the two puzzled looks, he pulled out an astrological compass from his pocket. Ji Linglong's eyes narrowed slightly. Could this be the Shu Mountain divination technique? At that, Li Tiangang was stunned for a moment and pushed the compass away, a magnifying glass appearing in the center. Your Majesty, the poor Taoist has bad eyes, so I don't need this to read the words. Ji Linglong's cheeks immediately flashed with a trace of embarrassment. Mu Rinjiying's white eyes rolled wildly, but he hurriedly interfaced. If it wasn't for the state master's explanation, the slave girl would have thought that this was a vessel for divination. The corner of Li Tiangong's mouth tugged, and he looked up to shine the magnifying glass on Mu Rinjiying's face. The poor Taoist admires Chief Mu's resourcefulness. Mu Rinjiying's face suddenly turned blue. This matter is known to everyone what the situation is, but it is too blunt to say it. If Ji Linglong wasn't here, Li Li Tiangang flirted and grabbed the booklet, reading it carefully. Above the Ji Linglong had already marked out the places she didn't understand. As time passed, Li Tiangang's face became more and more serious. Ji Linglong looked at Li Tiangang like this and didn't dare to disturb the other party by easily making movements. After a full half hour, Li Tiangang put away the compass in his hand and tucked it into his bosom. Great talent! Listening to Li Tiangang's exclamation, Ji Linglong let out a light hum. Mu Renjing immediately opened his mouth and asked, "What is the meaning here? Did you read it or not?" "State Master?" Li Tiangang pushed the booklet in front of Ji Linglong. These circled out by His Majesty are all places where people who cultivate the mind gather qi in the past in a single look, but the joint full text is viewed in its entirety. Its meaning can be summarized as follows. The Poison Immortals sect is researching a kind of man-made weapon, art and poison as a method, combined into one weapon. Ji Linglong's eyes narrowed slightly. How far can it reach if it is refined? Made by mortals can be 1 for 10. If made by a martial artist it can be 1 for 100. And if made by a cultivator, it is unpredictable. Li Tiangang finished and continued on his own. Those who practice martial arts divide the realm into 9 grades, forging skin and refining bones, polishing the body, whereas those who cultivate never distinguish between realms. This one has no realm at all. Just look at 2 points. The first point to look at is who can live a long time. You live a long time naturally save more gas, naturally strong, old but not dead is immortal. The second point to look at is who thieves. You are able to pretend enough to act. Then the childish can also kill the immortal. To put it bluntly, martial artists fight each other by realm by chi and blood. People who cultivate rely on their mental skills and years of cultivation to fight each other. The two are also growing together. Of course, there are very few as talented as me. Mu Renjing rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, "State Master, then what does what you said have to do with this?" Li Tiangang turned around and said seriously, "They want to use parasites and poisons paired with a human vessel to cultivate a weapon. Think about it, if he uses mortals to refine into this kind of weapon to catch martial artists, and after refining the martial artists to catch cultivators, in the long run, after the number accumulates to a horrible level, who in the world can stop it? That's why the poor Taoist said that the person who came up with this solution is a genius." After Li Tiangang finished speaking, Ji Linglong's absolutely beautiful face was already filled with ice cold. She still thought simply, if Chu succeeded in refining it, dealing with herself would be a piece of cake. What the king of Chu wants is to plot the world with this kind of weapon. Chapter 15. If you have a small mind, the poor Taoist will also cut you. Oh, is there any way to stop this? Master of the state? Li Tiangang looked at the face as still calm Ji Linglong secretly nodded. A female generation can have such a calm can be said to be on the top of the posture. According to the letter, I'm afraid that nowadays all the countries have poisoned the immortal sex rudder, and now there is only one way to attack the yellow dragon. But I'm afraid that the poison immortal sex headquarters already has a finished product, and unusual people would probably find it difficult to go deeper. So there's no solution. Listening to Li Tiangang's words, Mu Renjing was sweating anxiously. After all, this was a matter concerning the safety and security of the world. Is there really no way? Mu Renjing looked miserable. Ji Linglong's brows were also endlessly sad. The king of Chu used this as an army, so who in the world could stop it? At that time, not to mention her Ji family world, for the people is also a great disaster. If this is the case, I can only notify the world and jointly execute them. Even if we have to fight to the death, we must not let the king of Chu color the world with the scourge of witchcraft. Ji Linglong got up and said in a cold voice, the Ji family world for so many years, even if it was cut off in her hands, it couldn't be in this way. Li Tiangang looked at Ji Linglong, who had broken the boat, and raised an eyebrow. In fact, it's not necessary to do so. The poor Taoist can enter the enchanting frontier. Didn't you just say that unusual people can't get in? The poor Taoist is not an ordinary person. Mu Renjing's entire one crumbled. Li Tiangang was so quirky that it was really difficult to deal with him with an ordinary person's mind. Ji Linglong, who was listening to the two, also revealed a bitter smile. It's really hard to connect Li Tiangang to Shushan with the way he acts and talks. Behavioral misbehavior. Then it will be hard for the state master. Dare I ask if the state master is sure about this matter? Well, this is not good to pack a ticket. After all, the poor Taoist does not know what kind of finished product the poison immortal sect already has nowadays. If the poor Taoist did not come back dead or alive, then it's a done deal. And vice versa, it's not a done deal. Li Tiangang shrugged his shoulders and said, looking at his appearance, the two Ji Linglongs revealed a rare shock, not to mention Li Tiangang other. Just say the other party will put life and death at risk on this kind of heart. It is enough to let them admire. The state master is a great righteousness. I thank you in advance on behalf of the people. Ji Linglong bowed slightly. Mu Renjiying bowed 90 degrees. Looking at the two, Li Tiangang shook his head slightly. The poison immortal sect practiced injustice. The poor Taoist removed harm from the people. Why do I need to say thank you? Ji Linglong's admiration for this young state master rose rapidly for a moment. Although the contact was only for less than a day, Li Tiangang touched his pocket and looked at Ji Linglong. Your Majesty, allocate money. Ji Linglong didn't react for a moment and looked at Li Tiangang in confusion. Ha? Public expense. Ah, this is a long way to the enchanting frontier. Can't it be that the poor Taoist still has to subsidize it? Li Tiangang looked at Ji Linglong in a serious manner and asked. As good-looking as she is, this is paid work. Ji Linglong reacted instantly and immediately ordered Mu Renjiying to go to the inner treasury to collect 1,000 taels of gold. When Mu Renjiying left, Ji Linglong came to Li Tiangong's side and said, if the state master goes here, can he bring that? Before the words fell, an icy cold killing chance abruptly erupted from Li Tiangong's body. Ji Linglong was stunned, but she held herself strong and didn't retreat. There was a murderous aura in the middle of those near eyes. Your Majesty, poison is poison after all. If you want to get your hands on it, then the poor Taoist will also split you. Li Tiangang turned his head, his fingers having merged. Ji Linglong heard this and hurriedly explained. What does the state master mean by this? What I mean is that I want you to help me go and bring back the evidence. This matter is not only about the poison immortal sect, but also about the Chu kingdom. I want to take this opportunity to unite the kings to sanction Chu. Li Tiangong's finger retracted and apologized slightly. I'm really sorry, Your Majesty. I was rude just now. No problem. Poor Taoist will bring back the evidence of the poison immortal sect's collusion with the Chu kingdom and present it to Your Majesty. Ji Linglong snorted coldly. The state master is really quick to change his face. I thought the state master was one of my own. I didn't realize that the state master didn't treat me as one of my own. Li Tiangang laughed lightly and shook his head. The poor Taoist has no one of his own in his heart. There is only justice or injustice. Not to mention His Majesty. Even if the master comes and he performs an unjust act, the poor Taoist will cut him down. Seriously. Dang it. To the bone. Looking at Li Tiangong's positive countenance, Ji Linglong slowly pulled away. Li Tiangang made her feel a bit abnormal, probably brain dead. She had seen all sorts of people, only she had never seen this one. Those who cultivated in the sects, and also did some sort of deal with Great Zhou. They are all still people among Ji Linglong's understanding, merely possessing some kind of special ability. But the Li Tiangang in front of him was different. Not to mention the fact that it's a matter of character for him to act differently, and that his nature is so cynical. She dared to be sure that what Li Tiangang had just said was the truth. That's tough. Impartiality doesn't even begin to describe him. After pulling away, Ji Linglong sighed in admiration. The state master is truly the right way on earth. I admire it. Your Majesty is overstating the case. The poor Taoist is merely trying to uphold the justice that can be seen in this heaven and earth. For the poor Taoist, status, position, wealth, and race don't matter. But you can't be unjust. Right and wrong should be made clear. 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. Yes, yes, yes. I deeply think so. Ji Linglong had already thought in her mind that it would be better to have as little contact with this one as possible in the future. More or less fixed the brain. It exudes an evil aura. Recalling Mu Renjiying's report of the scene where the other party had slaughtered the Chuanshan pavilion alone, she felt a chill in her heart. Li Tiangong's heart for Ji Linglong's meaning to perceive clearly. This matter will make a harumph on the past. He also just warned the other guy. Don't let her think that he's working for her. And if he's working for her, then he's also a messenger of justice. Any and all crooked minds shall tremble at his feet. In his previous life he actually tried to be Uncle Hat himself, but didn't pass. The reason is that there is a question. Suppose you've been ordered to follow the snakeheads to their gathering place and see a group of children being ruthlessly traded. There are two options. The first waits for backup, conceals himself, and keeps an eye on his opponent. The second went alone to create confusion and buy time for support to arrive. This is a confusing question. There were a lot of wrong answers. But the evil one is just Li Tiangang. He's not happy with either option. He writes about finding every available weapon from the perimeter and then sneaking in and doing it on sight. Turns out people ended up saying they were violent and ruled mentally abnormal. Is he mentally ill? Not feeling it myself anyway. Just an extreme paranoia about justice. The poor Taoist does not share the same fate as Sin. Chapter 16 annoyed Ji Linglong. After Li Tiangang left the palace, Ji Linglong couldn't help but curse. It's as if a dog's face changes when he says so. Your Majesty. You mean him? Mu Renjing asked in a small voice. Humph. Just wait and see how this Shushan swordsman handles the matter of the poison immortal sect. Ji Linglong did not reply and turned to leave. The heart could not help but feel a bit annoyed that the other party had just said that they wanted to split her. Not only did they say it, but they were all about to act on it. She's the emperor. How can you talk like that? Mu Renjing looked at Ji Linglong in confusion. Surely Li Tiangang had said something to the other party just now when she wasn't there. Did he molest his majesty? I guess I shouldn't have the guts to do that. Who cares? The priority right now was the matter of the poison immortal sect. Just listening to Li Tiangong's introduction just now, she felt fear in her heart. If the king of Chu were to truly have an army as terrifying as that, who else in the entire world could be his opponent? For now, one could only hope that Li Tiangang would be able to clean up this mess. His Majesty has retreated to the point of no return. Shushan is powerful, but people don't come down to the mountain to get involved in worldly affairs. If this kind of thing was not discovered by Li Tiangang and broke out in the future, Ji Linglong and Great Zhou would only have one way to be destroyed. Li Tiangang took the silver rewarded to him and returned to the State Master's mansion first. This is an urgent matter, but don't rush it yet. He had already dealt with so many things in this one day of coming to the imperial capital. It's not like it's a part-time job. Why rush yourself? After returning to the State Master's mansion, Li Tiangang looked at the maids of honor in the mansion, each of which had their own style, and smiled with joy. This thing, it's just beautiful to look at. Grabbing a handful of gold from his pocket, he shared one with each of them. The courtesans who took it were filled with incredulity. This is gold. In today's world, ordinary people 10 years may not be able to spend a grain. The palace bounty they have not obtained so heavy. Now Li Tiangang actually gave it to them lightly. Soren rushed over at the news. Li Tiangang smoothly handed her one and paused his hand for 0.01 of an hour. Master of the state. The slave girls have no merit. How can they? Before her words left her mouth, suddenly a finger was then between her lips. When she looked up, she saw Li Tiangang looking at her with a smile on his face. You're all so beautifully born. That's already a feat in itself, so why do you need to do it again? Take what's given to you, and don't call yourselves slaves in the future. It's not elegant. At that moment, the hearts of all the palace maids present were half a beat slower. All that echoed in his mind was Li Tiangong's warm smile. Su Ren's eyes were filled with water amongst them. Master of the state. Then we should call the technician. From 8 to 18 to 28. When you see me from now on, you will say, Technician number 8 at your service. As for you, just call the manager. Li Tiangang reached out and pinched Su Ren's cheeks and laughed. Air mothers herself is such a talent. It's not nice to hear a slave girl come and go as a slave girl. Yes, sir. Su Ren held the gold in her hand in a graceful salute. Li Tiangang smiled broadly and threw the gilt-clawed sword onto the weapon rack as he entered straight into the middle of the courtyard. Today he was severely sleep-deprived. Got to get well and recuperate. Su Ren and the other palace maids all looked at Li Tiangong's back with complicated eyes. They thought that if they were sent out of the palace, the next step would be to be played with. After all, the category of state master sounds and feels like a weird uncle feeling. But from what I've seen so far, it seems as if it's much better than expected. Su Palm leader. The many palace maids were all looking at Su Ren. Some of the rewards were either for them or them. Su Ren brought a smile to her brows. Since the state master is rewarding you, then take it. You all heard what Lord State Master said just now. From today onwards you will call me Manager Sorey. In the bedroom, Li Tiangong's ears moved slightly. The sound of the front yard are in the ear. The corner of the mouth hooked up. This is a good day compared to his own previous life. What is the hard life? Want to achieve their own purpose still have to turn 7, 8, 9 or 10 bends. How nice now. As long as he thought he was a bad guy, a sword slash and everything was solved. This was simply heaven on earth for him. Mezzo, the great general's residence. Today's subordinates are all a bit cautious. The housekeeper has ordered in the morning. All cautious to do things. The great general is very unhappy today. Cheng Kujin entered the mansion and keenly sensed that the atmosphere was not right. Passing through the front yard and entering the mansion, he saw Cheng Kaisan sitting in the hall, a face almost to the point of pulling to the ground. His eldest sister, Chang Shangtan, was on the sidelines. Seeing these two, Cheng Kujin couldn't help but remember what Li Tiangang had told himself. Couldn't help but shiver, plucked his legs and headed for his bedroom. Stop! A voice rang out in the middle of the air. Cheng Kujin instantly wilted, turned his head and walked to the center of the hall, kneeling on both knees at Cheng Kaishan. My son greets his father. Cheng Kaishan opened his eyes and snorted coldly. I don't dare to be knelt by your Chang Gongzi. After all, your Chang and my Chang are not the same Chang. Oh. Cheng Kajin was also straightforward and stood up directly at his words. Boo! Cheng Kaishan slapped the table next to him and shattered it, sending wood shavings flying across the room. Adverse son, do you want to kill me? Why did I give birth to such a stupid brain like you? Father, this is not right. For me and your bloodline, the son has never forgotten. It is only that the son hopes that you can walk the right path. Do not have thoughts that you should not have. Listening to Cheng Kajin's words, Cheng Kaisan was instantly enraged. Although he had heard such words countless times, it was still difficult to contain them. King, do not be rude to your father, Cheng Shangtan said with a taut face. Cheng Kujin sighed and slightly arched his hand. My son is tired. I'll go back to the house first. After saying that, he turned and left. His own father's did he know well enough to say that he was limber and simple-minded, but simple would be fine. Having to step into the middle of a courtroom battle. After Cheng Kajin left, Cheng Kaishan was angry and blew his beard. And the father and son in this life were enemies in the past life. Other people as sons are helping their fathers to deal with the family affairs and give advice. And it turns out that this is good. He asked him to join the court and he didn't go, and he asked himself to resign as well. And even cursed himself. If he didn't have just such a son, he, Cheng Kaishan, would have slapped him to death long ago. Father, you also do not angry. Kujin is this stubborn. Let him go. But that Li Tiangang really means unpredictable. When he first entered the court, he was able to help His Majesty deal with the matter of the poisonous man, and now he has even unearthed the poison immortal sex branch rudder. Humph, bull asterisk. Relying on his cultivation ability to mess around and affect the pattern of the court. Now how am I going to explain to King Chu? At first, it was promised that he would take care of the poison immortal sect, but now it was all butchered by that kid in his head. Being a cultivator so ruthless, I don't know how Shushan could have sent him down. Cheng Kaishan was furious at the mention of this matter. Cheng Shangtan got up and came behind Cheng Kaisan, her soft, boneless palms gently caressing Cheng Kaisan's shoulders. Father, this Li Tiangang isn't as useless as the legends say. With stern methods, a sharp mind, and backed by Mount Shu, why don't my daughter go and probe him first tomorrow? Chapter 17 The Unusual Li Tiangang. No. The king of Chu has already promised me that when his great army succeeds and attacks the imperial capital, you will be the future empress at that time, and our Chang family will be the royal family. A mere Li Tiangang can't turn the tide. I'll report what happened here to the king of Chu tomorrow as it happened. Then think of a way to kick Li Tiangang out. Cheng Kaishan still didn't believe that he couldn't fight a yellow-lipped child. Cheng Shangtan slightly shook her head. Father, this matter is not a conflict. My daughter is only going over to explore his bottom. Don't worry, my daughter has a clear idea in her heart. After all, don't we still have a marriage contract? Cheng Shangtan's face revealed a meaningful smile. Cheng Kaishan heard his daughter insist, so he stopped insisting. Go you since you want to go. Cheng Shangtan and Cheng Kajin are two extremes. Cheng Shangtan has shown excellent wisdom since childhood, is good at observing words, has a long sleeve, and is dominated by Cheng Kaisan's philosophy. So, for her, Cheng Kaishan was still at ease. Besides, that little thing was really sharp today. He couldn't swallow it. It's okay to have her daughter visit. That guy has a preference for women, so there's no chance that he'll be mesmerized by his own daughter in a heartbeat. At that time, he would definitely be able to get this bad breath out of him. A teenage master of state has come to Shushan, killing the poisoner first and the scourge later. Li Tiandong's name spread throughout the imperial capital overnight. Hundreds of letters that were clapping. The people had cut down the poisoners, but they had also given comfort to the living and had killed the culprits as well. How does this not qualify as compassionate? Thunderbolts are the only way to deter curmudgeons. The next day, sunrise, Li Tiangang woke up from his sleep. Yesterday was truly lackluster. At the same time, he also understands that the cultivators in this world are not the kind of immortals who cannot eat or drink at any time 100 years have passed. Monks are nothing more than people who wield strange powers. Same need to eat, same need to sleep. Li Tiangang had just gotten up when he saw Su Run leading a team of maids walking with copper basins and items for washing. Master Kakushi, Manager Soren at your service. Master Kakushi, Technician number 8 at your service. Mr. State Master, Technician number 184. Li Tiangang smacked his lips. This is the classical style. Cool. Under Su Ren's service, Li Tiangang washed up and changed into a new white robe. This is yesterday's palace sent over. Nearly 100 sets. The material is the best shoe brocade. Li Tiangang came to the dining room after changing. The good millet Liao to participate in a few exquisite small dishes immediately attracted Li Tiangang appetite. The gap between the gulps and sweeps rang with the voice of Li Tiangang. In the future, if I get up early, we'll eat together. Go buy a bigger table and replace the small one. Soren was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. This was the state master's mansion. What Li Tiangang said she naturally had to do. But there was still some inner complexity. It is a rule maintained throughout the world that no underlings are allowed to eat at the table. This treatment enhancement is more or less a bit unacceptable. If it goes on like this, one will really have a guilty conscience. Great, this too. The gold that His Majesty rewarded me with yesterday is all in the middle of the room. From now on, if you want to buy anything for your expenses and food and drink, you can pay for it from there. Your Excellency, the State Master, you must not. We are all paid in the palace. How can we spend your money? Su Ren hurriedly refused. What's in the palace is in the palace. What's mine is mine. The silver is gone and we'll earn it again, Li Tiangang said. And the several maids on the side couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Yes, that's the smile. Smile more from now on. I like it. And change those habits of yours. I'm a casual guy and I expect you to be too. Only casual with me, of course. Li Tiangang said, a double entendre, causing the several maids to blush slightly. As palace maids, they know what they need to know. While he was flirting with a few small maids, the sound of a report rang out from outside the door. Lord State Master, Chang Shangtan, daughter of the great general, seeks an audience. Li Tiangang stopped his hand movements and raised his eyebrows slightly. This name he had heard yesterday in Cheng Kejin's mouth. Li Tiangang put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and opened his mouth to ask, "Is it pretty?" The maid who came to deliver the message froze for a moment and nodded when she reacted. Miss Cheng is a talented girl from the imperial capital with outstanding looks. Then bring it in. Tiangang Li is very double standard. If it doesn't look good, he's gone. That's what he is. A big, honest, straightforward boy. Not long after, the maid led a green-shirted silhouette to come. Long black hair like a waterfall. A pair of eyes are very godly. Melon face bleached white. Three-dimensional features. Standard beauty. Cheng Shangtan frowned slightly after feeling Li Tiangang's gaze. She knew her own charm, but the other party was so rude. It could not help but make her a little secretly annoyed. It was really a coarse man in the mountains, who did not know how to be polite. Although she was secretly annoyed in her heart, her expression was full of smiles as she gave a full salute. My little daughter Chang Shangtan pays her respects to Lord State Master. Well, it's not very big indeed. What is the purpose of Miss Chang's visit? Li Tiangang withdrew his gaze, picked up his chopsticks, and continued to dazzle his rice. He was rude. Cheng Shangtan had seen it, but he hadn't expected to be so rude. He was a guest at the door, and it was just as well that he didn't go to the hall, but he didn't even invite himself to sit down. She hadn't been treated like this in the entire imperial capital. Master Kakushi, is this your way of hospitality? Cheng Shangtan was immediately a bit displeased. Guest? You didn't bring a present either. Li Tiangang looked at Cheng Shangtan, who was empty-handed, suspiciously. Where does the gift come from? Is it possible that she herself is? Listening to Li Tiangang's words, Cheng Shangtan was also stumped. Gift? She had never had to bring a gift to someone before. Li Tiangang, you may not recognize me. I am Cheng Shangtan, your master, and I know you. Don't you stick it to me. My master is my master. I'm me. The marriage contract you have to fulfill. You go to him, not me. Li Tiangang raised his head and said with a straight face, Bah, Li Tiangang. You are really ridiculous. Do you think this girl is coming to your door to talk to you about the marriage contract? Cheng Shangtan couldn't help it right away. This was said as if she was here to pursue Li Tiangang. It's a real travesty. No? Then what are you doing at the door? Cheng Shangtan opened her mouth to hold back her words, her pretty face filled with bewilderment. Why had he himself been so in control of his emotions since he had entered this state master's house? Oh, since there's no purpose, then send the guests away. The poor Taoist has a thin face and doesn't like to talk to people he doesn't know. If he talks too much, the Taoist heart will be damaged and it's easy to shorten his life. When Li Tiangang finished speaking, Su Ren immediately went up with the two women and reached out. Cheng Shangtan gave Li Tiangang a sorrowful look and turned away without a word. Humph. I can tell at a glance that you're not a good thing. Li Tiangang put his chopsticks down and gave a faint cry. This wench came with other intentions. Not purely. Chin Kin was an accident. And that's what makes that size cute. Of his own daughter. It was full of purpose and a deliberate display of poise. This thing is most beautiful when it's unfiltered. Chapter 18, Departing for the Enchanting Frontier. Encountering a strange thing on the road. Cheng Shangtan left the state master's mansion with a cold face. Worried, Soren rushed back to the dining room. Master of the state. That is the daughter of great General Chang. Countless suitors in the imperial capital. Yuck, famous. Outstanding talent. So offended. Li Tiangang put down his chopsticks and stretched. Reached out and pinched Su Ren's face. I scolded her father. I'm afraid of her? In a previous life he used to say that the people you could meet were the ones you could afford to offend. You can't meet the people you can't afford to offend. The best way to deal with someone who has bad intentions for you is for you to be bad first, and to strike first and suffer later. Being aggressive is better than being a gasbag. Soren's face was pulled out of an arc then back into a circle. Li Tiangang stroked his waist and squinted in the sunlight, enjoying the relaxing time. Nothing today. Hoka. Listen to the song. Then, Li Tiangang led his 30 maids along to the largest greenhouse in the imperial capital. Heaven on earth. Coming to a greenhouse in broad daylight was already a strange thing, not to mention bringing 30 women with excellent posture. Li Tiannan's reputation in the folklore is also considered to have spread once again. That evaluation, as if it were a wave, went up and down. In the middle of the palace, Ji Linglong, who was checking the situation everywhere, was dumbfounded when she heard about Li Tiangang taking 30 court ladies to a greenhouse. She just doesn't get it. Is this place that good? Didn't he himself reward him with a courtesan to address the need, and then he took her with him? This wave of operation, Ji Linglong can only say. Mu Renjiying was also speechless. Li Tiangang is considered to have set a precedent for the empire in this way. Your Majesty, is it necessary to go and advise? To act in such a manner is a bit too ostentatious. Ji Linglong slightly raised her hand, and Mu Renjiying immediately handed the pen over. No need to pay any attention to it. People outside the world naturally act in an unusual way. Let him be. The master of the state itself and the royal family are collaborators. People are not her subjects either. That's all. Half a month has passed like a white horse. A wobble. Ji Linglong woke up early in the imperial garden smelling the fragrance from the early morning. Refreshed. Your Majesty, the weather is getting cold. Add one more piece of clothing lest you suffer from wind chill. Mu Renjiying draped a gold silk dragon robe over Ji Linglong's body. How many days has Li Tiangang left? Ji Linglong plucked a petal off and placed it on the tip of her nose, gently sniffing the aroma. Mu Renjiying's face stuttered at his words. Your Majesty, he hasn't left yet. Ji Linglong immediately turned back to her absolutely beautiful face with some incredulity. Still not gone? Mu Renjiying nodded helplessly as he remembered that debauched figure. Your Majesty, he lingers in the heavens and the earth every day as if he were on time for court. Every day. Ji Linglong sighed leisurely. Send someone to urge him. By the way, bring him a letter. The body is the principal. I hope the state master will treasure it. Yes. Mu Renjiying had been waiting for Ji Linglong's words for a long time. She instantly turned around and left the imperial garden. After she left, Ji Linglong got up draped in her dragon robe, her eyes full of incomprehension. Is the physical ability of a person who cultivates the way so strong? Half a month uninterrupted? Heaven on earth. The number 1 greenhouse in the imperial capital. 7 stories high. The lower 4 levels are earthly and the upper 3 are heavenly. What you need to get to the 5th tier is a spending accumulation system. Li Tiangang used half a month to mix directly from the 1st floor to the 5th floor. Speed is a pretty explosive presence throughout the heavens. He who has his wealth does not have his body, and he who has his body does not have his wealth. On the 5th floor, among the private rooms of the Panglai immortal land, Li Tiangang slept soundly, pillowed with warm fragrance and soft jade, a beautiful woman. And in front of the bed was a team of players consisting of Guzheng, Eru, Pipa, and so on. Every one of them is white-skinned. Li Tiangang closed his eyes full of enjoyment. What is called life? This is life. Knock knock. Li Tiangang. State master. Hearing that familiar voice, Li Tiangang faintly said, Come in. Squeak. Mu Renjiying opened the door and walked in. Next to him was the apologetic head honcho. Master Gang. It's okay to understand. Li Tiangang raised his hand and the playing of music stopped immediately. Get out. All of you. And come back in later. The woman in front of the bed gently lifted Li Tiangang up and went away in a graceful manner, and the scent was overflowing wherever she passed. When the door closed, Mu Renjiying immediately said, State Master, His Majesty asked me to inquire when you are ready to go to the enchanting frontier. You've lost weight. Mu Renjiying let those 5 words almost choke him. Li Tiangang hemmed and hawed. Just kidding. Go back and tell His Majesty to let the bullets fly for a while. I'll set off in half a month. Mu Renjing frowned slightly. The longer it goes on, the higher the risk to you. This matter has already spread. Yes, it's all about spreading the word so they're prepared. Otherwise, wouldn't I still have to go looking for them one by one? Might as well work it out together. Li Tiangang collapsed on the bed. Smelling the light fragrance, his heart was relaxed, and the smell was an important factor in affecting his mood. Understood. His Majesty has one more word for me to pass on to you. I hope you take care of your health. Li Tiangang sat up in a mischievous manner. Go back and tell His Majesty that my body is strong as hell. Mu Renjing rolled his eyes and turned to push the door away. She had come to the greenhouse twice in her life looking for Li Tiangang. Take your time. Girls, come back. Li Tiangang waved his hand slightly and smiled. Coming. Master Gang. Half a month later. Land of Shu. Li Tiangang's imperial sword was in the air. This is the closest vassal state to the imperial capital, and the only one of the 7 vassal states today that still has the way of a vassal. And of course this courtier's way maintains the annual tribute. It is also impossible for Ji Linglong to meddle with personnel appointments and local policies. The land of Shu was rich in materials and surrounded by large mountains, with the land of the inhabitants occupying 40% of the land and the remaining 60% of the land being large mountains. Li Tiangang admired the scenery below, but suddenly his brows furrowed. In the middle of his vision, 100 miles away in the west, in the middle of a deep mountain, a golden light and white illusory chi kept colliding. Li Tiangang sniffed the special flavor and was instantly aroused. It's demonic, and the Buddha's light. Interesting. Immediately, he changed direction and rushed towards there. Chapter 19, Temporary Otherworldly Circuit Court. The matter of watching the spectacle was a tradition completely rooted in the heart, and Li Tiangang sprinted over with all his might and saw it only after he got close. Below a white 3-tailed fox, and a monk, and a man? This scene should be said not to have quite a complex composition. Li Tiangang stepped on the sword in the air and looked at the scene below. This situation should be the fox trying to harm people then being discovered by the monk? It must be such an ingredient. I even made money on this trip out. This was the first time he had ever seen a demon, so he had to take a good look. And if the little monk couldn't make it, he could help himself. Ground. The fox showed his teeth and kept huffing at the teenage monk. Zhong Xian. I've never killed anyone since I cultivated the Tao. So why are you staring me dead in the face? The fox's face was full of resentment. Humph. Demons are born to die. Why do you need to say more? Besides, you seduced a human with your fox demon body. Humans and demons are different. The crime is even worse. Clad in a robe, Zhong Xian held a demon-subduing mortar and pestle with a golden light. The man beside him suddenly got up and came to the fox demon's body after his stupor. Master, my mother has never harmed me, so let her go. Liang Xian, you are the second son of the Liang family in Biancheng. You are proficient in pharmacology. You should have become the premier doctor in the city, but now you are being compelled by a demon to stay away from the world. Can you stand up to your father's cultivation? Zhong Xian's eyes opened angrily, and his Buddha's light emanated a radiant aura. The man called Liang Xian had a momentary hesitation, but quickly recovered. How I am has nothing to do with you monks. I am willing. It's none of your business. You hurry up and leave, or I'll report it to the officials. Liang Xian strengthened his bottom against that fox demon. Ha ha ha. Reporting to the authorities? Liang Xian sees your face full of fear. You're obviously scared to death of the fox demon behind you, and you're still claiming that it's your mother. Listening to Zhong Xian's words, Liang Xian glanced back at the already injured fox demon and her eyes turned determined. Although my mother is a demon, she has never harmed me. Instead she treats me with deep love. I don't care what she is, I want to be with her. If you want to hurt her then kill me. Liang Xian opened his hands and chanted loudly. The pupils of the fox demon behind her gradually turned soft. Demon clan for the heaven and earth is incompatible. Cultivation is difficult. She only cultivated to the 3-tail realm in 1,000 years. 1,000 years of cultivation is still not comparable to the young monk in front of the 20 years of cultivation. Sky. Li Tiangang listened to the conversation between the two men and the demon. The corners of his mouth twitched and his face crumpled together. It wasn't the same as what he thought. This person and demon are in deep love. This monk is full of food, right? That fox demon doesn't have any blood and demonic aura on her, and she hasn't eaten anyone. The more he heard, the angrier he became, and in the end, Li Tiangang directly leapt down from the air and reached out to grab the Guilt Cloud sword in his hand. Middle of the field. Zhong Xian was ready to make his move. As the most gifted disciple of the Temple of Light, he adhered to the justice of heaven and earth. cutting down demons and defending the justice of heaven and earth. Since you are obstinate, then I will speak to you after the poor monk has suppressed him. Zhong Xian was about to make his move when an abrupt silhouette fell from the sky. Instantly the gazes of both men and the demon were attracted. Zhong Xian frowned. Sword intent was felt from Li Tiangong's body, but the good thing was that it was also all righteousness, so it should be a disciple of any gate. The fox demon, on the other hand, had a sinking feeling in her heart, a monk she couldn't deal with already, and now there was a Taoist priest. Mount Shu Li Tiangang meets you all. After Li Tiangang landed, he held his sword and slightly arched his hand. Zhong Xian's face immediately showed a smile. Shushan is the #1 righteous sect of the world. Li Tiangong's name, although he is not clear, but the name of the righteous sect and out is already enough. Poor monk Bright Temple Zhong Xian greets the heavenly dipper. Zhong Xian nodded with his hands together. Shushan realist, save me and my mother. We were having a good time and this monk suddenly came out to get my mother. It was as if Liang Xian had grabbed a lifesaver. Shushan's popularity was very well known in the Great Zhou dynasty. Immortal Liang, don't talk nonsense in front of the real person of Mount Shushan. Humans and demons are on different paths. It's against heaven. Don't be obsessed anymore. Listening to the conversation between the several people, Li Tiangang pressed his hand, first nodding slightly at Zhong Xian. Poor Taoist Li Tiangang is now the state master of Great Zhou. Meet master. After saying that, Li Tiangang held his sword and chopped down the middle of Zhong Xian and Liang Xian. At once a chasm sword mark appeared. The poor Taoist is the most reasonable person, and since this matter has come across me, I have to take care of it. When Li Tiangang behaved in such a manner, Zhong Xian's brows immediately furrowed. According to him, Li Tiangang should have helped capture the fox demon upon his arrival. But how does this? Instead, Liang Xian had a surprised smile on her face. He looked back at the fox demon and said, Mother quickly disperses her demon body. The state master will surely do us justice in person. The fox demon's eyes were also glittering with suspicion. She had seen kind humans, but they were basically mortals without cultivation, and the ones with cultivation were the kind that were bad for demons. But she still listened to Liang Xian's dispersal of her demon body. When Li Tiangang saw the fox demon transformed into a human body, a face immediately wrinkled up. Holy, this Liang Xian eats too well. In terms of face, only Ji Linglong could be compared to her among the people he had seen. Amazing. Liang Xian pulled his lady to Li Tiangong's side. Zhong Xian frowned and walked over with a sullen face as well. Li Tiangang have said so. If he still continue to strike more or less, some do not give face. Li Tiangang smiled faintly and sat down on the ground. The Great Zhou temporary court has been established. You, Liang Xian, are the plaintiff, and you, Master Zhong Xian, are the defendant. So well, the court is now officially in session. After saying that, Li Tiangang looked at Liang Xian. Has your mother ever eaten anyone? The fox demon immediately shook her head. True person. I have been cultivating for thousands of years in the mountains and wilds, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth's qi, and I have never harmed anyone. If I were to harm people, I would have a resentment on me, and the real person could see that. Li Tiangang nodded slightly. That's true, although the demonic aura is strong on you, but there is no human essence resentment. So have you ever sucked in a man's essence? Never. Then you. Li Tiangang was momentarily speechless. People have not killed anyone, nor have they cheated the essence. There's no question. He turned his head to look at Zhong Xian. Then why did you kill her? Real people, humans and demons are different. That's it? Exactly. Li Tiangang slowly exhaled a breath, and immediately waved his hand. This case will be judged by the poor Taoist, and the verdict is as follows. Liang Xian and his wife are not guilty of any wrongdoing, and they can just live a normal life. As the words fell, a smile appeared on Liang Xian's face. The fox demon was also stunned. That's it? So simple. Zhong Xian got up with a serious face. Truly, if that's the case, poor monks can't accept it. It's against the rules of heaven and earth for humans and demons to be on different paths. If this is allowed to happen, the world will be muddled. Li Tiangang frowned. Hey are you not convinced? I'm the state master of Great Zhou. I'm in charge of all the transcendent matters of Great Zhou. You can't. And neither can your Temple of Light. With that, Li Tiangang grasped the gilt cloud sword in his hand. I've already ruled on this matter, and I'll take the consequences. If the master is not convinced, then let's try? Chapter 20, Slap you to death. You fool! Amit Bab Buddha. Truly, if you speak in such a manner, then I'm afraid that the poor monk cannot accept it. Zhong Xian's face was rigid, his eyes revealing persistence. Li Tiangang sighed quietly. This bald donkey is really your mother's stubborn comparable to the previous life of that Fahai bald donkey. It's a case of I'll recognize mine. I won't listen to you. Liang Xian angry face red. He did not understand. He and his own mother days well how to get in the way of his eyes. Zhong Xian, do you have a crush on my wife? Why are you chattering so much? How dare you? You insult the poor monk. The poor monk is a monk. How can you speak like that? Zhong Xian became furious. Li Tiangang was also smiling as he listened. And it was evident that he had also infuriated this Liang Xian. Alright, you guys step back. Li Tiangang raised his hand and pushed in vain. And both Liang Xian and the fox demon were pushed out 100 meters away. Zhong Xian, the reasoning has been made clear to you. This heaven and earth is not man's heaven and earth. Everything has a spirit. Existence is reasonable. Fox demon did not kill and did not harm people. Talk about love and consensual. You cannot control. Poor Tao also cannot control. Either you leave today, or the poor Taoist will send you back to some temple of light with one kick. Li Tiangong's voice was bland. The Liang Xian in the distance was thrilled that she had finally come across a reasonable one, and the fox demon was also energized. Li Tiangong saying that everything has a spirit and existence is reasonable simply poked her heart. There are indeed black sheep and cruel people in the demon race, but you can't beat them to death with a stick. If you follow this, the number of bad people is far more than demons. As Zhong Xian listened to Li Tiangong's words, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes, but in a moment his eyes became firm. The real person has a point, but the poor monk doesn't agree. As soon as his words fell, Li Tiangang slapped him in the face. Boom! Zhong Xian's body then turned into a stream of light and crashed into a large area of woods, then fainted as his head tilted. The demon subduing mortar and pestle in his hand fell helplessly to the ground. This scene left the Liang Xian and fox demon watching from the side dumbfounded. That's a little too direct, isn't it? The fox demon even marveled at Li Tiangong's strength, and Zhong Xian could whisk her around, but it couldn't even catch a slap from Li Tiangang. It says sneak attack, but the strength is really top Li Tiangang muttered after he huffed him off with a slap. Air mother of a dangling hair. Why can't you understand human language? Stubborn he had seen, but as stubborn as he was it was a first. Chanting the scriptures as if there's something wrong with your brain. Li Tiangang beckoned the two Liang Xian in the distance. Their bodies came to Li Tiangong's side without control. Do you know where this temple of light is? At those words, Liang Xian nodded. I know the state master. The temple of light is famous in several surrounding cities. Li Tiangang nodded slightly. Take me there. I'm going to find out if he is like this himself, or if the entire temple is like this. Not distinguishing between right and wrong, not reasoning. If that's the case, the poor Taoist doesn't mind having their temple shut down. In this day and age, people like the other party, stubborn and unobtrusive, would affect quite a few people or spirits. Liang Xian was overflowing with excitement. It has to be the state master who is reliable. These bald asses know how to bully themselves and their own mothers. The fox demon looked at Li Tiangang and gave a full salute. Chuiying thanks the real person for saving her. Cultivators like Li Tiangang who did not discriminate against demons were rare. Li Tiangong's tone was casual. As long as you haven't harmed anyone, it's your right to live a normal life. No one is qualified to deprive you of it. You tell me the location and go live without shame with your lady. I'll take care of the rest. If something happens in the future you can go to the imperial capital state master's mansion to find me. Li Tiangang scoffed at false love, but kept his respect for true love. After all, not every man is still able to stand up to his lady when he knows that his wife is not human, especially in this day and age. Not to mention that if you are good looking, even a heavenly fairy will instinctively resist. This is something that cannot be changed due to the times. But if it was in his own time, a fox demon, just these 4 words temptation is enough to make men crazy. You can say that it was a time of bad manners, but in terms of enlightenment, it was much better compared to here. The great kindness of the state master, I am unable to repay. From now on I will go to the imperial capital to live. As long as you need, we husband and wife. No, one person and one demon will certainly help with all our strength. Liang Xian was excited beyond words, and immediately fell to his knees. Even if such a big person like Li Tiangang helped them, he also let them go to someone else if they had something to do in the future. It's just a splash of luck. Because of Zhong Xian's matter, there were countless rumors about his own family nowadays, and he just happened to want to go to a place where no one knew him. Chuiying also followed Liang Xian and bowed to Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang hurriedly helped the two men up. Don't kneel. Don't kneel. Break your life. Going to the imperial capital to live is also quite good. Nothing, he can still eat and drink with the two. After all, this love still makes people yearn for it. After sending 2 people to leave, Li Tiangang's face shows the color of satisfaction. Lu Wan is love. He used to admire three people the most. One was Monkey's father. One was Su Xian. And one was Ning Kaichang. Another one today. Liang Xian. Li Tiangang walked over and picked Zhong Xian up. Young people are good. After receiving a slap fell back to sleep. Carrying Zhong Xian on his flying sword and following the directions Liang Xian had told him about, he soon entered a city. The people of the city kept screaming when they saw Li Tiangang, who was flying with his sword, and then chased after Li Tiangang's footsteps. Shushan's sword immortal. The people of Great Zhou know it. Temple of Light. Abbot Xianyi sensed Li Tiangang's aura early on and walked out in his robe. Looking at the figure in the distance as well as Zhong Xian in his hands, his pale face filled with doubt. Abbot Shushan's people. All levels among the temple were rushing over. I know. Let's see what the other side means first, Xianyi said in a deep voice. Looking at each other doesn't look like a good thing. Shushan is the gate of the world. The sense of oppression is still there. Although their Temple of Light has a small reputation in the neighborhood, but compared to the other side is not in a class at all. Li Tiangang rode his sword directly to the place where the crowd had gathered. It was only after falling that the crowd in the temple saw Zhong Xian in his hands. Amitabha Buddha. The Taoist master of Shushan has come and is still holding a disciple of my sect. I wonder if he has offended you. Abbot Xianyi came through the monks to the front and asked with folded hands. Li Tiangang raised his hand and inserted the gilt cloud sword into the ground. Poor Taoist Li Tiangang, the eldest disciple of the sword-wielding lineage of Mount Shu. Honorable Master Tai Xian. After this sentence fell, Xianyi's face abruptly changed. Tai Hyun. These two words were even more oppressive than Shushan. Back then, Tai Xian's claim to fame was single-handedly slaughtering a sect, and that sect was none other than the Buddhist branch, which was powerful. But no one from the top to the bottom was spared and all died at the hands of the other side. One battle to fame. From that point on, Tai Xian suppressed the entire cultivation world. The name Sword Immortal was born from this. Chapter 21, A Free Hitter. Senior disciple of Ta Xian Jinjun? The old monk has been remiss in welcoming you. Quickly please come in. Go in and chat. Xianyi immediately revealed a bright smile on his aged face. Li Tiangang shook his head. This time I came because of the matter of the disciples in your sect. The surrounding monks were listening to Li Tiangang's words and looked at each other. They all knew about a fox demon and a human falling in love at the bottom of the mountain. It is also clear to the higher-ups in the temple. They also knew about Zhong Xian's descent down the mountain to subdue the demons. In about an incense stick's time, Li Tiangang made all the ins and outs clear. Amitabha Buddha. This matter is also known to me. Zhong Xian is upright and upright. Stop. This is not being upright. This is not distinguishing between black and white. What business is it of yours if they are husband and wife? One has not harmed the other, and both are willing to do so. So you are meddling in the affairs of others. The world is full of injustices, and you don't care what you should care for, and you don't care blindly? In the face of Li Tiangang's splitting criticism, Xianyi didn't even dare to fart. This is Tai Xian's disciple. Although Tai Xian had disappeared now, who knew if he had gone into seclusion again? If there is a conflict to bring that god of killing over, are they still going through with it? Immediately, Xianyi was apologizing, and he claimed that he would not get involved in this matter again in the future. Li Tiangang swept a glance at the crowd and shook his head slightly. These people are not as good as Zhong Xian. At least the other side has their own obsessions. They're too worldly. After waking up Zhong Xian, he threw it to Xianyi. Discipline more. And in the future, don't be indiscriminate. Justice in heaven and earth is not maintained by bullying and fearing the weak. Li Tiangang finished drawing his sword and turned around to leave. It's not all about the people at this temple. In that case one doesn't have to stay much longer. Sobering up, Zhong Xian climbed up and looked at Li Tiangang. Makoto, you still let them go. And he wasn't annoyed. One is not as strong as others. But he stood by his reasoning. Li Tiangang turned back and raised a finger. It's not that I let them go. The other couple left openly and honestly. Old monk, teach him well in the future, if I know he acts like this again. At that time, the poor Taoist will definitely dismiss this temple of light of yours as a national master. After saying that, Li Tiangang stepped on his sword and flew. Behind him, Zhong Xian looked at his back, took a deep breath, and chased after him before his master could react. Xianyi slapped his thigh. This is the end of the line. What a way to go after them. Abbot, don't go over there. Remove Zhong Xian from today. He is no longer a bright temple disciple. We can't afford to mess with Shu Mountain. Xianyi commanded with a wave of his hand. He couldn't put the 1,000-year temple of light to the torch because of a gifted disciple. The crowd also nodded slightly. After many years, I didn't expect the Shushan sword execution grand disciple to come down again. It seems that this world is not peaceful again, Xian Yi said leisurely. He was a man who lived through that era. It was naturally clear that Tai Xian's weight was too heavy for this world. During the years of Tai Xian's disappearance, the devil path was rampant. Demons and evils were rampant, and the world would be in chaos. Now Shushan's sword-carrying disciples are once again coming down the mountain. What a shot in the arm for this sinking world. Li Tiangang, who had left the Temple of Light, sensed Zhongxian, who was frantically chasing behind him, but didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't kill him because he's just a brainiac. It was still far from needing to cleave the opponent with a sword. After leaving the city and coming into the middle of the wilderness, Li Tiangang stopped and landed on the ground and waited for about half an hour. It was only then that Zhongxian managed to rush over. Chase came up for air. What are you following me for? Did you get a kick out of that slap? Want to get slapped again? Li Tiangang asked curiously. He couldn't think of any other reason for the other side other than that explanation. Real people, I just want to ask where I went wrong. Demon. Hearing that he was still working on this issue, Li Tiangang's eyes were filled with impatience. I don't have time to talk to you about this. Your brain isn't working well anymore. This side suggests that you go find a bone setter to look at your head. If you insist on asking again, I will waste your cultivation and let you be an ordinary person. That way you minimize the damage. Li Tiangang said and cast his gaze over. Zhongxian's back immediately went cold. No, the cultivation of the young monk is all from all these years of hard work. Oh, that's your greed. True masters are those who sensitize people with love. Those who use force are not considered Mahayana. Zhongxian defended unconvincingly. Then didn't you also use your hands to defeat me? I'm a Taoist priest, not a monk. Get out of here and don't follow me. Li Tiangang had never seen such a sticky-toothed person. It's so annoying. Makoto, where are you going? I'm following you. I want to see how you usually do justice on earth. Zhongxian said in hot pursuit. Li Tiangang's footsteps lurched and he turned his head with his eyes radiating a refined light. You hoo-hoo, delivering a hitter to the door? Li Tiangang immediately wrapped his arms around Zhongxian. Little monk, the poor Taoist is going to the enchanting frontier to solve a scourge that truly jeopardizes the world. Observe that you are also a man of clear bones, or else. Before Li Tiangang's words fell, Zhongxian couldn't wait to speak. I'll go. Li Tiangang smacked his lips full of appreciation. Children can teach, if he will be that too small cute. The strength of the use and the business above. I got a weird one. Unbelievable. Li Tiangang patted Zhongxian's shoulder. I've long watched you do it. Saying this, he grabbed Zhongxian up and flew through the air with his imperial sword. Zhongxian looked at the gilt-cloud sword under his feet. His expression was a little excited. The royal sword was a unique skill of Mount Shu. Their light temple's lightness couldn't compare at all. Li Tiangang smiled with his eyebrows. It hadn't been a wasted trip, picking up a hitter for nothing and giving the good demons of the world a chance to live by themselves. Otherwise, according to this little monk's character, it would still be like this in the future. 2 for the price of 1. Not bad. Not bad. Li Tiangang led Zhongxian to hurry while he was on the road. The enchanting frontier poison immortal sect had also begun their preparations, and the helmsmen outside had all returned to their headquarters. Chapter 22, The Three Brothers of the Poison Immortal Sect. The headquarters of the Poison Immortal Sect was built in the middle of a mountain after hollowing it out. Faint sunlight filtered in between the cracks. The hundreds of Poison Immortal Sect executives were all dressed in green robes with green turbans wrapped around their foreheads. 3 silhouettes stood on the high platform in front of them. Its clothing distinguished it from the helmsman of the Poison Immortal Sect's branch rudder below. These 3 were notorious in the enchanting frontier. The 3 sect masters of the Poison Immortal Sect. The black brocade-clad middle-aged man on the left side was the oldest end of the trio, numbered Heavenly Poison Realist. The ruddy-robed man on the right side was the second oldest of the 3, number Earth Poison Realist. The one in the middle position, who looked slightly younger, was the core head of the Poison Immortal Sect, the Human Poison Realist, and all the big and small matters of the Poison Immortal Sect were only started after his approval. You all know the situation. That Li Tiangang from Shushan is meddling with his dog and has to come and get involved in this mess. This seat has already agreed with the King of Chu. Since he doesn't know what's good for him, we don't have to save his face and kill him here. Human Poison said with a vicious look on his face. The helmsman of the Imperial Capital branch that was a close friend of Human Poison. Don't worry, Grand Sect Leader. As long as the other party dares to come, they will definitely have no return. Humph. When the time comes, we will definitely teach him to beg for life and beg for death. Ruthless voices rang out in droves. Human Poison Realist nodded slightly. he was still satisfied with what the crowd had said. All go down and get ready. I think the other side should arrive in a matter of days. The helmsmen of the subhelms left the cave one after another after saluting. After all the people had gone out, Heavenly Poison Realist asked with some bottomless emptiness, "Senior brother, this Li Tiangang is Tai Xian's disciple. If we kill him, what if Tai Xian finds him? Furthermore, there's still the matter of Shushan in here. Shushan we can't resist. What are you afraid of? That madman Tai Xian has long since disappeared, and now it's impossible to say that he's been turned into white bones. As for Mount Shu, humph, if they dare to come, then it's just the right time to try out the power of the Heaven's Destiny Compulsion Poison with them." A ferocious light flickered amongst the eyes of the human poison realist. The Poison Immortal sect itself was an ordinary sect in the enchanting frontier, focusing on the study of poisonous parasites, and had been mediocre for many years of its existence. An existence that doesn't rank among the 100,000 mountains. But in the middle of this generation, the three human poison brothers hooked up with the king of Chu. The Chu king side paid money and people to help the human poisoning real people, and they did a lot of things. In just over a decade, the Poison Immortal sect's branch rudiments were spread throughout the entire Great Zhou, and were found in almost every major city. At the same time, the research is slowly diversifying without going so far as compulsion. In the midst of the careful research of the three human poison brothers, a method was found that could fuse compulsion and poison together. They call this the Divine Destiny Compulsion. Human-centered. Applying compulsion and poison, the four bodies of the human 100 veins, mind and soul all control, and can make the body of the person being refined invulnerable to swords and spears, invulnerable to fire and water. Nowadays, amongst this Poison Immortal sect, there were a total of 200 successfully refined Heavenly Fate Compassion poisons. These 200 bodies were all ordinary people, and the Poison Immortal sect's own disciples had more than 40 bodies. There were more than 30 cultivators captured from all over the world. When they experimented earlier, they used the Heaven's Destiny Compassion poison refined by those 200 ordinary people to fend off Chu's 5,000 elite soldiers. Li Tiangang said in the imperial capital that immortal refining can be used as a 1 for 10, or he is still too underestimating the other party's ability. The king of Chu can be said to be very satisfied with this effect. Satisfied beyond words. In the first few days, the king of Chu had already given orders to the three to speed up their progress. If this amount was put into mass production, the king of Chu would soon be able to dominate the world. The other vassal states were no match at all. At the same time, secretly passing this way into the subruns everywhere. In that case, there will be people from the king of Chu everywhere by then. It's much easier to start soldiers either way. Originally, the three human poison brothers were also ready to start putting in mass production and proliferation, but it turned out that they received a message from the imperial capital before they even started. Their rudder was swept away by Taishuan's disciple, Li Tiangang. Cultivated toxic people go up in flames, and the other side has to come over in person. This caused the three human poison brothers to be furious and evil. If Li Tiangang didn't come over, it would be fine. After all, people are Shushan disciples or Taishuan's personal disciples. Killing just a few hundred semblances of the district, plus a beloved one, would be acceptable. But who knew that it wasn't enough that he actually swept the rudder? He actually had to deal with them personally at the door. Wouldn't that be riding on the necks of the three brothers and ting on them? It's too much of a bully. Immediately, Human Poison ordered all of the helmsmen of the various rudiments of Great Zhou to return. While learning about the Heaven's Destiny Compass poison, he met Li Tiangang. Eldest brother is right. Li Tiangang, he is no more than a brat, and has only been cultivating for 20 years. Far from reaching his master's level. Why should we be afraid of him? Besides, if Shushan won't forgive us after we kill him, then we'll just let go of them. It's also time to let the world know the reputation of our three brothers. Earth Poison Realist said with confidence. This secret method could be said to be the three brothers' claim to fame. It could completely rewrite the secret method of the entire cultivation world, mastering a more than tens of thousands of such an army. What Shushan Zhangdao? A walk through all have to die. Both of them said so, and Heavenly Poison Realist no longer said anything. The Heaven's Destiny Compulsion poison was certainly powerful, but the feeling of oppression Tai Xian gave him was too heavy. Though the other side has disappeared in recent years, the two senior brothers don't need to think too much. When my brother refines the Li Tiangang into the Heavenly Fate Compulsion poison, it's only a matter of time before Shushan doesn't come, and if they dare to come, then let Li Tiangang go out, and take a good look at them killing each other. Human Poison sneered. As the saying goes, there are only wrong names and no wrong nicknames. He's really toxic. At one time, He had even suggested to the king of Chu to refine the entire population of Chu into Heaven's Destiny compassion poison. But unfortunately, the king of Chu didn't agree. The latter was certainly in a hurry, but he still had sense. At least you can't do that kind of thing here. The Chuti are all their ancestral fiefdoms. An analogy is that the king of Chu feels that this is his own home. The people here are his own people. And if he were to change to another place he would have no problem. But you can't do that here yet. It was also because of this matter that it was delayed. If not, when the Heaven's Destiny compulsion poison appeared, I'm afraid that things would have exploded to the point of no return. Eldest, go down and make arrangements to activate all the Heavenly Fate compassion poisons. Words. The Heavenly Poison realist was puzzled. Eldest brother, a little yellow mouth needs to be treated like this by us? The human poison realist shook his head slightly. The other party is after all Tai Xian's disciple. Not to be taken lightly, it's always right to treat it in a grand manner. The Heaven's Fate compassion poison in his hands right now is definitely able to keep him behind. The earth poison realist followed and kept nodding his head. From the information received now, the other party hadn't shown how strong they were. The gold content of just the word Tai Xian, his master, alone was too high. Understood. I'm on it. And send someone to keep an eye out. Report back whenever a white-robed sword-wielding teenager appears. Chapter 23, Li Tiangang who only recognizes his own reasoning. 10 days later, Chu border. Li Tiangang brought Zhong Xian to officially step into the land of Chu. During this time, Li Tiangang also talked to the other party about what he was going to do on this trip. Zhong Xian then realized that what he was doing was actually a major event that would affect the people of the world. And the sense of mission came up immediately. It was a mad rush the whole time. Even when Li Tiangang wanted to take a break the other party wouldn't let him. That's a rush. Li Tiangang was helpless in this regard. After all, this is a positive development for the other side right now. He couldn't hit the other guy too hard. What was originally estimated to be a journey of more than half a month was made in 10 days. Mr. Big Dipper, do you know the address of the Poison Immortal sect? Do we need to lurk in disguise? Zhong Xian asked in a low voice as he entered the border city of the Chu land. Disguise? Disguise what? I guess we just came in and people already knew. Li Tiangang stretched his back and said, it's been a daily flight, and I've been flying a little dizzy flying myself. Gotta find a place to get a good rubdown. They know? How did they know? Zhong Xian opened his mouth after looking around. The Poison Immortal sect is on the verge of becoming the state religion of the Chu kingdom. Without exaggeration, 3 out of 10 people around here are related to the Poison Immortal sect. Alright, don't mind those things. Better hurry up and get something to eat. You'll have the strength to work when you're full. Li Tiangang had realized that several gazes were already on him since he entered the city just now. Zhong Xian has a characteristic. That is, 4 people's guard especially less. But instead at night for a dog also have to stare at people twice. What a mountain prejudice is in his heart. You still have a long way to go yourself. 2 people looked for a restaurant in the middle. Li Tiangang ordered a bunch of dishes. Go out in the world always cannot be bitter. Looking at the table of chickens, ducks, and fish, Zhong Xian sighed heavily and nibbled on the steamed bun he was holding. Li Tiangang didn't even look at him and feasted on his own. He had asked the other party before why he didn't eat meat when he hated the demon race so much. After all, it was a weight event. And Zhong Xian thinks it's a different thing. To which Li Tiangang's comment was, play the calf. In the meantime, the human poison 3 brothers who were in the Poison Immortal sect's headquarters had already received the news of Li Tiangang's arrival in Chu. Not slow in coming. The day of meeting is not far off. Send someone to get ready, and at the same time, tell His Highness's side. The human poison realist snorted coldly. The Chu King side is still concerned about this matter of Li Tiangang. After all, the identity of the great Zhou State Master still has a certain weight. If they could be absorbed into the Chu kingdom, then the King of Chu would be equivalent to having 2 swords. However, the human poison realist did not listen to the Chu King's advice to be courteous first. That is, you don't want to and you can't. I'm not afraid that Li Tiangang won't agree. Their Poison Immortal sect was a small sect and could not be compared to Mount Chu. If Li Tiangang really agreed to it, the position of their Poison Immortal sect in the heart of the King of Chu would be affected under this circumstance. On the other hand, Li Tiangang, who had finished his meal, went out of the city and stopped after finding a random wilderness place. All the way to the east, there's a man behind the tree to bring him over. That's the tongue that's following us. Hearing Li Tiangang's voice, Zhong Xian immediately rushed over with a flash of his silhouette and a healthy stride. As expected, a sneaky man was spotted over there. Zhong Xian's eyes glared as majestic Buddha light erupted, casually controlling him. He is a martial arts monk by trade, and his main focus is a physical fitness. The man was clamped down by Zhong Xian before he could say more. Li Tiangang looked at Zhong Xian, who had returned from Dishang, and nodded slightly. This Zhong Xian is really a good fighter. It's a good thing I didn't chop him with my sword in the first place. Makoto, the man has been brought here. Zhong Xian threw the man to the ground. What are you doing? There was a hidden fear in the man's eyes. Cut the crap. You'll say whatever the poor Taoist asks you, and if there's half a word of falsehood, I'll split you with one sword. Li Tiangang drew out his Guilt Cloud sword and placed it across his neck. The piercing chill sent chills down the man's back. Are you from the Poison Immortal sect or the King of Chu? Li Tiangang asked with narrowed eyes. I'm from the Poison Immortal sect. Those 3 old dogs have been waiting for me, haven't they? Yes. Where are they located? You can leave when you're finished. At Tianyin Mountain in the Chu country's Bywater County. Li Tiangang nodded slightly, and then immediately withdrew his hand, and as he did so, the Guilt Cloud sword slid across the opponent's neck. Zhong Xian stared at Li Tiangang with wide-eyed disbelief. Makoto, didn't you say he could go? Li Tiangang shook off the blood on his sword and nodded his head. It's a walk, but I didn't say I'd let him walk on the Yangguan Road, and walking on the Naiha Bridge is also a walk. Zhong Xian's heart was deeply shaken. It was really because Li Tiangang had struck too harshly. That's a human life. Zhong Xian, I see that you still don't quite understand the purpose of our trip. On this trip, the Poison Immortal sect that we're facing, there are no good people. All of them are evil. And when facing the evil, there's only one way to go, and that's to kill. You adapt to adapt. After saying that, Li Tiangang inserted his sword back into the middle of the scabbard behind his back. There's no need to say more about the nature of the Poison Immortal sect. None of the tricks they do are done by good people. It's just that no one in their right mind would join in. So, facing this kind of person, he didn't need to keep his hands off. In other words, Li Tiangang is here to destroy the family. Amitabha Buddha. But they are human beings. Putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha. They should have been given a chance. Zhong Xian recited the Buddha's name with some reluctance. Li Tiangang let out a snort of laughter. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha? How can it be that good? Will those who have been slaughtered by him still have a chance to become Buddhas? This is a wildly paradoxical statement. You'd better not say that in front of me, or else I'm very afraid I won't be able to resist chopping you with my sword. Bull ********, putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha. That just didn't sound right to him. In his case, there's only murder for life. There's no such thing as that. The corners of Zhong Xian's mouth twitched as he sniffed. He felt as if what Li Tiangang said made sense, but it was completely different from the education he had been receiving. People are good at what they do. It's a human being who deserves a chance to be rehabilitated. Li Tiangang glanced at him and didn't continue. Zhong Xian is still too young. He had seen many dark things before, and those who were vicious were simply not people who could lay down their butcher's knives. If he was given another chance, he would only wield the butcher's knife even more. That's the truth. All right, let's go. Li Tiangang opened his mouth after recognizing the direction. Zhong Xian looked at the corpse on the ground and wondered. Then at the end of the day, someone will thank nature for its gifts. It's none of your business. Don't be in charge of everything. If you dispose of him, how many animals won't be able to eat? Listening to Li Tiangang's words, he always felt that the other party's affection for beasts was stronger than that of people. Zhong Xian was puzzled. Hurry up. If you can't keep up with me, you'll pack up your bunk and get out. Hearing Li Tiangang's distant voice, Zhong Xian could only sigh. Amitabha Buddha. Seek your own happiness. Chapter 24, Pure Rikugo Sojetsu. Li Tiangang brought Zhong Xian, a rash young man, straight towards the Poison Immortal sect's headquarters, and when they arrived at the Heavenly Een mountain that the other party was talking about, even before he entered the mountain, he already felt the thick Een chi and resentment. Zhong Xian, as a member of the Buddhist sect, had a more obvious perception of this kind of aura, and his rigid face was filled with gravity. Real people have such a strong aura of resentment. I'm not blind. It looks like they've been waiting for us. Li Tiangang's words just fell. A snickering voice came from the distance. Shushan Li Tiangang, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Tiangang didn't have any hesitation when he heard that voice and lifted his foot to walk over. He actually preferred to do it compared to talking. The two of them formally arrived at the headquarters of the Poison Immortal sect by crossing the stone-paved road, and from their line of sight, silhouettes of people stood in the distance. Quite a large number at a glance. The identities of the three silhouettes at the head were already calling out. Human Poison Realist narrowed his eyes and sized up Li Tiangang. A yellow-mouthed child. Not enough to fear. Li Tiangang. Our Poison Immortal sect and your Shushan Mountain have never had any grievances or hatred. Why are you being so aggressive? The heavenly poison mensch looked at Li Tiangang and opened his mouth. Both sides were less than 50 paces away. Zongshan snorted coldly at his words, and the Buddha's light flooded around him. Amitabha Buddha, all of you, if you listen to a word from the poor monk just as he spoke. Suddenly Li Tiangang reached out and grabbed the back of Zongshan's neck collar, then flung him toward the distant crowd of the poison immortal sect. Work is work. What's the point of talking? If you're not a scene stealer, you still like to talk a little scene stealing. Zongshan controlled his body in the air and pulled out the demon subduing pestle from his pocket and grasped it in his hand. The human poison real person snorted coldly, waved his big hand. The back of the crowd immediately flashed out hundreds of silhouettes. Between the flickering of the shadowy wind, a silhouette was either bouncing or lying on its back and sprinting. Li Tiangang, let's use you, a Shushan realist, to open the seal for our heaven's destiny compass poison. Don't worry, when you die, I'll refine you to look like this as well. The human poison mortal laughed coldly. Heavenly fate compulsion poison. Li Tiangong's eyes were bemused. I'm afraid that this was the compulsion fusion technique that they had researched. Those people were like walking corpses in Li Tiangong's eyes. Zongxian's eyes glared with rage. Could he not tell that all of these people had been refined into monsters? But looking at the dress they were wearing, they were all ordinary people before. Vajra fury. Today the poor monk will avenge these people. As if a thunderous roar exploded, Zongxian kicked viciously at a monster that was flying towards him. With a bang, the monster was kicked to the ground, but got up in a moment and continued to charge towards him. Zongxian's pupils dilated. Just now his own kick had exerted 80% of its force, and it actually did not cause any damage to that monster. Li Tiangang in the back was slightly helpless. Is the demon subduing pestle in your hand a pose? You don't know how to chisel them? At the same time, Zongxian had already been drowned out by the entirety of the monsters that had gone before and after him. The blue veins on their faces had already turned black, and their pupils were also pitch black, which was very oozing. Mommy boom! Zongxian was pressed underneath by the crowd of monsters, and with a loud shout, the Buddha's light around his body immediately flashed up in the sky, and a 10,000 character seal emerged from the ground, instantly blasting the monsters that were like a tidal wave away. Amitabha Buddha, all the monks today, the poor monk will transcend you. Zongxian carried his demon-subduing mortar and pestle, and his feet flew towards the monsters that had been blasted away by the Buddha's light. Vajra is furious. Li Tiangang rubbed his chin and kept nodding. Is this what it looks like? If he can't even deal with these people, then how can he be good enough to become his own fighter? The face of the earth poison realist at the entrance of the mountain was gloomy. Eldest brother, this little monk is eccentric. If we let him go on like this, then all of us heavenly fate compassion poisons will have to let him kill us all. No need to pay attention. Aren't these things just for cannon fodder? Make those using martial artists and cultivators and release them. I'd like to see how many he can kill. The human poison realist's face showed madness. They were all created by his own hands and could be considered one of the greatest creations of the poison immortal sect. Far more than the divisional leaders have accomplished. In the middle of the field, Zongxian's stance was athletic, and his hands were crisp and clean with the Buddha's light protecting his body. The number of over 200 monsters was slowly decreasing. Li Tiangang clasped his hands and nodded slightly. That's how you kill it. The so-called Vajra rage only kills and does not cross over. And that's only a few things. He disliked the verbose Zongxian just now. Let's not fight if we can do it. Talking to a bunch of monsters about being super or not being super is bull asterisk. You didn't show up when they were suffering, and now they're monsters and talking. Only by killing all of the people from the poison immortal sect could they be considered to have given them nothing more than a consolation. Little by little time passed in the field. Zongxian's speed gradually slowed down. There were still less than 50 monsters around that were still not slowing down, like ferocious beasts chasing their prey forward and back. Makoto, don't you do it yet? Zongxian asked with a ragged breath after he was kicked out and rolled over to nail a monster to the ground with his demon surrender pestle. Instead, Li Tiangang ignored his words and looked at human poison realist. This thing is really quite good. Its body is like steel. It moves sensitively, and it can force a Buddhist genius to such a level just by virtue of its most primitive behavior. Ha 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 ha. I have to say you're very knowledgeable. This is what the three of us brothers created. The most outstanding invention in the entire enchanting frontier. Human poison realist was obviously very flattered by Li Tiangang's praise. Li Tiangang nodded. That's a fair point. In terms of the scope and sustainability involved, this thing is indeed counted as good and unique in the enchanting frontier. Is it difficult to create? It's not difficult. The Heaven's Destiny compound poison has matured. To create one in its entirety would only take half an hour, while facing those half-finished products would only take a ring of the finger. TSK, 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 you're pretty damn talented. Li Tiangong's admiration was genuine. That's the only thing normal people wouldn't do. Refining living people into monsters and then using the monsters as weapons. Ha 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 ha. Li Tiangang, you may not be very old, but you have a great vision. Human Poison Real is still very proud of his work, especially since the person who complimented him was also a disciple of Mount Shu. It gave his vanity a great deal of satisfaction. While the two were conversing, Zhong Xian beside them had already gone from being on top to being on the bottom, being hammered by the remaining dozen or so monsters chasing after him. The protective Buddha light of the fight had faded to the point where it was about to disappear, but Zhong Xian was still holding strong and trading a bit with the other side. He knew that Li Tiangang was waiting without making a move, waiting to make a move against Human Poison and the rest of them. If they exposed their strength in advance, when the time came, they might not be able to get rid of the demons, and they would have to die as well. With a bang, Sokan was kicked in the chest by a monster. Zhong Xian grabbed his opponent's leg in a death grip as he flew out backwards and slammed it hard into the ground, followed closely by a complementary mortar and pestle. There were less than 10 monsters left that had swarmed towards Zhong Xian. Zhong Xian was exhausted and no longer able to fight back. Li Tiangang showed his big teeth at the sight of him, tired the grandson out. Had enough fun though. He raised his hand in vain while pointing over. A sword chi erupted from the tip of his finger. Whoosh! Those monsters instantly split their bodies in two. Black blood splattered in the air. Chapter 25, A Sword Breaks the Mountain. Li Tiangang. After dividing all those monsters with one sword, Li Tiangang reached out and touched his hand behind his back, and with a forceful jerk, the gilt cloud sword behind his back flipped over in the air and inserted itself half an inch in front of Li Tiangang's feet. A wave of sword chi quickly spread in all directions with Li Tiangang at the center. Li Tiangang folded his hands on top of the hilt of his sword and leaned his body forward slightly. The chat just now was also very good. Now do you all have any more means? If not, then the poor Taoist will have to make a move. Human Poison Realist's eyes half smiled. Shushan Sword Chi. It seems that you have obtained the true transmission of Taishan, but what was just now was merely an appetizer. Now I'll let you see the strongest battle power of the Heaven's Destiny Compassion Poison. As the words fell, the nearby Heavenly Poison Realist placed a silver-colored object near his mouth. Exhale gently. A piercing sound emanated from it. Whoosh! In the middle of the cave, a silhouette walked out. Li Tiangang was instantly attracted to these people. Li Tiangang. Those just now were merely Heaven's Destiny Compass poisons refined by ordinary people with low-end strength, while these were refined by martial artists and cultivators. A great gift specially prepared by this seat for you. The Human Poison Realist's smile grew contemptuous as he continued to make introductions. See that man in the martial character short beating suit? He's the owner of Chu's Ultimate Martial Arts Center. An 8th grade martial artist, and a lot of my works died to catch him, and one of him can stand up to the thousands of those just now. Li Tiangang, if you weren't meddling in my business, this seat really doesn't want to kill you, but don't worry, at the end of the day, I'll make sure you're with me forever. The Human Poison Realist's words came to an abrupt end. His pupils dilated as he looked incredulously at his chest, only to see that a hole had appeared there at an unknown time, and blood was gurgling and flowing out continuously. Cold breath emanated from the bloody hole. It wasn't just him. The Poison Immortal Sect senior management behind him and the two Heavenly Poison Earth Poison brothers were also like this. The claustrophobic hole was generic. The Human Poison Realist lifted his head with difficulty, his gaze filled with dismay and shock. You, Li Tiangang slowly pulled out the gilt cloud sword. When I inserted the sword just now I had already activated our Shushan technique. 10,000 swords through the heart. It was just that it was too fast for you guys to notice. In your next life always remember not to have such a poisonous heart. Oh no, you don't have a next life either. The words fell. The body of the Human Poisonous Real person in the distance fell straight backward. Plop. As if cutting leaks, the Poison Immortal Sect's top brass fell to the ground in unison. The last remnants of the Human Poison Realist's thoughts were filled with unwillingness. Did he just die? It's that insignificant? Caught off guard? Without warning? He himself was the one who had created the most powerful compulsion in poison art that the Poison Immortal Sect had ever seen. But alas, even though he is all unwilling to die is to die. It's not theater without so much as a personal display. Li Tiangang slowly shouldered his sword up and looked at the many monsters in front of him with a smile on his face, the corners of his mouth grinning. Upscale. As the words fell, his figure instantly disappeared. At the same time, those monsters in the opposite direction also locked their eyes on Li Tiangong's ever-approaching figure. Although the human poison realist and the others were dead, the orders given just now were still there. That instruction was to kill him. In the distance, Zhong Xian, who was lying flat on the ground, stared at their corpses of human poison mortal with wide-eyed disbelief. He didn't even know when Li Tiangong's sword came out. Is this his strength? Shushan sword immortal. The name is true. This kind of means is really amazing. Boom. A loud bang brought Zhong Xian's thoughts back to reality. He struggled to get up to look at the scene in the distance. His pupils filled with awe, only to see Li Jin lifting his sword and smashing that leading monster into the ground. The stone slabs within 100 meters exploded into pieces. A huge crater appeared. Li Tiangang raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the monster that carried his sword hard, and couldn't help but mutter, "True Ermu's resistant to punching." Roar! That monster's throat squirmed. His arms interlocked trying to clip the Guilt Cloud sword to pieces. But where could Li Tiangang give him this opportunity? Drawing and swinging his sword in one go, that monster was smashed down by Li Tiangang in a raw manner like smashing potatoes, his legs sinking deep into the middle of the ground. It was also during this gap that other monsters bullied their way in. Li Tiangang saw an opening to leap up in a backflip to pull away, and his 2 fingers wiped across the Lian Yun sword, his sword intent rushing to the sky. With that, he landed on the ground and landed with a horizontal chop of his sword. The light of the sword lingered, and the sword chi instantly detached from the body of the sword. Swish! After the sword, a sky full of broken limbs and blood fell. Nearly 30 monsters were directly decapitated with this sword. Others have been decapitated and flown. Li Tiangang got up and looked at the people who were chopped flying among them. Most of them were martial artists. So it is. After the exchange of hands just now he could sort of see that this compulsion and poison unification refining of the poison immortal sect was actually more suitable for martial artists than cultivators. The defense of the refined monster was even stronger. Boom! That monster refined with an 8th grade martial artist was also breaking free from the ground at this moment, leaping up and sprinting towards Li Tiangang. The ground brought up a cloud of dust wherever it passed. Makoto, be careful, Zhong Xian warned loudly as he looked at the terrifyingly fast monster. He was no match for this monster's abilities. Through the sparring match just now, Zhong Xian was also realizing that his own techniques were almost useless against them. They were poisoned, not victimized by evil spirits, and the restrictions of Buddhist techniques were extremely limited. Li Tiangang lifted a breath and gripped the Guilt Cloud sword tightly, calculating the opponent's speed and angle, his eyes like sharp swords. When he was 5 steps away from Li Tiangang shouted, "Sledgehammer 80! As the words fell, Li Tiangang chopped down with his sword. Swish! The monster's body suddenly stopped in place. Li Tiangang retracted his sword and exhaled softly. Barely. The monster split in 2 down the middle, while at the same time, the side corners of the Tianin mountain behind it were neatly slashed open. Rumble! Zhong Xian's eyes went straight when he saw this scene. This is Li Tiangang of Shushan? It seems like they're not practicing the same thing. Li Tiangang was also slightly stunned as he watched the power caused by that sword. This was his master's original Shushan sword technique. 36 swords of the Big Dipper. That's the first sword. TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Tiangang ignored the bloodstains on the ground and tapped his toes to use his strength to fly up and charge towards those monsters that were still alive. Things have to be done. Monsters have to be killed clean. Zhong Xian had risen from the ground without realizing it. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he actually felt as if it didn't matter whether he appeared or not. And looking at Li Tiangang who was strangely hacking away at the monsters in the middle of the field, the corners of Zhong Xian's mouth twitched. He even felt that Li Tiangang had come here just to cut down monsters. One's own suspicions about his motives were very reasonable. Chapter 26, Destruction of the Poisonous Immortal Sect. All Ministries of the Enchanting Frontier. What are you running mother of? Li Tiangong's face was grave as he chased after the last monster. He was actually scared off by himself? It's not. What's going on here? Could it be that these people still have true spirits? Mother If this is true, wouldn't he? Li Tiangang took 3 or 2 steps to pick him up and lifted him up by the other's neck, reaching out to touch on top of his pulse. The venom flowing inside is indeed venom. Li Tiangang cleaved it with his sword and was greatly relieved. Almost gave him a fright just now. It's okay. It's okay. Zhong Xian, as the only watcher who witnessed everything, understood. How fierce was Li Tiangang? He couldn't tell who the monster was for a moment just now. At the moment, this place was already hell on earth, with limbs and broken arms everywhere and black venom soaking the ground. Ba. Zhong Xian folded his hands together with a saddened face. Li Tiangang glanced back at Zhong Xian, who was reciting the superlative scriptures there, and skimmed his lips. Sure enough, bald asses are pretty hypocritical. Li Tiangang walked in through the cave entrance. Inside was the general helm of the Poison Immortal sect, and there must be quite a lot of various information. He found records of the location of the rudders and information about the personnel from a room on the third floor of the cave. Li Tiangang put all of these away and then went back inside. Many of the jars lay in the depths of the cave, so black that it was shocking to look at them. This is. Zhong Xian followed from behind, looking at the large black jars that covered almost the entire back mountain cave. Those monsters should have been cultivated from here. Li Tiangang pointed at the booklet on the ground after inserting his sword back in. You take all these things. These things can save countless lives. Well, Lu, real people. That here. A fire. Zhong Xian nodded. This is possible. These things, if they are circulated, if again someone secretly does these hooks, if they are found again, it will be too late. He gathered up all his things and then carried them on his back. Makoto, let me go out and dig a hole to bury all those people's bodies. Li Tiangang glanced back at Zhong Xian. You have to kill the family little fox when you do not see you so sentimental. With a bunch of bad people still thinking of burying them? Bury all those monsters. And the rest of those from the Poison Immortal sect, I'll burn them all together in one fire later. They'll have to go to hell even if they die. Li Tiangang snorted coldly. He had just swept a glance. And there were hundreds of cities, big and small, labeled on top of that booklet, associated with the 7 great vassal states. As it stands, the number of innocent deaths caused by the Poison Immortal sect is astronomical. One had only been down the mountain for a short time before one could discover such an appalling thing. When you see darkness, it means that darkness has enveloped everything. Not found more. It's a long way to go. Li Tiangang merged his fingers together and a flame leaped out, finding a point of attraction to set the entire Poison Immortal sect rudder ablaze. All the evils that had happened here were also consumed together by the flames. When Li Tiangang walked out of the cave, Zhong Xian had already dug a large pit. The bodies are being carried one after another and put inside. Looking at the other party's dragon and tiger spirit, Li Tiangang was a little marveled. This Zhong Xian was exhausted like that just now and recovered so quickly. Doesn't look like an unusual person either. He was a natural-born sword man, so Zhong Xian would be the legendary natural-born oxen and horses, being a cow and a horse. Good for you. That was the one person he was missing, and he could keep him on his side. I can't do anything else, but I'm good at manual labor. While still being able to keep him from going out and oohing and awing over people's well-trained demons. 2 for the price of 1. Li Tiangang found a clearing and leaned against a rock, his eyes falling behind the mountain. You've all been watching for quite some time. Don't you want to come over and get acquainted with the poor Taoist? Of course, you can all pretend to be dead. In that case, the poor Taoist will recognize you all. The words echoed across the valley. A silhouette emerged from the mountains in the distance. The Jioli tribe meets the Heavenly Dipper. The Flower Speech Poison sect has met the Heavenly Dipper. The Frontier God's walled city pays homage to the True Lord. The Cave of 10,000 Gods pays homage to the True Lord. Hearing the self-reporting voice, the corner of Li Tiangang's mouth hooked up. All the major powers of the enchanting frontier had come. Li Tiangang slightly arched his hand. 100,000 parasites in 100,000 mountains. 100,000 people refining 100,000 poisons. I am honored. For the next words, I'll speak and you'll listen. I came here at the invitation of Great Zhou to eradicate the Poison Immortal sect, and you know better than me what they have done in the Poison Immortal sect. Nonsense, I do not want to say more. From today onwards, the Enchanting Frontier Ministries will stay quietly in the 100,000 mountains. Ye get poisonous insects. As a hobby, if anyone dares to get involved in the change of dynasty, the Poison Immortal sect's fate is similar to yours. And those of you who are not here today are also bothered to go back and pass on a message. I'm like my master. I don't like to talk nonsense. I prefer to do it. This kind of magic is indeed miraculous. But even more miraculous must have a life to use. Whether you think it's overbearing or rude. I made the words. I killed the man. And I'll take the consequences. That's all there is to say and do. Li Tiangang's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for them to hear clearly. The place of Enchanting Frontier is full of many metaphysical colors and many legends have been passed down. It's a good place, no doubt. But the power they wield is one that many ambitious people want to control. There are countless large area killing abilities and strange and unusual spells. If he didn't warn him today, then in the future, there would be others here who would go after the Poison Immortal sect, or even become the second Poison Immortal sect, or even surpass the Poison Immortal sect. Many thanks to the real person for eradicating the heresy for us. Our 100,000 mountains for the poison immortal sect like this also can't look at it. Real person, don't worry. Li Tiangang slightly raised his hand. Words I don't want to hear. I just want to see what you guys do. All of you please return. Li Tiangang carried his sword behind his back and walked towards Zhongxian, who was still filling in the earth. That's basically the end of things here. Those books and slips about the records of the various subruns could be given to Ji Linglong. After Zhongxian filled in the earth, Li Tiangang slightly bent down, reached out and pressed his hand on top of the land, and with a forceful shock, the ground instantly trembled for a split second. Makoto, are you honoring them? Zhongxian asked curiously. No, I shattered all of their bodies. Why? I'm afraid someone will dig them up and disturb people's sleep. Then it's okay, it's good for young people to exercise. Chapter 27, Taking his life with one hand. Later that night, the old land of the poison immortal sect. A team of black-clothed men in nightclothes drilled out from the middle of the woods, turning the poison immortal sect upside down before and after. My lord, not a single survivor. Everything has been burned to the ground. The black-robed man at the head of the group pondered for a moment and coldly said, plow the ground and dig out those corpses underground. Yes. At that moment, the numerous black-clothed men drew out the long knives at their waist and began to dig in that piece of land that was obviously freshly turned over. My lord, all the corpses inside have turned to dust. What? The leader of the men in black walked over and took the torch and shined it over, only to see that the depths of the ground were all white ashes mixed with dirt. Seeing this scene, the leader of the black-clothed men sighed deeply. What a national master! Ruthless enough, my lord! How shall we return to answer for this? Report truthfully. The divine fate art is broken. The leader of the men in black handed the torch to the person next to him and said in a condensed voice, the other party should have guessed that they would come, so they went ahead and wiped out all the risks that might be left behind. This Shushan person is simply more professional than all of them. Withdraw. The leader of the men in black waved his hand, and the people behind him extinguished their torches as if they were retreating into the woods like a tidal wave. The man in black looked deeply at the ground that had been plowed open, and if there was a color of relaxation in his eyes, as a black glove under the king of Chu, although he had done a lot of things that were not allowed to see the light of day, but for this divine destiny art, is still in the heart some resistance to living people as weapons. This matter is too inhumane. The king of Chu had saved his life, and he couldn't disobey the king of Chu's orders, and now that this thing had been eradicated by Li Tiangang, it was a good thing. The state master, Li Tiangang, lives up to his name. As the words fell, the leader of the men in black jumped up violently with a stomp of his feet, and with the help of the tree branches his figure flickered continuously in the night sky, blending in with the blackness of the night. The next day, Chu Border County, the two of them, Li Tiangang and Zhongxian, walked out of their respective rooms and ordered a lot of food in the lobby. Zhongxian was carrying that large package of his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings, knowing the importance of what he had behind him. Li Tiangang had said that being in Chu many people would be watching them. Zhongxian, don't go after you return to the imperial capital with me, and work peacefully in my state master's mansion as a fighter. No, it's to be a deputy, so as not to let you go out and then in the future, you'll have a brain fart that's fine to go and ruin the lives of other people's young couples. Li Tiangang gulped in a gap in his gorging. Zhongxian nibbled on a steamed bun to reveal a helpless expression. It was as if that thing had lived in the mouth of Li Tiangang. Makoto, I agree. This time, he can see. Li Tiangang, as the Buddhist scripture said in the Vajra rage, only kill not cross. Follow him to subdue the demons, to eliminate the devil is the real maintenance of justice in heaven and earth. Although he commits killings but he kills the bad guys. The children are teachable. You won't lose by following me. Li Tiangang smiled triumphantly. Zhongxian could be considered a gold medal fighter, and would be able to save himself a lot of trouble in the future. Good thing. Such a happy day. Li Tiangang also drank 2 taels. After eating and drinking, Li Tiangang took Zhongxian out of the border county, and the road was unimpeded. Coming into the middle of the wilderness, Li Tiangang looked back at the border crossing to stroke his chin. What are you looking at, Makoto? Zhongxian asked curiously. Didn't see anything. Chu actually just let us leave? Li Tiangang said with slight doubt. According to the center of his thoughts, Chu should have taken a shot at himself. After all, it was hard for Zhongxian to carry such a large package without drawing attention to himself. Could it be that the king of Chu is afraid of himself? Can't figure it out. Why don't we go to their people and ask them? After Zhongxian's words were finished, Li Tiangang gave him a complicated look. In the future, you'd better speak less, or people will discriminate against you. I'm afraid it's not a sizable cutie, right? This place was already a wilderness, and Li Tiangang could also use his royal sword technique. Just as he was about to act, a voice rang out. "Where is the state master going?" Zhong Xian was immediately on guard. Li Tiangang also turned his gaze to the place where the sound came from, only to see that dozens of black-clothed men had already appeared not far away, holding long, cold, glittering swords in their hands with a murderous aura. "Kind of interesting. I actually didn't feel your auras." Li Tiangang stopped his hand movements to look at the crowd. They had a unique qi inquiring technique in Shu Mountain, but just now he actually didn't feel it at all. There are specialties in the arts. This is our family skill. If we don't even have this skill, how can we still make a living? Rather, the state master is not only powerful in strange arts, but even his mind is so quick. The black-clothed man leader's gaze kept scanning Li Tiangang. "I would have felt uneasy in my heart if you had not arrived, and it is good that you have arrived." Li Tiangang reached out and touched towards Zhong Xian. The latter dodged. "Real person. I'll go. Don't throw me." He was already prepared for this. The incident yesterday when Li Tiangang picked himself up and threw him out was still fresh in his mind. Li Tiangang withdrew his hand in embarrassment. "Zhong Xian, this spirit wisdom is suddenly high and low. Go!" As his words fell, Zhong Xian instantly built up his momentum. "Wait, the state master has misunderstood. We didn't come on this trip to kill you." That black-clad leader raised his hand and said, "Not here to make a move? What? Did your Chu King send you here to see me off?" Li Tiangang opened his mouth and asked rhetorically. A group of men in black appeared with knives. Who would believe it if he didn't come to kill himself? Those black-robed men were obviously also not expecting their leader to say that, and their eyes flashed with a suspicious light. What the real person has done is a favor to the world. Although I am in the middle of the darkness, I also admire it, and this time I appeared only because I wanted to catch a glimpse of the real person's style, the leader of the black-clothed men said, and the several black-clothed men behind him glanced at each other. "My lord, how can we go back to the king and take orders from him if you are like this?" "Yes, my lord. The king's order was to bring back this Taoist priest's head. My lord, if you do it now, subordinate will pretend nothing happened." The black-clothed leader's brow furrowed as he gruffly said, "I will explain this matter to His Highness when I return, but at this moment, I am still your leader. Your Excellency, this is not proper. The king's order is to kill you, so please forgive my subordinate for not being able to obey. Prepare to strike." Looking at the infighting black-clothed men, Li Tiangang rolled his eyes at this dogged plot. He cleared his throat. "Everyone stop arguing. It's not too late for you to be able to survive before you implode." With that, Li Tiangang took a step forward. A sword chi coalesced from the void behind him, followed by a change of 1 into 2 and 2 into 3. Those black-clothed men immediately stopped arguing and looked at Li Tiangang in a grave manner. "Go!" Li Tiangang came down with a single word. The sword chi that was spreading all over the sky immediately enveloped towards the black-clothed man. "Assassinate him with a bunch of ordinary people. What does he think he is? Who to look down on? Master Tao is the swordsman of Shushan." The black-clothed man could not resist in time before he was already penetrated through his chest by the sword chi, and his chi was severed. Those who practiced martial arts and those who cultivated immortality were not of the same magnitude in themselves, not to mention that their martial arts skills were just average. There's not even an 8th grade. It's like asking a featherweight to challenge Tyson. It's no exaggeration to say that one punch sends you to meet the tits. Chapter 28, An impure bad guy is the worst. In an instant, the leader of the black-clothed men was left in the field, and the other black-clothed men fell to the ground. Li Tiangang let out a soft sigh as he looked at the black-clothed man leader and said, "Being a good person or a bad person is a path of one's own choosing. But it's the people like you who aren't bad enough to be thorough that are the hardest to bear. Kid, a person's life is only a few short decades. You'll live the rest of your life tangled up in this character." The man in black froze in place. Li Tiangang's voice was like a heavy blow blasting into his chest. Not bad enough? Those few words described his life perfectly. Every time he woke up in the middle of the night, he thought of those who had died at his hands, suffered a great deal internally. Real people, the leader of the men in black fell to his knees, the knife in his hand falling out of his hand. Li Tiangang sighed leisurely and walked over to gently stroke his head. Seeing the man's appearance, Zhong Xian also put away his attack stance and walked over to prepare to ease the other party's mind. "It's a bitter one, too." Zhong Xian had just taken 2 steps out when he suddenly stopped in place, because in his line of sight, Li Tiangang had already slapped the black-clothed man on top of his head. Heart chakra severed. caught off guard. Poof! The body of the man in black collapsed to the ground. Remember to repent when you go down there and be a good person in your next life. Li Tiangang looked at the body that fell on the ground. His voice was bland, and the expression on his face didn't change a bit. Real person. Didn't he help us? Moreover, its heart is righteous. Why do you? Zhongxian was filled with puzzlement. Those people killed and killed, but he clearly still had justice in his heart. Li Tiangang stared back into Zhongxian's eyes. Doesn't he deserve to die if his heart is righteous? As King Chu's black glove, is it through love that this person was able to get into this position? He's killed as many people as those guys, and I'm not going to kill him now that he's confessed? You're funny. Plus, do I need his help? Li Tiangang rolled his eyes. Good is good and evil is evil. Where is the kink? Okay, let's go. If you ask me, you Buddhists are just inked up and too tangled. Zhongxian stood at the back. He had already received quite a bit of shock watching Li Tiangong's method of doing things all this time, but today he was shocked once again. The other party was clearly repentant, and by bringing him along for guidance, would he not be able to make amends for his sins? Until he stepped on the sword and flew through the air. Zhongxian felt that his head was still buzzing. As his contact with Li Tiangang lengthened, his fear of Li Tiangang deepened. The other party appeared to be breezy and gentle as jade, but his hand was completely more ruthless than those who mingled in the world and licked blood with their swords. Say kill. Regardless of the identity of the other party, regardless of the nature of the other party's heart, only on the traces regardless of the heart, and the teaching he had always received was on the heart regardless of the signs. These two different philosophies collide at this moment. It was a constant confrontation in his mind. Li Tiangang saw it, but didn't say anything. The idea of this fighter must be highly consistent with himself, so that it is used smoothly. In the face of sin there is only one way, that is to kill. This is not to be changed and questioned. If someone comes out to give you a crown of righteousness, then there is no need to doubt, and kill. Our Lady is equally annoying. After leaving Chu, Li Tiangong's royal sword flight rode the wind and waves, cutting through the thorns and heading towards Great Zhou. Soon after Li Tiangang and the others left, the corpses of those black-clothed men were collected by another group of black-clothed men. Chu King Ma Zhizhou, who was in the Chu King's palace, looked at the information that was delivered back and slapped the letter on the desk. The face was as gloomy as water. Dead again. Is she a Shushan practitioner? How come he's so ruthless? The Poison Immortal sect not leaving a single person behind had already given him a great shock, and now the people they had sent out themselves were similarly dead. And it's a one-hit kill. Just from the letter Ma Zhizhou was able to feel the murderous aura that came to his face. Li Tiangang. This king can equally take this world even without the heaven's destiny divine soldier. Ma Zhizhou himself did not know that in the midst of these two incidents, a layer of fear of Li Tiangang had clouded his heart. He could come to the Poison Immortal sect and kill hundreds of people without a single one left. So what if he came to his own royal palace? A strong sense of insecurity filled him. Send someone to make a trip to the 100,000 mountains. When Ma Zhizhou said that, a middle-aged man dressed as a scribe beside him sighed and bowed. His Highness has already sent people there, and all the ministries of the enchanting frontier have closed their doors. Ma Zhizhou's eyes narrowed slightly. What does this mean? I went down to probe the mouth. It's that Li Tiangang. He warned the ministries not to get involved in these things. How dare you? Only the officials are allowed to set fire, not the people. What kind of reasoning is this? Ma Zhizhou's fists were clenched tightly. His brows were deeply furrowed, and anger jumped among his eyes. Ma Zhizhou, 13 years old, ascended to the throne. Now has passed 20 years. He ascended to the throne when the state of Chu is weak. In these 20 years, he will be the state of Chu into the first class of the vassal states nowadays. As the power of the nation increased, so did his ambitions. The Son of Heaven died. A woman ascended to the throne. Ma Zhizhou how can submit to the hands of a woman? So these years secretly accumulate power, expanding military power. Now that he was about to be one step away from starting his own army, the biggest killing weapon in his hands was interjected by a bull Taoist priest. The middle-aged man sighed and secretly shook his head in his heart. It was not that Ma Zhizhou was too eager. He had once suggested not to openly put the poisonous man on the face of the world, but the other party did not listen to Ah. If you listen to him, where would you get the attention of Shushan? Your Highness is relieved. In a way, this is not a good thing. It's also good that Li Tiangang was able to say that cultivators are not allowed to intervene in worldly matters. Think about it, if he personally descended on the royal palace, could any of us be able to block him? Now that he went back after the Poison Immortal sect was dealt with, it means that he won't use his power to intervene in the dynasty's battle for supremacy either. Listening to the middle-aged man's voice, Ma Jizhou's face got better, to put it mildly, but he could not possibly set aside such a risk on the ethereal character of the man Li Tiangang. Send people to look for a force that can fight against Shushan and Li Tiangang, no matter if it is a devil or a demon, as long as it can help this king. After it accomplishes something in the future, this king will establish it as a state religion. Everything else goes on as normal, but this thing has to be quick. This king doesn't want to have to look at his Li Tiangong's face in the future. Ma Jizhou said coldly. First there was the toxic immortal sect, and then there was Li Tiangang. The power of cultivation he must have. He could not tear his face off with Li Tiangang, but not without checks and balances. Your Highness, don't worry. I have already contacted a sect whose power and ability are not inferior to Shushan's, but it's just that they don't have a good reputation in the cultivation world. Wind judgment? When did this king care about that? If I had known that, in the first place, this king would have promised the people poison to take the people of Chu first. Chapter 29, Returning to the imperial capital after the incident. Imperial capital. Just dispersed, the Ji Linglong returned to the harem to change into a shoe-brocade satin-fitted robe. Perfect body curves outlined very clearly. Casually stretching his body and leaning on top of the bed, he held a cup of hot tea in his hand and said softly, "No news from Li Tiangang yet?" Mu Renjiying, who was waiting by the side, shook his head slightly. No news has been sent back from the state master's mansion side. Su Ren, but there was a couple who had been there before. The two said that they met Li Tiangang in Shu, and he asked the two to come to the imperial capital to wait for him. I think it should be soon. Although Mu Renjiying had not been in contact with Li Tiangang for a long time, he always had an inexplicable confidence in him. Its cascading tactics and transcendent look thought that nothing should happen to it. If he hasn't returned after 2 days, send someone to make a trip to Mount Shu to tell his division head about Li Tiangong's trip to the poison immortal sect. Ji Linglong pressed and rubbed her temples and gave a faint cry. She also had confidence in Li Tiangang, but with the passage of time, that confidence was diminishing. The Chu kingdom and the poison fairy sect colluded, and Li Tiangang was not only facing the poison fairy sect, but the entire Chu kingdom. In case Chu jumped over the wall in a hurry, then Li Tiangong's situation will be dangerous. But I don't think my Jizhou would be like that. If he really did that, Ji Linglong would have to take a good look at this opponent's intelligence again. Must Shushan out? That consequence Chu cannot afford. Yes, your majesty, but Li Tiangang should be fine. Although his strength slave girl has not seen all of it, but the bizarre means is seen with my own eyes. Even if the enemy is not able to draw back, it is not in any danger. While the two were talking, a maid walked in. Your majesty, the guards have come to report that the state master is seeking an audience. Upon hearing this, Ji Linglong sat up from the couch with a hint of urgency in her voice. Bring him in. Mu Renjiying's gaze was stunned. This is really not a good idea. Just now he was still discussing him. He came back here, outside the palace gates. Zongshan looked up at the tall palace walls and kept looking left and right. This was the first time he had come to the imperial capital, and the first time he had seen such a high palace gate. Li Tiangang stood with his sword clasped behind his back. Handing these things over to Ji Linglong, he would consider his mission accomplished. The rest is hers to deal with. There was more than just the correspondence between the poison immortal sect and the Chu kingdom in here, and there were quite a few in there that were related to the imperial officials as well. Among them were his old acquaintances, that four-legged, simple-minded General Chang. However, these things have nothing to do with him, and Li Tiangang will not catch this point to urge Ji Linglong to mess with Chung Kaishan. Mundane matters are handled by mundane people. Master Dao is a sword practitioner. The hurried maid came and brought the token to the guards, then led Li Tiangang straight into the palace. After passing through the palace gates to officially enter the palace, Zongshan constantly surveyed the surrounding displays, simply admiring the landscape of the imperial place. Through the front hall, Li Tiangang came to the back hall. Ji Linglong was already waiting in the temple. Seeing Li Tiangong's arrival, Ji Linglong got up and greeted him with a smile. The state master has had a hard trip. Have you suffered any injuries? Did Chu make any moves against you? I am very worried in the imperial capital. Listening to Ji Linglong's words, Li Tiangang just shook his head slightly. I am safe and sound. The poison immortal sect has been wiped out. Not a single one of them left behind. The helmsmen of the branch rudders around the world and the poison immortal sect's top brass are all dead. And the things they developed have been disposed of as well. These things are letters from the poison immortal sect and the collusion of the poison immortal sect all over the world, also the subruns that the poison immortal sect has planted all over the world. Li Tiangang said as Zongshan put down the large box he was carrying while secretly glancing at Ji Linglong. For its face, stunning Zongshan is not much of a feeling, peeking purely out of curiosity. Curious about the empress of the world today. All dead. Ji Linglong recited the 3 words to relook at Li Tiangang in front of her. What a decisive tactic. All dead. I think His Majesty will be very interested in viewing these things, and I'll go down after a windy journey. Li Tiangang arched his hand. He'd been flying all day with a 200-pound, 2-meter-tall guy, and he felt like his back and shoulders ached and his legs cramped now. Ji Linglong actually wanted to ask some more things, but seeing that Li Tiangang was a bit tired just nodded slightly. Go rest, State Master. It's been a hard trip. Farewell. Li Tiangang swept his eyes twice on his way out. Sure enough, His Majesty is still quite reasonable. In comparison, Mu Renjiying's is a bit worse. He was simply admiring, no offense. After Li Tiangang left with Zhong Xian, Mu Renjiying rolled her eyes. Your Majesty, I don't think he's tired at all. He's been heading for my. Just now. Ji Linglong gently shook her head. He looks at me too. She had just forgotten to change her clothes in her haste, and from the time Li Tiangang entered the door she had been sweeping her upper body 16 times and her body 36 times. But she couldn't care less about that at this time. What was brought back was what really attracted Ji Linglong. Bring these back to the chambers and send people to blockade them so that no one is allowed to enter. I want to personally consult them. Mu Renjiying immediately took orders. Ji Linglong glanced at the back that was already far away, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a smile. He single-handedly and single-swordedly really disposed of the poison immortal sect. I can't help but laugh when I think back to when I first heard the rumors about him. It seemed that when Xu Shen had told himself about his strange personality, he had misinterpreted it. It's cynical. In the meantime, the news of Li Tiangong's return went viral. The great general's residence. Cheng Kaishan paced back and forth in the mansion. He had always felt unsettled ever since he knew that Li Tiangang had returned. Father, what are you? Cheng Shengtan asked as she entered the mansion looking at her father's preoccupied appearance. Li Tiangang has returned from Chu. How did he come back? How were those people from the Poison Immortal sect able to let him back? Cheng Kaishan said to himself with some urgency. Back! Cheng Shengtan also stared. It was well known that Li Tiangang had gone to the Poison Immortal sect in Chu. With so much time having passed, everyone was acquiescing that Li Tiangang might have stayed in Chu. Now it's actually coming back out of nowhere. I'm going to contact King Chu. What the hell is he doing? Actually letting Li Tiangang come back. After Cheng Kaishan measured, he hurriedly said, No, father. Since Li Tiangang was able to come back, it must have been the King of Chu who did so on purpose. The King of Chu's ability is clear to all of us. If he didn't want Li Tiangang to come back, it's surely not possible to come back. You can't upset yourself. Let's see what tomorrow's court is like before we make a decision. Maybe it's just that King Chu fed him a few baits and he came back of his own accord? Cheng Shengtan's eyes shone with a wise light among them. Makes sense. It makes sense. It must be so. I told you how Li Tiangang could have returned from Chu. Cheng Kaisan listened to his daughter's words and immediately felt that he had found the most relevant idea for himself. A heart was only slowly put into place. Chapter 30, Is this the Master of State's residence? The State Master's house. Zhong Xian looked at the maids lined up in the mansion with slight dismay. This was the State Master's mansion? If he didn't say so he would have thought that he had entered some neon land. Li Tiangang stretched his body and casually threw the gilt cloud sword onto the weapon rack. 1,000 good things are not as good as one's own doghouse. Not to mention that this is not a doghouse, but a golden doghouse. Lord State Master, you have finally returned. The slave girls were all worried about you. Su Ren's eyes were like water as she looked into Li Tiangong's eyes. Those bright, penetrating eyes were clear and clean. Your State Master misses you too. Oh yes, pack him a guest room and bathe and dress me. I am very tired these days. Li Tiangang pointed at the frozen Zhong Xian behind him. That real person I don't need to bathe. Male and female. The little monk. Hearing Zhong Xian's words, Li Tiangang rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it. I didn't say you'd be able to enjoy it too. He thought quite beautifully. His own maid could be serving himself. Outside aside. Inside this is all internal to yourself. Su Ren covered her mouth and let out a light laugh. The monk in front of her was quite formal. Did the trip go well for the State Master? Su Ren said in a warm voice as he undressed Li Tiangang after sending someone to bring Zhong Xian down. You'll have to ask your Majesty about that. I'm not authorized to answer. Li Tiangang half smiled and said. He didn't even have to think about it. Ji Linglong would definitely make use of what he had brought back, thus accomplishing some sort of purpose. Ji Linglong was not that generalized, and the ambition in her eyes was clearly revealed. That was also a woman of the martial emperor type, and the current pattern was like a warring state, where the rule of the Son of Heaven had reached an extremely decrepit level. If Ji Linglong wanted to show her ambition, the means she would need to expend were not light. After all, the power in the hands of the current vassal kings was too centralized. But none of that was any of his business. Those things were also given to her because nominally, she was still the supreme leader of this great week. Another reason is that it's really good looking. When Su Ren heard Li Tiangong's words, she hastily stopped asking about things related to it, unclothed Li Tiangong's outerwear and grabbed it in her hands, and turned around to check how the water temperature was. Li Tiangang stretched his body and looked at the starry night sky. I'm afraid that many people will not be able to sleep during this period of time, and there may be many people who will not wake up at all. The trend of the world will be divided for a long time, and will be divided for a long time. And he as a traveler is very open-minded about this matter. There is no such thing as a 1,000-year-old dynasty or an eternal emperor. It's just that this every time there's chaos, there are more demons and monsters, and you're busier yourself. Lord State Master, you may bathe now. Su Ren swayed and came to remove the robe from Li Tiangong's body. Li Tiangang didn't mind either. After all, he had enjoyed this treatment countless times. After entering the bucket of water for bathing, Li Tiangang leaned against the edge of the bucket, his eyes slightly closed. Has anyone come to see me in the meantime? Back to State Master, sir. 2 days ago Duke Cheng came to the door to ask if you had returned. And half a month ago a couple came to the State Master's residence to recognize the door. They said you sent them here and no one else. Su Ren said as she rubbed Li Tiangong's shoulders. Li Tiangang knew it was the Liang Xian couple when he heard the husband and wife. Tomorrow you go and bring that husband and wife over. The love of these two people Li Tiangang is more admirable. There is something he can help to help. As for Chang Kujin, he'd better hide far away. The other party's father is not a good thing. In any case, in the end there must be some kind of volatility. If you get too close to him, will you help him or not? Besides, it's not good to spill blood on yourself. For the demon subduing and demon punishing things he is to do more. For these secular power struggles Li Tiangang does not want to get involved. He wasn't that keen on those aspects. If there is no cultivation in this world, no arts and crafts, then for Li Tiangang there is still a possibility for him to dabble in this power struggle, and also to point out the mountains on top of the tide. But now Li Tiangang was able to break mountains with a single sword. That's what you're looking for. Remember, in the minds of those in his old home, crossing the ancient world, that is to have a sword to repair the sword. No sword to practice martial arts. If no martial arts, last option is to go to the group. Li Tiangang in his previous life is a lawyer, and is a top famous lawyers. But days time will inevitably be in the mind to fantasize about their own sword riding the wind and waves. Good. I didn't realize there were so many people who ate their way out under my nose. Ji Linglong looked at the familiar names in the Poison Immortal sect and the Chu King's message, and her anger rose from the bottom of her heart. She knew that quite a few of her ministers were having an affair with the vassal kings, but she didn't expect the number to be so high, and she didn't expect the ceiling to be so high. Ji Linglong slammed the object on the tabletop fiercely, her eyes leaping with almost substantial fury. She now wanted to personally send the Forbidden Army to arrest all these people, but Ji Linglong still held back. There are too many people involved, and if they do it rashly the consequences may even be beyond their control. The more this happens, the more you have to endure. Ji Linglong took a deep breath and continued reading, memorizing all those names. After reading it, Ji Linglong's brows were already filled with smiles among her eyes. This item that Li Tiangang brought back from the Poison Immortal sect was like timely rain for her. Although Ji Linglong is a woman but also possesses ambition, helplessly ascending the throne these years, subject to the pattern, there is no mouth that can be opened. And now these things give her a chance. With the right operation it could be worth 1,000,000 soldiers. Li Tiangang. Ah, Li Tiangang, you are truly my lucky star. Ji Linglong stood up, her stunning face filled with joy. I'm going to meet Li Tiangang. Ji Linglong walked out of the hall to greet him. Mu Renjing immediately froze for a moment. Going to the State Master's residence at this hour? But she hurriedly reacted with a promise. Don't go on this trip. You keep an eye on the inside at the door. No one is allowed to enter without my order. Ji Linglong said and waved her hand. Mu Renjing immediately led the order to close the door of the palace and guard the entrance, and called in a group of forbidden soldiers to surround the palace. Ji Linglong left the palace with only a few maids and disguised forbidden soldiers, as well as an old acquaintance of Li Tiangang who followed her, Pei Yuan Shang, commander of the Forbidden Army. The news of Ji Linglong's visit to the State Master's mansion was only spread among a limited number of people, so naturally the maids of the State Master's mansion didn't know about it. When Ji Linglong entered the mansion, the maids at the entrance were stunned. Just as he was about to salute, he was stopped by Ji Linglong waving her hand. Is Li Tiangang inside? Your Majesty, the State Master is drinking tea by the lake. The maid hurriedly replied. Ji Linglong smiled slightly. Li Tiangang was a good sentiment. You all stay at the door. I'll go in myself. Pei Yuancheng sniffed and arched his hand in agreement. With Li Tiangang inside, he wasn't afraid of any accidents. And if someone could really harm His Majesty in front of Li Tiangang, then it wouldn't help if he went in. Besides, His Majesty must have come to see Li Tiangang late at night to talk about some secret matter. If he went in, wouldn't he be disturbing people? Chapter 31 Ji Linglong is furious. Lakeside, Li Tiangang was wearing one-person silver close-fitting brocade coat, blowing in the breeze. And on the table were 2 plates of peanut rice and a jug of clear wine. Beside her, Su Ren brought 3 maids of honor to wait close by. It's a life that you wouldn't give an emperor for. Li Tiangang slightly raised his hand, and Su Ren immediately handed over the wine cup. Oh, the state master like this is enviable to me. With the sound of voices, Su Ren and the other women's faces were startled. Then they reflexively fell to their knees. Slave girl pays homage to your majesty. Li Tiangang turned slightly and saw Ji Linglong who came alone. His eyes were curious. He moved his butt and arched his hand. Your majesty coming late at night is a lost cause. Be excused. All of you step back and add a cup for me. Ji Linglong waved her hand and sat down graciously. She was used to Li Tiangang's appearance. Su Ren hurriedly went down to fetch a cup for Ji Linglong and put it on the table, filled it up and retreated. Li Tiangang took a sip from his wine glass, threw 2 peanuts into his mouth, and asked with interest. It looks like His Majesty read what's inside. Ji Linglong wouldn't have a second reason for coming here late at night other than those things. Ji Linglong's jade neck was slightly raised, and she drank the wine in the cup in one go, and her already fair skin was covered with a layer of filter under the night color, which was very beautiful. Not bad, I've seen it all. Thanks to the state master for being able to bring these things back. I've come to give you thanks on this trip. Saying thank you is not enough. If your majesty is really grateful, you can reward something practical. Then I will be grateful. Li Tiangang hemmed and hawed, his eyes flickering. Ji Linglong had already changed into a relatively loose robe, which was nothing to look at. Ji Linglong secretly rolled her eyes in her mind. Every time she conversed with Li Tiangang, she had a feeling that she wanted to bestow death on him. 3 words without money, 5 eyes without self. Those things are out of body. Well said, but there is one more thing I came here for today. Saying that, Ji Linglong's body slightly leaned forward, her gaze staring straight at Li Tiangang. The state master has a talent that I admire. So I intend to establish an organization independent of the 3 books and 6 provinces named Shinjiwei, and the state master will be the Shinji Grand Governor, imperial authority licensed, first to kill, to do justice on earth, to uphold. Ji Linglong's words were interrupted by Li Tiangang waving his hand before he could speak. I understand your majesty's meaning, but although I have excellent abilities, I don't want to get involved in the world. But this idea of your majesty is a good one, and with such an organization established, your majesty can instantly have a good ear. You can know the affairs of the world without going out. Li Tiangang looked at Ji Linglong with a smile on his face. To make herself the head of the secret service, she really thought out of the box, but it was true that she was quite suitable, with high means and a quick wit. Ji Linglong was suddenly interrupted. The displeasure in her eyes flickered. If the state master will no longer consider it, her staff is too thin on men available right now. Ji Linglong's ambition Li Tiangang even guessed small. The reason why she wanted to give this divine mechanism battalion to Li Tiangang was because of its status as a cultivator. She wanted to build a team composed entirely of cultivators who had a variety of means, which she needed too much for Ji Linglong. Li Tiangang waved his hand bluntly. I am here to go out to deal with the injustices of the world, not to come out as an official. If you say before, Li Tiangang may still be very interested in the identity of the head of the secret service. After all, who does not have a Genie-Wei dream in his heart? But for now, he kept his usual idea of holding a 3-foot green peak to quell the evils of the world. That's all. Since that's the case, then I won't say much more. The state master will have a small drink by himself. About the reward, I will send someone to send it over tomorrow. Ji Linglong got up with a faint cry. Li Tiangang slightly raised his hand. Greetings, your majesty. He could already feel that Ji Linglong's smile had cleared up quite a bit, but who cares about that? Ji Linglong had just taken 2 steps out when she heard Li Tiangang's ethereal voice. Your majesty may be self-protecting or competing for supremacy, but your majesty poor Taoist still needs to mention a few words to you here. Ji Linglong turned back and narrowed her eyes at Li Tiangang's back. I am all ears. Li Tiangang got up and patted his robe with a smile. Dynasty rivalry every with the bloody rain. This is the human way. Poor Tao cannot control. But your majesty must not go out of your way to strike your heart into the hearts of the common people, who live in enough misery as it is. Of course, this is not just for you, but for all the vassal states. It's unavoidable that people die in war. But if anyone else tries to bring the fires of war down on the common people by using the poisonous people mode again, the poor Taoist will take action himself. Li Tiangang looked at Ji Linglong with a smile on his face, but the latter could not feel a single bit of temperature at the moment. It was as if the sharpness of heaven and earth were sweeping towards him. The feeling was as if he was being disallowed by heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, the wind is cool tonight, your majesty, add more clothes. If a cultivator from another country enters the game and breaks the balance, the poor Taoist, as the state master, will take action. Ji Linglong nodded and turned away without a word. She let out a soft breath after walking out of the state master's mansion. In the middle of the gazebo, Li Tiangang rested his hands behind his head. This is a ruthless person. Definitely the kind of standard emperor's mind. Rather than me to lose the people in the world, the people in the world will not lose me. You'll have to say hello in advance, or the will do anything when she's mad. This is not the world of the previous generation with limited means. This is a world where you just have to be patient enough to find those with strange and bizarre means. Ordinary people were almost powerless in front of that kind of skill. Just like himself, if Li Tiangang went into battle, one person could withstand an army of 500,000. No exaggeration. By pulling out everyone from Shu Mountain, one could scrape the 7 vassal states at hand one by one. It's that sick. And he's meant to be the referee now. Anyone who cheats, he will strike. Ji Linglong didn't say a word after coming out of the state master's mansion, and returned to the palace without regard to the salute of the crowd. Returning to her chambers, Ji Linglong sat on a chair, a face already full of ice. She was wrong. Li Tiangang is not on her side, or even that he's not on either side. The man is just a stick in the mud. He's on his own one way. She even suspected that if it wasn't for the matter of the poisonous man, Li Tiangang wouldn't even have come down from the mountain. It was only at this moment that she had a thorough understanding of the words that Shushan had passed on to her. Li Tiangang is a madman. Utter lunacy. Who does he think he is? A savior? A saint? The district is just a cultivator. But he has to do that universal work. Such people were a double-edged sword for her, hurting her enemies as well as herself. But the good thing is that it's just about caring about ordinary people. The thought of it's just threatening her made her furious. Although Zhou Court was weak, no one had ever threatened her so blatantly since she ascended the throne. This was the second time for Li Tiangang. Ji Linglong just couldn't believe it. If Li Tiangang didn't do it, he couldn't find any other cultivators to do it himself? The Shinchi camp must be built, and it must be built to its own specifications. Mainly practitioners. Chapter 32 Tyson's Door. Lord State Master. The slave girl just saw that His Majesty's face was not good when he left. This. Su Ran hesitated rather palpitatingly. Ji Linglong is the kind of person whose face doesn't change no matter what happens. She served Ji Linglong for so many years and only saw His Majesty's color fluctuating when the late emperor died. This time when she left from the state master's mansion, she was able to sense that Ji Linglong was very unhappy and was even on the verge of violent anger. Li Tiangang got up and finished the wine in the wine pot in one drink, casually said, "Women will have so 2 days, the mood to just." With that, Li Tiangang turned around and went back to his room. He and Ji Linglong is a cooperative relationship, not a superior and subordinate relationship. If at this moment Li Tiangang does not make the status clear in advance, then we'll come to say that it is not allowed to also appear what unexpected situation. Accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger. This is for the courtiers, not for him, Li Tiangang. The next day, Ji Linglong dispatched his own forbidden army commander to quietly leave the imperial capital. No one knew where he went or what he was doing. It was as if the man had disappeared. Meanwhile, Ji Linglong left the imperial capital in disguise and headed to Shu. All of this was unknown to Li Tiangang, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In the state master's residence, Li Tiangang nodded slightly as he looked at the two people in front of him. It seems like you guys are having a good time in the imperial capital? The Liang Xian couple in front of them were dressed appropriately and cleanly. Thanks to the state master's blessing, I've opened a small medical clinic here. My life is flourishing, and no one here knows us, so it's going great. The affection in Liang Xian's eyes as she looked at Cui Ying was overflowing. Cui Ying bowed to Li Tiangang. Her tone was grateful. If it wasn't for the real person, our husband and wife might still be being chased by that thieving bald ass. There is no way to repay this great favor. In the future, if you can use us, please feel free to order us. Who are you calling a thieving bald ass? A disgruntled voice rang out. Sokan walked in through the door. Liang Xian reflexively blocked Cui Ying behind her when she heard this voice, and looked back at Zhong Xian as her pupils shook. Real people? He. Li Tiangang guffawed and waved his hand. He has been sensitized by my truth and is now following me around. So you don't need to be afraid. Zhong Xian was really giving Liang Xian and his wife a psychological shadow. Zhong Xian glanced at Cui Ying with an unkind frown. The difference between humans and demons was deeply rooted for him and would be difficult to change in a short period of time. Liang Xian was relieved to hear this. The real person did the right thing. Letting him go out means that there might be many more people suffering. At those words, Zhong Xian frowned. Liang Xian, do you not think that poor monks are easy to bully? You're talking out of your ass and repeatedly speaking out of turn to poor monks. Zhong Xian, now that we are in a real person's place, do you still want to beat up my Sagittarius? Cui Ying backhanded Liang Xian and pulled him behind her as the two of them went tit for tat. Li Tiangang coughed cleanly as he looked at Zhong Xian with strange eyes. No wonder Liang Xian said that he exploded whenever he saw Cui Ying. From an objective point of view, when a man meets a woman and reveals his personality, it is most likely that the man is in love with the woman. Okay, Liang Xian, you guys should do what you want to do. Husband and wife live well in the imperial capital. I believe that the two of you support each other. The day is not bad. If you need any help with anything, just come to me. Li Tiangang got up and smiled. Thank you, Makoto. We will leave first. There was still awe in Liang Xian's eyes as he looked at Zhong Xian, mainly because the other person has caused so much of a bumpy ride for the couple. If it wasn't for Li Tiangang, it was possible that in the end, Cui Ying would really have been captured by him. After Cui Ying saluted, he coldly glanced at Zhong Xian, looking at the backs of the two departing. Li Tiangang rubbed his chin. Zhong Xian, tell me honestly, do you like Cui Ying? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhong Xian was like a startled bird, and his tone changed drastically. How can you say that, Makoto? A poor monk is one who reads the Buddhist scriptures. Li Tiangang pressed his hand soothingly. I understand, but this repression for too long is also a need to indulge in indulgence. This way you listen to me. In the afternoon I will take you to the biggest greenhouse in the imperial capital. Let us. Zhong Xian's head shook like a rattlesnake as he sternly refused. Looking at his appearance, Li Tiangang bristled. He didn't believe that Zhong Xian would be able to stay still after following his ears. It's good if you don't outrun yourself. But there was no dwelling on that with him now. From today onwards, all of you call me boss, including you Zhong Xian. The real person's name is too outgoing. It's natural for all of you to be family and be cordial, Li Tiangang said, shaking the folding fan in his hand. Renner, start the meal. The boss is hungry. Zhong Xian rubbed his bare head. Was it apt to call the boss? But he heard Su Rin and the girls call themselves some kind of technician. Is this also a way of being gracious? In the future, you should either call it that yourself or not. Appear to be close. Liang Xian and Cui Ying came out of the state master's mansion and walked down the street. When they bumped into a fairy-like middle-aged man with a long sword on his back, the middle-aged man stopped and looked back after brushing past the two men. Demon? When he finished, he shook his head again. It's none of your business. He crossed the street to the state master's house. Looking up at the words on the plaque, he suddenly sobbed. At one time, their masters and brothers used to run to this place. But it's a pity. The maid at the door came out in a hurry. What do you want from this Taoist master? Poor Taoist Shushan Tyson is looking for Li Tiangang. Is he in there? Hearing that it was someone from Mount Shu, the two women nodded vigorously. The boss is inside. Boss? You wait. I'll pass it on. No, I'm his senior, I'll just go in myself, Tyson said and walked through the two women. He wanted to go in. How could these two stop him? Crossing the front yard, he could already hear Li Tiangong's voice before he reached the back. Grapes. One more. So sweet. Tyson's brow immediately furrowed. This little calf, this woozy voice is outrageous. Crossing the front yard, he saw that in the gazebo, Li Tiangang was terse and constantly teasing the woman behind him. Meanwhile, there's a bald ass on the table. Tyson's brows knit together. This ingredient is quite complex now. Ahem. Li Tiangang, whose mouth was stuffed to the brim with grapes, sniffed and looked over, and was instantly chilled all over. Long. Elders. You're having a really happy time. Tyson walked over to himself, his already serious face slate like a brick. Li Tiangang hurriedly swallowed and waved his hand. All of you go down. Zhong Xian turned to leave with 2 plates of vegetarian dishes and a plate of steamed buns, or he wouldn't be able to stay. Unpleasant to look at. Did you pick that little bald ass up off the street? Zhong Xian, who had just walked out, stumbled. Chapter 33, Tyson's coming. When Li Tiangang heard Tyson say that Zhong Xian had picked him up, his face suddenly showed a crying expression. Zhong Xian hesitated for a moment and turned to leave. He guaranteed that if the other party wasn't from Mount Shu, he would have given him two big mouths. He was handsome and good-looking without being handsome. So how did he become a foundling? But the situation is stronger than the people. And in this place you still have to follow the rules. Besides, it was possible that he wouldn't be able to defeat this old Taoist priest even if he did it. Senior, that's the fighter I recruited. Let's not talk about him. Why did you come down the mountain? Li Tiangang looked at Tyson and asked. Tyson snorted coldly. If I hadn't come down the mountain I wouldn't have known that you were living such a dashing life. It seems that letting you take over your master's class was really the right thing to do. Looking at the delicacies on the table, Tyson sighed heavily. The food in Shushan isn't even as good as here. Surely it must still be mundane. Li Tiangang had the sense to hand over a pair of chopsticks. Shifu, in all seriousness, is something wrong? In accordance with the memory for the impression of these senior management of Shushan, they are not out of the mountain for nothing. Once you're out there it must be something big. Tyson didn't hesitate to take his plate and eat it. There's not much going on. It's just that I came down to see you. I heard that you kid dealt with the poison immortal sex matter, and also went to the enchanting frontier in person. The sect master wasn't assured, so he asked me to come and take a look. Listening to his words, Li Tiangang didn't have a trace of being touched, because according to this speed of theirs, if his own real strength was not good, the grass in his grave was estimated to have grown up by now. A belated clan affection. I know what your kid is thinking. I understand to tell you. You are a true disciple of Tai Xian. If you can't even handle a poison immortal sect, then you don't need to mix. Tyson saw through what Li Tiangang had in mind at a glance and said faintly. Li Tiangang skimmed his lips. Yes, what you said, senior master, is right. Don't be poor with me, you brat. What's this I hear about the poison immortal sect? Listening to Tyson, he explained all the ins and outs of the poison immortal sect, including what happened at the poison immortal sect and the purpose of the other party. After hearing this, Tyson's face also looked a little bad. He didn't think this group of you evil people would dare to do such a thing. If we really let it do the job, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Although it was said that it would not affect them in Shushan, it would be a disaster for the people of the world. That's not an exaggeration. It's as if you had to train for a long time before to have an elite army. And now it's at your fingertips. Ordinary people can become obedient hordes in an instant, and more obedient and humongous than soldiers. Then why would you go to the trouble of training an army? Definitely not. So this kind of thing will spread and eventually get to a point where no one can control it. You've done a good job on this matter. These people will become a scourge in the future if they are not killed. We didn't expect that a mere poison immortal sect would cause such a big deal. Tyson put down his chopsticks and stared. At first they just assumed it was one of those ordinary poisonous people, not even realizing that there were so many hidden agendas in there. Tiangang, you have cleared up an evil thing for this world. This is something I will give you credit for when I return to the mountain. Many thanks, master. Eat more. After all, the rice on the mountain is widowed a batch. How was the mountain during my absence? Li Tiangang looked at Tyson with a smile. This one is taking good care of him. If there were any other Shushan disciples as wanton as he was, Tyson would probably have beaten them to death long ago. To Li Tiangang, it was 100 times more tolerant. All because of favorites. On the mountain, the sect master and the others miss you, but it's peaceful. Tyson lowered his head, not daring to look Li Tiangang in the eyes. The day Li Tiangang came down from the mountain, Shushan feasted 100 seats. Big congratulations for 3 days. It's almost more festive than New Year's Eve. The dogs of Shushan have been much more cheerful since he left. By the way, there's one more thing the sect leader asked me to convey to you this time down the mountain. What matter? Disciple now in the imperial capital can that busy. If it is not important things or senior uncle, you go yourself. Li Tiangang hurriedly waved his hand at his words. There's been a lot going on in Shushan over the years. Basically, which sect's headmaster and so have formed a Taoist couple, and they go to accompany a gift and then embrace a seat or something like that. He had no time for such things. What, just me go? This is something your master left behind. It has to be taken care of by you as an apprentice. Li Tiangang raised his eyebrows at the words. If he said that he came to feel it. Have you ever heard of a human butcher? Hearing these two words, Li Tiangang suddenly had some memories in his mind, but they were already blurred. Kind of impressed. Li Tiangang nodded slightly. Tyson said with a straight face. 30 years ago, a priest of the Tahara tribe in the north of the desert was exceptionally gifted, and at less than 30 years of age, He had already cultivated the secret arts of the north of the desert to their peak. However, his heart is brutal, helping the Tahara tribal lord to unify the north of the desert with the intention of going south. In the north of the desert grassland in Yen State battle with a secret technique to cover up and kill more than 300,000 Yen State army. At that time, your master was the state master of the Great Zhou, and he went and dealt with this person, suppressing him at the gate of the everlasting mountain and agreeing to go and dispose of him cleanly 30 years later. Now that your master is missing, this matter must naturally be left to you. The corners of Li Tiangong's mouth twitched. If this kind of person doesn't kill him, why save it for 30 years later? Tyson shook his head slightly. Your master can't kill him. The other party's delving into the art of desolation has exceeded the creator. My master can't kill him and let me go? Senior, your minds are so evil. What if he kills me? I won't go. Li Tiangang immediately shook his head. These old men are not good things. His master cannot deal with things their own more than one hair off. Can you hear me out? That human butcher was suppressed by your master with the refining abyss as the town eye, and was subjected to the killing chi rushing through his body every day, and nowadays his strength has already regressed to an almost ordinary state. Would we have let you go if it was in its heyday? Then why don't you go? Tyson was momentarily speechless. Li Tiangong's face showed a smug look. On the aspect of eloquence, Tyson is not his opponent. That is, the elder Palmers have come. Also not. Tyson took a deep breath and pulled out the long whip from his arms. Are you going on your own accord? Or will the old man whip you over? Li Tiangang sighed as he looked at the whip that had left a strong impression on him at the beginning of his travels. Go as you please. But in advance, that handle of refined abyss has to be given to me. I'm out there right now living a bloody life every day. The slightest mishap will cause your body to die. So give me this for defense. The Lian Yuan in Li Tiangong's mouth was another of the 3 sacred swords of Mount Shu. If Guilt Cloud was a comprehensive weapon, then Lian Yuan was the ultimate killing chi, which had a natural suppressive power over evil spirits. Alright, you must go to Chanlu in a month. Then what am I doing there? Suppress it somewhere else or bring it back to Mount Shu. Don't. Just find him and then kill him. The rest of the everlasting sect will be dealt with. Never bring him back to Mount Shu. Tyson quickly waved his hand. Li Tiangang instantly realized that something was wrong. Tyson seems a bit scared. Chapter 34, I'll be angry if you call me a bald ass again. Li Tiangang stood up, rubbing his chin and narrowing his eyes to stare straight at Tyson. His master's uncle is not right. As a criminal law elder, the other party was known for his rigidity. He had never seen his master's uncle like this before. Elder, you're not right. If you let me go, tell me clearly in advance or I really won't go. Tyson was just about to get angry, but after thinking about it, he finally sighed heavily. That guy is evil, able to use secret techniques to induce the deepest desires of a person's heart. That is, the heart demon. The heart demon, this thing you are clear. We cultivate people, this will inevitably produce some bad emotions in the midst of cultivation. A few of us went with your master back then, except for your master. And anyway, it was just a mess. When he said that, Li Tiangang finally realized why Tyson was like that. The heart of the devil, this thing for the cultivation of people. The danger is very big. Once appeared then light then become crazy. Heavy words will even be manipulated by the heart of the devil. Become a puppet chasing interests. I see. In that case, I'll handle it then. His master didn't have a heart demon, and he shouldn't have one either. You don't need to worry. The other party is now out of that kind of ability. But our batch of people who have seen the other party still have palpitations in their hearts. That's why we're letting you go. You have not seen him, much less developed a heart demon. Tyson exited and pacified. If this trip was really that treacherous, he wouldn't have let Li Tiangang go himself. Besides, the Nagas will be there to watch him. The people of Everlasting Retreat mainly refined their hearts, and they were considered to have the power to suppress the demons of the heart. That is why the place was chosen there. Worry? I'm not worried. I'm just saying that you're not telling me the truth. You're all cultivators? You're hiding things, Elder Master. Your Tao is cultivating less and less pure. Li Tiangong's mouth blah 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 was like a machine gun, and Tyson immediately felt the fear that he had been dominated by Li Tiangang before. I was short of breath and felt my brain was deprived of oxygen. I was wrong. Will you stop it? Tyson cried out, while the vast majority of them in Shushan, apart from their fixed cultivation, spoke of doing things casually. Li Tiangang was a one-dimensional kind. When the other party was the sword-defending Grand Elder on the mountain, the scalps of them, the older generation, were numb, raw and unlovable. And now that feeling is coming back. When Li Tiangang saw him in this appearance, he lightly grunted in his heart. He was not so fond of saying people, but he knew what the old man was afraid of. See if he dares to say something in the future, and he doesn't like the way he hides it. As for heart demons and whatnot, Li Tiangang wasn't really worried. Who cares? One's own sword will split it and that's the end of it. The speed at which the heart demons grew was certainly not as fast as the speed at which one could strike one's sword. Okay, things have been told to you. Remember the time. The whole month must arrive at the gate of the everlasting mountain. I just remembered. This time there are other things down the mountain. I'll go first. Tyson hurriedly got up and was about to leave. Oh yeah, the matter under Shushan City. The sect already knows about it. The sect leader asked me to pass on a message to you. Don't let killing fill your mind. A fire at the pawnshop happened exactly 2 days after Li Tiangang came down from the mountain. They're not stupid. They're united and naturally know what's going on. Li Tiangang knew that they were talking about the pawnshop, and nodded casually. Got it, elder. Please go back and tell the sect leader. I'll make a note of it. This stuff is just a yes anyway, so next time you run into it, do what you need to do. Procambarus Clarkii, is not planting crops. The sword was in his hand. You still have to see for yourself how to do it. Well, I won't stay much longer. You take care of yourself, and don't try to be tough when you run into anything. It's not like there's no one behind you. Remember that if you run into a tough opponent, go first and wait until you get back to the mountain to code the people together and then go to the other side to take revenge. And it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. We Shushan people take revenge from morning to night. And you are now also considered half a foot into the court. And those secular things try not to get involved in. It's easy to hide from a gun in the open and hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Especially now at this juncture. The world's capable people. The wind and clouds of evil. A bat are prone to change the sky and the earth. You mustn't get involved in the fight for supremacy. It's too late for karma to add to your body to repent. He knew Li Tiangang's character too well. Rigid and hard. Therefore, this time down the mountain he is also to mention the other side. After all, the secular world is not better than the master. In the mountains at best, is also the same door to cheat Li Tiangang to be a sword for a silver. But at the bottom of the mountain people's hearts are treacherous. And sooner or later Li Tiangang will suffer if he keeps his nature. Li Tiangang leaned against the pillar and kept nodding. Tyson was actually much worried. He was not the previous Li Tiangang. His own era disgusting things more than enough. If someone really dared to find his head without knowing how to die, then Li Tiangang would let the other party know who was the ancestor of playing nasty things. Okay, go. If you run into anything annoying at the bottom of the mountain, I know, elder. If anything goes wrong I'll go back to the mountain. Don't worry. I can't be aggravated here? No. What I mean is that if there's anything you can't think about, slowly think about it in the right direction, and don't ever go back to the mountain. After saying that, Tyson pulled his leg out and left. If there is anything in the world today that can make them feel like it is a disaster, I guess it is unlikely that anything other than Li Tiangang returning to the mountain will occur. As long as Li Tiangang's life is not in danger most of them still don't go back to the mountain. Li Tiangang looked at Tyson's back and was dumbfounded. How did he say such a shameless thing without changing his color and calmly? Hopefully he's making a fool of himself again. After leaving the state master's residence, a smile appeared on Tyson's serious face. This little guy truly adhered to his master's heart of righteousness. With him around, this world can't be messed up. Their generation was finally able to take a break and rest. While he had time on this trip, he had to go around and see what new dishes the world had added. In the state master's residence, Li Tiangang touched his nose. This division of his was more or less abstract, one living more than the other at ease. But this is the true Tao. To do as one pleases, to move by one's heart, to be born from one's heart, to lie down when one wants to, not to sit down, not to stand up when one wants to sit down. Sokan walked over with 2 empty plates. Makoto, it seems to me that your division doesn't like you very much. The sound of their conversation just now was not small, and Zhongxian basically heard it. Li Tiangang poo-pooed. Bull asterisk. I'm among the Shu Mountain that's popular. You little bald donkey don't talk. Zhongxian's brows furrowed. Makoto, if you call me a bald donkey again, I'll get angry. The words just fell. Li Tiangang reached out and the gilt cloud sword fell into his hands. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language and speak properly. Little baldy. Chapter 35, The Stubborn Zhongxian. Makoto, I want to go to that nagar too. Zhongxian looked at Li Tiangang and said, You're going? Didn't you hear how dangerous it was just now? You can't even avoid it. Why are you going? Li Tiangang rolled his eyes. He was confident in himself, but not in others. If something did happen, he would still have to save himself. Zhong Xian sniffed and looked at Li Tiangang with a straight face. Truly, truth be told, when I was cultivating Buddhism, I always felt that there were fires of 7 emotions and 6 desires burning my body, and there were illusory women appearing beside me. It makes me so distracted that I can't get my mind to settle. I suspect this is my demon, so I want to challenge my weakness. Looking at Zhong Xian's serious appearance, Li Tiangang snorted out a laugh, followed by letting out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. It was the same Zhong Xian who was able to put such a refreshing spin on his dream money dream. Makoto, what are you laughing at? I laugh at you all. Zhong Xian, listen to the real person. I suggest that you do not have to challenge the soft underbelly on your side. Go out and go to find a pharmacy, called Heaven and Earth, once every 7 days, will surely be able to let you get rid of the disease, and from now on will not produce such evil thoughts. Li Tiangang looked at Zhong Xian seriously. Where is this or mother's? What is the problem of the devil in the heart? Purely because he is holding back. It'd be a wonder if such a big boy didn't have problems, and a heart demon. It's obviously just a biological instinct. Next to her, Su Ren and the other women couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh lightly. Then I'm afraid that Heavenly Palace didn't know that they would be called a pharmacy by Li Tiangang. Zhong Xian had instead recorded it carefully. He'll have to check it out when he's free to go. As we get older, that condition occurs more frequently. Alright, go back first. We'll see when we leave in half a month. And then if you still want to go, then go along. Li Tianyang's daily laughs were now provided by Zhong Xian. Hiss, I actually have an idea. Li Tiangang looked at Zhong Xian seriously. What way? Sending you to the palace. After 2 formalities, clean and dry. Surely your mind will not harbor demons. Into the palace? The people in the palace are capable of this? Zhong Xian instinctively sensed that something was wrong. There is. Just take my token and go to the purification room tomorrow and you'll know. Li Tiangang said and waved his hand, turning around to go back to his room. It was just right to catch up on sleep at this hour. Zhong Xian stayed where he was. Even if he didn't know any better, wouldn't he be able to not understand what the purification room was for? Don't say it. Don't say it. As the saying goes, you can achieve purity by cutting off the threads of worry. That's one way to do it. Zhong Xian returned to his room in slight contemplation. 10 days in the imperial capital. Every day, listening to music on the hook, night wine and food, surrounded by beautiful people, accompanied by, how can life be more than a cozy? But something did happen during this period that shocked Li Tiangang, and that was that Zhong Xian really went to the purification room. If Li Tiangang hadn't known about it and blocked him down, I'm afraid that at this moment, Zhong Xian would have already changed from a poor monk to our family. This tiger calf is a real stick in the mud. Ancient and modern exchanges dare to sow. That is a famous figure. Zhong Xian is to be the second Yu Buchu in awe. He thought that Zhong Xian was rash, but he didn't expect to be so rash. So it was good that Li Tiangang stopped him in the end. It took a lot of persuasion to talk him down. The guy wouldn't relent. Since then Li Tiangang didn't dare to snub Zhong Xian. After all, the other party is really obedient. That didn't go out today, did he? Li Tiangang asked Su Ren, who was next to him after dressing up in his room. No, Master Zhong Xian has been in his room and has just eaten. Su Ren couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly when she spoke of Zhong Xian. Zhong Xian's matter was already well known in the state master's mansion. The many maids couldn't help but have to take a few more glances at him when they saw him. Li Tiangang shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. The people in the purification room had never seen such a strong request for purification, and if the other party hadn't come with the Li Tiangang token, they would have already done it. Su Ren, you go into the palace and tell His Majesty that I'm going to be out of town for the next half of the month. Li Tiangang, after all, is now also considered to have the establishment, which go out to do what have to say to each other. Otherwise, what happened? Cannot find people can be interesting. Soren nodded at her words. Half an hour later, after settling everything in the mansion, Su Ren headed towards the palace, the imperial palace, the back garden. Ji Linglong stretched her body to enjoy the sunlight. Her shoe line, the harvest and the risk were directly proportional, tied the king of Shu firmly to his chariot. 300,000 of Shu's driving troops had crossed the imperial capital's Salt City camp. The next step was to make a move on those officials in the imperial capital, especially Chiang Kai-shan, for whom Ji Linglong's heaviest worry was the Salt City army in his hands. Now not only did he have the means to check and balance, but at the same time Ji Linglong had already secretly taken down the 2 vice-generals under him. The previous gloom was swept away. After taking Chiang Kai-shan down, she would truly become the son of heaven, not being held back and having military power in her hands. I will wait until the future and then I'll take the Duke of Xin to the next level. The entire center of the empire would then be all in her hands. Ji Linglong was in the middle of planning when Mu Renjiying came over. Your Majesty, Su Ren seeks an audience. Let her in. Ji Linglong gave a faint cry and then sat down in the middle of the gazebo. It didn't take long for Mu Renjiying to walk over with Su Ren. The slave girl pays her respects to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, all hail and peace. Su Ren fell to her knees and bent her head in respect. Get up. Is there anything on Li Tiangong's side? Ji Linglong said without lifting her head. He recently went on a long trip and will be back in about half a month's time. Where to? It seems like Shushan gave some kind of task, and the state master went to deal with it. The specific slave girl didn't hear clearly. It's the person from Shushan who came up to discuss with the state master. Su Ren lowered her head. She knew what Li Tiangang was there for. She heard everything Tyson and Li Tiangang said, but she didn't want to tell Ji Linglong all these things. Li Tiangang treated her well. Ji Linglong didn't ask much when she heard that it was something ordered by someone from Mount Shu. Anyway, it's fine if it has nothing to do with your own business. You go back and tell him that I know. Yes. The slave girl leaves. Su Ren got up and retreated with a graceful bow. Mu Renjiying followed Su Ren out of the gazebo. Although Li Tiangang rejected her last time, but as time passed, Ji Linglong also uncovered this matter. After all, if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have such an opportunity for himself. However, from the moment Li Tiangang rejected herself, Ji Linglong understood that Li Tiangang could only be used, but not as her own. Surrendering demons is fine, but forget the rest. On her way out of the palace, Su Ren talked to Mu Renjiying and the two of them about recent events. Mu Renjiying listened with yearning. Compared to the boring life of the palace, the state master's mansion is really a lot of fun. After sending Su Ren out of the palace, Mu Renjiying was just about to go back when he noticed a familiar person. It was Pei Yuan Shang who had disappeared for a long time. Behind him was a middle-aged man in a black Taoist robe. It just doesn't look like a good person. General Pei. Chief Mu. Is His Majesty in the palace? Pei Yuansheng opened his mouth when he saw Mu Renjiying and asked, Please help the chief to inform me, and I will return with the man who has sought it. Pei Yuansheng arched his hand and said. Mu Renjiying glanced at the black-clothed middle-aged man as he sniffed. Poor Shi Yuan pays his respects to Lord Chief. Chapter 36 9 Thunder Mountain Thunder Cloud Cave Stone Source. Your Majesty, General Pei has brought a Taoist priest who wishes to request an audience with Your Majesty. Hearing Mu Renjiying's request, Ji Linglong got up and waved her hand. Bring them in immediately. After straightening her clothes, she sat on top of the dragon chair. Pei Yuansheng went on her orders to secretly search for cultivated people who could submit to her. According to her imagination, the other party would still need some time, but she did not expect its speed to be so fast. A few moments later, Mu Renjiying walked in with Pei Yuansheng and that middle-aged Taoist priest. My lord Pei Yuansheng pays his respects to Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Pei Yuansheng bowed as he entered the hall. Poor Taoist Shi Yuan of Nine Thunder Mountains Thunder Cloud Cave pays his respects to Your Majesty. Shi Yuan entered the hall and respectfully knelt on the ground. This scene caused both Pei Yuansheng and Mu Renjiying to stifle their eyebrows. According to the laws and decrees of the Zhou dynasty, except for the palace attendants, courtiers were only required to perform the ritual of kneeling on certain days, and bowing and saluting on ordinary days was sufficient. The conditions are much more relaxed for those who practice. The other guy came in here and plopped down on his knees a little too much. On the contrary, Ji Linglong was satisfied with its behavior. Shi Daolong, please rise. I do not know much about cultivation. I do not know what kind of learning is Shi Daolong. Ji Linglong opened her mouth to go straight to the core. What poor Tao has learned is the art of thunder in the 9 heavens, which is driven by Qi transforming into thunder. And the best technique is the palm thunder technique, which can shatter mountains and rocks with a single palm. Shi Yuan looked up at Ji Linglong and said with slight arrogance. Pei Yuansheng bowed and said, Your Majesty, I saw with my own eyes that Taoist Master Shi's palm struck the spirit monster to death, causing its soul to fly away and dissipate with great power. Oh, in that case how about asking Taoist Shi to demonstrate for me? Ji Linglong was instantly interested. Your Majesty, is this not a little inappropriate? This person's origin is unknown. If it is suddenly, Mu Renjiying has some caution in his eyes. He was not Li Tiangang, who came out of a famous school with reliable roots. No harm done. Ji Linglong waved her hand to interrupt. She had to see for herself what her opponent could do. Shi Yuan smiled faintly. Your Majesty is relieved. The poor Taoist can display it on a small scale for Your Majesty's enjoyment. Good. I will wait and see. Ji Linglong leaned on the dragon chair and nodded slightly. Middle of the field. Shi Yuan set up a stance. Hands in the air and disc. Mouth vibration. With the stance set up, hands in the middle of the gradual rise of thunder. Arcs of electricity flashes. Palm thunder execution of evil. Shi Yuan coldly shouted, raised his hand and blasted out with a palm. The power of thunder was instantaneous. The table not far away was instantly shattered by the thunder. Wood chips were flying across the room with great power. Shi Yuan's afterglow swept over Ji Linglong, who nodded in satisfaction, smiled to himself and turned to bow to Ji Linglong. Your Majesty, due to the limited space in this hall, it can only be so, and if it were an unusual manhite stone it could also be shattered with a single palm strike. Good ability. General Pei did find a great power for me. I wonder the geometry of the Changmen. Ji Linglong asked immediately afterward. There are 300 of my disciples, each of whom is skilled in this art and agile in action. And although they are cultivators, they are all loyal to His Majesty. It is a pity that the unusual are unable to serve the country. And having met General Pei by chance in search of capable men and women for His Majesty, I am glad to come. Listening to Shi Yuan's words, Ji Linglong was even more satisfied. This was simply according to her own requirements. Someone with strength. This allows for a quick setup of the structure of the divine mechanism guard. Good. I like the most capable people. All of you have the heart of the country. I am more than pleased. Inger, take the Taoist minister down to rest for a few days. To be I dealt with the political affairs and then with the Taoist minister to have a long talk. A faint smile hung on Ji Linglong's face. Mu Renjiying sniffed and brought Shi Yuan out of the temple door. Only Pei Yuancheng and Ji Linglong remained in the palace. Ji Linglong's light lips moved slightly. Where did you run into him? Tell me the experience carefully. Pei Yuancheng was immediately introduced. He left the capital in disguise after receiving Ji Linglong's secret order and went to Luzhou, where cultivators gathered. After arriving in Luzhou, Pei Yuancheng went around looking for those strange people, but those people either didn't want to take care of him or their strength was low. After searching for a week, Pei Yuancheng basically gave up and was ready to change the place when he bumped into Shi Yuan in the field, who was in the process of subduing the demons. Seeing his extraordinary ability, Pei Yuancheng went up the mountain to strike up a conversation and then made a natural acquaintance. After testing his heart a few times, Pei Yuancheng designated him as an alternative, followed by him going to several large sects, but without exception, nothing. Those sect children are arrogant. For him is not a bird. Ji Linglong listened to the whole process. A hint of playfulness flashed on the absolutely beautiful face. In the past few days to check his details, the ins and outs of the causes and consequences I have to know. She was able to deduce that the other party had deliberately sought out Pei Yuancheng, and that those demon-subduing demons were also something that the other party had taken the initiative to let him see. Pei Yuancheng's searching around for capable people had long attracted the attention of the other side. Ji Linglong has basically been able to project out a big difference just by listening. After telling this to Pei Yuancheng, the latter's face suddenly changed. Obviously, after Ji Linglong said that, he himself felt that something was wrong. Your Majesty, is this man approaching on his own accord with any ulterior motives? It would be better to repel him, Pei Yuancheng hurriedly said. Meanwhile, the back had been drenched in cold sweat, approaching himself with ulterior motives, and then he actually brought the other party back to the imperial capital. It's good that Ji Linglong found out. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. Go ahead and find out. As long as he wasn't sent here, nothing else matters. I don't have so many requirements to use people. What he did so shows that he has desires, and people with desires are easy to manipulate. Ji Linglong's voice was bland. The OP must use the kind of people who are flawed. As long as it's not too much of a problem and your competence is on the line, turn a blind eye and move on. People like Li Tiangang are typical of those who have no desire. Don't think he spends all day in the land of hookers. That's just one of his insignificant links. Fundamentally, the other party was the kind of person who practiced proper cultivation. No desire to be driven by desire. Ji Linglong admired Li Tiangang, but she didn't like it. Because it's not going to work for you after all. It's like what Tiangang Li said. Even if his master were to become a demon and wreak havoc on heaven and earth, Li Tiangang would not hesitate for a second. And even thwarted. Yes, Your Majesty. Then in the future, the end of the line will keep a closer eye. Pei Yuancheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ji Linglong did not pursue this matter. Otherwise he would have been spared a melon fall. After all, bringing someone with evil intentions to Ji Linglong's side, if the other party had just plotted against them, then they would not be able to stop them at all. Well, go down and check it out. By the way, how does this person compare to Li Tiangang? Who is stronger or weaker? Listening to Ji Linglong's question, Pei Yuanqing's face showed complexity. Your Majesty, this cultivator is not a martial artist. There are no realm divisions, and it is only based on art patterns. If we go by my prediction, I'm afraid it's still the State Master who's better. After all, the State Master's teacher is famous and has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Hearing Pei Yuanqing's prediction, Ji Linglong waved her hand with a calm expression. All right, get down there. The last general will retire. Pei Yuanqing slowly left the Great Hall. That's an interesting question, Your Majesty asked. Why compare Li Tiangang to him? Chapter 37, A Hidden Thing? A disgusting man. Father, what did the Empress say? Among the rooms of the imperial capital's heavenly character superior inn, a young Taoist priest in front of Shi Yuan asked with some excitement. Shi Yuan looked at the man and said in a deep voice, How many times have I told you? Just call me master whenever you're outside. Why can't you remember? Yes, master. Isn't it just the two of us? The man muttered under his breath. Humph, 2 people? That Empress is not a good person. The reason why she put us here is probably because she's checking us out. At those words, Zhao Shanhai immediately had a flash of shock on his face. Master, then let's leave tonight. If we let her find out about us, isn't that the end? What panic? Shi Yuan stroked his beard, his face showing a cold color. She's not one of those righteous sects. She's the Empress. She doesn't care what you are as long as she can do something. Instead, it's good to check. According to what that Pei Yuansheng said, the Empress was trying to establish an organization made up of cultivators to deal with some unseen matters. People are too righteous and don't always do these things for her. I believe it's a win-win situation. She leveraged us, and we leveraged her to clear our names. Shi's dry, thin face pulled up an arc. Phew, I'm relieved if Master says so. Master, is that Empress nice to look at? Snap. Just as Zhao Shanhai's words fell, Shi Yuan threw a slap on top of his face. Clear 5 fingerprints emerged. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of its mouth. Waste. If it wasn't for your lustful behavior, would I have to bring my disciples to such a state? Now you still can't change your ways. Shi Yuan's eyes glared up in anger. Zhao Shanhai hurriedly fell to his knees. I know it's wrong, Master. I'm telling you, the imperial capital is no ordinary place. If you dare to do underhanded things to me again, those underhanded things, if you dare to do them again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shi Yuan looked at Zhao Shanhai in front of him with hatred. He came from a famous family, is also a loud and clear big faction. When he was young, he was careless and did not know what to do, and left such a bloodline when he was doing things outside. In order to prevent the matter from being exposed, he lied that Zhao Shanhai was an orphan he ran into while traveling down the mountain. After that it was brought back to MT, accepted as a disciple. However, his habits are unstable, and his greed for pleasure has gone to his bones. The kung fu skill is not learned without success, and there are quite a few crooked thoughts. Half a year ago on the mountain, drugged the only daughter of the headmaster, dazed with the intention of misbehavior, was discovered by the people of the clan, his own son. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing, so he took the matter on his shoulders. Finally, he left the mountain gate with his own personal disciples as well as his registered disciples. At the same time, Zhao Shanhai's entire cultivation was also abolished by the sect leader. This was still because he had done a lot for the clan. Otherwise it wouldn't have been Zhao Shanhai alone who was wasted. His lineage up and down the line will have to be scrapped. After leaving from the mountain, he went to the city where the cultivators were, and went incognito. His name is pressed into service as Shi Yuan. I know, Master. Don't be angry. I'm now an invalid. I can't do anything even if I want to. Zhao Shanhai fell to his knees rather sadly. Ugh, Shi Yuan sighed heavily. Alright, get up. I did all this not for you? Your cultivation is all dispersed, and you have no connection to cultivation anymore. I'll do my best for this Empress, and in the future, I'll give you a radiant future, a life of riches and honor. Yes, Master. I know you're good. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Zhao Shanhai got up and stood obediently next to him. Where are your mentors? They're all settled in the imperial capital. Master, I'll call them over? Forget it. You go and instruct them not to mess around in the imperial capital. All be at peace. In the future this will be considered our home base. Oh yes, by the way, go out and ask where the state master's mansion is. Shushan has always been the state religion of the Great Zhou, and that Li Tiangang is now also the state master of the Great Zhou. We came here to beg for food. We should pay our respects to others, and after we have made inquiries, prepare a generous gift and I will go to the door to pay my respects. Shi Yuan rubbed the spirit jade in his hand and instructed. Li Tiangang? The same Li Tiangang who went to the poison immortal sect alone? Zhao Shanhai's ears were tired of hearing about this person's name all this time. In their line of work, the other party's name spread rapidly after sweeping away the poison immortal sect. Yes, look at others. Master Hero Apprentice Good Man, much younger than your years. But people have been able to walk the rivers and lakes by themselves to make a name for themselves. Shi Yuan said rather enviously. People are more dead than people. And goods are more trashy than goods. Fruity really can't be put together and compared. Most people clapped their hands at the matter of Li Tiangang overthrowing the poison immortal sect. People who rely on their own cultivation are very annoyed by these evil people. When Zhao Shanhai heard this, his eyes immediately flashed with a hint of gloom. He was most annoyed by Shi Yuan comparing himself with others. After hiding the gloom deeply, "It's master." After Zhao Shanhai left, Shi Yuan pushed open the window and looked at the crowded street scene inside quietly. Although he couldn't go back to the mountain gate, it was good to make a living by his ability in this mundane world. In the future, Zhao Shanhai will be able to get a position in the court by virtue of himself. Taking a wife and having children is a way of passing on your bloodline. That would be a good way out. After settling the place down, he went to live a life of idleness. In fact, he couldn't look at those yellow and white things. But there's no way around it. One has to think of future generations. Zhao Shanhai is a person who knows himself well. Jarius, good for nothing, and has the fatal weakness of being horny. If one does not create a path for him, then there is only death in his future. I'm not capable and I like to womanize. It would have been fine if he had spent the money, but he was into that kind of salacious behavior. Shi Yuan just do not understand. His body clear shadow positive. How to raise a so wild and paradoxical people. If not for his age, Shi Yuan would have wanted to slap him to death. As we get older, the licking gets heavier. If he had been younger, he would not have gotten involved in this. Let it live or die. But not now. After Zhao Shanhai left the inn, he went to several places one after another in those senior brothers to bring Shi Yuan's meaning. Then he inquired about the location of the state master's house. Li Tiangang was now a celebrity in the imperial capital, so it wasn't hard to inquire. Upon seeing the majestic state master's mansion, Zhao Shanhai's eyes were filled with envy, while his eyes were even more glowing for the women coming and going at the entrance. This Li Tiangang is quite a player, isn't he? Seems to be a fellow traveler as well. He made a note of the location and then hurried back to the inn. Chapter 38, I just despise you. Boss, when are we leaving? Zhong Xian asked as he looked at Li Tiangang, who was dangling and reclining in Su Ren's arms. What's your hurry? It's not too late to leave tomorrow. It only takes 5 days to rush to the Changlu Mountain Gate Imperial Sword. Li Tiangang gulped down the grapes fed to his mouth. Ever since Su Ren came back, Zhong Xian had been beside himself with questions all the time. After being explicitly rejected, Zhong Xian returned to his room resentfully. In his opinion, this was something that affected heaven and earth. Li Tiangang should be the same as himself. But the other party was a comfortable bunch. Zhong Xian did not understand, but was greatly shocked. Runner, why are the grapes you pick always so sweet? Li Tiangang looked up at his delicate chin. Hearing Li Tiangang say this, Su Ren instantly raised her eyebrows and looked down at Li Tiangang, her two faces almost about to touch. Boss, I have more. Before Su Ren's words fell, the maid outside the door walked over. Lord State Master, there are 2 Taoist priests seeking an audience. Li Tiangang's mind was interrupted as he listened to Su Ren's words, skimming his head and frowning slightly. A Taoist priest? But dressed like my master's uncle? The maid shook her head. No, they were wearing all black. It was Li Tiangang's turn to be curious. Does that mean it's a fellow disciple from somewhere? Bring them in. A few moments later, the 2 walked in with the maid. Li Tiangang sat up and looked squarely at the 2 men. These 2 men were none other than Shi Yuan's father and son. Shi Yuan piled up a smile and saluted when he saw Li Tiangang. Poor Taoist Jilai Mountain Thunder Cloud Cave. Shi Yuan pays his respects to Tiangang Jinjin. Behind him, Zhao Shanhai followed with a salute. Li Tiangang waved his hand, and Su Ren retreated with his maids. Fellow Daoist, since you've come to see me, there's no need to play dumb riddles. Is there? Li Tiangang gave a faint cry. This kind of what 9 Thunder Mountain Thunder Cloud Cave is misrepresented as soon as it is heard. Do you really think you're an immortal practitioner? Ha 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 ha. Your Excellency is truly gifted. I, Zhang Xiaoyu of the Heavenly Master's House, pay my respects to your Excellency. Shi Yuan smiled and looked at Li Tiangang, nodding slightly inwardly. Sure enough, he's a disciple of a great sect. The momentum is extraordinary. Zhang Xiaoyu, weren't you removed from the Heavenly Master's office? Is there something you want to see me about today? Li Tiangang looked at the two with raised eyebrows. The Tenchi mansion was a big deal last year. One of the most memorable things about crossing over. This disciple of Zhang Shouyu was caught intending to misbehave with the daughter of the head of the Tianqifu. At that time, it could be said that it was the #1 hot list in their cultivation world, and it was quite explosive. Xu Shan naturally knew that. Even real people with daughters at the time taught themselves a lesson. The memories are strong. Ahem. It's been a long time since things passed. I didn't expect the real person to still remember. This time, I came here specifically to pay my respects to the mountain gate. And in the future, we will all be working for His Majesty, so it's good to get acquainted. Shi Yuan piled up a smile and placed the gift on top of the counter. Li Tianyang's eyes narrowed at his words. When he thought of what Ji Linglong said about Tian Jiwei earlier, the corner of his mouth twitched. Ji Linglong was really bullish. With so many cultivators under the sky, she found the worst one? But it seems normal when you think about it. Who in the right family would do this for you? People who practice are high-minded. Take the gift back. Worshipping the mountain sect is nothing. And I am here merely to receive orders from my master in case there are any crooked sects making mischief. Not considered a courtier. Therefore, no contact occurs. Li Tiangang casually waved his hand. He didn't want to stick around and be associated with people like that. If the heavenly master hadn't already finished dealing with the other side, just according to his disciple's way of doing things, Li Tiangang could have chopped with his sword. When Zhao Shanhai saw Li Tiangang behaving like this, he immediately showed displeasure and muttered in a low voice, "What's the point of pretending? Still looking down on us? Aren't you also embracing left and right?" The words were not yet spoken. A flash of cold light. Zhao Shanhai's pupils instantly froze and his body stiffened. At some point a sword had been placed across his neck. Li Tiangang stood across from him, smiling. "Speak up or I can't hear you." Next to him, Shi Yuan looked shocked. He didn't even react just now. The other party's speed was so fast. After returning to his senses, Shi Yuan hurriedly arched his hand. "Your Excellency, my disciple is unintelligent. I'll make amends to you." Zhao Shanhai also trembled his body and said, Yes, I am sorry. My mouth is cheap. I really shouldn't offend you." Just now he walked on the edge of death. The feeling was as cold as falling into an ice cellar. Li Tiangang threw the sword back casually with a warm smile. "I really look down on you. If it wasn't for you, your master wouldn't have been reduced to having to be an eagle dog for the royal family. If it weren't for you, your master wouldn't have been scorned. Anyone who could look up to someone like you, I'm afraid there's something wrong with their head instead." Saying that, Li Tiangang casually swept the gifts on the table to the ground. "I don't have a problem with you guys mixing it up, and I won't have any other problem with what the heavenly master has already dealt with. But Taoist Master Zhang, keep an eye on your disciple. If he's done anything untoward in this imperial capital, then I'll have to take action. Poor Taoist's methods are not as gentle as those of heavenly Master Zhang." Zhong Xian, see off the guests. Li Tiangang turned around and left the gazebo. He had already guessed that the one next to Zhang Shouyu was that disciple of his. This is also today's era. If it were before, he knew that such a person was there. He would definitely send him in. The start is also 5 to 10 years. The bottom of the contempt chain is his type. Amitabha Buddha, please leave, both of you. Zhongxian clasped his hands together with an unkind look in his eyes. Everyone knew about that incident in the Heavenly Master's mansion, and Zhongxian was no exception. Therefore, he didn't have much to show for it. Shi Yuan lowered himself to pick up the gift and bowed. Much ado about nothing. Farewell. He had endured this treatment many times and was used to it. Zhao Shanhai followed his master and left in a hurry. As he passed by he still couldn't control himself from glancing at Su Ren and the other women. Li Tiangang shook his head inside. That Zhang Shouyu was also an elder of the Tianchi mansion before, and his esteemed status was all affected by such a disciple. Let's just say that poor people have to be hated. Since he wanted to cover his disciple, he would have to suffer this consequence now. A broken tooth must be swallowed. Serves you right. Su Ren, in the future when you see this kind of person directly tell him to get out. Li Tiangang snorted coldly. He's too bad that such people come to his door. Lord State Master, should we go and tell His Majesty? Su Ren heard it all just now and said with some concern. Those who were disliked by Li Tiangang were certainly not good people. People have their own destinies, and if she wants to use someone on her own, she'll have to suffer the consequences. Of course, I don't mind if you go and tell her. That's your freedom, but I'm not going to get involved in any of this. As the saying goes, adults have to live with the consequences of any behavior they cause. Li Tiangang stretched his waist and leisurely said, he is not Ji Linglong's father. Why does he care so much? The best thing a person can do if they want to live a long time is not to meddle with themselves and not to move themselves. Bitchy or not, do your own thing. What you think is good for others, people don't always see it that way. Chapter 39 Establishment of the Divine Mechanism Guards. Master, this Li Tiangang is also too disrespectful. Relying on the fact that he is from Mount Shu to be so arrogant? Still talking about my problems, isn't he himself embracing people left and right? Zhao Shanhai, who had left the state master's mansion, couldn't help but say, it's just a matter of other people talking about themselves, but he's playing with more flowers than he is. Look at that state master's mansion, it's all full of good-looking maids of honor. How can you talk about yourself when you're so horny? Shi Yuan frowned and snorted coldly. Have I suffered less verbal ridicule following you? What are you comparing to him? Since the other party has no intention of befriending us, we don't have to climb up the pole to him. Li Tiangang said it quite nicely. Since the incident at the Heavenly Master's mansion, the ridicule he received when he went to the mansions of those Taoist friends on weekdays was far more unpleasant than what Li Tiangang had said. He'd gotten used to it a long time ago. But the trip wasn't for nothing. At least understand what Li Tiangang meant. It's okay for both sides to keep their hands off each other. Zhao Shanhai, on the other hand, snorted coldly in his heart. As a man of the same Taoist sect, Li Tiangang caught himself in such behavior without anyone saying anything, while he himself had merely made the mistake that all men make. This cultivation world is also about seeing people. When he gained a firm foothold in the imperial capital in the future, he would definitely look for many better-looking maidservants than those in Li Tiangong's residence. The master and disciple returned to the middle of the inn where they were staying. In the meantime, in the palace, Ji Linglong received the matter of the other party, Shi Yuan's master and disciple, going to the state master's mansion to be reprimanded by Li Tiangang. At the same time, he also learned from Su Ren's mouth about the evil deeds committed by Shi Yuan's master and disciples in the Heavenly Master's mansion. I know. If there is anything, come to report to me in time. Ji Linglong looked at Su Ren with satisfaction. The people she rewards are naturally her people. This matter was also well known to Li Tiangang. Just the fact that it's a practicing person doesn't mind. There was nothing to hide from Ji Linglong. Your Majesty, these two are not right in heart. You must be careful. The reason why Su Ren came to tell Ji Linglong about this was mainly because she was worried that Ji Linglong would be compelled by the two masters and disciples to fall into their ways. According to Li Tiangang, that disciple of his is a denizen. Alright, you go back first. Ji Linglong casually waved her hand. There was an instinctive distaste for that disciple Shi Yuan, but that doesn't stop her from using people. Besides, one uses his master, and doesn't get too involved with an apprentice. Instead, it was helpful to know that it was happening. From this information, it could be concluded that Shi Yuan was also from a famous sect with good strength. Besides, it's in a rat race, so it's just the thing to use for your own purposes. Just right, so to speak. If not, the other party would not have defected to himself. Taking a good measure, Shi Yuan would become a sharp weapon in her Ji Linglong's hands. Su Ren saw this and bowed and retreated. This matter had already been told to His Majesty, and she had done her duty as a slave girl, so the rest was up to His Majesty himself to decide. After Su Ren left, Ji Linglong immediately ordered someone to summon Shi Yuan to the palace. Now that you already know the other side, then it's time to move on down the road. The matter of the Xinjuai is imminent. Right now, she was about to have a showdown with Chen Kaishan, and she would feel more at ease with the presence of such a force. In the middle of the inn, Shi Yuan was summoned by Mu Renjing, immediately straightened his clothes and prepared to follow into the palace. And next to him, Zhao Shanhai's eyes rolled as he followed. Master, I'll accompany you to the palace. The words were interrupted by Mu Renjing. His Majesty has orders to invite only Daoist Shi to the palace. She had heard Su Ren come to report what had happened in the state master's residence. For this Zhao Shanhai could hardly hide his disgust. Just stay here. Shi Yuan waved his hand, while the warning in his eyes was quite strong. Zhao Shanhai wanted to enter the palace not because he wanted to see the empress. He just couldn't understand if there was anything else in this son of his heart or not. Why do you think about this all day long? Looking at the two's departing backs, Zhao Shanhai's eyes flashed with malice. Why did he feel like everyone was targeting him? A change of scenery? Or so? In the palace, Ji Linglong looked at Shi Yuan with a bland face. I have not disturbed Taoist Master Shi by hastily summoning him here. Have I? Your Majesty is overstating the case. Since I have come to the imperial capital, I am always ready to share your Majesty's worries. Oh, Daoist Shi is well versed in the ways of the mundane world. But why would Daoist Shi want to deceive me? Words. Shi Yuan immediately frowned slightly, but in an instant, He feigned uncertainty and asked, "Why did your majesty say that?" Ji Linglong smiled faintly. The Taoist master clearly came from the heavenly master's house, but compiled what 9 Thunder Mountain? Does the Taoist master know that this is the crime of deceiving the king? Shi Yuan immediately warmed up to anger in his heart. He had just gone to the state master's mansion this afternoon, and immediately afterward, Ji Linglong knew about it in the evening. How could he believe it if he had to say that there was nothing about Li Tiangang in this? Saying all sorts of things, what with no opinion of himself, he turned his head and came to tell Ji Linglong. Truly a hypocrite. Ji Linglong knew what he was thinking by looking at his expression. Immediately, he spoke blandly. Do not worry, you are in the imperial capital. Every word and action are in my sight. Not to mention your words and deeds in the state master's house, where your disciples went to see what people I know exactly. The reason why I'm telling you this much is not how I'm going to be. It's just that I don't like being lied to. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. You should understand what I mean. As for your disciples' matter, young people inevitably have an impulse. Don't you think so? But after the impulse, the responsibility is all on you. Just because you miss it doesn't mean you don't have a chance to reform. Ji Linglong's language art can be very profound. A remark that implicitly conveyed a lot of meaning to Shi Yuan. The old geezer Shi Yuan also understood it in seconds. The fact that Ji Linglong was able to say these words meant that she could basically settle down in the middle of the imperial capital. But at the same time it contains a knockout punch. Shi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Bow. I thank your majesty for giving the adversary a chance to reform himself. And your majesty rest assured that from now on this matter will not happen again. And please rest assured, your majesty, that I have done so, and there is only one way to do my duty. From now on your majesty's order is where I will go to the fire. This is the step. Ji Linglong has already handed it over. It's natural for him to walk on. Good. I can't bear the thought of your talent being buried. I hereby appoint you as the governor of the Divine Mechanism Guards, and secretly form the Divine Mechanism Guards to bring together people of cultivation, and take orders only from me. Ji Linglong got up with a swing of her dragon robe. Her eyes swept out a cold light. Imperial license. First to kill. Shi Cheng. Your good days are behind you. Shi Yuan's face was ecstatic as he fell to his knees. I thank your majesty. Just by the sound of it, this is a remarkable organization. Reward the imperial capital with a set of other houses, 1,000 taels of gold, and promote your disciple to the 5th rank of squire, and give you the Quangan Earth Palace to serve as the headquarters of the Divine Mechanical Guards. Go and handle it at once. Shi Yuan sniffed in ecstasy. Wasn't what he was asking for a future for Zhao Shanhai? Now that purpose is kind of served. Immediately, he bent his head to receive the order. At the same time, he was grateful for Ji Linglong's kindness. These days he was as if he was a street rat. Everyone was shouting at him. Not only that, but they all looked at him with contempt in their eyes. And now, Ji Linglong was able to cast a net and give Zhao Shanhai a road to prosperity. His heart sort of dropped. Chapter 40. How strong is Li Tiangong's strength? Satisfied, Shi Yuan left the palace with the tokens and apparel of the Divine Mechanic Guards as well as the rewarded gold. Mu Renjiying returned to Ji Linglong after sending him out of the palace. Send someone to call Pei Yuancheng back, and at the same time appoint him to also serve as the deputy governor of the Xinjiwei, secretly cultivating a direct line to spy on Shi Yuan for me. Ji Linglong stretched her body, and a trace of exhaustion flashed across her stunningly beautiful face. As an emperor she had to trust everyone, but she couldn't trust everyone. As she achieved empire, the words widow and widower became Ji Linglong's label like a shadow. Yes, slave girl will arrange this. Your majesty should also rest early. Never strain your body too much. Mu Renjiying looked at Ji Linglong's appearance. Her eyes filled with heartache. The late emperor threw a mess over to his majesty. That's how his majesty was able to hold this already shaky great Zhou together. But at the end of the day, her majesty is also a woman. She has her moments of exhaustion. Shi Yuan returned to the inn and conveyed Ji Linglong's reward as well as the appointment to his many disciples. Those who were able to follow him out of the heavenly master's mansion were naturally all close to him, and after living a life of upheaval for so long, they were finally able to settle down now. Although they will be labeled as the imperial court's hawks and dogs in the future, but they have already been mixed up to this point. What do they care about this? The court hawks and dogs have food and resources, but also better than they go around being looked down upon. Shu Shan. Tyson returned to the mountain gate after a week. The road back from the imperial capital could be described as eating and drinking all the way. People who practice are people too. There are also various desires. Staying in the middle of a mountain gate for years and years, this more or less derails from below. Every time there was a mission down the mountain from top to bottom it was grabbed, but only for short-term assignments. Long-term mountain gate won't be reimbursed. As soon as Tyson returned, he converged with Tai Luo and other Shu Mountain executives. Has the Big Dipper agreed? Tai Luo said impatiently. The matter of the long stay belongs to the historical legacy. The last Taigen who could handle this disappeared. One could only leave this matter to his apprentice. These few elders present were scared to death of that thing. The shadows of those days still remain in the mind. Promised. According to the time this should have already departed. But sect leader, aren't we being a bit too unkind by doing this? Tyson sighed and leisurely said. What's unkind? The Big Dipper is not prone to heart demons. We're different. Yes, the Big Dipper's life is hard. If something really happens to us old arms and legs, we won't be able to run as fast as him. What elder brother said makes a lot of sense. Listening to the words of the crowd, Tyson was slightly reassured. It seems that the most shameless one is not yet himself. Much better off on my own with a lower limit to back it up. By the way, did you ask about the Poison Immortal sect on your trip? Did the Big Dipper get hurt? Tai Luo asked as he remembered this matter. I was about to report this matter to the headmaster. It really is a chaotic world with many demons. The Poison Immortal sect actually. As Tyson explained, the faces of the many Shu Mountain executives wrinkled. None of them expected things to go this far. A sign of great chaos in the world. Taylor sighed. Demons are frequent. Sect leader, I think it's time to recall the Big Dipper. Today's Poison Immortal sect has not become a climate. What about a similar one in another day? Tyson said in a deep voice with his brows furrowed. Taylor got up and grabbed his duster and shook his head. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. The Big Dipper's hard life is probably fine. Tai Lo said this. The people in the Great Hall were dumbfounded and, before, it could be argued that the palm was living the whole life. But now this situation has become so treacherous. The sect leader is actually still saying such things. Palm you. Tyson's eyes glazed over. All right, disperse. I have my own decision on this matter. You guys do what you need to do. Taylor waved his hand in annoyance. The crowd hurriedly rose and retreated. Anyway, the words were spoken by the sect leader. In the future Tai Xian will return and know about this matter. And if he wants to split is also to split the sect leader. Nothing to do with them. It's like the master said. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. After everyone leaves, Tai Lo sat paralyzed. It's not like the reason he's like this is really any kind of dead Taoist. One reason for this was because, back then, when Li Tiangang was 13 years old, Tai Xian had explicitly stated that he was already on par with him in terms of cultivation. Now that so many years have passed, who knows how far Li Tiangang has gotten. But what was certain was that just these old bones of theirs combined would not necessarily be able to receive two of its swords. Born swordsman is so dominant. The path of cultivation is like a Kunlun Pang Fuya. The common man cannot be compared. Secondly, when Tai Xian left back then, he said that Li Tiangang had outstanding natural talent, and that this kind of genius had a mixed fate. The scourges of previous years had all been blocked by Tai Xian, and it's got one more heist in its future. This robbery is a matter of life and death. If you get through it you let it go down immediately. When he was leaving, Tai Xian was giving 1,000 instructions. But, too low give forget exactly what day it is. After retracing his steps, he found out that it was the very day that Li Tiangang went to the greenhouse as a sword. This. But being alive means it's not a big problem. Tai Xian had also said that as long as he passed this calamity, beyond that it's a horse's race. So on that day Tyson would let Li Tiangang come down from the mountain. It's all at his master's behest. And it has nothing to do with himself. So yeah, there's an injustice. If the Big Dipper is really in trouble that would have to be blamed on his master. After digesting the ins and outs in your head, Tai Lo exhaled softly. That's the same kid you watched grow up. How can you not be worried? But it wasn't him who should be worried either. It was those at the bottom of the hill. Tai Xian was already invincible when he disappeared. And at that time, Li Tiangang was already comparable to Tai Xian. Not to mention now. He was not worried about the safety of Li Tiangang's life. He was worried that Li Tiangang just don't kill people off. Born swordsman. Bossy as hell. In the meantime, Li Tiangang in the middle of the imperial capital changed into a white brocade robe, sand his hair and put on a jade crown. With a dusty temperament. After all, this was a visit to a fellow disciple. So how could you not be well dressed? Su Ren and the other maids looked at Li Tiangang with wild little stars in their eyes. The stranger is like jade. And the male world is figurative at this moment. Zhong Xian is also handsome, but beside Li Tiangang was directly reduced to dregs. When the face is not equal, The temperament takes over as the decisive factor. As the sunrise morning sun pours down on the earth, the two of them officially left the state master's mansion towards Changlu. The mountain gate of Changlu was isolated from the world, not within the Great Zhou, but built on a sea island. From the imperial capital all the way south, it still goes out from Shu to the East China Sea and through the sea, traveling by water. The two men traveled light and sped along. In just one day's time he had traveled from the imperial capital to the land of Shu. Chapter 41, The Fierce Cheng Kai-san. The two of them walked around once they entered Shu, experiencing the local customs and delicious food. Tian Gangli is the kind of guy who likes to press the point to the point. It's been a great tradition since my previous life. But the character of Zhong Xian next to him was very different from Li Tiangang. If you put him in his previous life, he must be one of those people who had a 3 o'clock flight and he was there at 10 in the morning. In the end, it was only when Li Tiangang made a killer move that he was able to make it subside. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Li Tiangang could be described as dashing. Instead, the imperial capital was turned upside down. A man from Chiang Kai-shan's lineage of the martial arts faction, within 3 days, was jailed back and forth. These hardened men from the ranks didn't even have a chance to resist. Heads rolled immediately after the imprisonment. By this time, little cutie, it was also clear what was going on. The entire imperial capital was suddenly at a standstill. The 100 officials trembled with fear. Going to court every day can be a frightening experience. Fear of being implicated in this. The great general's residence. Chiang Kai-shan sat on the Taisher chair, his eyes tightly closed. His close, old men are dead and wounded. His own power in the courtroom was sharply reduced. There was a long silence. Chiang Kai-shan let out a sigh. The little girl in the dragon chair. He had underestimated the other side. I thought that the other party was resigned to their fate by settling down all these years, but I didn't realize that they were holding back the big one. Father, Uncle Wang's family has also been captured, and the one who did it was still that divine machine guard. Chang Shangtan hurriedly approached, her pretty face filled with panic. It was a rare occasion that Chung Kajin was also in the mansion. He knew something had happened to his father in the courtroom. Weekdays don't look at his own old saying what afraid of being implicated. But things really came to this kind of field. But he is sitting here peacefully. Tanya, take my token and go to the camp to transfer troops. Chiang Kai-shan was silent for a long time, and his opening was a king bomb. Chang Shangtan's face was shocked. Father, has it come to this? In the face of such a great power, she, who had always been quick-witted, lost her mind. Go on. That girl child is bullying people too much with the power she has cultivated in secret. If it continues, then the next one will be old me. Chiang Kai-shan voice low, fought a lifetime of war, actually let such a little girl to peck. But one is not made of clay. He was able to form such a situation, relying on those old ministries alone. The most important thing about yourself is the power of the army in your hands. She thinks she can take herself down by relying on those messed up people? Ridiculous. I've already sent orders to the king of Chu, and he will rise up when my side rises up to take the imperial capital. If you want to tear your face off, then I, Chiang Kai-shan, am not a good bully either. Chang Shangtan sniffed. The color of determination in her eyes was strong as she took the token from beside Chiang Kai-shan and turned to leave. Only father and son were left in the room. Chiang Kujin listened to his father's words expressionless. Didn't you always say you wanted to split with me? Now's the chance. Under the second brick in your room sits a chest full of gold and silver certificates. Take that suitcase and get out. Words. Chiang Kujin shook his head. Forget it. I have your blood flowing through me. And no matter what, you're still my father. No matter what happens tomorrow, I, as your son, will always carry the load with you. A helpless smile appeared on Chiang Kujin's face. They are all in the middle of the situation and can't see it. Even Chiang Kujin knows not to fight unprepared battles. Doesn't his own old man understand? If His Majesty dares to take action, will he not remove his military power? Maybe his own old man knew it, but couldn't accept it. Get lost. How can I use you to follow? In the future when your sister becomes queen, don't come and get involved. Get lost. Chiang Kai-san gets up and walks over to kick Chiang Kai-jin over. The latter just sat on the ground and didn't move, letting Chiang Kai-shan grab and drag himself however he wanted. Chiang Kai-shan couldn't catch his breath. Usually acted like he was clear with his own knife cutting water, and now at this juncture favoring him so. How did you give birth to such a thing? Always against himself. Just when he was about to break into a rage, Chang Shangtan was the one who went and returned. Chang Shangtan's face was piled with despair and disbelief. Father, the imperial capital has been blockaded, and the leader of the army will be Chun Tao. Hearing these words, Chiang Kai-shan turned back his head. Both pupils in the turn of an instant had been covered in blood. Chen Tao, Vice Admiral of the Grand Battalion. His own cronies, together they rose from the dead. Cheng Xiangtan looked at her father with reddened eyes. This is clear at a glance right now. Ji Linglong couldn't say how long it had been prepared. Just waiting for this one right now. Good tactics, good tactics. Chiang Kai-shan, instantly aged 10 years, staggered to the main seat and sat paralyzed. By now the most powerful force in his hands had crumbled. Father, let's go. There's no fear of burning firewood when we leave a green mountain behind. Let's kill our way out of the imperial capital. As long as we reach the Chu kingdom, we will definitely have another chance. Listening to Cheng Xiangtan's voice, Chiang Kai-san shook his head in silence. Cooperation is based on equality of strength. His own military power has been taken away from him, and the tide has turned. It's rootless to escape. With what to work together again? You take your brother and go. Get as far away from here as you can and never come back. A snorting voice sounded as Chiang Kai-shan's words fell. Great General Chiang, no one in this mansion can leave. The words fell. The gate was instantly blasted open from it. The light of the arc flickered. Dozens of people in black robes and hats poured in, and the soldiers in the mansion were killed with their hands before they could resist. Great General Chiang, I'm Shi Yuan, Governor of the Divine Mechanical Guards, and I'd like to salute you. Shi Yuan walked in through the door with a sardonic smile on his face. Experiencing the court hawks and dogs these days can be quite a treat. It was a little uncomfortable at first, but as the killing began, Shi Yuan's emotions that had been suppressed for years were fully released. In the midst of an extremely short period of time, Shi Yuan completely substituted that feeling. His favorite thing right now was to see those courtiers fall to their knees and wag their tails at him. This was something he had never felt before in the Heavenly Master's palace. Humph! Are you that minion in Ji Linglong's hands? It's really disgraceful for a person of cultivation to meddle in the disputes of the court. Chiang Kai-shan snorted coldly. Oh, Great General Chiang is truly a hard and determined man. I hope you can be the same in the future. Shi Yuan sneered. Take them back to the palace. Wait for His Majesty's sentencing. The surrounding Shinji guards swarmed to control the three. Chiang Kai-shan mobilized his astral energy and still wanted to resist. Just do it. Shi Yuan then flashed to his side. A strike of palm lightning then blasted out. Buzz! The Big Dipper and the True Chi collided together, emitting gusts of fluctuations. Shi Yuan's gaze was fixed. This guy's chi and blood are so full? He could be said to be second to none in terms of the people he had seen practicing martial arts. Chiang Kai-shan's eyes glared as his blood-devouring aura rushed to the sky, and the divine mechanism guards around him were instantly overturned by the astral aura. Bastards, come on. Your grandpa Chiang is a tough man who licks blood from the mouth of the sword. With your evil ways, how can you suppress me? As Chiang Kai-shan yelled, the blood-bane chi condensed into substance and transformed into a bloodlight that shot towards Shi Yuan, who was close at hand. The latter's face was astonished. Chapter 42, Chiang Kai-shan's Fall. This day I will tear you, dog scum. Chiang Kai-shan drummed up his blood chi to rush to the sky. His aura was like a rainbow. Chiang Kai-shan's life experience was still quite metaphysical. From the age of 13 he went to the battlefield, conquered the north and south, and relied on the army's basic gongfu to practice martial arts to reach such a point. His talent is evident. Shi Yuan narrowed his eyes and his face was grave. He was truly surprised that a District 1 ranked martial artist could actually reach such a level. Really against the hand. Shi Yuan's heart is bottomless. But there was no need to get tough with him. General Cheng's strength has exceeded the governor's predictions. But your child doesn't seem to have that kind of ability. As Shi Yuan's words fell, in Chiang Kai-shan's afterglow, both Chiang Shangtan and Chiang Kajin had been taken hostage by the divine mechanism guards. The knife was on both men's necks. If General Chiang insists on making a move, then the governor will have no choice but to send your pair of sons and daughters down first. Chiang Kai-shan listened to the threatening voice and closed his eyes in despair, the bulging blood chi in his body eventually dispersing. When Shi Yuan saw this he immediately waved his hand, and the people who had just been shaken off swarmed to take Chiang Kai-shan down. To be able to practice martial arts to this extent, you are truly a supreme genius. Shi Yuan came to the side of Chiang Kai-san, who had already been tackled, and as soon as his words fell, he blasted Chiang Kai-san's lower abdomen with a punch. A muffled boom erupted from within him. Chiang Kai-shan spat out a mouthful of old blood, and with that, blood flowed from all 7 orifices. In an instant, his face aged a lot, his skin collapsed, and his breath withered. A person's martial arts training is completely wasted. Next to them, Chiang Shangtan and Chiang Kajin saw this scene with desperate faces and kept crying and struggling. Take it away. Shi Yuan snorted coldly. He was relieved when Chiang Kai-shan was abolished. Otherwise, he might not be able to tell who of his disciples would be in trouble. With Chiang Kai-shek's fall, this storm in the imperial capital was also temporarily brought to a close. The reputation of the Shinjiwei is feared by all officials and can stop a child from crying. Its headquarters is even privately referred to by officials as hell on earth. None of the officers who went in came out in one piece. Palace. As Ji Linglong listened to Shi Yuan's report, a trace of relief appeared on that delicate face. Chiang Kai-shek's lineage had repeatedly pushed herself in the imperial court, and since her rise to power, Chiang Kai-shek could be said to have caused her great trouble. Now it's finally being liquidated. Good job. I'll leave the rest to you. I want to know all the contacts he's had with the King of Chu over the years. Ji Linglong waved her hand and said lightly. Although Shi Yuan had surprised her quite a lot these days, she must not be overly rewarded. So much for just letting it fly. It's time to press on. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely make it speak. Shi Yuan bowed and slowly exited the palace. Divine Mechanical Guard's headquarters jail. Shi Yuan came straight here after leaving the palace. Just as he reached the door, he saw Zhao Shanhai pacing in the doorway. What are you doing here? Shi Yuan waved his hand, and the men of the Divine Mechanism Guard behind him walked in one after another. Master, I also want to join the Divine Mechanical Guards. You don't know what the Divine Guards do? Is your current body fit, you think? Shi Yuan frowned slightly. Master, but the problem is that my current job is really useless. Every day I just go around and do nothing. I know about this matter. You go back first. I will talk to His Majesty. Also, you shouldn't come here if there's nothing going on from now on. If there's anything you want to do, go home and talk about it. Shi Yuan finished looking around and then walked straight in. The job he was doing now was destined to offend. It's good that Zhao Shanhai doesn't interact with himself too much. The latter's face was gloomy as he watched Shi Yuan go in. The previous fellow disciples were now all powerful, but only himself, staying in that Thai courtyard every day, dealing with a bunch of paperwork, surrounded by old men. Nothing new. Zhao Shanhai left the Divine Mechanical Guard's headquarters and returned to the imperial capital. Walking aimlessly on the streets, he had been a regular visitor in all the major greenhouses in the recent past. Basically everything that should be played, but it's no fun. It was the thrill of it that he liked. However, due to Shi Yuan's warning, he didn't dare to go too far now. Just about to head back to the house, he suddenly saw a figure. Just the back alone had left him frozen in place. Excellent! Zhao Shanhai immediately followed from afar. When he saw the figure jump into a man's arms, Zhao Shanhai became even more excited. The best of the best. Superbly poised and slender, Zhao Shanhai just followed the two all the way through the streets, and finally watched with his own eyes as they entered the middle of a medical center. His pupils rotated and he couldn't hold himself down as he drew himself up and walked into the middle of the medical center. This brother, we're not open today. If you're not in a hurry, come back tomorrow. Upon entering the medical center, he only saw the man walking over with an arch smile. Oh, you're the owner of the medical center? Zhao Shanhai looked at it and asked. Yes, my name is Liang Xian. I'm the boss of this medical center. Don't look at me as young, but I've been practicing medicine since I was a child. Where are you not feeling well? Do you want me to give you a look first? Oh no, I just came by to check it out. Zhao Shanhai sniffed and shook his head and waved his hand in rejection, then walked out. Walking out of the medical center, he turned back and took a deep look. His eyes filled with greed. He had never seen such a wonderful woman, and it was more his favorite style. Just the sight of the other man tickled him. This woman he must have. He could give up everything himself as long as he got her. It's been located, so there's not much to worry about. As long as the other guy doesn't leave, there's always something he can do. Didn't Shi Yuan want him to get married? Then he wants the other side. He could give up everything if he gave this woman to himself. In the medical center, Liang Xian scratched his head as he looked at Zhao Shanhai's back. According to his experience, this person did not look like he was here to see a doctor, but instead looked like he was here to find out information. But what does one have to pry into? Strange. Sungda, hurry up and eat. Cui Ying's voice came from the back room. Coming, ma'am. I'll close the door. Liang Xian put the matter just now behind him and came to the back room, taking chopsticks and plates and placing them on the table while turning back. Mother, I went to the state master's house today, and the real person is not going out. Cui Ying, who had brought 2 small plates of food to the table, wiped her hands on her apron. Has that wine been delivered yet? It was sent, and Miss Su Ren put it away. That's fine. Just send it over. Well, when the real people drink it, they'll be happy. Liang Xian smirked. That wine was made from 10 kinds of tonic medicines that he personally prepared. Li Tiangang often went to the land of hookers he knew. He had nothing to repay the favor. Only these crafts. According to Li Tiangang's frequency, his wine was just right. Tried a little bit myself that day and didn't even get out of bed the next day. But according to Li Tiangang's body, it shouldn't be a big problem. Chapter 43, to Changlu. Makoto. This is Nagar? Zongshan looked in awe at the distant island wrapped in light mist, only to see the white mist in the mountains in the distance. Hidden steps appearing, and above the top of the mountain towering into the sky, as if connecting heaven and earth. There is a sense of the extraordinary just by looking at it. Li Tiangang lay on top of the raft, resting on his hands and feeling the aura of the blue waves. You boys are not blind. It really is an immortal's residence. Zongshan couldn't help but say as he paddled the oars. For the first time, he had a tangible visual experience of the land of the immortals. Li Tiangang glanced at it with his hands resting on his head. The mountain of Changlu is called the blessed land of Tianshan. The haze of this scene alone is shrouded in mystery. And simply put, the sense of atmosphere is thick as hell. The islanders of Shu all call Changlu the Changlu Immortal Gate. This island takes half the credit. Changlu is already like this. Then wouldn't Shushan be even more? Stop. Mount Shu isn't as immortal as you think. It's just an ordinary mountain. Li Tiangong's words just fell. A hearty laugh rang out. Li Master Nephew is self-effacing. Changlu than the Shu mountain is still very far. Ha ha ha. Li Tiangang sat up listening to the standard smile of that rich merchant of his former life and bowed his hand. Shushan. Li Tiangang pays his respects to realist Birch. As soon as the words left his mouth, the raft was pulled by a burst of power and sped along. Zongxian put away the oars in his hands and folded his hands. Changlu Poem Master by Hua Zhenjin. That's also one of the world's most enlightened real people. As the raft approaches the island, a line of 8 people on the edge came into view. Without exception, all were dressed in white robes. Li Tiangang looked at the crowd and skimmed in his heart. The basic condition of cultivation is to look good. One by one in the previous life as a model or actor level. The leader of the white birch was dressed in white robes. In his hands, a rod of dust whisk was spread across the arm, and the smile on his face was warm and elegant. The beard on his chin was softly groomed and glowing. The few people immediately behind them were the elders of the long stay. These people had all met Li Tiangang at one time. As for the younger one, the man and the woman had no recollection. Ha ha ha. It has been several years since the last time we parted at Shushan Mountain. Master Tiangong's nephew is practicing righteousness and raising righteousness in the secular world. Old me is very impressed. Senior uncle has overstated his words. This visit is under orders to deal with my master's historical legacy. So I would also like to ask the real person to take me on a trip. Li Tiangang spoke straight across the pleasantries. Their habits of meeting and exchanging pleasantries Li Tiangang do not like. Free to go home and lie on Su Ren's lap looking at the blue sky is not good? What's there to say to a bunch of old men? Okay, this way. Bai Hua took a look at Li Tiangang like this and immediately waved his hand to point. In fact, everyone gathered here today mainly because of this matter. And they also wanted to let Li Tiangang take care of it as early as possible. When Tai Xian dealt with this thing back then, Chang Lu was actually forced to open for business. Tai Xian came to Chang Lu at that time with his sword in a chokehold. It's like I'm going to chop you if you don't let me release it. Birch has been looking forward to today all these years, and it's finally here. A man and a woman who followed behind the many elders had curious eyes as they kept sizing up Li Tiangang. The two of them were two of the most outstanding people in the Changlu generation nowadays, and both of them were Bai Hua's personal disciples. From 2 years ago, the sect leader had already begun to recite this matter, while Li Tiangong's name had also entered their ears. Follow Birch's footsteps as he turns from the base of the hill to the other direction. Li Tiangang looked at the direction of the march and was slightly puzzled. Makoto, that manslaughterer isn't on the mountain? Senior nephew Big Dipper. Don't kid yourself. Who would dare to put him on the mountain with such a thing? If it seizes the opportunity to influence those disciples who are not strong-minded will cause a great disaster. The elder in charge of preaching at Changlu said in a fervent manner. Fair enough. Zongxian followed beside Li Tiangang without saying a word. He actually wanted to say hello just now. After all, this was also the top person of the world. But no one seems to care about him. It was more or less embarrassing. As they traveled farther and farther away from the Changlu mountain, the fog behind them covered up the path the people had come from. At the same time Li Tiangong's face gradually became grave from the initial ease. This was because he had just left the confines of Mount Everest when he felt a strange sensation enveloping him like a shadow. Feel it, Tiangang Master Nephew. This is the human butcher. Has been controlled for all these years, still have such influence. White Birch walked in front with a bland voice. None of you are affected? Li Tiangang realized that Bai Hua and the others were as if they didn't feel anything, and even the two young ones looked as if they were normal. On the contrary, Zhong Xian next to him, his originally polished head was currently red. Long stay in order to repair the heart is the main. So some of this counterbalance power, but also limited to this, if it is into the tower is still difficult to resist. Big Dipper nephew, do not know your master to give you the inheritance of what kind of counterbalance means? A means of checks and balances? Li Tiangang chanted and pointed at the gilt cloud sword behind him. Bai Hua's face showed a thoughtful expression. Using the gilt cloud sword to combine forces to suppress it? Nah, just simply cleave him. Li Tiangong's words spat out. Birch gave a dry laugh. Senior nephew really loves to joke. Real person. I'm not joking, it's simply chopping him up. Won't killing him solve the problem? Li Tiangang looked at Birch seriously. The latter stopped in his tracks. You, the real person need not worry, just take me there. I'll take care of the rest. Li Tiangang said as he turned his head to look at the blushing Zhong Xian. I said, can you do it? If not, go back and wait for me. No need for real people. I want to challenge my soft spot. Zhong Xian was sweating profusely, causing the crowd to look at him sideways. Because just by looking at it you can tell what kind of emotions this little monk is affected by. Li Tiangang skimmed his lips. This is not purely no bitter hard to eat? No. Why does this grandson feel as if his face is still a bit cool? Holy. This little monk with 6 roots. The Changlu crowd revealed awkward smiles. They could all see that this little monk that Li Tiangang had brought along had an uncertain heart desire. Birch hesitated and finally sighed. Senior nephew. Don't blame me for not reminding you. It's good for you to guard against the old man, but the old man still has to tell you one thing. Get the bottom card in your hand ready. That human butcher is not what you think he is. Don't worry, Makoto. Since I'm here it means I have a solution. Okay, Birch said as he continued to walk past. Li Tiangang, on the other hand, looked around the elders of the everlasting residue with interest, and the corners of his mouth hooked up. There's something about these people. Zhong Xian huffed and puffed as he followed behind, getting closer as the distance grew. The monk's robe he was wearing was also wet with sweat. The corners of Li Tiangong's mouth twitched slightly. Zhong Xian, if you scream for me again, I'll chop you to death. Do you believe me? What the is wrong with you? Does that make any sense? Where are all the people? If he's not ashamed, are you not ashamed of yourself? Makoto, I'm trying to control, but oh, I'm very. Li Tiangang took a deep breath and resisted the urge to draw his sword. Zhong Xian was challenging his own weakness. You can't hide your eyes when you want to cleave someone. Chapter 44. Li Tiangang has gone mad. As they walked for about half an hour, a dark tower gradually revealed itself in the midst of the haze. You guys stop right here. White Birch stopped and spoke to the Changlu crowd behind him. It's the master. I'll go with you. Master nephew? Very good. Li Tiangang nodded slightly to Bai Hua, then turned his head to Zhong Xian's side, and looking at the bald donkey whose hands were gesticulating in the void, Li Tiangang forced himself to hold back his nausea and reached out to pick him up. Him I'll bring in as well, so let it feel more truly today. The words just fell. The few people from Changlu all took a step back in unison, and then each either lowered their heads or looked up at the sky. Because Zhong Xian was touching Li Tiangong's hand. Air Mother's dead vultures. Li Tiangang swung it into a full moon in the sky towards the black tower and smashed it straight over. Cold all over the body. Don't even want a hand. Poof. Sukin's head came into close contact with the wall of the tower. Loud and clear. Birch also had a hard time hiding his embarrassment. Makoto, let's go. Li Tiangang raised his hand slightly. It's disgusting. However, if the current Zhong Xian were to be placed in the imperial capital's Dragon Yang's good building, he would certainly be a stunning beauty. That's all probably going to be hanging in the tens of thousands of gold. It's really worth something. Well, this way. Bai Hua led Li Tiangang to the front of the tower, which was topographically imprinted with mountains, rivers, lakes and oceans in a divine and extraordinary way. Master nephew is ready. After Bai Hua finished speaking, he raised his hand and strangled his hand. All of a sudden, white lines outlined a lifelike pattern in the air, and that pattern meandered and enveloped the entire tower. Li Tiangang removed the gilt cloud sword and cradled it in his arms. The everlasting seal of beings is truly extraordinary. Oh, little Doyle. Bai Hua let out a light laugh and pressed his right palm falsely, and then both doors of the black tower opened at the same time. The moment it was opened, an intense atmosphere instantly wrapped Li Tiangang. Colorful colored light kept washing over Li Tiangong's body. Get out! Li Tiangang, who was holding the sword, let out a low gulp, and a wave of sword intent suddenly ringed out from his body. and the colorful light was washed away in an instant. Those colorful rays represent the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Birch felt the scene and sked. Senior nephew's sword intent has been truly transmitted by Taishian. Li Tiangang did not reply, but raised his hand and threw Zhongxian on the ground. Immediately afterward, striding into the tower, Birch followed suit. At the same time as his feet fell, the 2 doors behind him closed. It was also when Birch just turned his head back that a sword pierced through his chest. This scene caused even Zhongxian, who was in the midst of the torrent of desire, to be shocked and temporarily disengage his control, because the person holding the sword was none other than Li Tiangang. Master nephew, you. Bai Hua looked at Li Tiangang with shocked eyes. What's wrong with you? Are you still addicted to pretending? Li Tiangang snorted coldly, followed by the gilt cloud sword body emitting sword light to cut Bai Hua into nothingness floating in the air. Zhongxian stared at Li Tiangang with wide eyes. Real people, he's a fake. Li Tiangang drew his sword and raised his right hand. A flame shot out onto the wall. The roaring fire instantly lit up the interior of the Black Tower. The interior of the tower was empty, so empty it sent chills down one's spine. From the moment he first met Birch, Li Tiangang realized something was wrong, because the Birch from memory didn't smile this much at all. Simply put, it's an old man with no feelings, and the Birch in front of her own eyes was too gentle. So that has only one explanation. Birch is fake. What about those people outside the door? It's also fake. Go out and chop them up later, Li Tiangang said, lifting his feet to the center of the tower, obviously able to go out, but had to wait here for me to come. I really don't know what to say about you. Is it self-confidence or conceit? The empty tower echoed with Li Tiangang's voice. Jie Jie, Li Tiangang, you are worthy of being Taishian's disciple. An extremely obscure voice rang out. Along with that comes that eerie feeling magnified 100-fold. Zhongxian, whose eyes were 3 times clearer, instantly ignited a blazing flame to envelop him under these sensations. The demon of the heart has been born, and Li Tiangang just frowned slightly. Along with the voice, a demonic shadow condensed from the wall of the tower, then burrowed out of the wall as if it were molting. What to say about looks? It's that feeling of not being normal at first glance. The face was small, the hair was long, and all below the head was shrouded in black robes. Broad black robes with a shoulder width area of roughly 2 meters across. It looks extremely weird. In short, the whole thing is just full of discomfort at a glance. Man butcher dohohu. Li Tiangang narrowed his eyes and held his sword, his lips moving slightly. Yeah, didn't you just ask me why I didn't leave? I'll tell you now. If I leave, how can I report? The sound of dohohu's voice did not fall. Li Tiangang had already slashed down with his sword. Hundreds of meters of sword light emerged and fell from this sword. Just do it. What's the point? Habasahala. The mouth perked up between the dohohu pale. A demonic black lotus flower spat out from its mouth, zooming in the air and colliding with the sword light. Swish! The sword light split the black lotus straight through. Duohua's face was shocked, his pupils glaring. How come this grandson is fiercer than his master? Cursing in his heart, Dohako hastily dodged. He wasn't slow to dodge. The entire tower was sliced diagonally as the sword light passed by. In the meantime, the Long Lu crowd outside also saw the glaring sword light. Immediately everyone was dumbfounded. Is this what Li Tiangang is urging? Too fierce. Li Tiangang went in? Get in there. Elder Changlio's face suddenly changed abruptly after he replied back, and he looked back only to see that the person who appeared next to him was actually Bai Hua. Pom. His comment elicited a reaction from everyone. The crowd was as if they had seen a ghost. Birch's brow furrowed. Why are you all looking at the old man like that? Sect master, didn't you go in just now? The few elders of Nagar said in a chorus. And when Birch sniffed, a flash of panic surfaced at the bottom of his pupils. It's dohohu. Oops. Birch was just about to move. The black tower in the distance exploded into pieces. The aftershock prevented the crowd from getting an inch closer. White Birch turned his backhand to protect the crowd of Chanlu. Eyes drifted over. Only in the middle of his line of sight, Duohuahu was frantically fleeing, while behind him was Li Tiangang frantically chasing after him with his gilt cloud sword. A sword light that was over 100 meters long kept falling. Each sword chopped the ground apart by 1 point. Birch's eyes bugged out. What a raw, fierce backwoods man. But his own island wouldn't be complete if he let him cut it down like that again. That's not good. White Birch pushed the Chanlu crowd out and floated towards Li Tiangang. The person just took 2 steps out. A sword light came down on his head. Here comes another one. Then cut them all together. Li Tiangong's cold voice fell. Birch's face changed abruptly. The kid's in trouble. Chapter 45, The Extremely Miserable Dohoku. Impossible. How could you be so powerful? As Duo Huo ran away, his unbelievable voice resounded through the sky. Back then, when Tai Xian disappeared, the power to suppress him becomes very thin. Although Lien Yuan was strong, Tai Xian's power was the main thing. Dohoku had understood when he sensed such a situation. Something must have gone wrong with Tai Xian, and he didn't run away, just stay in the tower pretending to be pinned down. He knew that someone would surely deal with him when the time came. Whoever it is must be from Shushan. He wants revenge. Back then, if it was not Shushan himself has helped the tribe to unify the world. This revenge he deeply remembered in his heart. Therefore, he pretended to this time now. How he lived all these years only he knows. Upon learning that it was Li Tiangang, Tai Xian's personal disciple, who had arrived. Don't mention the excitement. What could be more pleasurable than being able to kill your enemy's disciple with your own hands? For this belief, he waited and waited. Finally waited today. But who would have thought that Li Tiangang was coming? But your mother is a living Yan Wang Ah. A sword split his own black lotus. His energy recovery was only half of what it had been in his heyday. And the Li Tiangang in front of him was even fiercer than Tai Xian back then. And that sword chi was as if it was inexhaustible. 100 meters of sword gas. This her mother of the year Tai Xian also not so wild and cool bomb. Green is better than blue. A blue smashed in their own head? Impossible? There are many more impossible things. Cut the crap and die. Li Tiangang turned into a stream of light and drove away at full speed. The sharp sword light kept chopping down. The only thing left between heaven and earth was that endless sword light. The Long Lu crowd that witnessed everything felt like it was filled with a sense of unreality. First, there were the two sect masters, which had already confused the crowd, followed by Li Tiangang chasing after that black silhouette and slashing madly. Not only that, but Li Tiangang took a shot at the palmist who appeared later in the gap. How it's more twisted than one of those doggone love stories. The crowd stared at each other, their eyes revealing clear-cut bewilderment. White Birch in front of him was suppressed by the sword light and kept dodging. In his opinion it was Li Tiangang who had been aroused to kill by Duo Huahu, and had already bred a demon in his heart. Li Tiangang, hold on to your Yuan Shun, don't go into the devil. Bai Hua flipped his hands and made seals, constantly resisting the sword chi while shouting under his breath. Li Tiangang, who was chasing after Duo Hua to chop, swept back and casually chopped down with a sword light. The devil? Him. Is he or she the kind of person who can be possessed? Can Dohoku hide that trick from himself? It's all a blindfold. Bai Hua's Qing Chi flowed around his body. He had already resisted with all his might but it was helpless. Li Tiangang, this kid's sword chi was too rigid. The whole thing made the old man's blood turn over and his body tingle. You old man doesn't care about you. Bai Hua drew back and stormed back. He couldn't continue. If he continued this little madman would really split himself. He just couldn't understand how Li Tiangang could be so fierce at his age. Sect leader. What the hell is going on? Why? Elder Chinlu looked at Bai Hua who retreated back and was full of puzzlement. What the? Didn't I say? You're all blind? Can't even tell the old man apart? That birch just now was a fake. Made up by Dohohu. You 205. Can't even tell the difference between real and fake? Just now Duo Huahu disguised the old man must have taken a shot at Li Tiangang. So this little guy is now bewitched, hexed and murderous. Listening to the voice of Birch, Long on the crowd are all shocked. That Birch is a fake? How is this possible? It's too unbelievable. Master, that black-robed silhouette is Rintu Duo Huahua? Nonsense. Who else could be in this black tower but him? Birch didn't have the heart to say. The corner of that female disciple's mouth twitched as she looked at the figure that kept dodging woefully in the gale. The human slaughter for the scourge of the world, this is also too inconsistent with what one has in mind, right? Tai Xian has really picked up a treasure. Such cultivation at this age has surpassed the older generation. Bai Hua stabilized his mind and looked at Li Tiangang who was killing people in all directions and sighed in a deep voice. People are more dead than people, and goods are more trashy than goods. Look at the disciples of others. Midfield, Li Tiangang caught up with Duo Huahu and flung out his probing hand. The Lianyun sword in his hand transformed into a stream of light and shot out, accompanied by a sharp aura that pierced through heaven and earth. Feeling the power coming from his back, Dohoku's face was startled as he rotated his body and poked his hands out, chanting an obscure incantation. Endless black mist surged out from its body, enveloping both the swordlight and Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang tasted the taste of falling into the abyss. This is my domain here. I am the king. You, Dohoku said with a sudden blush. You are mother? What the hell are you? In the picture of his pupils, The black mist that was capable of causing cultivators to go mad and insane was instantly purified between half an inch from Li Tiangang. I'm Nim's father. You dog. Today you'll die under Master Dao's sword even if you're capable of all sorts of things. Li Tiangang walked through the black fog like nobody's business. Look closely. Li Tiangang's body has a layer of faint sharpness. Purifying the black fog is that sharpness. It was not sword chi but from Li Tiangang's instinctive body reaction. Born a swordsman, all laws are inviolable. Dohaku's face went white. This was already his strongest means, and for the first time in all his years of living, he had a feeling of being helpless. The Li Tiangang in front of him was a completely emotionless killing machine. Duohua who was strong in the sense that he could tickle someone's desire. And in the face of Li Tiangang, his tactics were ineffective. Li Tiangang's obsession was even stronger than the heart demon. Too firm to be shaken. Baihua even said that he had induced Li Tiangang to become a demon. He really thought highly of himself. If he himself had been able to seduce Li Tiangang's heart demon, why would he be beaten like a rat now? Pust. In the midst of the black mist, the glorious cloud sword passed through Duohua's body, and at the same time, the black mist spreading around the world instantly dissipated. The sheer force of it pins Dohoku to the ground. He didn't block this sword after all. Thieving god. You toyed with me. Dohoku's unwilling voice filled the heavens and earth. He has been planning for so many years. Ushered in such a living hell. If he had known that, he stole quietly. Leave this place does not smell good? Shout at your mother. Li Tiangang landed on the ground and drew out his gilt cloud sword and chopped across his head. Swish. Blood splattered 3 feet. There was not a single obstacle in the black mist around Dohoku's body, and his head flew high in the air. After one sword Li Tiangang didn't stop, but flew and continued to chop down, and urged the sword chi to keep destroying the vitality of Duohu. Just cutting off the head is not enough of a lethal threat to it. In the face of this scenario, Li Tiangang is also very direct. A sword does not work than 100 swords. Cut you into a puddle and then use the sword to completely extinguish his vitality. Far away, those 2 young disciples couldn't help but cover their mouths in dry heave at the sight of the scene filled with violence and gore. The scene was too brutal to watch. The faces of several elders of the long stay were squeezed into a ball. They had lived for so many years. They had seen what they should have seen and what they shouldn't have seen, but the current scene was still a bit beyond the ability of mental acceptance. Birch took a deep breath. In the future this place he is not coming. Li Tiangang continued the action in his hands as if no one else was there until there wasn't a single neat object on the ground. Then he nodded his head in satisfaction. But that's not all. Li Tiangang inserted the Lianyun sword into the middle of the filthy ground, holding his hand above the hilt, and poured sword chi from the Lianyun sword into the ground soil. Perish. Lips slightly parted. All the vitality in a 100-mile radius was destroyed. The Dohaks were vaporized in an instant. Li Tiangang finished Duohua off in ashes. Truly thwarted. Not a single hair left. Dohoku didn't expect to be subjected to this kind of treatment. Lynching he had heard of, but didn't think it would come to him. If he had known this, back then, he might as well have taken the initiative to die under Taixian's sword and not have to suffer so much. Too painful to die. After Li Tiangang had done this, he lowered his body and sniffed, making sure that there was not a trace of the other party's scent, and then stood up with satisfaction. Still want to play these things with labor. Don't you know that Master Dao swore an oath under the red flag? Influencing my mind. You're not even close. Saying that, Li Tiangang raised his hand and grabbed the sky. A black shadow of light broke through the ground from the original location of the black tower. Little thing, been waiting for you for a long time. A satisfied smile appeared on Li Tiangang's face. The light dispersed. A long sword that was black in color was suspended in the air, and it was pitch black from the hilt to the blade. One of the 3 swords of Shushan, Lian Yuan. Lu Tiangang flicked his finger before the sword, and the sound of the sword chiming resounded through the sky. Hard work. Li Tiangang reached out and gripped his hand above the hilt of the sword. A hurricane swept across the island with him at its center. Chapter 46. Li Tiangang's obsession is too deep. A hero in his youth. Birch clapped his hands together just as he was about to lift his leg. A black sword light swept across. Birch hurriedly shrunk his head to the ground, and cold sweat broke out on his back. And her mother's pretty strong. He's dead and the visions are still there. Li Tiangang's emotionless eyes turned to the Chanlu crowd. At once, all of them, including Baihua, had their scalps tingling. Li Tiangang is coming towards them? That young female disciple was witnessing Li Tiangang's ruthless tactics just now. And now the other party was coming towards them. In a moment of emotional acceptance, he howled a brick and ran. The devil! The current Li Tiangang could scare her more than the thing in that black tower. Li Tiangang! Duo Huahu is already dead. Do you think Lao Fu is still a fake? If you do that again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Seeing that his disciple was scared like this by Li Tiangang, Bai Hua immediately yelled. The illusion is quite realistic. I'll believe you if you catch my sword, Li Tiangang said. His feet flying point, carrying Lian Yuan and darting towards Bai Hua, a majestic killing aura swept over. Bai Hua's old face was as white as the white hair on top of his head as he turned his head toward the Changlu crowd and yelled, "Hurry up!" Li Tiangang was running to kill them. After Birch yelled at the top of his lungs, the crowd pulled out their legs and ran. Li Tiangang is tutor mother of horror. How to catch and kill anyone. After Birch roared, he himself turned his head and ran, while his hands formed seals and an attack was thrown back like no money. At the same time, the mind silently communicated the everlasting supreme treasure Xian Tian realm. Li Tiangang chased after him, the cold light in his eyes raging. Unheard of for Bai Hua's explanation. What he determines to be true is true. Only by decapitating all of them could Dohoku be completely eliminated. Li Tiangang chased after Birch without regard to the others, and it was not too late to kill him before chasing after the others. Kill them yourself and then go to Changlu to look for Birch. Ask this old thing what he thinks of people. White Birch, who was fleeing in front of him, cried without tears and kept throwing the clear spirit reassurance skill backward. Li Tiangang, wake up, I'm wide awake. You illusion. Li Tiangang chased after him, his footsteps flying as the distance between the two of them continued to shorten. I'm Birch, look closer. Let me explain. Birch whiskers are running and flying. Simply don't listen to yourself at all. An explanation is a cover-up. A cover-up is the truth. And you want to confuse me? Whirl up a deception. I'm your grandfather. After Li Tiangang chased in, he raised his hand and chopped down with his sword. 100 meters of swordlight rushed towards Bai Hua with the momentum of a hurricane. Xian Tian mirror spirit. Bai Hua felt the sword chi behind him and knew that he couldn't run anymore. If he ran any further he would only end up being hacked to death by Li Tiangang. Backhanded and beckoned aside of gossip mirror fell behind him, rising against the wind. Buzz. The sword light was instantly absorbed when it collided on top of the mirror. Li Tiangang stopped his steps with a suspicious face. Xian Tian mirror? A treasure that will last forever? Bai Hua hid behind the Xian Tian mirror and looked at the stopped Li Tiangang inside in relief. See? I'm not an illusion. I'm real. Li Tiangang, come to your senses. He hadn't been in such a sorry state in years, and the last time he'd fled like this was when Tai Xian had come here to force his place to be used as a prison. This master and disciple duo truly deserved to be in the same lineage. It's as unreasonable as ever. And Li Tiangang only hesitated for a split second before continuing on with his sword. He sensed that his will was a little shaken, and immediately stabilized his position. Li Tiangang was sure that what he firmly believed in was right. Looking at Li Tiangang, he rushed over again. Birch was paralyzed. He's tired. Destroy it. Stop. Just as Li Tiangang was about to slash the Xian heavenly mirror with his sword, a familiar voice rang out. Li Tiangang looked up. Only Tai Luo stepped on a flying sword and came. Birch was paralyzed at the sight. Fellow Taoist Tai Luo, you came just in time. Quickly persuade Li Tiangang. This guy wants to kill the old man. Birch was so excited he wanted to cry. Tai Luo was full of apologies. He was worried about Li Tiangang, so he followed him over to take a look. But he didn't expect to see the scene just after he arrived. Tai Luo maneuvered his flying sword to the ground and looked at Li Tiangang. The Big Dipper. Good. You can actually condense illusions. Dao Huahu. Today Master Dao is going to cut you down no matter what. Sword come. Li Tiangong's eyes instantly turned pitch black. The entire pupil was pitch black. A terrifying fluctuation emanated from his body. And the Changlu crowd on top of the island only felt their hearts palpitate and chills run down their bodies. Not only that, all the long swords in Changlu seemed to have sensed the call at this moment, emitting ear-piercing sounds of sword chirping and simultaneously rushing up towards Li Tiangong's direction. Tai Luo's appearance reinforced Li Tiangong's determination to make his move. The elders of Chanlu who fled back to the mountain immediately summoned the disciples of the sect, and just as they made their move, they saw a sky full of sword dances. No good. It's that Li Tiangang. Quickly follow me to save the sect leader. While Tai Luo looked at Li Tiangong's current appearance, his eyes were shocked. The last stance of the Shushan sword technique. 10,000 swords returning to one. This last stance had not been attained by anyone for many years. Fellow Taoist Tai Luo, you froze. I beg. Hurry to think of a way. If I die here, as a ghost will not let you go. Bai Hua looked at Tai Luo who froze in place and was furious. What a loaded calf. Birch's shriek shook Taylor awake. The latter also reacted. The 10,000 swords to one was certainly shocking. but taking it to the body wasn't so much. Tai Luo lifted the sword in his hand and threw it towards Li Tiangang. Look at this! Li Tiangang sniffed and looked over, only to see a silver longsword lying on the ground. Tian-K. His power slowly receded while the sweeping sword intent began to subside. Li Tiangang suspiciously glanced at Tai Luo, raised his hand and grabbed it. The heavenly K fell into his hand and looked over carefully. Hey, it's still true. Illusions could never simulate the heavenly K itself. Master, hear that? Birch cried. It's finally time for you. Tai Luo ah. If you had come a little later, I would have died. This is you Shushan people. Back then your senior brother came carrying a knife to my neck to make me imprison that absolute devil. Now your disciple grandson is carrying a sword to kill me. Judge me. Who did I, Chang Lu, offend? Tai Luo sniffed with an embarrassed face. This one is indeed their problem by definition. Li Tiangang looked at the Tian-K in his hand, casually carrying it behind his back. With the thickness of his cheeks he couldn't help but burn. If Tai Luo hadn't appeared here, I'm afraid he really would have killed Bai Hua. It's then that he'll be in big trouble. Li Tiangang scratched his head in embarrassment. Master sect leader, what brings you here? I'm not coming? If I don't come, are you going to kill all the people in Nagar next? Tai Luo's eyes radiated anger. No, Master Palm. Let me explain. Li Tiangang saw that his senior uncle was angry and hurriedly told all the causes and consequences. Listening to his words, Tai Luo gradually eased his face. Senior, the situation is such a situation. Duo Huahu true and false mixed together. How can I know who is true and who is false? If it is in accordance with the reasoning, my hands are also no problem, is not it? Tai Luo nodded slightly. If that's the case, it's really not your problem. Bai Hua had just carefully treasured the Xian Tian mirror, and listening to the two men's conversation immediately fire me sewed up. It's not his problem, it's mine? I'm old, I deserve to die. Did he listen to my explanation? Almost gave me the Xian heavenly mirror, the most precious treasure of the long stay. A chop. Taylor smacked his lips. Fellow Taoist Birch, this one. Forget it, just get over it. We're all in the same path. Don't be so petty. That he couldn't say. After all, it was Tai Xian who came over and forced people to take Duohu into custody back then. Nowadays these things are also caused by Dohoku. According to the reasoning of cause and effect, the root of this matter had to be on Tai Xian's body. Meanwhile Tai Luo sighed in relief. It's a good thing that he came over, or else Li Tiangang would have really killed Bai Hua by then. He's also responsible for the aftermath. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a great thing to do today on your own. Saving the everlasting mountain gate Amit Ba. And not right. How do you pronounce the word bald ass? Air Mothers, Chapter 47. Uncle, the signal is bad. Stop talking. Everlasting mountain gate. Qingshu Palace. In the middle of the palace, the top management of Changlu all looked at each other, listening to Li Tiangang's explanation. Everyone was speechless for a moment. After all, according to Li Tiangang, it is indeed not easy to tell the difference. And the thing that makes Dohoku the best at playing with people's hearts is that you can't really tell what's going on with the truth and what's not. It's not easy to say that Li Tiangang is to blame, but it doesn't seem to make sense to say that birthers are to blame. After all, Birch was one of the victims. Fellow Taoist White Birch, this matter is considered to be my Shushan. Sorry for you. When there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely arrange for you. Tai Luo snorted. Birch shook his head and sighed. He was at least a famous figure in the Jianghu, but now he was beaten by such a junior like Li Tiangang and fled around. What kind of behavior is that? But in the grand scheme of things it's good. At least that Bom Dovovu was killed by Tiangang Li. At the same time, he was afraid afterward. He himself didn't even know when Dohoku had been able to move around. Let's leave this matter at that. Ha 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 ha. Fellow Daoist is open-minded. Let's meet in the future. The Big Dipper will make amends to fellow Daoist Bai Hua. Tai Luo revealed a smile in satisfaction. Li Tiangang got up at his words and bowed to Bai Hua. If you are wrong, you have to admit it and stand up straight when you are beaten. A yard is a yard. Not being able to bully is your own basic rule. Alright. I don't need your kid to apologize. Your kid did the right thing. That's how my generation of cultivators should be. Maintaining a firm resistance to all evil. But no one is allowed to spread this matter to me today. If I let the old man know that this matter is circulated in the Jianghu, don't worry, sect leader, we will definitely keep our mouths shut. The top management of Changlu agreed in unison. This belongs to the category of discrediting themselves, and they certainly don't tell the public about it. Tai Luo also repeatedly assured that this matter would not be known by outsiders. Li Tiangang was listening to their pleasantries in the hall and was bored. so he quietly left the hall. Walk outside and breathe in the fresh air. A man and a woman in the distance saw themselves turn their heads and walk away, as if he had seen a ghost. Li Tiangang skimmed his lips. He was helpless. 2. Does it always pay to do something? The arrangement of Changlu Mountain is really like a fairyland, with magnificent buildings and pavilions. Li Tiangang suddenly stopped in place as he swayed. Where is Zhongshuan? He immediately flung his hand and stepped on his sword and flew out. It's over. It's over. Just now. He was so focused on beating up the old man that he completely forgot about Zhongxian. According to that level of his demonization, he shouldn't have been burned to death by the flames by now. Li Tiangang hurriedly arrived there, a fierce frown, only to see that Zhongxian was staying not far away, sitting cross-legged with his hands folded, bare-chested, and with the Buddha's light coloring his body red, as if he were a seated Buddha. Li Tiangang stopped leaning on his sword with his eyes narrowed slightly. This kid's roots aren't simple either. Now this fluctuation was several times more powerful than before. Undoubtedly, Zhongxian had relied on his resilient heart to carry him through. TSK, 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 can't. Li Tiangang didn't bother and sat on the ground, quietly watching Zhongxian. About half an hour had passed. The Buddha light on Zhongxian's body gradually withdrew. The moment he opened his eyes, a golden light flashed out of his eyes. Amitba. Sokan got up from the ground. The feeling now was intoxicating to him. After breaking through the heart demon, Zhongxian was further along the path of Buddhism, and the lineage senses that had felt obscure in the past were becoming unobstructed. Makoto, I've broken through my heart demon. I've succeeded in challenging my soft spot. Zhongxian walked over happily, a smile spreading across his face. He had kind of broken out of his limitations after all. Transcend yourself. I can. Li Tiangong's face was very complicated. That Zhongxian. I don't mean to hit you. In fact, is there a possibility that you're holding back too long, and then violently released a bit, therefore the realm is elevated? As he spoke, Li Tiangong's eyes couldn't help but flick to his. Zhongxian sniffed and looked down. Immediately, he turned pale. I broke my fast. The excitement and happiness swept away. He thought he fought it off, didn't realize it was the end. Li Tiangang sighed and turned to walk away. There's a first time for everything, but it might not be so good for Zhang Yun. As he walked away, he heard mournful cries. Zhongxian fell to his knees and kept slamming his hands against the ground. Why? Why? As Zhongxian thought back on what he had just experienced, his face flushed as a wave of dissimilarity arose. His body reacted instinctively. Sokan cried even more. He'll go to the purser's office when he gets back to the empire. How can one become a Buddha without getting rid of distracting thoughts? Since I can't control it, I simply don't want it. Ah! Li Tiangang couldn't catch his breath as he laughed at his cries. In this damaged calf really provided himself with 100 years of laughs. Laughing my ass off. He didn't even see it himself when he meditated just now. Let's just say his prediction was accurate. Bull asterisk 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 mine asterisk 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 is just young and bloodthirsty. Especially since Sokan is a martial arts monk. You're kidding me with this stuff. Big boy. Ha 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 ha. This is a cute size. But the rest is up to him. Today he has two paths. It's up to him to make his own way. No breaks. No big breaks. Tai Luo's arrival naturally couldn't be like Li Tiangong's, patting his ass and leaving after he finished his business. Enough to stay in Chanlu for 7 days. It was possible to sense that these people usually don't see strangers, and they were all over themselves, asking questions about things in the mundane world. And Li Tiangang is also a bachelor, sharing the life that has been to the young disciples of the long stay. Listening to them is apoplectic, envious. At the same time, Li Tiangang told them that when there was a chance in the future, when they arrived at the imperial capital, he would be the host and invite all of them to play casually. 7 days in the middle of the day, Tai Luo and Bai Hua sat and argued. In fact, said that the argument is idle gossip. East parents Li family short. Whose clan out of the rebellious disciples? Who disciples? And all these 7 days Zhongxian had found a place where no one was hiding every day to soothe his broken heart. Also after he breaks his fast, a shaggy layer of hair grows on top of his head. Li Tiangang touched it smoothly, as if it were dog hair. 7 days later, the bottom of Changlu Mountain. Bai Hua led the senior management of Changlu in unison. Today was the day Tai Luo and the others left. Fellow Daoist, I don't know when I'll be able to see you again once we part at this time. Now that the world is sinking, take care. Bai Hua solemnly saluted. Shushan is not like Changlu, isolated from the world and unadulterated by the mundane world. Its being the state religion of Great Zhou will definitely be affected in this turmoil. Tai Lo returned the salute with a straight face. Fellow Daoists need not worry. With the Big Dipper in place, my Mount Shu and the secular world are considered to have an agent of sorts, and it won't affect too much. Yes, Shushan is really something. Home luck is in full bloom. First Tai Xian and then the Big Dipper. Blessed. Birch couldn't hide his envy. Fellow Daoist, the mountains are high and the waters are long. So let's say goodbye. Tai Luo waved his hand with a faint smile. Li Tiangang bowed and saluted before following Tai Luo. And next to him, Zhongxian followed Li Tiangang silently just like when he arrived. Sitting on the raft and feeling the aura of blue waves, the three of them gradually disappeared in the sight of Bai Hua and the others. Tai Luo looked at Li Tiangang, who was carrying 3 swords on his back. A smile piled up on his face. Tiangang, is it heavy? How about Shifu help you carry one? Li Tiangang immediately took half a step back. Senior apprentice need not worry. Disciple is young and strong enough to carry it. Senior apprentice is old, so don't carry such a heavy one. Looking at the alertness in Li Tiangong's eyes, Tai Luo sighed. This trip out was a loss. All 3 swords fell into Li Tiangong's hands. This, Big Dipper. Master, the signal is bad. Don't talk. What is a signal? Well, said you wouldn't understand. Chapter 48. Zhongxian changes his name to Law Fan changes? Give you the sword if you want it. You can use it in the middle of the mundane world anyway. Tai Luo's eyes moved slightly as he looked at Li Tiangang. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up. Shushan's original goal was to create peace for the world. This ambition was accomplished at the hands of the oldest ancestor, but very few of the descendants have been able to reach the edge. There is no such thing as absolute peace in the world where black and white are mixed together. Man himself is the most complex thing. Therefore, the later Shushan disciples all subconsciously ignored the old ancestor's grand wish to establish a sect. It's hypocritical to keep hanging on to things that can't be done. But now Tai Luo sees in Li Tiangang the possibility of grandeur. Tai Luo slightly raised his hand, and Zhongxian beside him suddenly fell straight down on top of the raft with his eyes closed. Li Tiangang froze for a moment. Upon seeing Tai Luo's face, it was clear that the other man had something to say to himself. Ask whatever your senior wants to ask. Did your master come to see you? Tai Luo sat cross-legged, his voice calm. What makes you say that? Li Tiangang raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you really think that your master is old and strict and dim? Your character is rigid and straight. But after experiencing your master's experience, you have eclipsed and sunk yourself. But ever since that day I let you go down the mountain, you seem like a different person. He traveled thousands of miles to the Poison Immortal sect to destroy that evil cult, and now it's south to the Evergreens. While the latter can certainly be explained, the former is too far-fetched. Once upon a time, you were straight and unchanging, but neither do they hold the strong or the weak, nor do they pay any attention to mundane matters. I'm just old, not stupid. Tai Luo's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. Li Tiangang smiled at his words. Elder teacher, can't I have justice in my heart? Doing this is to benefit the world. Slogans in front of outsiders to shout on it are born and raised by parents. Shushan cultivate you for so many years as not to let you go to get killed. Honestly, is your master back? Taylor squeezed his eyebrows. Li Tiangang shook his head slightly. No really, Seifu, it may sound idiotic to you, but what I did was from the heart. Killing pawnbrokers comes from the heart. I think they're bad, so I kill them. So did the people from the Poison Immortal sect. My mind and my actions are as clear as a mirror. Act when you want to act. The corners of Tai Luo's mouth twitched and he stroked his beard with a knowing smile. So you're looking at the Empress? Senior, can you have some positive energy in your heart? Li Tiangang rolled his eyes. The old man's so unorthodox. But the Empress is really good looking. Able to rival a vixen. That's just it. Since you don't want to talk about it, forget it, but Master still wants to talk to you about something behind closed doors. You kid can't be too straight. It's okay to be in the secular world. It's okay to look at the Empress, but temperamentally tighten up. Don't move and slash your sword. There are countless demons in this world. What if you run into one that you can't chop to death? Then you will die. Tai Luo admonished bitterly. He just couldn't understand how a bunch of them fine old men with empty hair strands could produce a rash. Li Tiangang looked at Tai Luo seriously. Senior, there's nothing I can't cleave to so far. What about the future? Neither does the future. What if there is? Then add a sword. Your mother. Do you not understand human language? Tai Luo blew his beard and eyes out as he listened to Li Tiangong's words. Senior, don't look at me as if I'm waving around like I'm a muddy Taoist now, but I'm actually very conservative at heart. Well, I know. And since you won't listen to what I have to say, do what you want. If you ever do run into someone powerful, I'll go back and ask for help. Li Tiangang nodded his head to appease Tai Luo. but the latter's next words caught him off guard. Tai Luo turned his head to stare at Li Tiangang. No. If you do run into that kind of character, remember to say that you've disassociated yourself from Mount Shu. Never report yourself, let alone that your division will avenge you. The old man is not that capable. Listening to Tai Luo's words, Li Tiangong's facial muscles kept trembling. Looking at the immortal Tai Luo, it was hard to believe that such words were coming out of his mouth. What a great sense of contrast. Senior, you, Li Tiangang, who was just about to open his mouth, was interrupted by Tai Luo. Big Dipper, if you can't beat it, can I? Death is death, and those who live must live well. Senior, you live through it. Slightly transparent. Do not 6. Tai Luo said as he stood up and flung his duster. 2 palm-sized swords sprang from his sleeves. That's all there is to say. Remember the words of your master's uncle. Think more of those at home when you go out. Life is all about living, except life is your own. The rest is external. Living is everything. With that, Tai Luo stepped on both feet and whooshed out into the air. Dashing back, Li Tiangang rubbed his chin and sked. There's a lot of good old man stuff. Looking at him, Li Tiangang felt like he was stepping on a skateboard and the other party was wearing roller skates. True mother's dash. Thinking about Tai Luo's words, Li Tiangang would smile. It's also good. A division this resourceful could save him a lot of work. The path of the traveler is always twisting and turning. The people of the division were so sensible, and if they were really threatened by their own enemy in the future, it was expected that that enemy could be lulled to death by Tai Luo. Standing in front of the raft with his arms crossed, Li Tiangang felt the breeze on his face and his eyes were indifferent. He's done a lot of things since he crossed over, but they've all been spontaneous. What he doesn't see fit to do is to take a shot. It's that simple. As for the reasons, which there are so many reasons to want to do it, can't he be the world's world policeman if he wants to? Maintain the peace of the cultivation community. Zhong Xian climbed up from the raft, picked up the oars and continued rowing. You boys sobered up pretty fast. Li Tiangang turned around and smiled. Tai Luo makes the Shushan Cheng Shenqi, which can calm the mind and insomnia. An unusual person would have to sleep all night. I didn't expect Zhong Xian to wake up so quickly. Sokan slid the oars without lifting his head. Real people, I'm pressing on. Li Tiangang stared wide-eyed. Then you just. If I didn't fall, wouldn't it be embarrassing for realist Tai Luo? So I faked it. TSK. Little Zong, you've really grown up now. Li Tiangang clapped his hands and praised. It should be said that this aspect of the human condition has certainly grown under its own cultivation. Makoto, I want to change my name. Why? I've broken my fast. I don't deserve to use my legal name anymore. Real person, you can give me a name. Zhong Xian's voice exuded a sense of pallor that he had already become disenchanted with the mundane world. Okay, I'm the best at coming up with names. See you now. This state of mind should be the 4 great emptiness. Empty this word then. Then call you. Rulayat. Rudra? Isn't that the name of Buddha? Rudra here too? Then I'll change it for you. Tiangang Li rubbed his chin and paced back and forth. I see that you are also going to return to secularism in the future. Break with the Buddhist sect, clean up your mind and start over. Or should I call it a labor reform paradigm? Labor fan? True, that's not a good name. Zhong Xian's head shook like a rattle. That sounds weird. Chapter 49, The Divine Mechanism Guards Surrounding the State Master's Mansion. In the end, Zhong Xian didn't change his name, because the name Li Tiangang gave him always made him feel a bit odd. Doesn't sound like a nice person. Though he couldn't understand it, his instincts were still there. After the two of them crossed the sea on the raft, Li Tiangang took Zhong Xian to ride on his sword. During the time he stayed in Shanlu, Li Tiangang could be said to be very bored. The main reason was that after that incident, when the female disciples of Changlu saw Li Tiangang, it was as if they had seen the king of hell, and they turned their heads away. I can only say that Li Tiangang was too brutal at that time. It left a lingering impression on the crowd in Nagasaki. After entering Shu, Li Tiangang keenly realized that something was wrong. Looking down from above, so many places have mobilized large armies. Real people, so many soldiers, Zhong Xian said with some surprise as he looked down. Yes, Li Tiangang responded. It seems that a lot of things have happened amongst this mundane world during the time he has been in Shanlu. Li Tiangang slightly raised his speed. Looking at this situation, it should be the vassal states that have moved. He has to hurry back to the imperial capital. In case the army breaks the imperial capital himself, he has to protect his state master's residence to go. Imperial capital. The state master's house. Su Rin stood in the doorway and glanced outside with great concern. Liang Xian and Cui Ying were both worried. Especially Cui Ying. The stunningly delicate face was filled with sorrow. Miss Su Ren, will our presence here affect the state master? Liang Xian's brow furrowed with a saddened expression. Mr. Liang, Miss Cui, you don't have to worry. They don't dare to come to the state master's mansion to make trouble yet. Alas, I just don't understand why I can provoke these people. Liang Xian's voice was filled with helplessness. He had been having a very pleasant time. He opens his clinic daily to treat the sick, and discusses the art of healing with his wife at night. But the good times didn't last long, and 3 days ago, a group of people claiming to be the divine mechanism guards suddenly broke into the middle of his medical center. He said that his mother was a demon that was a scourge to the earth. Liang Xian explained 100 times that the other party just wouldn't listen. Later, having no choice but to take action to protect the couple, Chuiying escaped to the state master's mansion after injuring those people from the divine mechanism guards. This avoidance was for 4 days. During these 4 days, every day outside the state master's mansion, there were people from the divine mechanism guards keeping a deadly eye on it. This is just unmitigated disaster. Sangha, this must be someone striking out at us for some purpose. Chuiying had come from so many years of bitter cultivation in the end. There are no outbursts in this world for no reason, but where there are outbursts it is for a reason. You can just be at ease in the mansion. I've already contacted Lord Mu Rinjiying, the chief of the palace. She should be here soon. There was also some tension in Soren's voice. Nowadays, the divine mechanism guards are His Majesty's close confidants, and are renowned amongst the imperial capital. The raid on General Cheng's residence was led by him, although she, a servant girl, thought that the other party would not dare to enter the state master's residence. But who can say for sure about this? Su Ren's words had just fallen. Mu Rinjiying walked in from outside and frowned when he saw the heavily armed Shinjiwei. She came to the front of the crowd and stared. Who told you to blockade this place? Do you know what kind of place this is? Chief Mu, Zhao Ku, the first guard commander of the Divine Mechanism Guard, was ordered by the Lord Governor to capture the demon, and that demon is in the middle of this mansion. A young man stepped forward with a sidearm. Demonic evil? Demons and evils can enter the State Master's mansion? Hurry up and withdraw quickly. Besieging the State Master's mansion. Your governor can't afford the risk. Mu Rinjiying obviously did not believe the words from his mouth. How can there be a demonic evil in the middle of the State Master's residence? It's a no-brainer. Zhao Ke shook his head slightly. I can't make a decision when I'm under the orders of my superiors. If the Lord Chief thinks it's wrong, you can go to our governor. Mu Rinjiying immediately looked slightly angry. But there's no other way to be angry. The Divine Mechanism Guards were established by His Majesty, and they only take orders from His Majesty. There was nothing she could do. After a cold snort, he turned around and went inside the State Master's residence. Looking at Mu Rinjiying's departing back, Zhao Ke smiled faintly. Keep an eye on it. Never let that snake demon escape. Yes. In the middle of the mansion, Su Ren hurriedly greeted Mu Rinjiying when she saw him arrive. So Ran, what the hell is going on here? Why are they saying there are demons and evils in the mansion? Mu Rinjiying asked in a deep voice. They're talking nonsense. Our State Master's best friend, the husband and wife, run a medical center in the imperial capital. Where is there any demonic evil? They're believing what they're saying, Su Ren said in annoyance. Mu Rinjiying turned his head to look at Liang Xian and Chuiying inside. Upon seeing Chuiying's face, even with Mu Rinjiying's extensive knowledge, he could not help but sigh. It's a great gesture. That's them? Yes. Mu Rinjiying pondered for a moment before saying, then I'll report this matter to His Majesty and have His Majesty order the removal of the Divine Opportunity Guards. Thank you, sister. This Shinjiwei is blockading this place every day, causing us to be on tenterhooks. This might even go wrong if the State Master returns. Please go and ask for instructions quickly. Sister, what Su Ren was most worried about was when Li Tiangang returned. The other party's character if he sees the Divine Mechanical Guards surrounding his house. That consequence. Okay, I got it. Mu Rinjiying knew Li Tiangang no less than Su Ren. Therefore, he left the place without stopping. As she was leaving, she stared at the Divine Mechanic Guards crowd and said, I'm going to ask His Majesty to give the order. If anyone dares to enter the house privately during this period, His Majesty will be blamed when the time comes. You can't run away either. Mu Rinjiying said and turned to leave. Since the Shinjiwei took down Cheng Kaisan, the wind has been in the sails for a while. The behavior was even more arrogant and domineering. That Shi Yuan, in particular, was feared by the 100 officials of the imperial capital. The other party acted more and more wildly. Mu Rinjiying was all a bit of a looker. Greetings to Chief Mu. Zhao Ke bowed slightly. After Mu Rinjiying left, the person beside Zhao Ke spoke. Senior brother, how do we need to tell Master? You go and tell master that this Mu Rinjiying is a close confidant of his majesty and is not to be offended. Zhao Ke said and turned his head to sweep the state master's mansion. To be honest, he was a bit confused too. Why would master be so obsessed with a mere snake demon? It must also be taken alive. If not, he could have killed him in the middle of the medical center in the first place, the imperial palace. Mu Rinjiying went straight to Ji Linglong's location when he returned. After finding Ji Linglong, he told her all about what happened in the state master's mansion. Ji Linglong also had a slightly sunken color in her eyes after hearing that the divine mechanism guards had surrounded the state master's mansion. Summon Shi Yuan to the palace. The state master's mansion was now in a position of supremacy in the imperial capital. After experiencing the matter of the Poison Man and the Poison Immortal sect, Li Tiangong's reputation had spread into thousands of households. Even if he didn't take care of this aspect, Li Tiangang had after all helped himself a great deal at that time when he was most helpless. That's something she still remembers. In no way was it proper to besiege the state master's house. What's more, this is something she actually didn't know about. This made Ji Linglong slightly dissatisfied in her heart. Let it not be said that the matter of demons is true or false. It's just true. It's also not within the purview of the divine mechanism guard. Chapter 50, Man's Desires Cannot Be Satisfied. Governor Shi Yuan of the Shunjiwei has arrived. With the guard's announcement, Shi Yuan walked in wearing his official uniform, bowing to Ji Linglong. Long live your majesty. Ji Linglong sat on top of the main seat, her lips moving slightly. Lord Shi, do you know about the matter of the state master's mansion? Shi Yuan had already known about this matter in advance, and his face was not panicked as he also bowed his head slightly. Your majesty, I am aware of this matter, and I did not do so on purpose. 4 days ago, I discovered a majestic demonic aura amongst the imperial capital, and immediately ordered my men to look into the matter. The source of the demonic aura was eventually discovered in a medical center in the imperial capital. For fear that the demons and evils will endanger His Majesty by causing havoc in the imperial capital, he has sent out his men. It's just that I didn't expect that demonic evil to actually have an old relationship with the state master. Ji Linglong raised her head slightly as she listened to Shi Yuan's words. Is it really a demonic evil? Ishigaki said in his words. I have already determined that the wife of that medical center's owner is none other than a fox demon. Hearing his words, Mu Rinjiying's face immediately changed slightly. Shi Yuan definitely didn't dare to snub Ji Linglong, and then associating it with the other party's stunningly beautiful face, he couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. Is it really a fox demon? Remove the sanguine guard. Ji Linglong waved her hand in silence for a moment. Shi Yuan raised his head and looked at Ji Linglong incredulously. Your Majesty, that fox demon. I don't want to repeat it for the second time. Withdraw it. Since it has an old relationship with the state master, that means its harm is basically unhindered. If she had any influence, the state master wouldn't have kept her until now. When the state master returns, I will inquire about it, and the Shinjiwei stay out of this matter. Ji Linglong's words carried an unquestionable tone among her words. She trusted Li Tiangang more than Shi Yuan. The latter's kind of mind, which was almost close to cold-bloodedness, would not let go of a demonic evil that was harmful in the imperial capital. The fact that the other side can exist also means that it's not very harmful. Shi Yuan sniffed and bowed. I obey. Ji Linglong had already said this. What else could he say? It can only be promised. It's been hard on you for a while. Just keep an eye on that old fox. Duke Xiangua. Next, you need to understand what your responsibilities are. Let's leave these demonic and evil matters to Li Tiangang to solve. Ji Linglong said and waved her hand. I am tired. The micromanager complies with the decree, and the micromanager takes his leave. Shi Yuan turned and retreated. After leaving the palace, Shi Yuan's brows were deeply furrowed and his face was gloomy. I hadn't counted on that fox demon actually knowing Li Tiangang. But that's it? Neither can it. Zhao Shanhai was easily able to settle down. If he didn't have mutual admiration, he might have gotten himself into something else. The district was just a fox demon. What else could Li Tiangang do with himself? Since this path doesn't work, then he forces it with great force. If the people of the imperial capital knew that they were surrounded by demons, could they still sit back and do nothing? At that time, he will see if Li Tiangang has that kind of ability to suppress the people of the imperial capital, and whether he can suppress the boiling public opinion. Shi Yuan's eyes flashed teasingly. He had also gained a lot of insight during this time. Sometimes killing doesn't have to be done with a knife. In the temple, Ji Linglong faded out of her gorgeous clothes wearing a light dress, leaning lazily on the bed couch. Isn't that fox demon stunningly beautiful? Listening to Ji Linglong's question, Mu Rinjiying nodded and said, It's your Majesty. With a stunning posture. Humph. A dog can't change his ways. Talking about demonic and evil things is just a way to find a plaything for his disciple. Ji Linglong's mind had already understood what Shi Yuan wanted to do when he opened his mouth. I didn't see him come when the toxic people of the empire were abuzz, now making a big deal over a harmless snake demon, even going so far as to surround the state master's residence. If he didn't say that he had other purposes, Ji Linglong wouldn't believe it at all. And it's clear now. Your Majesty, why don't I go and knock down Shi Yuan? If Li Tiangang comes back and finds out about this, I'm afraid it won't end well. Mu Renjiying lowered his eyebrows in invitation. That's just it. There's no need to care more. Shi Yuan won't stop there. He will definitely continue to find a way to take that fox demon down. In the meantime, Li Tiangang will certainly not forgive this matter after knowing. Let them fight to go. When Shi Yuan can't go down the road, he will know that what he has is given to him by me. It doesn't hurt for you to go knocking around. Far less than Li Tiangang. In the end, Shi Yuan was still just a person of cultivation. In the eyes of someone like Ji Linglong, who had grown up under the jockeying for power, the scheming purpose of his behavior was plain to see. She could not hide what was in her heart from her eyes. The Xinjiwai is a dictatorship she built, to ensure that this bullying is done. Ji Linglong can't step in to suppress it. If she suppressed it, then the 100 officials would no longer take it seriously. That's why Li Tiangang is a good candidate. Being in the Great Zhou but not entering the court. Extraordinary ability and domineering personality. Let them play. Mu Renjiying bowed. The slave girl understands. Who is better, that fox demon compared to me? Ji Linglong suddenly opened her mouth to ask Mu Renjiying, who was caught off guard. Your Majesty, you are the son of heaven. How can a mere demon be compared to you? She is less than 1/10,000th of you. Mu Renjiying spoke with strong words. That was indeed what she thought. Oh, it's still you who can talk. Go get your reward. Ji Linglong waved her hand. She actually had a guess about this fox demon. Husband and wife are fake. Li Tiangang keeping playthings is real. After all, fox demons are seductive to all men. In the Shi Yuan residence, Zhao Shanhai listened to His Majesty meddling in this matter and immediately looked unhappy. It's clearly a demonic evil, and the Empress is actually letting it go? What kind of reasoning is this? Foolish ruler. Just as Zhao Shanhai's words fell, Shi Yuan raised his hand and slapped him to the ground. The walls have ears. Grow some brains, will you? Zhao Shanhai, I'm telling you, if you continue to be so wild and perverse, I'll send you out of the imperial capital. In the face of Shi Yuan's angry rebuke, Zhao Shanhai did not obey this time, but got up and faced Shi Yuan directly. Father, what am I saying is wrong? It's clearly a demonic evil. What's to stop her from letting us do it? You shut up. I'll decide this matter, and you must give me peace after this. Hearing Shi Yuan's words, Zhao Shanhai kept nodding his head. Father, I just want the fox demon. Just give it to me and I'll live well. I must have fox demon. Shi Yuan sighed in his heart when he saw his appearance, being overwhelmed by desire already. After you satisfy him, let him be. Getting through this life uneventfully. Chapter 51, Li Tiangang's return. Finally back in the imperial capital, Li Tiangang stretched his body and stretched after entering the city. Should not say, this trip out, the genus is a little tired. The act of flying imperial swords is quite immortal, but this thing is like when you just learn to drive. You will feel excited and fresh enough. It takes 2 minutes to get out of the house and drive, but after this thing has been around for a long time, you'd rather ride an electric bike you don't want to drive. It's the same thing as flying with a sword, or maybe it's just human nature. When you don't get it, you want it. When you get it, you'll be excited at first, and then you'll gradually fall back to the same level. By now, Li Tiangang's imperial sword was already a bit tired. Zhong Xian followed behind like a dummy. He's been better the last few days, but occasionally he's still the same half-dead demeanor. The feeling that someone owes me 500 taels is written all over his face. After entering the city, Li Tiangang leisurely headed towards the state master's mansion. As he passed, he was keenly aware that the people on the side of the road were looking at him in a slightly shifting way. He's still well known in the imperial city. There are more people who know themselves, but usually these people are that warm to themselves. It feels as if it's a bit strange now. Li Tiangang immediately unfolded his six senses. Is this state master out of town? That's true, isn't it? If he hadn't gone away, would the divine mechanism guard have known he was harboring a demon in his house? Humph. Bull asterisk 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 state master. Got a demon in the imperial capital to plague us. Hearing this, Li Tiangang's footsteps stopped and he turned his head. It was an obese owner of a dispensary who said this. After feeling Li Tiangang's gaze, the other party's eyes dodged. Li Tiangang, on the other hand, took a big step in front of him and hooked his finger. Say what you just said again. The fat boss piled up an embarrassed smile. What are you talking about? The state master. I just did not move my mouth. What did I say? The words were not yet spoken. A long black sword was placed across his neck. Li Tiangong's emotionless eyes made it seem as if he was in the middle of cold ice. I asked you to say that again. Understand? Yes, 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 state master. I say you are a dog, state master. Got a demon to scourge us in the imperial capital. The fat boss face crying, voice trembling word for word what he just said spit out. Woe is you? Li Tiangang slightly raised his eyes to stare at the other party. No. So what are you saying? I deserve to die. I'm sorry for the state master. I rant. The fat boss hastened to greet his own face. When Li Tiangang looked at himself, he felt like he was on the verge of death. Kneel on the ground for an hour and a breath less, and I'll meet you at your house tonight. Li Tiangang drew his sword back behind his back with a cold snort. Sweeping a glance at the others who had just spoken, he turned his head towards the state master's mansion. The only one who could be involved with demons was Cui Ying, and the Shinigami guard. How the two were related he couldn't figure out. Go back and ask Su Run about it. Looks like something big has happened in the time you've been away. That fat boss fell to his knees and didn't even dare to raise his head. He actually wasn't just a cheap talker. Mainly because he had some entanglements with Liang Xian when he first entered the imperial capital. This was coupled with the imbalance in her heart after seeing Cui Ying's stunning looks in the first place. His family's already a yellow face. A comparison of this psychological gap is too big. Hence today's opening. But at the moment, the fat boss is scared to death. Kneeling down that hard. The beating kept both of his own cheeks quivering. The surrounding people dispersed with a bang. And the ones who had just chattered were scared in their hearts. It's a good thing they didn't say too much. Li Tiangang strides towards the state master's mansion with his hands in the air. Naturally, Zhong Xian, who was following behind him, had heard clearly what was coming. But at the moment, he didn't have much heart to care about Cui Ying's matter. His own head was now too big in one. Back to the state master's house. Li Tiangang crossed the threshold and saw several maids guarding the doorway. Upon seeing Li Tiangang, the several women all revealed surprised smiles. The state master has returned. The boss is back. A jumble of voices rang out. In the inner room amongst Su Ren and Cui Ying and Liang Xian, several people rushed out. Su Ren's eyes were filled with relief as she rushed out. Boss, you're finally back. Su Ren's mood lightened up. Her eyes reddened. Although she hadn't done much during this period of time, she had a lot of pent-up emotions in the face of what happened to the divine mechanical guards. I'm here. Don't worry. Li Tiangang stroked Su Ren's head, then looked at Mr. and Mrs. Liang Xian. Tell me, what happened during my absence? With that he lifted his foot and walked in. Road. Liang Xian and the others told Li Tiangang all the ins and outs. When he heard that the divine mechanical guards were striking out at Cui Ying in the name of some demonic evil, the corners of Li Tiangong's mouth hooked up. That's just bull ********. Hiding a rapist in your own house and then catching a demon outside who hasn't done anything? It's a real travesty. When Li Tiangang heard that the divine mechanical guards dared to block his state master's residence, his face went cold. Blocking one's own state master's house is equivalent to slapping one's own face. He didn't interrupt but continued to listen. Upon learning that Chen Kaishan's family had all been captured by the Shinjiwei, the face was green and calm. He understood from the time Ji Linglong wanted to form the Shinjiwei. The other side is trying to clean up the court, so it's no surprise. I just didn't expect her to be so thunderous. After all, Chen Kaishan was a great general and held military power. It's a shame about that Chen Kujin. I've done nothing. I've been worried all day. And today it's finally a dream come true. It would be better to carry it out if you have the chance. The whole disaster is better than family thing doesn't make sense from time immemorial. But there was nothing to be done about it. Who let the other person know them for a game? After listening to the recent imperial capital storm, Li Tiangang looked up at Su Run. What does Ji Linglong mean? That attitude of calling him by his name without any etiquette caused Su Ren's heart to be shocked. She knew that the state master would be angry when he came back. Hastily explaining, His Majesty had the divine mechanism guards withdrawn when he found out about this, and told them to stay out of this matter. Master of the state. This matter has nothing to do with Her Majesty. It was not she who instructed it. Li Tiangong's character, she knew that this matter would spread more and more big. Oh, then there's no need to go to the palace. You guys stay here. I'll make a trip to the divine mechanism guard headquarters. Li Tiangang said and stood up, putting Lian Yuan and Tian Ke down. He only carried Lian Yuan and walked out. Dare to block your own door, that means the other party is punching you in the face. Punching himself in the face, then he has to punch back, and it has to be super doubled. If not, wouldn't anyone be able to come up and punch themselves in the face in the future? Lord State Master, this matter is caused by me. Why don't we talk it over with them? And just don't arrest my mother in the future. Liang Xian was afraid of causing trouble for Li Tiangang and hurriedly said. Li Tiangang shook his head slightly. You came to the imperial capital to hear me, so this matter is my business. Arresting my men, blocking my doors. If I don't get mad for once, any cat or dog will dare to be wild here in the future. Therefore, this matter is not over. Chapter 52 Li Tiangang's visit. Your Majesty, Li Tiangang has returned to the capital. Mu Renjiying quickly came into the middle of the palace. Ji Linglong sat up from the couch with a thoughtful smile on her face. How? He knows about the Divine Mechanism Guard? Got it. And went to the headquarters of the Divine Mechanism Guards with his sword. Upon hearing this, Ji Linglong was silent for a moment and let out a light laugh. Li Tiangang. Ah, Li Tiangang, you're really a straight shooter. Mu Renjiying hesitated for a moment and asked for instructions. Your Majesty, if not, why don't you issue a decree? According to Li Tiangang's character, I'm afraid that this matter will magnify and end up being unmanageable. Active is always better than passive. I just want Li Tiangang to make trouble. Dogs will not be able to tell the difference if they are not mentioned from time to time. Mu Renjiying immediately understood what he was saying. She naturally knew who the dog in His Majesty's mouth was. Sit and watch the show. Ji Linglong stretched out and leaned on the couch. As long as she's around, this thing won't turn over. The headquarters of the Divine Mechanism Guards was located beyond the wilderness. Originally a dungeon, so the location was quite remote. In the middle of the headquarters, Shi Yuan was dealing with some matters regarding the Divine Mechanism Guards. During this period of time, the reputation of the Divine Mechanism Guards was so great that it naturally attracted quite a few people who had previously practiced cultivation to join them. Most of these people have had less than honorable experiences. Both sides have had similar experiences. It's all quicker to blend in and get along. At the same time, he also secretly established branches in various places according to Ji Linglong's order. The first to bear the brunt was the capitals of the vassal states. It's a long way to go. Shi Yuan put down the pen in his hand and gently pressed his forehead. Although he has been busy lately, he is enjoying himself. Being busy allows him to enjoy the feeling of time rushing by. Governor, Li Tiangang is back, and is coming in our direction. In the great hall of the underground palace, a soldier of the Divine Mechanism Guards walked over. At those words, Shi Yuan opened his eyes and his brows furrowed. A bad feeling surfaced in his heart. What's this lunatic doing here? Mostly looking over for trouble. But he thinks he's his old self? Notify all of the Divine Mechanism Guards to prepare and wait to greet this state master of ours. By the way, things are spreading in the imperial capital. The man hesitated for a moment and reported back. The word is spreading, but the people stopped talking about it just now. Why? Shi Yuan's face turned cold at his words. Because Li Tiangang is on his way back. That man from the Divine Mechanism Guard told what had just happened. To this day, the fat boss is still there beating himself up. This matter spread from one to the other, quickly spreading throughout the imperial capital. The people who were originally talking about it all shut up. For a while, this matter became a taboo in the imperial capital. It's true that they love to chat, but the fear of getting slapped is equally true. Waste. Rubbish. Such a large number of people in the imperial capital were actually scared like this by Li Tiangang alone? Shi Yuan said he didn't understand. Where did Li Tiangang get such a great power? To be able to scare the people of the imperial capital into not daring to speak in less than an hour? That man of the Divine Mechanism Guard had similar thoughts as Shi Yuan. He was equally incomprehensible. Alright, go pass the order. When that Li Tiangang comes, I'd like to see what he can do. Shi Yuan waved his hand casually. If before he had come to the door it was because of personal matters, now it was business. Occupy yourself with great righteousness. Isn't it justice to fight demons? Let's see how he taunts Li Tiangang later. In the past roughly one incense stick of time, the people of the Divine Mechanism Guards were all summoned outside the main hall. In the middle of the dungeon, the men of the Divine Mechanism Guard who were guarding the prison were also called out. By order of the governor, order the dungeon guards to keep just 3 men on duty, and the rest of you come with me. Commander Lu, what happened? Hey, it's not because of the fox demon thing. When our governor sent his men to surround the state master's mansion. Now that Li Tiangang has come to our door, where's the need for all this fuss? The jailer was obviously feeling a little fussed. Who knows? Hurry up and bring someone out. The jailer agreed and waved his hand. All of you get out. I'll watch them from here. In the cell, Chang Kujin let out a soft sigh when he heard Li Tiangang come. Chang Shangtan, on the other hand, seemed to have grabbed a lifesaver. Father, I have a marriage contract with that Li Tiangang in. Is it possible? Chang Kaishan smiled to himself. There is absolutely no such possibility. Comparatively speaking, I'm more convinced that he chopped you with a sword. Chang Shangtan was directly dumbfounded. What time is it? Her father is still in the mood for this kind of joke? If it's impossible, just say it's impossible. Chang Kujin looked up at where the light came from and sighed. If he had listened to Li Tiangang, he might have saved himself from a disaster. But, this is his own father. Forget it, that's it. In his next life he didn't want to be reincarnated into this powerful family. Outside the Divine Mechanism Guardian's underground palace, a team of heavily armed Divine Machine Guards rushed out from inside. Lord Governor, is something happening with all the commotion? Pei Yuancheng walked out with his hands in the air and smiled. Lieutenant Governor Pei, what happened you do not know? Forget it, all understand what to hide. Shi Yuan snorted coldly. Although he was brought here by Pei Yuansheng, he himself was the lord of the Divine Mechanical Guards. This Pei Yuansheng was against himself at every turn. At first he was mindful of his friendship, but then he just couldn't stand it anymore. Pei Yuansheng snorted coldly and stopped speaking. He actually didn't have that much ill will towards Shi Yuan, but as time intensified, his role here was minimal, and those who practiced were all hugging each other, making it impossible for him to intervene. In the end it was just a matter of letting go and going against the other side. Hands down, he recruited some elite martial artists. It's not that he wants to be so, but he has to be. If you can't take the power then you have to make an impact on Shi Yuan. If not, what did one come here for? Now cannot get the power to wait for Shinjiwei to become big, he cannot get even more. So it can only come clear. Create trouble for him yourself, thus making the other party dependent on the royal power. One could only say that Pei Yuansheng was curving to fulfill Ji Linglong's mission, but now he was in big trouble. As someone who had dealt with Li Tiangang, Pei Xiansheng knew very well what kind of person Li Tiangang was. For good reason. He had to mess with Li Tiangang. I don't know how to find it. Looking at this situation, His Majesty should not want to intervene, so he would just bring his own people to the side later and watch the show and be done with it. Shi Yuan was all the rage in the imperial capital nowadays. But there was a natural difference between the other party and Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang and His Majesty that belonged to a cooperative relationship. What Li Tiangang did not want to do, Ji Linglong could not and would not force Li Tiangang to do. But he, Shi Yuan, was different. He was watching Big Chow eat. The status is different, so it's pretty clear where this is going. Shi Yuan is punching himself in the face. As Pei Yuansheng pondered, a silhouette came slowly in the distance. One man, one sword. The aura is overwhelming. Chapter 53, I don't just block doors, I kill people. Shi Yuan's eyebrows wrinkled. Li Tiangang, this appearance of murderous anger does not seem to come to a good discussion. Shi Yuan's men numbered nearly 800 or so, partly his disciples and partly outcasts from various sects found from the south and north of the sky. Next to Pei Yuansheng there are more than 200 men under him. Nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes were currently gazing at Li Tiangang, who was walking in the distance. Cultivators were naturally no strangers to Li Tiangang's reputation. Great disciple of the sword execution lineage of Shushan Mountain. Great disciple of Taishan Jinjin. Alone 1,000 miles to destroy a poisoned door. Many people were seeing Li Tiangang for the first time. And most of these people did not have a good impression of him in their minds. Because Li Tiangang had done a lot of out-of-the-ordinary things over the years. While the other party was able to be in Shushan unharmed, and to be sent down as a national teacher. Instead they were expelled from the division. There is already a disconnect between the natural parties. Shi Yuan clasped his hands and looked at Li Tiangang from behind the crowd. The state master has just returned to the imperial capital. Shut up! Li Tiangang looked up at the other party with a faint cry, and then walked to the front of the crowd on his own, completely ignoring their eyes. Looking down at the size of his feet, he then raised his right hand to outline a golden light in the void. That golden light leapt in the air as his fingers swung and finally turned into a circle, enveloping the entire underground palace within. Drop! Li Tiangong's words fell. The golden circle instantly landed on the ground, and the ground was deeply imprinted with a mark. The chastised Shi Yuan frowned. What do you mean, Li Tiangang? Li Tiangang withdrew from the circle and stuck his sword on the ground, raised his head and swept over the crowd of the Divine Mechanic Guards before finally casting his eyes on Shi Yuan. Don't talk nonsense. I'm here today to do one thing. Didn't you send someone to block the door of my state master's residence? I'm back today. and with this restriction in mind, from now on, none of you are allowed to go out for me. In other words, you can understand that Master Dao has come to block your door." Li Tiangang smiled in a harmless manner, with 2 rows of white teeth neatly arranged. "Joke, we, the divine mechanism guards, are instructed by His Majesty, and we can't get out of the circle just because you say we can't?" A bald man rubbed his head and let out a cold laugh. Li Tiangang pressed his hands before the hilt of his sword, his voice flat. "You can try. Just try. Tell you Li Tiangang. Others are afraid of you. Shushan Labor is not afraid. Labor's name is Yen Nanfei. Shaolin Temple lay disciple. Dharma name." Li Tiangang frowned slightly and interrupted bluntly. "There is no need to report the number. Master is not interested in listening. If you dare then try. My mother, do you think I'm scared? I'll walk out today." Yen Nantian lifted his foot and walked out. Swish! The moment he had just stepped out, Li Tiangang drew up the sword on the ground and chopped down with a sword aimed at the sky. Yen Nanfei's body, who was about to step out, froze in place, and then in everyone's eyes, with that line as the boundary, the entire person's body split in two. Neat and tidy. Hiss! The crowd of divine mechanism guards in the back all sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but step back. That's too atrocious. That Yen Nantian was the best of Shaolin's lay disciples, a cross-trainer at the top of his game, and Li Tiangang split him in half with a single sword? Not 2 cuts, 2 copies. Pei Yuan Shang smacked his lips and sked. So it turned out that the state master wasn't hard on poisonous people, but on everyone. It's so tough. Li Tiangang once again inserted his sword into the ground as it fell, his hands holding on top of the hilt as his lips moved slightly. Next, the scene was silent for a moment. The crowd of the divine mechanism guards looked at each other in dismay, finally turning their gaze to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan pushed away the person in front of him and walked to the edge. His eyes narrowed. Li Tiangang. The divine mechanical guards were established by His Majesty. Killing the divine mechanical guards is like plotting a rebellion. Well, I killed it. You come out and go tell His Majesty. Li Tiangang hooked his finger to stare at Shi Yuan with his head held high. There was something in that look that seemed to say, you come out and say it. You're arrogant. Shi Yuan's eyes angrily turned his head to look at Pei Yuan Shang. Pei Yuan Shang, you are the commander of the Forbidden Army. Now that Li Tiangang is openly flouting the imperial authority, you are not going to tell His Majesty? Contempt of imperial authority? I don't know. I didn't see it. I don't understand it. Pei Yuan Shang said with a big wave of his hand. The ministry behind him sat on the ground to blindfold their eyes. Such behavior is even more so that the stone source of anger. Face do not want. Cover up the ears call? Well. Pei Yuansheng, you wait, in the future I will definitely go before His Majesty to cite you. Pei Yuansheng spread his hands. Feel free. He's afraid of the other senator? Funny. This appearance of the other party even exasperated Shi Yuan. With a look of a dead pig. Li Tiangang, you come to my Shinjiwei to block the door in a grand manner. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Shouldn't I, Shi Yuan, arrest a demon when I find it? The imperial capital is the center of the Zhou dynasty. Can you take the responsibility for the appearance of demons? Don't I have the power to manage as the governor of the divine guards? You are the state master of Great Zhou, the true master of Mount Shu, and I haven't even told you that you're keeping a vixen in the imperial capital, and you still dare to block the door at your door, and kill my people. Shi Yuan was infuriated and directly broke his defense. Facing the words from his mouth, Li Tiangang skimmed his mouth. You said so much. I'll ask you 2 things. The first thing, does demonic or not have anything to do with you? Your scope of duty is to be a dog for the emperor. Being hung on your own head, what the name of righteousness? When the poisonous man appeared in the world, you hid 80,000 miles away. And now the pig's nose is stuck in the onion, you pretend to be an elephant. Besides, you don't know you have a rapist in your own house? You're here to talk to me about righteousness? You're not worthy? What's it to you if I have a vixen? I'll tell you right now. What can I do if I raise you? So what if I block the door now? So what if I kill your men? The reason you don't kill is because you don't dare. And I do. You? Me? What? Li Tiangang leaned his body forward to stare at Shi Yuan. The latter's body trembled with anger. Li Tiangang simply ripped off his face and threw it on the ground to trample it viciously. Abominable. Abominable. I want. Shi Yuan was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly realized that he was already less than an inch away from the line. Steeply awakened. Li Tiangang, he is trying to stimulate himself to get himself out. He tried to kill himself. Suddenly woke up with an instant chill down his back. How dare he? Dogs take rats to meddle in other people's business. Have the leisure mind, might as well control that disciple of yours? Oh right, so I seem to understand. That disciple of yours is lewd and greedy. Is it that he saw that Vixen looks beautiful and got up a bad heart? I see. I mean, you don't even care about a rapist. Do you care about a demon? So you're doing it for your creepy-ass disciple. Ha, if you say so, then this is going to be interesting. Chapter 54, things are getting really big. You are talking nonsense. What does this matter have to do with my disciple? It's only that I want. Think about your mother. Don't give me that nonsense. I'm the one who decides whether this matter is related or not. Not you. Surname Zhang. This matter, if let me know this matter is really your rapist disciple instigated. Master Dao slapped him. Li Tiangong's eyes glared as a sword intent swept out from his body, causing the surrounding woods to become windless and leaves to fall. Shi Yuan was shocked by the sword intent and kept retreating. It was not until this moment that he truly understood just what kind of level Li Tiangang had reached. A ground that one simply cannot match. Those men of the divine mechanism guards behind them all looked at each other. If it is according to what Li Tiangang said, then is it not that they people give that job? This immediately upset many people. Many of them were disciples of the Heavenly Master's mansion, and it made sense for them to follow as disciples when Shi Yuan went down the mountain in the first place. After all, they were all taught by Shi Yuan, but in his heart, he was already dissatisfied with that Zhao Shanhai. Now it's hard to find a place to mingle and it's Zhao Shanhai again? This Zhao Shanhai is here to grind them down? Whenever times get a little better, he comes and pulls this stunt? Shi Yuan also sensed those gazes behind him. Li Tiangang. This matter ends here. Xin Jiwei, admit it, we don't care about that demon from now on. Whatever, are you not clear about your position now? It doesn't matter whether you care or not. Then what more do you want from me? This doesn't work. That doesn't work. Shi Yuan stared angrily at Li Tiangang. I want you to come out and stand in front of me. Li Tiangang hooked his finger. You're going to make a move on me when I go out. You think I don't know that? Oh, you're right. How about another way? Or I want to get you killed. Is that direct enough? Get me killed? I am His Majesty's appointed governor of the Xinjiwei. You move me. Shi Yuan's words had not yet fallen. Li Tiangang instantaneously flashed his sword through his neck. Blood splattered within 5 paces. There was silence all around. In this moment, time seemed to freeze. Pei Yuan Shang's eyes widened with a look of having seen a ghost. Those who followed him also looked at Li Tiangang in dismay. As for Shi Yuan's disciples and those underlings, they looked at each other in dismay. Shi Yuan covered his neck as blood continued to spray from his fingertips. He was the one who was the most stunned. He didn't expect Li Tiangang to really kill himself. Shi Yuan fell straight backward. A poof woke up everyone in the stupor. The Xinjiwei crowd drew their weapons. Li Tiangang gently retracted his sword and shook off the beads of blood on it. What's wrong with moving you? What's the matter with you? I'm tired. Hold it all. As the highest commanding officer now, Pei Yuansheng hurriedly stepped forward. This is a situation that could lead to unrest if we don't get it right. Li Tiangang glanced back at the crowd of divine mechanic guards on guard. Does anyone want to avenge him? If so, you can strike now. It is said that a loving mother has many children, and this matter can be understood in the same way. That disciple of the Shi Yuan's made such a big mess in the Heavenly Master's mansion. The other party sheltered him from the mountain and went to the imperial capital because that disciple of his approached Cui Ying again. Cui Ying is having herself. Without myself, the outcome could have been a different story. As this Shi Yuan's reputation grew in the imperial capital, the consequences could be imagined. What about his disciples looking at other women? Can the families of those women be sheltered like their own? And can they do justice for their daughters like the old Tiancher master of the Heavenly Master's mansion? There's a big question mark over this one. Therefore, in order to prevent this incident from happening, Li Tiangang considered it out of many aspects. All round, 365 degrees. Finally decided to kill Shi Yuan. Of course, definitely not because you want to do it yourself. Pei Yuansheng stared viciously at those men of the Divine Mechanism Guard. Today's matter, this governor will go to the palace to report to His Majesty. How to decide will be decided by His Majesty himself. You guys don't follow the nonsense. If what the state master said was true, Shi Yuan was using the power of the Divine Mechanism Guards because of a personal matter. Then it remains to be seen how this matter will be handled. You guys don't want to get hot-headed and die for real. Pei Yuansheng had no doubt that if they dared to make a move today, then Li Tiangang would dare to kill them all. He's seen it with his own eyes, so he's not surprised. Seeing that they didn't move, Li Tiangang took his sword back and turned around. After this leaf is cut, it's time to get to the root knot. How can the 6 roots be pure if they are not pure? So, In order to make him a little cleaner, Li Tiangang will send him down to be a companion to his own master. It's good to get rid of it once and for all. Pei Yuan Shang looked at the departing back inside, looking down at the deathly unwilling Shi Yuan. What are you doing messing with him? You don't know what kind of character the master of the state is? There's nothing you can do about it. That's a lot of friends to kill. Stick your head out yourself and let people chop it off. That the character of the state master can be someone who is afraid to cut. Serves you right. After stabilizing the situation, Pei Yuansheng ordered people to carry Shi Yuan down, followed by ordering everyone not to take a step away from the Divine Mechanical Guard's headquarters. After doing this, Pei Yuansheng brought his cronies to the top. That whoever, go to the palace and report this matter to His Majesty. The one who was full of questions. Governor, I thought the master of the state wouldn't let us go out? Pei Yuansheng slapped the top of his head. The people are dead. The matter of the state master has been dealt with. Hurry up and get to me. Oh, that who received a slap covering his head, just about to walk out looking back at Pei Yuansheng. Governor, why don't you go? Me? Can you keep the people down there down if I'm gone? Besides, I've got nothing to explain to you. Get the hell out of here. Pei Yuansheng lands a leg kick. After 3 seconds, nothing happened. Pei Yuansheng breathed a sigh of relief. Ahem. Go on. What are you waiting for? The Who ran off in a puff of black smoke. Pei Yuansheng glanced back at the underground palace. His face scrunched up. This is a big deal. That Shi Yuan is now being used by His Majesty in a smooth manner, and the Divine Mechanism Guard is on the right track. And this instant the State Master has screwed it up. His Majesty's side would not be easy to uncover. But that's a good thing for yourself. Because, he's going to right the ship. The current Shinjiwei's power was so great that it had reached a terrifying level. And there is no one better suited for the position right now than himself. If things really came to fruition, then one would still have to prepare a generous gift for Li Tiangang. Hey. He'll be able to wimp out a couple times, too. Good thing. Chapter 55, Ji Linglong's Rage. Dad. Look at them carrying someone. Taylor a what? Could it be Tiangang Li? Cheng Kaishan's tightly closed eyes opened. Can't be. That Shi Yuan, even if he's crazy, wouldn't dare to kill Shushan's disciples. Would he? Didn't he and the people who practiced know the status of Mount Shushan? Cheng Kajin hurriedly climbed up, lying on top of the barred window with anxious eyes. Next to him, Cheng Kaishan rolled his eyes. When he goes to be beheaded, this damaged calf probably won't be so thrilled. The three men's 6 eyes looked over in unison. When he saw the familiar clothes, Cheng Kaishan's eyes were covered in incredulity. Kiss my ass. Shi Yuan is dead? Cheng Shangtan's eyes were dumbfounded. How did he die? Then there's no need to ask, it must be Li Tiangang's doing. Cheng Kaishan grasped his hands on the cage, his face ecstatic. Your mom's. His fate had been sealed long ago. Definitely dying. But this one died before being able to see that the person who went to raid his house died first. How cool is this? He was happier than he had been when he had first ascended to the enemy city. The heavens have an eye for great joy. So prepare wine and food for old man at noon today, and I'll have a beautiful drink. Damn. It's smooth. Li Tiangang. I forgive you. Cheng Kaisan is in pain. Really cool. Cheng Kajin ducked farther away when he saw his father's appearance. Fruity. The next moment many of the men of the Divine Mechanism Guards walked over. Elder brother. What should we do? Beat him. You dead thing. You're the one who cursed my master to death. Asterisk him. The crowd swarmed the cell door and opened it. Cheng Kaishan's old face went white. It was immediately followed by a flood of punches and kicks. Li Tiangang. You killed someone. I take a beating. I go to your grandma. Cheng Kaishan was soon beaten unconscious with a bruised nose and swollen face. Seeing the situation, the crowd then stopped. Cheng Kajin looked away. LOL. Don't know what it's like now? Just sneer in your mind. And to say it, you still want to drink? It's okay now. Didn't drink it, but achieved the same effect. Dizzy. Cheng Kejin is sitting in a straw mat in the corner, eyes full of curiosity. Li Tiangang killed Shi Yuan. The news was powerful enough. A few men of the Divine Mechanism Guards walked out one after another after a violent beating. Senior Zhao, what should we do now? Master He. What to do? We can only wait and see what His Majesty means. Master is also making such a big deal out of it is actually still because of that loser. It's a good thing we were only there to stop the door. If we had broken in, I guess we'd all be dead today. That senior brother Zhao leisurely said. The crowd also nodded at the words. Their master-disciple bond with Shi Yuan was certainly heavy. But with the treatment of everyone as if they were street rats after they had descended the mountain had also long since run out. And when part of the reason for the mountain is also tired of fame, the righteous disciples, more or less have to pretend. If we give them another chance now, most of them are definitely not willing to go down. Alright, for the time being, all of you don't react too much. His Majesty's side will surely deal with this matter when they know about it, and Master's body will be placed here for now. Those who are dead, and those who are alive will live. If the whole thing goes south now and we can't stay in Great Zhou, where else are we going to go? Go back to a life of wandering? That senior brother surnamed Zhao's voice was filled with sighs. Those were days they didn't want to live anymore. There was an agreement on the way down that they were not to use what they had learned to steal. If the Heavenly Master's office knew about it, it would definitely send someone to take back what they have learned. So they had an incredibly hard time in the beginning. Where else but here nowadays can they use their abilities with impunity? Well, at least it's mixed official food now. There was no reason for the Heavenly Master's office to pursue them even if they knew about it. That's a blatant confrontation with Great Zhou. Don't look at the fact that the Great Zhou is so despondent now, and the female emperor has little power in her hands. But an emperor is always an emperor. Just like Zhao Shanhai, that asshole will always be an asshole. The Imperial Palace. Ji Linglong was in a very good mood this time. Shinjiwei is organized. The army of Shu has been stationed on the edge of Chu in accordance with our own established orders. Other countries likewise are now ambivalent about themselves. Now Li Tiangang had returned to the imperial capital to help her hold back that Shi Yuan. All things are currently in an equilibrium. He himself will be able to take the power back sooner or later by boiling the frog in warm water again under this balance. And the first thing that was done to get it back was to cut the clan. Emperor Taizu placed too much emphasis on people with foreign surnames, which led to the current chaos of kings. Since the day Ji Linglong ascended the throne, she then realized she must have all the power in her hands. She wants there to be no more vassal kings within the borders of Great Zhou. While Ji Linglong was thinking about the future, Mu Renjiying's eager footsteps interrupted her. Ji Linglong frowned slightly. This kind of panicked movement she disliked. What's wrong? Looking at the flustered Mu Renjiying, he asked. Mu Renjiying's eyes averted. Your Majesty, there's a problem on the side of the Divine Mechanic Guards. Pei Yuansheng sent someone to report. Is it that Shi Yuan can't hold out anymore? What did Li Tiangang do after arriving then? Ji Linglong said confidently after interrupting Mu Renjiying. She knew Shi Yuan couldn't stand up to Li Tiangang. That guy is really annoying with that energy. Myself, I sometimes get a big head when I see him. No sire, Shi Yuan is dead. Mu Renjiying raised his head to finish and hurriedly lowered his head. She just learned of this matter for a full incense burner. Time did not slow down. Li Tiangang really bold. Commander of the Shinjiwei. According to the rank, it is comparable to a first-class officer. The mysterious power of the Son of Heaven. Li Tiangang kills when he says so. Strictly speaking, this had all been considered a crime of treason and contempt of imperial authority. Fruity. After Ji Linglong heard that Shi Yuan was dead, her eyes abruptly widened, and her beautiful eyes were filled with incredulity. Li Tiangang killed Shi Yuan? Yes, Your Majesty. Tell us the whole story carefully. Ji Linglong had a rare mood swing. A pair of eyes gradually turned gloomy. She gave Li Tiangang the expected death quota, but it definitely did not include Shi Yuan. According to what Ji Linglong thought, Shi Yuan was the governor of the Divine Mechanical Guards appointed by himself. How could the other party not dare to be so disrespectful? Now it was good that Li Tiangang really killed the man. This. It's too much. Mu Renjiying hurriedly relayed to Ji Linglong the process that the visitor had told him. Word for word. The latter's face stiffened as he listened. Lawless, without a ruler or a father. He thinks he can run amok just because he's a cultivator? You go and call him over to me. Immediately. Ji Linglong almost opened her mouth in a violent rage. It's not how important the stone source is. Rather, that's just not how this thing works. Let's not talk about the fact that the Divine Mechanism Guard is on track right now, but let's talk about the identity of this person. Taking a step back, it was Li Tiangang who should have said something to himself if he wanted to kill. Now what's going on here? Chopping first? Nice guy. The man who was licensed by his own royal authority was cleaved by a sword by the master of the state of the day. What's that supposed to mean? Li Tiangong's power over the imperial power? Whose authority does he have? From the Grand Master? Wildly paradoxical. Madness and disobedience. Chapter 56. What is she angry about? Mu Renjiying left the palace in a hurry. She had never seen Ji Linglong lose her temper like this before. From this it was clear that His Majesty was really angered. That's not a good thing. Especially since this person who was moving to anger was Li Tiangang. It would have been fine if it was someone else, but it was Li Tiangang. The most difficult person in the entire imperial capital is him. Mu Renjiying was suddenly annoyed. It's all because of that Shi Yuan. He offended who was not good but went to find the most troublesome person. She quickly walked in after she arrived at the state master's residence with her horse. Mansion. Su Ren and the others were waiting for news together. And when they saw Mu Renjiying, who had come in a hurry, Su Ren greeted them. Sister Ing, you're here to see the state master, aren't you? He's not here. No? Then where did he go? Not me, but do you know what he's done? And one by one, you're still sitting here in a steady state. Mu Renjiying was furious at the sight of the crowd. Liang Xian and the others got up and looked at Mu Renjiying in surprise. Sister Ing, what did the national master he did? Su Ren asked tentatively. At the same time there was already a bad feeling in his heart. What are you doing? He killed Shi Yuan, the governor of the divine mechanical guards, with a single sword, and now that his majesty is enraged, you guys actually don't block him. Angry? What is she angry about? Besides, who can stop me if I want to? A misty voice came. Immediately afterward all eyes turned to the door, only to see Li Tiangang walking carrying a person in his hands. Mu Renjiying saw the person in his hand and instantly realized that Li Tiangang had gone to catch that disciple of Shi Yuan. The two of them, Liang Xian Chuiying, had long since been shaken to the point of dizziness and tinnitus. Li Tiangang killed Shi Yuan. Liang Xian's body trembled. Not this matter, in fact there is no need to make such a big ah. Su Ren looked at Li Tiangang dumbfounded. She knew it. When Li Tiangang went out with his sword, she had already guessed that this matter would not be too simple. But I didn't realize it was that way. Lord State Master, why do you say you want to kill him? Don't you know that His Majesty is reusing Shi Yuan right now? Mu Renjiying actually wanted to say that he would kill again even when he ran out, but thinking that it was inappropriate to say this with too many people, he did not say it again. Li Tiangang bared his teeth and smiled. I kill the one who deserves to be killed, regardless of what he has to do with it. I am not Shi Yuan. He's afraid of me, so if I go, he won't catch the demon. But unlike me, it's the gods who come and I'll kill them. The Zhao Shanhai in his hands had been so frightened that his 3 souls had risen to the heavens and his 7 spirits had dissipated. Your own master is dead? His dad's dead? Just now, Li Tiangang barged into the mansion and took himself away without a word, and he was still expecting his father to come and save him. Turns out now his dad is gone. Mu Renjiying's face was speechless as he listened to Li Tiangang's words. This didn't sound good. Lord Master of the State, there is no point in talking about this now. Look for the Master of the State to enter the palace. His Majesty has summoned him. Can't enter the palace. This matter is because of my mother. I will enter the palace for the State Master to kill or die towards me. Liang Xian walked out to block Li Tiangang's body. Chuiying did not hesitate to come to Liang Xian's side. Zhao Shanhai, who was grasped in Li Tiangang's hands, sniffed the fragrance and lifted his head to fiercely inhale 2 mouthfuls. Hey, true fragrance. The Liang Xian couple had a determined look on their faces. Li Tiangang in the back rolled his eyes, then reached out and pressed a slap on Liang Xian's face to peel him away. No, why do I get the feeling you always want to be the hero? It's got nothing to do with you. Take your vixen to the side a little bit. What's about to kill or die? Is he Li Tiangang a dead man? The laws of Zhou can control him? Alright, you all stay home. I'm going to go and I'll be back later. Don't worry. 88, said Li Tiangang, picking up Zhao Shanhai in his hands. It's just right to deal with him later at the palace. Save yourself the dirt. Mu Renjiying was relieved to see Li Tiangang agree. She was now really afraid of Li Tiangang's words of letting Ji Linglong come to see him. In fact, she didn't want the two to meet if at all possible. Already Li Tiangang's attitude had been made clear. Master Dao is like that. It's useless for anyone to come. The odds are that this will point up emotions in both of them and end up with a bad ending. However, it's impossible not to face it. LOL. Mu Renjiying turned around and left. Li Tiangang waved his hand and carried Zhao Shanhai and followed him. Walked to the door. The shaggy-haired Sokan lifted his foot to follow. Why are you following me? Don't you hate vixens the most? And still want to take a stand for the vixen thing? Li Tiangang gave him a surprised look. Zhong Xian shook his head slightly. No comment without knowing the full picture. Judge your mother. Who the hell did you learn that from? Li Tiangang laughed and cursed. I'm not doing it for her. I'm doing it for you. If that empress wants to do anything, I'll kill the palace with you. Zhong Xian's expression was as calm as water. It's happened and there's no point in saying anything. The big deal is that I will be wandering in the jungle in the future. but Li Tiangang he is following. Mu Renjiying in the front row stumbled on his feet. She's still here. Can you avoid people a little bit when you say that? Also, what is just for Li Tiangang? How to feel a little good knock? Liang Xian and the others likewise heard the words. Everyone was casting complicated glances, especially Su Run. Her face was slightly red. No wonder every time I go out the boss doesn't bring myself but Zhong Xian. Turns out they're both. Oh, so jealous. He. Li Tiangang let out a long breath blindfolded. And then a whip-like stored power to rotate his body instantly whipped on top of Zhong Xian's back. Whoosh! Zhong Xian smashed through the partition, smashed through the front yard, set into the wall of the backyard. Mud. Comfy. Damn faggy everywhere. Go! Li Tiangang glanced at the frozen Mu Renjiying. The latter smacked his lips. So you like to play this business? It's true that people who cultivate have different hobbies. After the two left, Liang Xian took a deep breath as he looked at the already unconscious Zhong Xian from the hole that had shattered in the center. Do I have to show him? No, you don't have to look. My ass. Have you forgotten how he tortured us? Damn it. Cui Ying hurriedly pulled Liang Xian back. As far as Zhong Xian's thick skin was concerned, he would be fine even if he was hit 10 times. Not to mention one time. Liang Xian looked at the puddle of blood on the ground and asked tentatively, but he's already vomiting blood. Ha! Holy Sagittarius. Help! Chapter 57 Tongue Battle with Ji Linglong. On the way to the palace, Mu Renjiying stared at the black sword carried behind Li Tiangang from time to time. Although it was said that Li Tiangang had also brought a sword into the palace before. But times are different now. Who can say with this situation now? If the two of them have an argument, Li Tiangang directly give His Majesty a sword. This thing according to Li Tiangong's character does not seem to be unable to do. Along the way, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was awfully quiet. Coming to the palace gates, Mu Renjiying finally couldn't help herself. She hesitated and opened her mouth. Mr. State Master, this sword. Yes, keep it for me. Li Tiangang handed the sword behind him to Mu Renjiying with a faint smile on his face. He knew what the other man was thinking, could understand it, but it was ridiculous. To kill, he doesn't use a sword. Mu Renjiying breathed a sigh of relief and carefully picked up the sword before handing it to the guard at the door, while instructing the guard to keep it safe. Then the palace gates opened wide. The two walked in. Zhao Shanhai just kept being carried by Li Tiangang. In the middle of the palace, Ji Linglong had already called Pei Yuanqing in, while understanding the causes and consequences. But she should be the one to make the decision on this matter anymore. Not to mention that the matter itself was nothing. He himself had already told it to back off. It's not like it's causing any repercussions. Your Majesty, this matter is actually that Shi Yuan. Enough. I will decide this matter myself. Ji Linglong rebuked in a cold voice. She didn't want to hear anyone excusing Li Tiangang right now. Wrong is wrong. As he spoke, Mu Renjiying walked in quickly. Your Majesty's State Master has arrived. As the words fell, Li Tiangang stepped in with a faint smile on his face. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Tiangang nodded slightly. Ji Linglong sat up straight, her beautiful eyes staring at Li Tiangang. There wasn't a hint of panic on his face. That bland smile caused Ji Linglong to feel deeply offended. The master of the state is bashful. Don't you realize what you've done? Hearing Ji Linglong's words, Li Tiangang nodded slightly. I know. Killed a bad guy. What happened? What's going on? These three words caused a nameless fire to grow in Ji Linglong's heart. What does this attitude mean? Doesn't he think it's a big deal? You killed a court official. The governor of the Shinjiwei appointed by me. Then he's a bad guy too. As Li Tiangang spoke, Zhao Shanhai in his hand saw Ji Linglong rush to speak. Your Majesty, I am Zhao Shanhai, Shi Yuan's disciple. Your Majesty, you must judge us master and disciple. My master is only trying to punish evil and eliminate evil spirits to protect Great Zhou, but Li Tiangang bullied me, not only killing my master, but also forcing his way into my mansion and arresting me. Your Majesty, you must give my master justice. Zhao Shanhai's miserable voice resounded through the hall. Li Tiangang looked down at him and used his other hand to pinch his neck, then lifted him up. 5 fingers tightened slightly, and Zhao Shanhai's face instantly turned red as his body kept flailing in the air. State Master, this is the palace hall. You, Mu Renjiying reacted and hurriedly opened his mouth. But it's already too late. Click. The sound of bones breaking resounded clearly in the ears of the crowd, a sound that broke the silence of the palace. Zhao Shanhai's body stiffened and the light in his eyes faded. Ji Linglong clasped her hands on top of the dragon chair in death, unconsciously using all her strength. Li Tiangang actually strangled Zhao Shanhai with his own hands here, in front of his own face. What kind of arrogance is this? Poof. Li Tiangang casually threw Zhao Shanhai's corpse away and stood with his arms folded, looking at Ji Linglong with a smile. Your Majesty, I just killed another bad guy. Pei Yuanqing's hand was unconsciously placed before the hilt of his sword, and beads of sweat were faintly emerging from the top of his head. Li Tiangang was simply testing Ji Linglong's bottom line nonstop. In the divine mechanism, guards kill people even if ran to the palace hall inside the face of Ji Linglong kill people. This thing, in addition to Li Tiangang, under the sky, may not have a second person to do it. Lord State Master, are you demonstrating to me? Do you think I really dare not do anything to you? Ji Linglong's teeth clenched and her voice grew cold. Li Tiangang, this was no longer a matter of not giving face. It's smashing. Ha! Li Tiangang let out a light laugh and casually sucked in his hand. The stool on the side fell behind him and Li Tiangang leisurely sat down. Your Majesty, it seems you still don't know who you're talking to. Or maybe you haven't understood the truth that I came to be the State Master of Great Zhou because this country is called Great Zhou. Even if Great Zhou is gone, I'll still be the Master of State. And you won't be, Your Majesty. Imperial power is for mortals to speak of. And to me you are just an ordinary man like the one who just died at my hands. Unbridled. Ji Linglong let out an angry cry and rose up in shock. Pei Yuanqing and Mu Renjiying came to Ji Linglong's body at the same time. Li Tiangang was kind of a big deal today, and the latter remained in the same relaxed and bashful manner. Li Tiangang, I recognize that you have been kind to me, but this is definitely not enough for you to be able to indulge to this extent. I am the Emperor of Great Zhou, the Son of Heaven. Your master wouldn't have dared to speak to the late Emperor like that back then. Li Tiangang got up and shook his head slightly. First, my master is not afraid, but not so much. Second, my master wasn't strong enough for me to be so strong. The words fell. Li Tiangong's eyes were dark. The weapons in the hands of all the guards in the entire palace were unsheathed and scurried out towards the depths of the palace. In the meantime, the guards outside the door who were in charge of keeping Refined Abyss in custody were stunned and dumbfounded as they looked at the black sword that flew up. How are we going to explain this to the master of the kingdom? His sword flew. Waste yourself. This scene drew the guards throughout the palace to fly away. In the temple, Ji Linglong took a step back and leaned on the chair. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, and there was still fear floating vaguely in the bottom of her eyes. As for Pei Yuanqing and also Mu Renjiying, they had long been frozen in place. Among their pupils, they only saw countless swords and knives hovering in the air behind Li Tiangang at this moment, and the cold aura stabbed their facial senses raw. State Master, never let it be so. If you kill His Majesty, this matter will be irreversible. Mu Renjiying spoke eagerly. She expected things to be bad, but she didn't expect them to be this bad. Soldiering on. As for that, Ji Linglong's pupils quake. She had seen the might of the sword immortal today. Ji Linglong, in fact, killing you doesn't use such a big commotion at all. If I want to, one of the people in the palace won't be able to walk out today. By rights, you don't deserve me to come and see you yet. The reason I'm here today is to let you know. Don't think anyone is your vassal. There is no monarch in my eyes. Master Dao came to be the master of the kingdom because his heart is in the world. So don't get confused about the main and the secondary. The world is important. The people are important. And you are the second most important. The emperor takes turns to be the emperor. And next year it's my house. If you feel tired of it, tomorrow Master Dao can replace you with someone else to take your place. Don't be suspicious. This ability no one else has, I have. Li Tiangang said, raising his hand and chopping down with a sword at Ji Linglong. A sword chopped down. Turn around and walk away. Chapter 58. A sword splits the imperial palace. Clang. The flying swords and knives fell to the floor of the great hall with a crisp sound. Many of the guards outside the door just watched in silence as Li Tiangang left in style. They weren't sure what had happened, and they didn't dare to move without Ji Linglong's order. Time seemed to freeze in this moment, until one incense stick later. Ji Linglong was sitting upside down on top of the dragon chair. Just now when Li Tiangang swung out a sword, she felt the shadow of death looming over her head. His entire body was already drenched in cold sweat. Until this moment she had trouble regaining consciousness. Pei Yuanqing returned to his senses and hurriedly dispersed all the guards. These people have no role here except to watch Ji Linglong lose her face. Not to mention them, they themselves were just useless and scared silly. Those biographical novels with the 10,000 swords were actually true. Your Majesty, you. Mu Renjiying spat out 3 words. The whole hall suddenly shook and the dragon chair under Ji Linglong's buttocks split in 2, followed by the wall of the hall behind him instantly crumbling with a neat crack from it. Rumble. Ji Linglong climbed up from the ground in panic and turned to look behind her. Through that crack she saw a crack in the ground behind her along with the entire palace of the palace altogether. Smoke rose throughout the palace. The knife in Pei Yuan Shang's hand came off and fell to the ground, his pupils quaking at 18 levels. Splitting the entire palace in two with one sword? Even if a 9th grade Grand Master martial artist came, there was absolutely no such possibility. This Mu's not practicing. It's practicing immortality, isn't it? Ji Linglong took a deep breath, forcing herself to wake up. Wake up. She looked at this completely non-human ability, a long time speechless. Pei Yuan Shang, you temporarily take over the position of governor, and thwart Shi Yuan's master and disciples, scattering their ashes at the entrance of the state master's mansion. At the same time, tell the people of the Divine Mechanism Guards that whoever wants to seek revenge on Li Tiangang will immediately get out of the Divine Mechanism Guards. From now on, the civil and military of Great Zhou, no one shall disrespect Li Tiangang, and the elevation of the rank of state master is equal to that of a first-class vassal king. Ji Linglong's voice carried a slight tremor when she spoke. This kind of power was completely beyond human power, and once upon a time she had thought that people who cultivated were all similar, because there is no hierarchy in cultivation. Although she had heard that Tai Xian was very powerful since she was a child, she had never seen it with her own eyes. So after seeing Shi Yuan strike several times, she assumed that Li Tiangang was similar. You have to be numb even when you see an army. Until this moment she did not understand that it was completely two concepts. She was not sure whether Li Tiangang was numb or not, but she was numb herself. This sword is just its casual and can split the palace in two. If it is his full strength, can your own army hold them back? Even if it's an army of 1,000,000, how many swords can Li Tiangang hold back? Such power was already beyond the control of mortals, and it was reasonable to say that when an emperor encountered such a threat, his first reaction would be to want to take revenge. And Ji Linglong didn't have a dime. She knew it well. It's a complete impossibility. Shi Yuan is also a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Master's office. From what she'd poked around, the status wasn't bad either, and it's simply impossible to compare it to Li Tiangang. Speaking in practical terms, but he was able to resist one or two, and was not killed by Li Tiangong's sword. Pei Yuansheng arched his hand and led the way. In fact, Ji Linglong is more or less redundant. Just today's matter spread out. Who in the world still dare to provoke Li Tiangang? No one is allowed to spread the word about today's events. Tell the public that the palace building collapsed, and all guards on duty are strictly ordered to keep their mouths shut. It's your majesty. After Ji Linglong said that, she waved her hand. All of you go out. I want to be quiet. Pei Yuansheng pulled Mu Rinjiying, who still wanted to say something, out of the palace. After they leave, Ji Linglong sat on top of the steps, her stunningly beautiful face sliding through two channels of crystals. She was just scared out of her mind. When you see something you can't understand, you instinctively want to cry. Damn Li Tiangang, you don't know how to show mercy at all. Ji Linglong's sobbing voice resounded through the great hall and finally became bawling. What's all this with? Don't give yourself any face at all. Putting aside the emperor's identity, she was also a stunning beauty, and the other party was not slow at all in laying his hands on her. There was only pure killing intent in those eyes. I hate you. Li Tiangang left the palace toward the state master's mansion. You're playing with history and antiquity in a fantasy world? What's wrong with that? In the face of absolute power, the emperor is nothing more than a plaything. Funny or not, have you ever seen the emperor of a world that can handle a sword speak with authority? Not for nothing, of course, but then they all died. Absolute power requires absolute respect. You don't have enough respect? That's easy. Kill you for a respectful one. Isn't this a true reflection of King Zhou in metaphysics? No surefire power to mess with both my world? What a brainiac. It's only because he's a professional lawyer that he didn't go on a killing spree today, or else it would have been easy to change the emperor. Other than that, if he went to the land of Chu and brought the king of Chu here and put him on the dragon chair, that grandson would have to kowtow 3 times in his direction before he went to sleep at night. In the state master's residence, the crowd waited anxiously for Li Tiangong's return. Suresh was in a hurry. She was the last person who wanted to see something happen to Li Tiangang and His Majesty. His Majesty treats them, the maids of honor, extremely well too, better than all the previous emperors. And Li Tiangang, that's more than enough to say. He was the nicest person Soren had ever seen in her entire life, so she didn't want either of the two to get hurt. As for Liang Xian was full of despondency. Blame yourself. Had they known, the couple would have been better off staying in their old home, because they, Li Tiangang, had caused so much trouble. How could he repay them? And killed someone, killed that big of an officer. Ying looked at her husband's worried expression and followed suit. More than anything, she didn't want anything to happen to Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang was the first person she had ever met who didn't discriminate against demons. Still, she's smart. Ying felt that Li Tiangang wasn't the stereotypical type of person. Even if that emperor wanted to do something to him, with the power of an ordinary man, he wouldn't be able to do any harm to Li Tiangang. Instead, Li Tiangang is likely to kill them all. Zhong Xian, on the other hand, lay unconscious in his room, took some tranquilizers. As the crowd waited with varying moods, Li Tiangong's figure slowly appeared in the doorway. The crowd rose and rushed to meet them. Master Kikuchi, are you alright? Soren rushed over and hurriedly got on to check. Li Tiangang dryly coughed twice. Mercy, there's someone else. Master of the state. I mean, did His Majesty chastise you? What are you talking about? Su Ran looked at Li Tiangang anxiously. You're still in the mood for jokes at this hour. Chastisement? It's a good thing I didn't chastise her. Right? It's over. Do what you have to do. Li Tiangang casually waved his hand. After saying that, he looked at Liang Xian. In the future, you won't live outside. Just live in the state master's residence. Your maiden is too good looking. Easy to be missed by unsuspecting people. I have a large residence. It just so happens that the residence is also in need of a bone setter. Upon hearing this, Liang Xian and her husband and wife looked at each other, full of surprise. Who would have thought that Li Tiangang would let them live in? This is a big surprise. Liang Xian was also elated. He was really scared. It's a beautiful place with beautiful mountains, and it's also safe. Master Kikuchi, we're not going to influence you, are we? Influence? No impact. Li Tiangang shook his head. It's also really not easy for this person to fall in love with a demon. Chapter 59, The Follow-Up Fiasco. Shinjiwei Headquarters. Pei Yuansheng brought the holy decree and announced it to the crowd of Shinjiwei. Alright, that's how the situation is. If any of you want to avenge Shi Yuan, then take the initiative to leave. From now on you have no relationship with the Divine Mechanism Guards, and we won't have any restrictions on you either. They all signed an exit agreement when they joined the Divine Mechanism Guard, but anyone who joins, as long as they want to quit, will be hunted by the Divine Mechanism Guards for the rest of their lives. After all, so many great things are going on in Shinjiwei. Who bears the consequences if word gets out? But this is now null and void, because if they left the Divine Mechanism Guards to find Li Tiangang, that was basically already considered a declaration of death. Everyone is forgiving when it comes to the dead. After Pei Yuansheng finished speaking, none of the crowd picked up. It wasn't true that Shi Yuan was their master, but that was when he was alive. He was nothing when he was dead. After Pei Yuansheng scanned it, his heart was greatly determined. It was similar to what he had imagined, because if they really wanted to seek revenge on Li Tiangang, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Since all of you brothers have decided to stay on at the Divine Mechanism Guards to serve His Majesty in the future, I will not say much more. His Majesty has ordered that all of the Divine Mechanism Guards' salaries be doubled. I hope that in the future you can find a wife and have children in the imperial capital and live peacefully. Don't ever be like Shi Yuan and seek death for a disciple, messing with the wrong people. In the future, when you pass by the State Master's residence, you should stay away from it. The State Master is not an existence we can mess with. As for the many grudges from before, we'll leave it at that, and from now on we'll all be one family, sharing both honor and disgrace, Pei Yuansheng said. The crowd bowed and saluted. Greetings, Lord Governor. Pei Yuansheng took a deep breath. Li Tiangang did help clear the way. He had to carry a generous gift to pay his respects, to be grateful and to release goodwill. With such a great god in Titus, sometimes it's not impossible to utilize relationships to ask for help or something. Saying yes, after ordering the crowd to thwart Shi Yuan master and disciple, Pei Yuansheng found a bag to put the two of them in, then went shopping for a lot more. Led up to the door of the State Master's house. He went just in time for dinner time. My humble servant, Pei Yuansheng, pays his respects to Lord State Master. Pei Yuansheng was stunned when he entered the mansion and looked at the people of the State Master's house who were eating around two tables. He was so busy he forgot about it. General Pei, you are a rare guest. Quickly add a chair. In the middle of the backyard, Li Tiangang got two big tables or a table of 18 people kind. Everyone starts at the same time and sits down to eat together. There's no such thing as the master eating first and the maid second. Pei Yuansheng smiled at his words, and it was a smile that narrowed his eyes. It's better to come early than late. However, he also discovered the weird thing about Li Tiangong's place, which was that the maids were actually all eating together. This is something that hasn't been done in ages. This national teacher is really treating His Majesty that way, and treating these maids with a smile so big they can't see out of their eyes. Truly a man of God. The world is all about climbing up the ranks of the powerful, and it's rare to see this kind of person. Pei Yuansheng was not polite as he sat next to Zhong Xian. Next to Zhong Xian were a few maids of honor, closely followed by Liang Xian, Mr. and Mrs. Chui Ying, and right behind them was Su Ren. Nice guy. A table put together with complex ingredients. Monsters, monks, Taoists, generals, servants. Why are you carrying things if you're here? Li Tiangang asked in disbelief. State Master, this is not to thank you for coming. That Shi Yuan died and I became the governor. This is a misadventure also thanks to your blessing. Pei Yuansheng picked up a bowl of rice and said. He was a martial arts practitioner and was quite passionate about eating. You became governor? TSK, TSK, TSK. It's good that you think it's a good thing. Li Tiangang sked. Look at the size of this cutie. And it's still happy. Throughout history it has been difficult for a handful of such organizations to retire successfully. After all, there's too much to know. And emperors usually don't like to let people know too much. This little cutie obviously didn't differentiate this. Isn't it a good thing to be a national teacher? Pei Yuansheng let Li Tiangong's sentence make him a little despondent. It's okay, it's all good. Eat, eat, eat. Li Tiangang casually said. This person's destiny is destined by God. And life is different. Some people start well, some people end badly. Who can say that? Just in case the other guy doesn't live to see that time he gets GA. General Pei. What the heck is that bag? Why is it still leaking? Soren looked at the woven bag curiously. That's Chinese medicine, right? Liang Xian probed. That's Shi Yuan and Zhao Shanhai's. When she heard the words that followed, Su Ren's face was shocked. What does that mean? What kind of person gives this as a gift to someone? Li Tiangang also raised his head and looked at Pei Yuansheng with a speechless face. What's the meaning of this? Seeing the crowd's misunderstanding, he hurriedly explained. No, this thing is this situation. Pei Yuansheng told all the things that happened in the palace. After all, these were all people from the state master's residence. People are able to eat at the table. What are they hiding? Li Tiangang wasn't the least bit surprised to hear Ji Linglong's sort of softening attitude. After all, one holds absolute power. It's all to be expected. Perhaps waiting for the day when the other party could find a more powerful weight than herself. She might tear her face off. Otherwise, she'll stay that way. The emperor is the smartest person in this contemporary world, so to speak, because she grew up in such a dangerous environment. You wouldn't have lived this long if you weren't smart. I'll take all the rewards. And as for that thing, you take it back to Her Majesty, and scatter it at the door of her chambers, so that she'll think twice about it, and not feel like she's done it again someday. Next time I'm not splitting the palace. Hearing Li Tiangong's words, everyone at the dinner table was filled with astonishment. They didn't know what was going on in the palace until now. When they learned that Li Tiangang was really there to educate Ji Linglong, everyone's brain was unable to react. Li Tiangang is still true to his word. Chapter 60, The Clouds Brought by Li Tiangang. Lord State Master, is it really okay for you to treat His Majesty like this? Su Ren fluttered her big eyes, unable to hide her shock. No, that's the Son of Heaven. 10,000 people. The master of the whole Great Zhou. Li Tiangang actually threatened His Majesty in such a way. Is there a problem with me treating her like this? There's no problem. Why can Ji Linglong make you feel afraid? Fear? That is caused by the power in her hands. And why can I go to the palace and dare to threaten her in a bright and honorable way? That's because I have more than power. So the short answer is that she can control your lives and I can control hers. So you should understand, right? Li Tiangang took a sip of the wine in his cup as he spoke. That's the clear reasoning. He'd had a hard time traveling across the country, could follow his heart. Regardless of whether or not you're some kind of sire. Who cares if you look good or not? It's all pretty much the same in Li Tiangong's eyes. He doesn't have the nature to be a lickspittle. Nor does he have the trait of love at first sight. So naturally it's just fearless. Pei Yuansheng heard a clear cough and hurriedly got up to take his leave. He couldn't afford to hear that kind of talk too often. It was easy to get into trouble if he heard it too much. The Son of Heaven is 9 to 5. He, Pei Yuansheng, is not that powerful. He still had to make a living under Ji Linglong's hand, so it was better not to listen. It's easy to drift when you hear too much. As for these things from Shi Yuan's master and disciples, he wasn't going to send them to the palace. If this thing is told to His Majesty should not be able to sleep again in the latter part of the night. In short, isn't it just for them to lay it on the floor? Then let's just lay it on the floor of the Shinjiwei. It was also just right to use it as a warning to the men of the Divine Mechanism Guard. General Pei, take your time. By the way, tomorrow I'll make a trip to Shinjiwei. Pei Yuanqing's scalp tingled when he heard Li Tiangong's words. Going to the Divine Mechanical Guards? Master of the State. I thought this matter was over, so I let them go free. This, Pei Yuanqing cursed in his heart. Had he known that he wouldn't let them move around freely? If this was to be blamed on his head, he himself would have the protection of His Majesty's identity and would be able to avoid death once. No, what are you talking about? Sure, Yuan is dead, so it's in the past. What I mean is that I'm going to go see Chen Kujin tomorrow, and it's also an acquaintance. To see him off. Have you decided when to execute Cheng Kaishan's family? Li Tiangang looked at Pei Yuanqing and asked. Reporting back to His Excellency the State Master. His Majesty is expected to bring Cheng Kaisan to the palace to kill him during the next great court meeting. As for his children, I'm not sure about that. Pei Yuansheng was relieved, as long as he wasn't looking for trouble with himself. As for the execution of Cheng Kaisan, it was also a top secret. But was there any secret for Li Tiangang to keep now? Since he's asking, you'd better tell him the truth. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can afford. Thanks for informing General Pei. I won't see you off then. Li Tiangang waved his hand. Pei Yuansheng bowed and retreated at his words. After the latter left, the crowd continued to eat. Su Ren looked at Li Tiangang with some confusion. Lord State Master, you've dared to go to the palace and threaten His Majesty. Why don't you go and rescue Lord Cheng? Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang slightly side-eyed him. Why should I save him? His father wanted to be a powerful minister but didn't do it. Throughout the ages, this itself is a matter of plagiarizing the family. This belongs to the power in fighting. It's meaningless for me to intervene in things like this. It's not like he's a savior. The only reason he's going to give him a ride is because the other guy took himself to. It's kind of a camaraderie. But having a love affair doesn't mean one has to interfere in someone else's life. You save people. You know if they want to live or not. Su Ren scratched his head, puzzled in his mind, but he didn't ask much. She was plausible. However, Chuiying did look up at Li Tiangang. The curiosity about it is growing. This man was unlike anyone she'd ever seen. Oddly odd. Only Zhong Xian bowed his head without saying anything. He had gotten angry with Li Tiangang. His hand was too heavy, and he almost kicked himself to death. It was a joyous occasion over here. And after dinner, Li Tiangang went back to his room to sleep peacefully with Su Ren's legs on his pillow. The palace sighed. Ji Linglong had trouble sleeping all night. Li Tiangang chopped the palace in half with a single sword. This incident was in her heart for a long time to forget. The impact is too heavy. That power that had almost exceeded the human realm simultaneously gave Ji Linglong a great sense of insecurity. Li Tiangang doesn't kill himself today, that's because what he did wasn't excessive enough. In the future, in case one day he tore himself away from it, he could easily take his life away. How could he let go of this insecurity? But even with all her reluctance, she had no other power now. It can only be so. If she had known this, she wouldn't have let Li Tiangang come to the imperial capital in the first place. It's totally got its head up its ass. Mu Renjiying, who was guarding the door, also took advantage of the moonlight to look at the palace that had not yet been restored to completion. A sword breaks the palace. I'm afraid that such things can only be said in biographies, and today it is literally in front of your eyes. She could even imagine her own sire's feelings. Throughout history, there would not be an emperor who would like to have a figure similar to the Taisheng Huang at the top of his head, so there is bound to be some friction between the two in the future, leading to an outbreak. At that time, what would His Majesty use to fend off Li Tiangang? LOL. In the midst of the jitters, the night passed. It was a stormy night in the imperial capital. Dawn looms over Daidi. The entire imperial capital executives knew about Shi Yuan's death and the ins and outs of the death almost overnight. Where there are people, there are no impermeable walls. And the person who killed Shi Yuan was likewise revealed. Li Tiangang, this great Zhou master of state, personally, and went into the palace to openly threaten His Majesty, and finally left unharmed. This was simply the front page headline of the Great Zhou Imperial Capital today. Number 1 on the hot list. As long as the officials in the courtroom, almost everyone was discussing this matter. But the version is more and more exaggerated. Some say it's because Shi Yuan wants to catch the vixen that Li Tiangang raised, while others say it's because Li Tiangang wants to raise His Majesty as a vixen. Anyway, it's getting outrageous, but without exception, everyone was thanking Li Tiangang. After all, that Shi Yuan led the Divine Mechanism Guards, but they had recently made them tremble with fear. Now that Li Tiangang had killed him, it was equivalent to helping them in disguise. That's a big favor. So it was just on. The entrance to the state master's residence was then filled with countless gifts from the 100 officials, from gold and silver jewels to great tonics. Celine Bag's outlet. Su Rin and the other maids were baffled when they saw it. After telling Li Tiangang about this, the latter ordered them to take all of them, but only those sent to them anonymously. He doesn't even want it when people send it to him personally. This stuff, the anonymous equivalent of picking up after yourself and not crossing paths with anyone, and the bright and shiny gift givers. Well, that's definitely not acceptable. Taking it is a favor. And he, Li Tiangang, has no favors. The officials who were rejected at the door also understood the situation when they saw it. Put the stuff not far away and turn around. Turns out the state master likes this tune. Chapter 61, You Make Me Sick. Shinjiwei Jail. The three Cheng family fathers and children wiped their eyes as they looked at the rather sumptuous breakfast in front of them. Father, this is the guillotine sword? Cheng Shengtan's voice had some tremors in it. Ugh, maybe. Cheng Kaisan sighed. The first few days have been slop today. Suddenly this treatment, in addition to going on the road, will not have a second result. Chen Kajin grabbed a white bread bun and stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it up. Died all the time. Ate enough to go on the road. At once Cheng Shangtan burst into small sobs. She was originally the one who was going to be King Chu's consort. If at first did not withdraw from the marriage as a state master's wife is also okay. It will not end up in such a field. What are you crying for? It's come to this. Don't make it hard to see. Eat. Cheng Kaishan suddenly flared up wildly. What had he eaten in the past few days? The rats in his stomach slipped when they went in. It is now possible to eat without undue hesitation. The Cheng family father and son ate with gusto, and Cheng Shangtan is crying while the wind rolls. At this moment cannot care about what the big girl, eat the main bar. He, Mr. Cheng Slow, if it is not enough, can feel free to change to fetch it. Pei Yuan Sheng, who was wearing the governor's costume, came over with a smile on his face. Humph, Pei Yuan Sheng, you kid, less fake kindness. Cheng Kaishan's mouth was stuffed full and gulping. Pei Yuansheng had always been Ji Linglong's die-hard loyalist, and he and his Chung family had always been at odds. Eat your food. If it wasn't for Lord State Master wanting to come and see Mr. Chang, do you think you would be able to eat this full meal? Pei Yuansheng snorted coldly. He didn't have such a nice tone towards Cheng Kaishan. The three members of the Cheng family raised their heads in unison to look at Pei Yuansheng. It's not a broken meal? Cheng Kaishan asked with a face full of doubt. Who told you this was a head-breaking meal? Your death is not far away, but not today, Pei Yuansheng said indifferently with his hands folded. Cheng Kaishan was in an agitated mood and got up to arch his hand at Pei Yuansheng. Brother Pei, I hope you don't mind if I have offended you much in the past. I want 2 more buns. Ha 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 ha. Cheng Kaisan. Just, are already at this point. This official is not like that, sure Yuan. Come on. 7 more steamed buns for Great General Chang. And salted vegetables. On me. Pei Yuansheng waved his hand bashfully. Cheng Kaishan was already destined to die, and it was pointless for him to continue targeting the other party. Cheng Kaishan, old tears. Who would have thought that he would actually fall to this point, pleading with others for buns? Woe is me. How sad. But, it's really delicious. When Cheng Shangtan heard that Li Tiangang was coming, she hurriedly cleaned up her makeup, wiped away her tears, and straightened her clothes. Since Li Tiangang was able to kill this Shi Yuan unharmed, it showed his position in Ji Linglong's heart. Therefore, if she seized the opportunity, then it was likely that the lives of the 3 Cheng family members would be preserved. As for any merit and fame, who cared now? A man's desire to live can make him give up everything. Cheng Kajin eating the steamed bun in his hand is quite moved. I did not expect Li Tiangang to remember himself. Just this is already enough. He only led the way for Li Tiangang once, and he didn't expect. What a heartfelt message. Sir Chang, as long as the need is not too excessive, I can fulfill it during the time you are here. No thanks. All for the sake of the state master. Pei Yuansheng said and ordered someone to go in and unshackle Chang Kujin's hands and feet. Then glancing at Cheng Shangtan, Pei Yuansheng hesitated for a moment and also waved his hand. I heard that Li Tiangang and this one were still engaged. It is better to untie it if it is not clear. In case Li Tiangang comes over to look at more than just Cheng Kajin alone. Cheng Kaishan looked at the left and right or unlocked looking at the eyes, and Pei Yuansheng just glanced at him and turned away. Cheng Kaisan, that was never going to happen. Who doesn't know that the master of the state stunk this piker up when he first arrived and almost got into a fight? So watching him is definitely out of the question. That grandson, Cheng Kaishan muttered in a small voice. Don't worry, father. When Li Tiangang arrives later, I will definitely take him down. Chang Shangtan's eyes glittered with confidence. The attraction when a woman, or a woman with a lot of poise, gives up some of it is simply terrifying. Cheng Kaishan responded to the silence without words. He didn't think it was degrading to do so. He was about to die. What did he care if it was degrading or not? He just felt that Cheng Shangtan was overconfident in herself. What kind of person was Li Tiangang? The one who keeps a vixen. What is the product of a vixen? His own daughter is somewhat ordinary and confident. Have you forgotten the time when you let Li Tiangang scold you? But it's a dead horse now. Qi King. What's up, Dad? Father has never begged you in his life. Chang Kujin scratched his head. Father, technically speaking, this has to wait until you die before you can say that. Listen to me, rebellious son. Have you crossed paths with Li Tiangang? No, it's just that I showed him the way when he went to the greenhouse. That's all? That's all. Listening to Cheng Kajin's words, Cheng Kaisen barred his mouth. If this kind of affection should not be to this sheesh. Cheng Kaishan looked at Cheng Kajin eyebrows and eyes, and had his own style of the year coldly thought of a possibility. Later you pull down your collar. Cheng Kajin felt a stabbing pain as he listened to his father's words. It shouldn't be possible, should it? Li Tiangang didn't look like someone who was interested in the love of Dragon and Yang. Father, did you ever consider my feelings when you did that? Son, we're barely feeling our bodies. What do we care? Listening to the conversation between her father and brother, Cheng Shangtan's face was complicated. How could my father not entrust such a heavy responsibility to himself? It didn't take long. Pei Yuan Shang's laughter came through. Two figures appeared at the end of the cell immediately afterward. Cheng Kaishan immediately pushed Cheng Kujin. Son, here's your chance. Cheng Kujin pulled his collar back with a resistant face and piled up an extremely exaggerated expression. Master of the state, you're here? His words fell. Li Tiangang stopped at once. His face scrunched together. Holy, you're so disgusting. Pei Yuan Shang, you fed him medicine? That vicious feeling filled Li Tiangang's mind. Pei Yuan Shang was astonished. No, state master. Hearing Li Tiangang say that he was disgusting, Cheng Kajin looked at his father with an aggrieved face. It's called doing something. The corner of Cheng Shangtan's mouth showed a smile, and she still had to appear on her own. She rose gently and pressed herself against the top of the cell, sticking out a leg to poke out. Master of the state. I'm your grandma's leg. Li Tiangang lifted the gift in his hand and threw it towards the cell door, followed by turning around and leaving. What the hell is this? What's wrong with this family today? One is more disgusting than the other. Make yourself throw up your overnight meal in the middle of the morning. It's simply unappealing, unintuitive, and unappealing. Pei Yuanshang looked at the three Chung family members. These three men beat out everything they've eaten today. Keep eating slop at noon. At those words, the three members of the Cheng family's faces were like frost. Dad, you're such a... Chapter 62, The Great Pilgrimage. Li Tiangang is gone. He left the Divine Pole Guard's headquarters at bolt speed, even swearing in his heart that he would never come to this place a second time in the future. It's really disgusting. He had never seen such a disgusting image in his life. A female with a face full of gray and black mud and then filth, deliberately making that kind of face, is simply unconscionable. That Cheng Kujin looked better, but more than that, he left himself speechless, breathless to the core. It seems that he is more than going to see him go. Cheng Kujin obviously has been in the prison inside to go crazy. There was a feeling of being insulted. It's still forced. Your own eyes are suffering along with you today. Amitba. Degrading. After slowing down for a small amount of time after coming out of the Divine Mechanism Guard, he slowed down. His own eyes had always appreciated beauty. Now seeing such a scene violently, it is more or less physiological discomfort. After returning to the imperial capital, Li Tiangang didn't go back to the state master's mansion, but found a weapon store. Weapons are not banned in Great Zhou, but armor, shields, etc. Weapon stores abound. He had found a store that was most proficient in refining weapons, and was renowned throughout the entire imperial capital. After Li Tiangang went in, the boy at the door immediately greeted him with a smile. Lord State Master, you are a rare guest. Which item from our small store can fall into your eyes? You can speak freely. The street boy is the most well-informed person on this street. Therefore, he recognized Li Tiangang at a glance. No, I'm not fighting weapons. Just a box that can hold all three swords. Li Tiangang smiled and shook his head. For the general public, Li Tiangang was maintaining an extremely polite attitude. The lives of these people are hard enough as it is. There's no need to add to people's problems yourself. Make a box? No problem, State Master. But I think you this do not make iron is not suitable, not only unsightly but also heavy. I suggest you make a wooden one, comfortable to hold. Look good. The boy looked at the 3 swords behind Li Tiangang immediately gave his advice. Wooden? Can you hit it here? The state master himself is here, even if we can't we still have to give a fight. Don't worry state master. You leave these 3 swords here for a moment. I'll have the old master measure them and send them back to you. Okay, thanks a lot. Li Tiangang took out a handful of broken silver from his bosom and handed it to the boy. This is for you. Send it to the state master's residence when the box is made. These 3 swords will be left for you. They'll be sent along with it when it's done. After saying that, Li Tiangang turned around and left without stopping. He wasn't worried about what was wrong with his sword, not to mention whether they dared or not. Even if they gave them the sword, relying on their means wouldn't make the slightest difference. As for stealing, that's even less of a joke. The man who dares to steal from himself hasn't been born yet. Such a big thing the boy naturally does not dare to make the decision. Immediately reported this matter to the boss. When the boss learned of this, he immediately called all the teachers in the store together and used the best sandalwood in the store as the material to make a sword case for Li Tiangang, balancing aesthetics and practicality. After the store's teachers learned that this was built for Li Tiangang, one by one that rolled up their sleeves and agreed. Li Tiangang, that was a great power that saved the poisonous people. They were lucky to be able to give Li Tiangang a sword box. The boss is even smarter. He gave the boy twice the bounty. At the same time with the boy personally rushed to the state master's residence to seek an audience with Li Tiangang. After meeting Li Tiangang, they first thanked Li Tiangang for trusting them, and then at the same time said that this sword case must be made free of charge for them. The other party's overzealousness compelled Li Tiangang to agree. That boss acts like he's sorry for the world if you take money. The end of the end. The owner asked Li Tiangang for permission to put up a sign in front of his store. It says right there that their store made a sword case for Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang can't refuse this kind of request. According to the law, this does not infringe on his portrait right, nor does it infringe on the right of honor. It is just to state a fact. After getting the answer, the boss was so excited that he almost kowtowed to Li Tiangang. Immediately after thanking him, he left the state master's mansion with his boy. After going out, the boss patted the boy's back. Starting tomorrow you'll go to the south of the city and rent a store. Open a new store and you're going to be in charge. If it wasn't for the boy's ingenuity, he wouldn't have been able to make this deal. The boy's face was excited. Not himself just merely entertained Li Tiangang and became the new shopkeeper? This. The boss left the state master's mansion with his arms folded happily. Once the sign was played out, the business of one store, one simply could not imagine how hot it would be. It's a flying fortune. He had to go and burn incense for that Taoist Niao in the north of the city. The other said he had great luck this year. And it was true. 7 days later, the imperial palace. After half a month's time, the Great Dynasty meeting was held. And today's Great Dynasty meeting, the 100 officials came much earlier than before. The Duke of Xiangua, who had always been concerned about his status, came to the front early and stood. He and Chiang Kai-shan have fought for a lifetime, competing with each other for power and profit, and now that the other side is in this state, how can he not be alerted? If it is still like that before, I am afraid that the end is no better than Chiang Kai-san. However, Ji Linglong taking the lead was also a wake-up call to the Duke of Xian. This little girl on the throne was not as incompetent as they thought, but he already had Chiang Kai-shan in front of him, and he wouldn't plant himself in this pit again. Playing with her mind, she's not even close. After all, the 100 officials had basically arrived. With the dull, solemn sound of drums, the 100 officials were about to enter the hall one after another, but sudden footsteps interrupted them. Lord Shingo looked back, only to see a team of divine mechanism guards rushing over from afar, while they also brought along Chiang Kai-shan's family, who were dressed in prison uniforms. Duke Shinaguni's brow furrowed. Your Excellencies, His Majesty has orders to ask Your Excellencies to wait a moment first. Pei Yuan Shang came to the front of the crowd with his long sword on his side. With that, he gave a big wave of his hand. Take the prisoner into the hall. Chapter 63, He who can do what others can't, is the best of men. Duke Xiangua looked at his once-old rival who was now a prisoner. Not only was there no joy in his eyes, but there was a gloom in his eyes. The present Chiang Kai-san is his own future. And if you don't want that, you have to get ahead of the game. The first to strike is the first to suffer. At his own age, he wasn't afraid to die. Mostly, they are afraid of the repercussions on their own families. The formerly arrogant and unrestrained Great General Chang was escorted into the palace in full view of the 100 officials. Everyone knew what Ji Linglong picked such a day to bring Chiang Kai-san over because of. Kill the chicken for the monkey. Cheng Kai-san is the chicken, and they are the monkeys on the sidelines. The officials who had once scoffed at Ji Linglong all lowered their heads at this moment. A woman, stoic enough and ruthless enough. Taking control of the imperial capital's military power means controlling the lives of everyone in the imperial capital. Where would these people of theirs dare to treat them with the slightest bit of contempt? This one's methods are stronger than the late emperor's. In each of his thoughts, Cheng Kai-san walked heavily into this place that he had once come to countless times. At the moment he had mixed feelings. If he had been less ambitious, if he had been able to be more patient, or even if he had been a loyal army general, would his future have been different? It doesn't come down to this. Cheng Kajin and Cheng Shangtan in the background don't have as much of a heart-to-heart. They only have a deep fear of death. It's a lie not to be afraid. At this point in time, they're still young and they don't want to die. But there's no going back. Pei Yuan Shang looked at the three men blandly with his sword. They had a chance to live that day, but they let themselves die. What the hell was that? It gives me the evil shivers just thinking about it now. Li Tiangang didn't kill them presumably all because they were about to die. This family is simply bizarre. The sides were lined with forbidden guards. The men of the Divine Mechanism Guard watched as the three slowly walked into the middle of the palace. Ji Linglong sat on the dragon chair with her body leaning back. Her bright eyes kept topping on the Cheng Kaishan who was walking slowly in the distance. It was a scene she had fantasized about in her dreams on I don't know how many occasions. The arrogance of the other side. The recklessness of the other side. Once upon a time that was all fresh in my mind. And now there is finally a conclusion. The sound of shackles colliding with the ground kept ringing out. From far and near. After walking for a little more than half an hour, Cheng Kaishan entered the hall. This was the longest he had traveled in years. Guilty Minister Cheng Kaishan pays his respects to your majesty. Cheng Kaishan entered the hall and respectfully kneeled down to bow. He'd thought a lot about it in the meantime. Thinking back to when he was also fresh clothes and angry horse Jun-sun. The heart of the idea is to be loyal to the country. I do not know when he began. His faith began to waver. Maybe it's being blinded by power? Cheng Kajin and Cheng Shangtan fell to their knees one after another. Ji Linglong sat on the dragon chair. A touch of curiosity and playfulness swept across her eyes. I thought Great General Chang would be mouthing off to vent his final rage. Cheng Kaishan shook his head slightly. The old minister didn't mean it that way, maybe once it would have been. But not now. The old general is also considered to have served the country for such a long time. Without you back then a few hard battles may now the great Zhou has fallen apart. So I can fulfill one of your wishes. You can mention it. Ji Linglong crouched her hands on top of the armrests. Obviously very satisfied with Cheng Kaishan's current attitude. But this was only the first step in her efforts to neutralize the great Zhou. And Cheng Kaisan was only the first. Hearing Ji Linglong's voice, Cheng Kaisan raised his head incredulously. He didn't expect Ji Linglong to say that again. Your Majesty, this is true. Seriously. Hearing Ji Linglong's words, Cheng Kaishan immediately wept with old tears. Your Majesty, it is the old minister who has apologized to you. It is the old minister who has apologized to the late emperor. How he treats Ji Linglong he understands very well in his own heart. It could be said that a large part of the storm after Ji Linglong ascended the throne was caused by him, including the poisoner thing. Thinking back to this, Cheng Kaisan was extremely difficult. The old minister has no other request but to ask that your majesty can forgive my unproductive and rebellious son, relegate him to the common people, and spend his life without any worries from now on. What was done before was made possible by the old minister and his daughter. It has nothing to do with this rebellious son of mine. Please, your majesty. Cheng Kaishan ambled to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Today was destined to be his most difficult day. Cheng Shangtan in the back looked at her father incredulously. She wouldn't have thought that after all she had done, she was actually inferior to that waste of a brother of hers. Dad, what are you doing? Cheng Kujin. He's a loser. Even if you let him live, he can't avenge you. Why don't you pick me? Cheng Shangtan roared the great hall. The alert Pei Yuan Shang immediately walked over and kicked him in the ass. Bold. Ranting about the great hall is an additional offense. Cheng Kaishan's face was pressed against the ground. Tears flowed. It wasn't that he didn't want to save Cheng Shangtan, but because it was simply impossible. The things that Cheng Shangtan did with herself are all on record. Even if he said it, Ji Linglong would not let her live. It would be better to leave Cheng Kajin alive than to do so. At least that's still possible. Ugh, it's really touching. Take Cheng Shangtan down. Only with Cheng Kajin. Let him be spared the death penalty. Ji Linglong waved her hand. Cheng Shangtan was dragged out in despair. Cheng Kaishan, I hate you. I hate you. Cheng Shangtan was dragged out on the way pointedly kept yelling harshly. The hatred in that voice was felt by all who heard it. Chiang Kai-shan slowly got up and saluted Ji Linglong. Your Majesty's great kindness is beyond my ability to repay. I can only repay the favor in my next life as an ox or a horse. Next life? Forget it. I'm a person who doesn't believe in the word of heavenly destiny, much less the word of reincarnation. If the old general has an idea, how about this life? Chiang Kai-shan's eyes widened as he lost his voice and looked at Ji Linglong. What's that supposed to mean? The same is true for Chiang Kai-jin. He seemed to understand Ji Linglong's words, as if he didn't. Your Majesty, you, the old general for the country's merits. Now although the sins of the deep, but I miss the old general for the country to pay. So stay the old general's life to wear the sins of the merit, but I'll be demoted to the rank of general of bravery. Food and clothing are all reduced in specification according to grade. Old general, are you okay with that? Ji Linglong smiled faintly. The veins on Chiang Kai-shan's head were writhing. He never thought he had a chance to live. Your Majesty, I know I'm wrong. I will definitely serve your Majesty's royal favor with all my heart and will never betray. Chiang Kai-shan's feelings were too complicated. It was so complex that he couldn't even begin to decipher it now. Someone will bring old General Chiang back to wash up and change clothes afterward. Come to the court with him. Pei Yuancheng looked at Ji Linglong with a face full of questions. You won't kill Chiang Kai-shan? Good lord. This is a crime of treason. When did His Majesty become the great Buddha of the South Seas? You're not going to kill me? This. What's the hold-up? Ji Linglong frowned slightly. Pei Yuancheng immediately unshackled Chiang Kai-shan and led the father and son down the path. Your Majesty is truly. Chapter 64, This is a young scheme. After Chiang Kai-shan and his father and son were taken away, Mu Ringjing also turned his head to look at His Majesty. Your Majesty, Chiang Kai-shan has committed a capital offense. You. Ji Linglong slowly got up. Are you trying to ask why I didn't kill him? I want to kill him more than any other person. I can't wait to peel off his skin and draw his tendons. But a living Chiang Kai-san is more useful than a dead one. His martial arts have been abolished as a waste. Keep his body is to be a dog for me. Being a dog that bites where it points. Bring back his daughter. I'm useful. Ji Linglong narrowed her eyes at Chiang Kai-shan's departing back. Her eyes filled with ice. She was the one most strongly targeted by Chiang Kai-shan. How could she not want to kill him? But killing Chiang Kai-san would be that much of an example. But keeping it is different. The image of yourself as a forgiving person who treats others without forgetting their merits is set up. His own reputation in the civil world will certainly reach a new height. And at the same time, Chiang Kai-san will not have military power after this incident. He will be the old dog that defends himself in this court. The old dog has sharp teeth. That's enough. Not only that, but one can also tell the 100 officials from it that as long as you confess your mistakes, I can forgive them all. After all, can your crime be as big as a Chiang Kai-san fight? That leaves a thought for all the 2/5. At some point in time it may accomplish more than imagined. It wasn't hard to kill Chiang Kai-san. It was a matter of words for himself. But leave him behind. That's what makes it a practice for yourself. To keep someone she hated to the bone by her side. This was something that many people couldn't do. But she, Ji Linglong, was able to do it. He who can do what no man can do is a man of honor. Ji Linglong was not for her own pain, but for the big picture. For the future. Mu Ringjing was silent as he listened to His Majesty's words. If Li Tiangang had been here, it was estimated that Chiang Kai-shan's grave would have been leveled 8 times. That one is preaching the ultimate in having a vendetta that never lasts overnight, and a vendetta that is never tolerated. This is a point where different identities bring different ways of dealing with it. She was surprised because she had seen with her own eyes how aggressive Process Kai-shan was. Totally opposite extremes. As Chiang Kai-shan changed his outfit and appeared in the palace again, the 100 officials were sensationalized. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the redressed Chiang Kai-san, their brains not even able to return to their senses. Chiang Kai-shan is not dead? How is this possible? The crime of treason was evident to them all. His men have all died one after another. And he's fine? How is this right for the men who were killed and exiled? Ha 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 ha. Gentlemen, the old man is back again. Chiang Kai-shan arched his hand and smiled as he looked at the crowd. The crowd hesitated for 2 seconds before responding with a return salute. Even the Duke of Shinshu was like that. He actually had an impulse in his heart the moment he saw Chiang Kai-shan. He wanted to go find Ji Linglong to admit his mistake and then confess what he had done all these years. But almost instantly he reacted. It's properly phallic. Ji Linglong, this means hi. Chiang Kai-shan's party has all been cut off. The military power was also taken away by Ji Linglong, killing Chiang Kai-shan and knocking down the mountain to shake the tiger. But the tiger was finally startled. And such behavior could be considered brilliant. Great General Chiang is truly a pillar of the nation. committing the crime of treason and still managing to get through it unscathed. TSK, TSK. But it's just a shame about those subordinates of yours and, ha. Duke Xianbui nodded his head with a leathery smile. Great General, let's dispense with it. It's not like Xianbui Gong now. His Majesty's heavenly grace is great. I'm mindful of it. From now on, all of you should be careful. Anyone who dares to disrespect His Majesty will be slapping me, Chiang Kai-shan, in the face. Don't make a fool of yourself when that time comes. Chiang Kai-shan looked around the circle, his face cold. He was also an old man. How could he not understand what Duke Xianbui meant? But this life experience is known only to those who have walked in Hades. How precious life really is. Nothing outside the body matters anymore. He was the happiest he could be right now to be alive. Nothing else matters. After this experience, he also realized that although power is good, but in the end, it is not able to grasp. Duke Xianbui snorted coldly. This is still loaded? He who disrespected the emperor before is the number one. Now it's time to start working as a dog for the emperor. Numerous officials were all smiling along, pondering their future in their minds. Great Joe was all about building up weakness before. Who of them didn't find 2 or 3 back roads for themselves? Had to take care of it this last time. The break was clean. Then go to His Majesty and confess. Even Chiang Kai-shan committed the crime of treason. His Majesty can forgive. Then these things of theirs are just a drizzle compared to it. After Chiang Kai-shan arrived, 100 officials officially entered the court. Duke Xianbui Gong was cursing in his heart as he leaned on his crutch. At his age, he was made to stand outside for over an hour. I can't say my legs are going to hurt for 2 days when I get back. In the middle of the great hall, Ji Linglong looked at the respectful and meek Chung Kai-san and nodded with satisfaction. This house of cards she had set up also needed his cooperation. It's obvious that the other team is working well together now. That's fine. Let's see how he does when the situation stabilizes. This house of cards is too useful for its own good when it is erected. All of you have seen old General Chang at the court today, even though the old general once made a mistake. But because of his merits, I am willing to give him a chance. I don't want to say anything more today. You and others are all the merit of Great Joe. I will also give you such a chance, but not for too long. If you have done anything behind my back over the years and have had any improper dealings with the vassal kings, confess as soon as possible. Shinjiwei headquarters, I will leave you a good time place for the time being. As for how long I am prepared to give you, you feel it yourselves. When all is said and done, there is no blame. From now on, everyone will be peaceful for the country and the people, and I won't be too concerned. That's all there is to say. So decide for yourselves. Ji Linglong's words fell. The atmosphere of the 100 officials changed. Everyone was borderline glancing around at their fellow officers. Many of these people are holding the same team. In this case now, tell sooner rather than later and get out of it. If we let the others speak first, then our own nature would change. Immediately, many people's minds were thinking that after the court meeting was over, they would go to the Divine Mechanism Guard's headquarters. The first to strike is the first to suffer. Waiting for one's name to come up inside someone else's guilty plea would be extremely bad. Duke Xianbui's face was gloomy. Ji Linglong's young plot is insoluble. The situation has become even more passive after this. The 2 powerful ministers of Great Joe, now that one has gone, he is left with himself. The tree is big and inviting the wind. Chapter 65, the scene was out of control. A pilgrimage can be wonderful. Chen Kai-san contributed the most loyal model of his life. Ji Linglong, wherever there is something to say, those who agree will be Kai-san also. That guy, he's got no face at all. Many of the officials who wanted to make a temporary move were furious. This grandson, himself, is jumping out and not giving others a chance to live. They couldn't catch up with its speed even if they rushed. Old piker. It's really shameless. Ji Linglong was soothed beyond measure. This pilgrimage was the most comfortable she had ever been in all these years. It was more comfortable than her father's reign. The might of the Son of Heaven was something she had only experienced today. After the pilgrimage dispersed, many of the officials left the palace with a cheeky, good-natured look. Just after greeting his fellow officers around him and turning his head, he headed towards the headquarters of the Divine Mechanism Guards outside the city. If someone were to look at it from above, there were carriages running at the same time in all parts of the imperial capital, heading out of the city with the wind in their sails. A Shangshu's carriage had just left the city when he saw several horses and carriages following behind him. My lord, Lord Lu, Lord Wang, Lord Zhao, and Lord Feng's carriages are out. What? Hurry up and catch up. This officer will be the first. That Shangshu was alarmed. What's wrong with that? If we let them get ahead of us, it would be for nothing. On top of the other side's 10 pages of details, his name could appear at least 30 times. That's not good. My lord, they're catching up, the horseman exclaimed. Waste. That Shineshu stepped out from inside the carriage, drew his long knife from the side and directly cut the rope connecting the carriage with a single slash, and then leapt forward and kicked the horseman off, riding his horse furiously away. He did so, and then those behind him followed suit. At once, for a moment there were people coming and going who thought that there was a horse race going on here in general. Lord Criminal is so fast. Hasn't he returned to his residence? When did the mansion relocate outside the city? My mother is buried outside the city. No, it's fine, but why do you bring pen and ink to the grave? Could it be that Mr. Criminal still wants to offer a letter to his own mother? Asterisk 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 Q. My old mother likes writing in ink. I'm using this for my offerings. All of you stop talking. That Lord Lu has already surpassed you. His grandma, Haya, Pei Yuan Sheng, who was at the headquarters of the Divine Mechanical Guards, looked at the exaggerated scene and narrowed his eyes slightly. He kind of knows why His Majesty left Chung Kai-san alive. This life is worth it. Such a scene was unheard of and unseen by him. Those civil officials galloped their horses furiously, and from time to time created some obstacles for their fellow officers. He had witnessed an official from the imperial court flinging the official from the Ministry of Justice next to him to the ground. Someone, prepare some bruise medicated oil. Pei Yuansheng stood with his hands folded. Who said that all their civil officials in Great Zhou were weak and fierce from what they see now? Fiercer than any general on the battlefield. The bow and horse are skillful. That one doesn't even have stirrups or reins, it's all about core strength. It's really something. Tough guy. Soon, the influx of officials filled the Divine Mechanism Guard headquarters. The people from the Divine Mechanism Guard were also confused. Their place hadn't been this lively since it opened. One by one, the courtiers are scrambling to be the first to fight, and the ones who don't want to lose their face and fight are in the minority. They were stopped by Pei Yuan Shang when they wanted to stop them. A scene that had not been seen since the founding of the Great Zhou. Now that it's so hard to see, how can you not admire it carefully and see these usually high and mighty people in such a sorry state? It's hilarious. How can people not laugh at the fact that all of the men in the imperial court are so virtuous? The righteousness of the people who slaughter dogs. Negative from being a reader. Oh, nope. Cheng Kai-san is also a dog slayer. LOL. This world today, without exception. The state master's house. Li Tiangang was enjoying a rare moment of leisure. After running from east to west and around since descending the mountain, it was rare to be able to have such a leisure time. Wouldn't it be pleasant to lie on Su Ren's lap? Is lying down. Suddenly the maid in the front yard let out a scream. Li Tiangang was awakened. A slight frown. The maids in her own house are all used to seeing big storms. What happened? He sat up instantly. Only two maids ran in panic, as if they were kittens cowering behind Li Tiangang. Master Kakushi, there's a ghost. Li Tiangang's eyebrows tugged. Ghosts? A ghost in broad daylight? Are you kidding? What kind of ghost is so tough? He was just about to get up when he saw Chen Kajin with a large bag. You're not dead? Li Tiangang asked as he opened his mouth curiously. The abundant anger on the other side was not related to ghosts at all. Master of the state. Boy, thanks to your blessing, His Majesty has pardoned our family. Chen Kajin said with a smile. He just finished. Li Tiangang then stood up. Thanks to my blessing? Then I'm sorry. This blessing is not for you. I'll go into the palace and ask His Majesty to kill you all anyway. Are you kidding? What does this have to do with you? Why is it counted on his head? Ji Linglong made a fool of himself. He doesn't accept it. Chen Kujin hurriedly pulled Li Tiangang back. No, Lord State Master. I'm just saying a few words as a courtesy. It's never because of you. Today at court, His Majesty pardoned my father, and His Majesty never mentioned you. Chen Kajin was sweating profusely. Isn't that just a common courtesy? Why did you take it so seriously? Li Tiangang was skeptical. How could he be so unbelieving? Just those situations of his father's he had seen with his own eyes. Is Ji Linglong out of her mind? How else could you do such a thing? Lord State Councillor need not worry. This matter indeed has nothing to do with Lord State Councillor. His Majesty has other plans in this way. Cheng Kai-san walked in a panic. He was reluctant to come in, per se. After all, the other person was a late bloomer. But when he heard Li Tiangang's words at the door just now, he panicked. If Li Tiangang went to the palace to ask Ji Linglong to kill them, then Ji Linglong would definitely agree. There are some people who may not be able to get you things done, but are definitely capable of badgering you. Li Tiangang is like that. He won't necessarily do things for you, but it would be too easy for him to do bad things. Li Tiangang looked at Chen Kaishan and rubbed his chin. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that the Zhou kingdom is indeed showing signs of decline. Even people like you can live. Ji Linglong is either blind or stupid. It's absurd that anyone who plots against the government is able to stay alive. Listening to Li Tiangong's words, black lines covered above the foreheads of the Cheng family's father and son. Listen to what it's called. Isn't that a good thing? Chapter 66, Plots and Conspiracies. In any case, I'm still thankful that the State Master was able to visit us at that moment, and if there's any use for us in the future, the State Master can casually command us. But whatever I can do, I will definitely do my best. Cheng Kaishan arched his hand and clasped his fist. I'm using you? You're kidding, right? Li Tiangang rolled his eyes. Had they drifted or were they unable to hold their swords? But then again, it's been a few days since I hit my own sword case, so why hasn't anything happened yet? Zhong Xian, go over to where I'm fighting the sword box and ask what the progress is now. Oh, Zhong Xian sniffed and walked out. During this time, he was in a state of semi-relaxation, which simply means that he basically acted like a human being. Seeing that Li Tiangang had something to do and wasn't very willing to take care of them, the two of them put down their gifts and then knowingly took their leave. After watching the two leave, Li Tiangang shook his head slightly. Although he didn't know for what purpose Ji Linglong had spared Chen Kaisan, Li Tiangang knew very well that the fact that the other party was fine now didn't mean that he would be fine in the future. In other words, he's going to have to come to an end sooner or later. This Ji Linglong is a person who can endure. He had seen with his own eyes the secret letter between Chen Kaisan and the King of Chu, and the situation reported there. It could be said that Chen Kaisan had sold the bottom line of Great Zhou cleanly. TSK, TSK, TSK. This emperor is not to be underestimated. With such a heart, Li Tiangang could only evaluate it as another representative character who, like King Gojin of Yu, had no bitterness to eat hard. Life should be fast and furious. What kings plan to dominate? What powers struggle? All can't catch up with the feeling of spontaneity when a sword cuts down. Once upon a time, Li Tiangang was taking up the weapons of the law to punish the bad guys. And now, he can rely on the sword in his hand. Not only does it cut down evil spirits, but it can, also, cut down demons. After the Cheng family father and son walked out of the State Master's mansion, Chen Kajin looked at Chen Kaishan and said, "Father, my sister she." The two of them returned to the mansion, but his sister seemed to have disappeared. Alas, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm sorry for your sister. Cheng Kaishan sighed. Cheng Shangtan must be in Ji Linglong's hands, but the fact that there is no news now means that Ji Linglong doesn't want to reunite them. Or rather, Ji Linglong was trying to control Cheng Shangtan's hands as a hostage. Just in case you're going down the same old road again. It's actually more than enough. Cheng Kaisan from the deathline has walked once has been enlightened. Right now he wants to spend the rest of his life peacefully and then watch Cheng Kujin start a family. As for Cheng Shangtan, he could only say sorry. I'm sorry for this daughter who has always been smart and capable. I think Ji Linglong would not make things difficult for her. She should understand herself, right? Cheng Kujin frowned slightly and sighed deeply. Today in the hall above he also did not expect Cheng Kaisan will save himself. He has always thought that Cheng Kaisan do not see him. Of course, he also do not see Cheng Kaisan. Father, why don't you make an effort to find my sister? From now on don't talk like that. Just pretend you never had this sister. Her sacrifice was for your better life in the future. Cheng Kaishan turned around and patted Cheng Kajin's shoulder. That's the only consolation nowadays. As for looking, that's simply not possible. Not to mention whether or not you can find C for yourself. Just having that action doesn't work. If Ji Linglong knew about it, his life, which was supposed to be a return from the dead, would be back on the deathbed. Today he is a fish on a plate. The only way to keep it longer is to show what you can do. So he's going to try to be as active as possible. Shinjiwei headquarters. Within a prison cell, Cheng Shangtan sat on the ground as if she were a puppet. She still did not understand why her father would say the words to save Cheng Kajin in the Great Hall. It was clear that all along she had been the one to fully assist Cheng Kaishan. Any request he made himself went to carry out to the fullest extent. But in that moment, he chose that loser. Tap. Footsteps sounded. Cheng Shangtan's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. Heart of stone would not be an overstatement to describe her now. Dangling. The chains of the large prison were unlocked. A figure shrouded in black robes walked in. What? Feeling lost? Feeling betrayed? Hearing the voice of the black-robed figure, Cheng Shangtan slowly stood up. Why is your majesty here to talk nonsense? Kill or be killed as you wish. She was fearless now. Whether it's life or death has been looked down upon. To kill or die. If that were the case, I wouldn't be here. Ji Linglong removed the robe from her head and slowly came to Chung Shangtan's side. I merely feel some pity for you. The same woman. The same capable woman. I see harsh treatment. Is completely different treatment. I have seen what you have done for your father. But because of his gender, your father chose a powerless loser. Ji Linglong's words poked at Chung Shangtan's pain points. All she felt at the moment was her heart dripping blood. Ji Linglong reached out and gently stroked her hand on top of her cheek. I sympathize with you, so I've decided to keep you alive. Not to kill you. I will also pardon your father and brother. And you. I'm sure you don't want to be back in that home again. I don't want to. Chang Shangtan balked, while kneeling down to Ji Linglong. Your Majesty, I want to learn martial arts. I want revenge. I want to make Cheng Kaishan regret what he did today. Chang Shangtan's voice was filled with resentment. Today's event for her is a remodeling from top to bottom. If she had a choice, she would rather have all 3 members of her family pushed out of the palace gates and beheaded today. Nowadays, Chang Shangtan wanted revenge. Satisfaction flashed in Ji Linglong's eyes. I will help you. I will help you make them regret it. I will let you know that women never lose to men. And Cheng Kaishan is destined to accept his fate and pay for what he did in the temple today. With that, Ji Linglong helped Chang Shangtan up. I am willing to help you, but you must also be able to withstand suffering, and never let me down. Bitterness? The last thing I'm afraid of right now is suffering. Chang Shangtan's eyes lit up with flames. That's the flag of vengeance. Ji Linglong waved her hand. Pei Yuanchang immediately walked in from outside the prison door. From today onwards, Chang Shangtan will be handed over to you, and I will name her code name Yuyan. It will be taught by you personally. Pei Yuanchang immediately kneeled down and saluted. Yes, sir. Meanwhile the back had been drenched in cold sweat. Can he not understand what's going on when he hears it now? It's clear enough. His Majesty wants to train Chiang Kai-shek's daughter to kill Chiang Kai-shek. Father and daughter. Some people kill in plain sight, like Li Tiangang, and His Majesty kills in the shadows, as a hidden sword-bearer. Which of the two is scarier? Everyone has a scale in their mind. In short, right now Chiang Kai-sen is still enjoying his new life in a beautiful way. On the day he realized it, he would probably regret that he didn't die in the Great Hall today. Some things are worse than death. Pei Yuanchang now felt more or less sorry for Chiang Kai-shan. His own daughter is out to get him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not many people can hold on to this state of mind. Chapter 67, Lost Your Sword? Your Majesty, can Chang Shangtan be trusted? She won't give up halfway or be soft-hearted and end up. Mu Rinjiying whispered after following Ji Linglong out of the Divine Opportunity Guard. Oh, Inger, you still don't understand that a woman's revenge mentality is even more profound than a man's. As time deepens, that memory will become more and more profound. A smile appeared at the corner of Ji Linglong's mouth under the black robe's shroud. Only this kind of ending is worthy of Cheng Kaishan's arrogance all the way. Sure, this won't happen recently. Probably not in a year or two. It needs to be pushed consistently on its own. Or add to it. Just wait until Cheng Kaishan's role runs out. Just do it. She really wanted to see what Cheng Kaishan's face would be at that time. Mu Rinjiying shuddered as he listened to Ji Linglong's voice in the carriage. She served as Ji Linglong's personal maid. There is no right or wrong theory. But Mu Rinjiying still felt a chill down his back. All this time she hadn't realized her sire was so ruthless. Flesh and bone is a human tragedy. Ji Linglong sat in the middle of the carriage, her eyes tightly closed. Some may think they are too ruthless, but so what? When he himself was pushed to the brink by Chang Kaishan's aggressiveness, when he woke up in the night with a start, who can relate to their own feelings? The State Master's house. Li Tiangang looked at Zhong Xian who had rushed here and the boss who had built the weapon, as well as the several swords placed in front of him full of speechlessness. You told me this was my sword. Li Tiangang reached out and grabbed a handful then exerted a slight force. The sword in his hand shook into wood shavings on the spot and fell to the ground. The smile that spread across that owner's face froze instantly. Wood. Zhong Xian's eyes also widened as he turned his head to look at his boss before raising his hand and delivering a big earful. Snap. The boss doubled over and fell to the ground as he was whipped, the left side of his face swollen. You dare to secretly switch swords? Zhong Xian's angry eyes were as if he were a Vajra. That boss is dizzy and sees the Big Dipper in broad daylight. Li Tiangang gave Zhong Xian a reproachful look. You get thee out of my way and slap yourself 200 times. What the? Are things clear you're hitting people? Obviously things are not that simple. This boss, that little bit of courage Li Tiangang borrowed his 2 guts, also dare not do this kind of thing. Zhong Xian was cursed on the spot, then turned around and walked to the corner to slap his face. The guy shot the entire State Master's house could hear it. Li Tiangang snorted coldly. Zhong Xian doesn't even become a monk. Not even a human being? Mr. State Master, it really wasn't me. I didn't dare to The owner was on the floor kowtowing and shaking with fear. He wouldn't do anything like that. Isn't this trashing your own field? It's not like he's stupid. Li Tiangang waved his hand as he looked at the boss who was scared into a 200-pound fatty. Alright, you go back. You don't need to be in charge of the rest. He had thought at first that no one should steal his sword, but he didn't think, hey, I can't believe you're so ungrateful. Stealing the 3 sacred swords of Shushan. What was he thinking? The boss sniffed and raised his head to look at Li Tiangang incredulously. Mr. State Master, Li Tiangang just let himself go? Really, or just saying the opposite? Li Tiangang waved his hand. Let's go. I've punished him for what happened just now. You don't need to worry about this. I'll find out who stole it myself. The boss kept kowtowing and thanking as if he was amazed. Who says Li Tiangang is the king of hell? He'd never seen anyone so reasonable. It stands to reason that one takes at least 50% of the blame for this situation. After all, the sword was lost in his own store. And Li Tiangang didn't blame it. Not to mention that he even gave back the beating he received. Or is it 200 times more? I've never met such a reasonable person in all my years of trading. Lord State Master, from now on, all your purchases in our store will be fully covered by me. No, not you, the entire State Master's house. The boss thanked him profusely, and in the end, he even wanted to hug Li Tiangang. After apologizing again and again, the boss fled as if he had left the State Master's mansion. Let him know who stole the sword. He had to get the other guy killed. It's so poisonous. Isn't it just to ooh and ah him? On his way out he gave Li Tiangang a clue. That would be his peers. It must be that this kind of thing was done after watching his eyes redden at the slogan of forging a sword box for the State Master during this period of time. Both set themselves up, and let Li Tiangang take his anger out on himself. After that boss left, Li Tiangang glanced at Zhongxian who was making to ring himself, slightly shaking his head. The boy's been delirious since he broke his fast. Hit yourself harder than you hit anyone else. Is this something a normal person could do? He couldn't do it anyway. After taking out the wooden sword from the sword box, Li Tiangang surveyed the lines on it with interest. It should be said that the craftsmanship is indeed good. To be able to make such an exquisite model in such a short period of time. This is not something that can be accomplished by 2 people alone. There are teams and equipment. Li Tiangang stretched his back. It was clear that he just wanted to settle down and have an uneventful time. But there are always these live tired ones that come to my door. Okay, stop fighting and hurry up and go out with me on an errand. Zhongxian ended up giving himself another hard hit. Li Tiangang had good reason to suspect that the other party had originally wanted to beat himself up, and he merely handed over an excuse. Boss, do you know who stole your sword? Zhongxian asked curiously. It's not like there's a message or anything. With just the peer-to-peer clues provided by that owner, no one is going to admit it. A sneer flashed in Li Tiangang's eyes. Do you know what we rely on to control our swords? By containment. By being one body and one mind. I can even make the sword fly back on its own now, Li Tiangang said, slightly raising his hand. All at once, his eyes closed tightly. About a few moments passed before his eyes opened. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Go. Found it? Zhongxian hurriedly followed Li Tiangang's pace. The two of them headed towards the south of the city after walking out of the State Master's mansion. The south side of the city was a relatively less prosperous part of the imperial capital. It's basically a civilian population. Those who do business are also small campers. As he came to the south of the city, the suspicion in Zhongxian's eyes grew heavier. Someone here stole the sword? It doesn't look like it in any way. Boss, are you sensing something wrong? This place is full of people. How could they be capable of stealing your sword? Li Tiangang shook his head slightly. Just follow along. What's with all the talk? What's the difference between a bad guy and a bad guy? Zhong Yun, the mind is solidified. Zhongxian secretly rolled his eyes. That he's hardened in his thinking? Today it's also the case that that owner is a member of the people. But whenever Li Tiangang's sword was lost in the house of any powerful person, Li Tiangang if not demolished each other's home or the other ate hard life. His thoughts were all completely carved out of Li Tiangang's eyes. What a pure little monk he was at first. Keep up with Li Tiangang killing and setting fire to make dreams. Chapter 68, Honest Bad Guys Are More Annoying. Black Gate. Zhongxian looked up at the plaque above his head and pronounced 2 words. This Black Gate he had heard of was also a place that made machine ingenious parts, producing everything from weapons to living parts in a messy manner. Not only that, this black sect was famous throughout Great Zhou. A lot of practical things have been done for the people. Sometimes they even gave the people what they made for free. and their prestige in the people was deep. Boss, it can't be here, can it? He felt incredible from the moment he arrived, and now is even more incredible. After all, this place has a reputation. Inherent impression above all. He then decided that this shouldn't be a problem here. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Tiangong's mouth as he looked at the 2 words on the doorplate. Sometimes the more impossible you feel, the most likely it often is. With that, he walked over and pushed the door open. That's kind of interesting. He didn't expect this place to be here either. He had heard of this black sect even on Mount Shu. There is a reputation for being good and not bad. Pushing open the door was an open courtyard, in the middle of which was filled with all kinds of instruments. There were weapons and farm implements and so on. We're not open today, so buy something for another day. The 2 had just entered the courtyard when a voice came from the house on the right. Li Tiangang swept the circle with his arms folded and said indifferently, "Not buying anything, come to get my own things back." The voice fell. A commotion. A dozen people rushed out from inside the room. There are men and women. When they saw Li Tiangang, it was obvious that the crowd was mildly stunned, but it quickly recovered. "Your Excellency, the State Master, is here in person. I've missed the opportunity to welcome you. I'm Gao Mingyuan, the helmsman of the black sect of the imperial capital." A thin man pushed his way out of the crowd, with one of those standard honest-looking faces. At a glance it is synonymous with simplicity. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I don't know if Helm Master Gao has finished studying Poverty Road Sword yet?" Li Tiangang returned a bright smile. Gao Mingyuan was full of doubts. "What makes you say that, Mr. State Master? I have not seen your sword before." Looking at his sincere face, Li Tiangang clapped and applauded. "The State Master is joking. I have not seen your divine sword, but I do have quite a few weapons here. If the State Master takes a fancy, you can feel free to take them and use them." As soon as his words fell, Li Tiangang raised his finger to the sky. "Sword come." As the 2 words fell, steeply 3 rays of light flashed out from the room next to him, and finally slowly landed behind Li Tiangang. And when the light dispersed, it was none other than Lian Yuan, Lian Yun and Tian Ke. Zhong Xian's eyes widened in the back. "I can't believe it was really the Black Sect's people who stole the sword. It's too hard to accept, after all. The Black Gate's reputation is just too good to be true, so good that you wouldn't even suspect them. But now the facts are in front of us, no matter how unacceptable the matter may be." Zhong Xian had accepted it all. "It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover." Li Tiangang spread his hands and smiled as he looked at Gao Mingyuan. "The matter is in front of you. The High Helmsman shouldn't say that you don't know about this matter, right? They even dare to steal Xu Shan's Excalibur? What a no-brainer. If it was so easy to lose, then according to his master's nature, this sword would have already been lost somewhere." The expression on Gao Mingyuan's face shifted slightly. Li Tiangong's words left him speechless. Facts speak louder than words. "Lord State Master, the sword was taken by us. We were merely acting on a whim, yearning for the Shushan divine sword, with no other intention than to observe it before sending it back." A woman behind Gao Mingyuan walked out. That air was not condescending, and it was said with a straight face. "Oh, what an eye-opener. I've heard of all the deeds of the Black Sect, and it seems to be a vanity in name only. First, taking the sword without my knowledge. This is not called taking, it is called stealing. Second, if you say you'll return it, why did you make 3 fake ones somewhere? If I couldn't find out, would you have returned them? Third, don't say you don't mean anything else. You're just greedy. You can't control your desires. You're just taking advantage of them. What's with all the face painting? Fourthly, I yearn for the Excalibur of Shushan, and I yearn for Irmu's sister. I'm still yearning for you, so will you go to my mansion tonight when I take you there?" "Not Billy." The sharpness of Li Tiangong's words was not something that the woman could resist. A face reddened with anger on the spot. "She's a good woman. How can Li Tiangang talk about her like that? Rude in the extreme. Lord State Master, you've gone too far with your words, haven't you? Are you not clear about what reputation our Black Sect has? We've already said we'll send it back. Why are you being so aggressive? I know your reputation. Stealing chickens and dogs? Isn't it a fact that you're stealing swords now? And you won't let me tell you that you did it? Oh, the Black Sect claims to be fair and impartial, so you only have to steal your own sword and not let anyone else talk about it? What? I'm supposed to say you're righteous? Why don't I give you the sword and you can study it for a few more months? Or I can donate the sword to the Black Sect? I'll give it. Don't you dare take it. Every single one of them has no face. Don't mention anything about your Black Sect to me. As I see it, you live up to your name and are horribly black." Li Tiangang pointed at the man who had just opened his mouth and spat. These people are typical honest bad guys, with moralizing and self-titling in every sentence. What was done was not as good as it could have been. Master of the state, this matter is indeed our problem, but I hope you'll forgive me for the specifics. Now that the great world is changing, our black sect also wants to serve the country, so we want to use your divine soldier to develop ordinary weapons that can be utilized by soldiers. That's why all these things are happening, and you as the state master can understand that, right? Gao Mingyuan sighed. He was not expecting Shushan's divine sword to be so spiritual. Understand your mother? If you want to understand, let your mother come and understand. I'm not your father. I don't have the time to understand you. From the time I walked in the door, you guys haven't even apologized. You're full of family and country. Man, don't take yourselves too seriously. You're just a hangnail. As for the Dacian change, what's it got to do with you? Did you go to war or die for your country? Or did you fight demons? You're giving a bunch of crap to the people and that's what you're doing to help the world? Don't take yourself too seriously. You've been given 3 chances to speak up, and none of you have apologized. So in that case, let's do it another way. Now give me a result. Otherwise, the Black Gate will become a ghost gate today. Chapter 69, Things Happen Too Fast. Lord State Master, are these words too much? Our black sect and your Mount Shushan have also had dealings with each other. We are both righteous sects. Why are we so aggressive? Gao Mingyuan's brows furrowed as he asked in a deep voice. Li Tiangang was now being too disrespectful. It's happened. So let's just make it a big deal and be done with it. The people of the black sect behind Gao Mingyuan also had an unpleasant look on their faces. From the moment Li Tiangang arrived here, he had been aggressive and had spoken extremely harshly. Li Tiangang shook his head slightly. It seems that you really don't understand human language, and in that case, there's no need for me to treat you all like human beings. Get down on your knees and apologize. On the count of 3, Li Tiangang slowly stretched out 3 fingers. Unbridled. Li Tiangang, you have gone too far. This is the black sect, not a place where you can act wildly. A big man with bare shoulders walked out. Gao Mingyuan's face was gloomy. The words he was just about to apologize for were retracted. Get down on your knees and apologize. This was unacceptable to them. The people of the black sect, they preach equality for all. The words just fell. He heard Li Tiangang gently spit out a word. 3. At the moment the end note falls, the refining abyss flashed with black light straight through the strong man's chest, followed by a blood arrow soaring. Gao Mingyuan was standing next to him. Blood splattered all over his face. On the spot, he fell into a stupor. The black sect disciples behind them were also all speechless at this moment. It all happened so fast that they couldn't even react. And isn't it on the ing count of 3? Why does it start with a 3? Lian Yuan landed beside Li Tiangang after penetrating him. Li Tiangang had a smile on his face. I'll say it again, kneel down and apologize. And in the meantime, I'll count again. The voice was bland, but it brought endless fear to the black sect crowd. How rampant is this? Kill people at the drop of a hat. Behind him, Zhong Xian sighed quietly. The next scenes he could already think of. Honestly, Li Tiangang's ability to give them a chance to speak was already enough to give them face. If it were anyone else, just the matter of stealing the sword would have to make them go up in smoke in an instant. From the time it happened until now, Li Tiangang could be said to have given them opportunities again and again, but they don't seem to cherish it. Li Tiangang, if our black sect leader knows about this, he will definitely not let you go. At that time, Kuei Shang Shushan will definitely ask for a result with your clan. Do you want to make a mistake again? Gao Mingyuan was the first to react. Can't let him kill like that again. At the same time, the heart was overwhelmed with regret. This is something he should never have agreed to in the first place. The original thought was to return it to Li Tiangang after using it. Who would have known that he would take the sword so fast? Caught off guard. That burly man was also one of the backbones of the imperial capital's black sect branch, an elite blacksmith. He was sure to be held accountable if this matter reached the ears of the head quartermaster. When Li Tiangang heard his words, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider. Don't say he went up to Shushan. After dealing with you, I'll go find him and ask him, is this the black sect's way of doing things? You didn't apologize for stealing my sword, and now you're using the Kaiser to pressure me? But it's obviously useless. Your black sect's leader is nothing in my eyes. After saying that, Li Tiangang flung his hands up. Lian Yuan flashed out once again, and the woman who had spoken first didn't even react as her entire body exploded into a mist of blood. The people around them fled as they woke up with hindsight. Li Tiangang, Gao Mingyuan roared, raising his hand and reaching out. A cold iron sword in the distance fell into his hands, and suddenly ethereal true chi erupted from him. Li Tiangang. My black sect is a great gate, and all of the disciples in the sect are meritorious in the earthly realm. So how are you different from a demon in such a wanton slaughter? If you do it again, I'll be rude to you. Lien Yuan slowly landed behind Li Tiangang. The latter smiled faintly and lifted his finger to rattle it. The sound of ringing fingers is clear to the ear. Lien Yuan, Tian K, and Lien Yin flashed out at the same time. It flickered with a gesture that could not be captured by the naked eye. Immediately after that, 3 more people were blown into a mist of blood. Li Tiangang stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at Gao Mingyuan. Killed. Not only did I kill 1, I also killed 3. What's wrong? You don't treat me right as see. Gao Mingyuan's eyes were red. You're too much. Holding his sword, he walked with a quick, flashing step, green true qi rising continuously from his body. The speed is not slow either. Zhong Xian was immediately about to make a move, but he was stopped by Li Tiangang with a wave of his hand. I'll play with him. There weren't that many chances to make a move, let alone one like this actively seeking death. It's not easy to stumble upon. Li Tiangang stepped forward with his feet on the Big Dipper steps. When the two were 2 steps away, Gao Mingyuan raised his sword and stabbed out. Ding! As the tip of the sword entered Li Tiangang's body, Li Tiangang slightly raised his hand and flicked both of his fingers. A pleasant sound rang out. The sword trembled violently. The feeling is like, it's cool. Gao Mingyuan controlled the long sword in his hand with a deadly grip, his face filled with astonishment. How can Li Tiangang be so strong? He knew that Li Tiangang was strong, but this one was simply beyond comprehension. It's the kind that's exaggeratedly strong. He is at least considered to be an expert in the black sect who can be ranked in the top 20, and he is fully capable of striking out with anger. The other party actually opened his sword with 2 light fingers? Unbelievable. Incomprehensible. Inconceivable. How? Possible? Li Tiangang waved his sleeve robe. Nothing is impossible. It must be that you always think almost when you practice sword, resulting in a mess of sword practice now. As a swordsman, you should have the intention to kill, but you have no intention to kill in your sword. It's hard to look forward and backward. So today I'll teach for free and show you what it means to come out of the sword, said Li Tiangang as he raised his hand. The long sword in Gao Mingyuan's hand came out of his hand and landed in Li Tiangang's hand. The former was filled with shock. The sword left itself of its own accord just now. This sword had held itself for so many years, and this had never happened before. It was too late to be curious. Gomez's gaze widened, only to see that Li Tiangang had already dodged in front of a man. The man's eyes were full of panic, subconsciously carrying a short knife and stabbing at Li Tiangang. At the same time he raised his hand. The tip of the sword had already passed through his neck, highlighting a flash of scarlet. Li Tiangang turned around and smiled. Hi helmsman, see? Crazy. Some of the black sex people couldn't stand it. Instantly their minds exploded. From just now to now left no more than 1 incense stick of time. 6 people had already died at the hands of Li Tiangang, and the deaths were all extremely horrific. They had all killed people, but it was the first time that they had done something as tyrannical as Li Tiangang. Those what devil demons were cute like a baby compared to Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang saw someone fleeing when he immediately raised his hand and waved it. Each of the 3 divine swords blocked the doorway. God's majesty is inviolable. Li Tiangang turned to look at Gao Mingyuan. Sword god or not god lies in the person. You guys study dead things much without feeling. Now that I'm here, why don't you guys study me? Maybe it's more sensational than studying swords. That smile was sunny, as if what just happened was not his doing. Li Tiangang, are you crazy? We've only stolen your sword. Why are you doing this? Gao Mingyuan's face was hideous as he yelled at Li Tiangang. Chapter 70, Stealing Chicken and Dogs. Speaking of righteousness, left butt? You're such a daredevil. Li Tiangang casually pulled out a sword flower and idly came to Zhong Xian's body. Looking at Gao Mingyuan and the others, the corners of his mouth hooked up. Today you dare to steal a sword. Tomorrow you dare to steal a person. And the day after that you steal a heart. What the poor Taoist does is to clear the world of traitors. And you are the traitors. You dare to steal my sword just because you're a famous and thinly veiled sect? And you're so righteous. If I don't let you know the consequences today, you'll be even more unscrupulous in the future. Open your mouth about benevolence and morality and shut your mouth about moral benevolence. If you speak of benevolence and righteousness you are worthy of it. Oh yeah, you guys might not have a future. Li Tiangang's voice silenced them to death. Why to this? Why to this? We stole the sword also to research a more powerful weapon to calm the world. Do you know how many people will be saved from the catastrophe of war if we do so? Do you realize how many families we're giving hope to by doing this? With Excalibur, They could have more chances of coming back alive after going into battle. You're high above the world. You're a sword immortal. You don't know the suffering of mortal dust. Gao Mingyuan's voice is really sad to smell and tears to hear. Every word spoken is a word of great righteousness on earth. Zhongxian couldn't even help but ponder along with his words. I know your mother had several men. Li Tiangang rushed over and delivered a flying kick to Gao Mingyuan's 67 face. Putting values on yourself? When one plays with his mouth, he had better be weaker than he is. For if he is stronger than he is, then the welcome is to strike, and pull that with him. Gao Mingyuan's body slammed straight into the wall, and Li Tiangang dashed and shot to gouge him out, then threw him in the air, flew up, and stepped on his back to stomp him down. The moment he landed, Li Tiangang stomped at his head. What a shameless guy! What values dare to be applied to one's own? Doggone it! Don't Billy! Shameless! He himself does not dare to set this thing. He slipped a garlic clove head crowned with the righteousness of the family and the country. Shame on you! Zhongxian covered his face for a while. Li Tiangang has always been an immortal and unearthly look, but today's strike was more or less wild. Especially the way it was done seemed like a fight between street hoodlums. Gao Mingyuan was dazed and starry-eyed from the kick. The other black sect people, however, were infected by Gao Mingyuan, and they all spoke with righteous words to output spells at Li Tiangang, but none of them dared to come forward to stop them. Listening to their mouths breaking into pieces, Li Tiangang stopped his movements and looked at the expressions on their faces. To put it nicely, that's a black gate tenet. To put it poorly, that's numbness. What he saw in these people was unspiritual, a sense of being brainwashed. Terrible. This is the legendary famous school. Gao Mingyuan on the ground took advantage of this opening to climb up and cover his head to look at Li Tiangang. We admit we were wrong about this. Just name a charter and deal with it. But Li Tiangang, don't go too far. Our black sect was commissioned by His Majesty to build weapons for the Great Zhou's army. If you go too far, I'll be able to talk to you in front of His Majesty. Zhongxian covered his face and sighed in his heart. Done. It was estimated that Ji Linglong would have to curse in anger after knowing about this. What's the point of mentioning someone for a good reason? The key to this mention is not good either. Li Tiangang sniffed, but his eyes lit up with a blazing fire. What do you mean? Are you saying Ji Linglong asked you to steal my sword? When Gao Mingyuan heard this, he was stunned in his heart for a moment before puffing out his chest. Although His Majesty didn't say it explicitly, that's probably what it means. Li Tiangang, as a person of Great Zhou, should you be so wild about His Majesty? Good. I told you she must not be able to swallow it. I didn't think she'd find a remedy from you guys, Li Tiangang said, reaching out and grabbing. Gao Mingyuan couldn't control his body towards Li Tiangang. What are you doing? Gao Mingyuan looked flustered. He clearly seemed to perceive that he had failed to raise the man and instead things had gotten bigger. What for? To take you to the palace. Let me show you if I dare to regicide. Li Tiangang grabbed him by the neck and threw the cold iron longsword in his hand. The three divine swords automatically landed on top of Li Tiangang's back. Zhongxian sighed deeply as he looked at Li Tiangang, who was going away at breakneck speed. Good lord, things are bigger today. It's actually a pretty good thing to do. What Li Tiangang wanted was an attitude. And people didn't come to make a move in the beginning. From the beginning he had no intention of making a move. After all, Blackgate has done some good work. But, can't resist them really begging for death. He, a bystander, knew best what he had just started to say. The root cause is that you people of the Black Sect stole someone's sword. This is also Li Tiangang. You try if you go to Shushan to steal the sword. The gang of old men know. Must not be your mountain gate or razed to the ground. What are these three swords? Shushan's greatest treasure. How many years does it take for something to be born? You're good. You stole it without saying hello, and you made three fake ones, treating others like cuties. What's wrong with that? You're quite reasonable when people come to you. None of their abbots are as shameless as the men of the Black Sect. As he was leaving, Zhongxian glanced back at the remaining people in the Black Sect. Today it was Gao Mingyuan who diverted the conflict. Otherwise, it was uncertain how many of them would survive. LOL. God can live with his sins, but he can't live with his own sins. After Zhongxian left, a brief silence fell over the Black Gate. Elder, go and find the Kagong, or else the helmsman might let that madman handle it how he wants. Someone spoke up. Now they are afraid to follow. The main thing is that going there doesn't work. So many people had already died. They wouldn't believe that Li Tiangang wouldn't dare to kill them. According to this short understanding, there is nothing this madman wouldn't dare to do. Yes, elder, hurry up and find the Kuwei to go to their Mount Shu to sue them. That remaining elder nodded vigorously, then quickly walked out. This was a place he didn't want to stay for a moment longer. Although the people of the Black Sect were not afraid of death, this death was too worthless. They're not afraid of dying, they're afraid of dying without a reputation. And that's what's happening now. How is it documented on the internal list? Elder of the Imperial Capital Branch, casually beaten to death for stealing the Shushan Sword Immortal's matching sword? It's also too hard to hear. After the elders left, everyone looked at each other and left the Black Gate without a word, disappearing into the streets one by one after locking the gate behind them. It's better to wait for the quester to come to them. If Li Tiangang kills back, that seeing them in there and killing themselves with a casual sword would be more than worth it. Besides, it wasn't them who brought up the matter of stealing the sword. It's all up to the helmsman and the elders. It seemed like a fitting death though. Those were all elders. Elders in charge of elixirs, weapons, agricultural tools, etc. Hey, precision kills? Could it be that Li Tiangang knew them? There's no way of knowing that. Chapter 71, Ji Linglong who has no illusions of disaster. In the palace, Ji Linglong looked at the imperial garden which was already full of fall. Some people like the springtime, but she loves the fall scenery. Once upon a time, every fall, her father would take her to enjoy the autumn. After her father's death, she ascended the throne. She hadn't been in the mood to enjoy the fall since then, because in this position she worries all the time. Worried about their position, worried about their Ji family's throne, worried about this world. And now, she could finally settle down to enjoy the fall again. Right now Shu's army has been hoarded at the border. But whenever Chu dared to make the slightest move, Ji Linglong would press in with her army. The feudal lords of the various regions had already hated Chu to the bone because of the previous Poison Immortal sect incident. After all, when that thing detonates in their nation's capital, the consequences are all theirs to bear. Chu is now at the end of its rope. Sooner or later there will be a battle. And in this battle, Chu, will lose. The other vassal states are now quite peaceful at the moment because of the presence of the Chu state as a factor. After she gets Chu back, own ways to stir up civil unrest in other vassal states, he will then sit back and reap the benefits, truly take back the world of their Ji family. Wait until then. Ji Linglong would then leave a colorful mark in the history of Great Zhou. What his own father's grandfather, his great-grandfather, had not accomplished, he had accomplished. Women are inferior to men will become a joke. The external mind had already made up its mind, and internally it's kind of peaceful today. After the process of opening the mountain, the Lord of Faithfulness was at peace. Ji Linglong knew he was holding back the big one, but everything is under control, and Chen Kaishan has now become synonymous with mad dogs, tearing madly at Duke Xianguo above the courtroom. She had to wonder about her decision in the first place. Everything is going in a good direction. Enjoying the fading fall leaves, Ji Linglong's mood had never been more peaceful. Gently pick up a leaf. Just pick it up. Eager footsteps sounded. Mu Renjiying rushed in with a flustered face. It's not good, Your Majesty. Li Tiangang has rushed in with a man. The leaves in Ji Linglong's hands immediately fell apart as she got up with a bewildered look on her face. What? The words just fell. Numerous voices of stopping came in, only to see Li Tiangang carrying a man striding in. Ji Linglong's face sank. The last thing she wanted to see right now was the handsome face of Li Tiangang. It's nice to look at, but it's also obnoxiously tight. Ji Linglong got up and took a deep breath to calm herself. Stand down. All of you. Those guards around them were like amnesties. They really don't want to stop it. And they can't. Li Tiangang rushed inside without saying a word, causing them to stop or not. Now that they heard His Majesty say this, the guards and palace maids were all busy leaving the imperial garden. When His Majesty is enjoying the fall, no one is allowed to disturb him. That's the rule. After everyone left, Ji Linglong forced a smile and looked at Li Tiangang. Is there something urgent that the state master is in such a hurry? Ji Linglong, don't beat a dead horse with me. Don't you know what you've done yourself? Li Tiangong's eyes narrowed slightly. The latter was instantly bewildered. It's not a pretense. It's that she really doesn't know. Ji Linglong held back a word. Is this lunatic here in his own palace to take out his anger again today? She's been doing nothing but peace and quiet for the past few days. Li Tiangang threw down the man in his hand. It seems that His Majesty doesn't understand it very well. Explain it. Ji Linglong looked at the figure on the ground for a long time before recognizing it. High Helmsman? It took her a few moments of surveying before she recognized it. Mainly because the other guy's current look is so chic. The whole head is swollen. The helmsman of the Black Sect's Imperial Capital Branch. She'd seen each other the other day, discussed with him about the casting of Great Zhou weapons. The other person was happy to help themselves. Ji Linglong's ability was unquestionable, and she tied Blackgate tightly to her chariot. make the other person available for their own driving. After all, she had made a name for herself as the one who would make the world a better place for all the people of the world. And the people of the world were one family. But what does that have to do with you? She was full of disbelief. Gao Mingyuan got up and stroked his neck. Just now he almost let Li Tiangang strangle him to death. Your Majesty, you have to make a decision for our black sect. This person, Li Tiangang, is arrogant and unrestrained, charging into the midst of our black sect to wantonly slaughter our. His words had not yet left his mouth. Li Tiangang directly kicked at his ass. Kicked the out of it. Get to the point. Gao Mingyuan looked back at Li Tiangang with a grudging glance. Your Majesty, didn't you tell us to make harder weapons? Sharper weapons? So we heard that his sword was in the city as a scabbard. We thought about borrowing it to get a feel for it from above Excalibur. But because it happened so suddenly, we didn't say hello to him and took the sword back. Not only that, but we were afraid that the size of his sword case would be wrong and made him 3 model swords of the same size. I was thinking of sending it back to him when it ran out, but he knew ahead of time. Then they rushed to the door and killed my 6 elders. There was sadness in Gao Mingyuan's voice. Those were the elders he had raised. All dead now. Li Tiangang rolled his eyes. This dog really knows how to glorify himself. Both gave him a good laugh. The words are so good. Ji Linglong's face crumpled into a ball after hearing this. No. Does it have anything to do with yourself? The black sect stole Li Tiangang's sword, and then it was reasonable for Li Tiangang to seek revenge on the black sect. But does any of this have anything necessary to do with yourself? Ji Linglong looked at Li Tiangang and asked, Master of the state, but has someone from my court gone to take care of this matter? No. Then what are you doing here? It's not like I ordered them to steal the swords. Ji Linglong was getting confused. I'm peacefully enjoying the fall here. Who are I looking for and who are I messing with? Li Tiangang stared at Gao Mingyuan. I thought you said she authorized you to steal the sword? Hearing Li Tiangang's words, immediately Ji Linglong exploded. What the heck just relates to yourself? Helmsman Gao, what do you mean by that? When did I ask you to steal the sword? Facing the gaze of the two men, Gao Mingyuan looked flustered. He also did not expect Li Tiangang to actually bring himself to the door to confront him. This, His Majesty. Chapter 72 Gao Mingyuan's Final End. Helmsman Gao, I have no grudges with you in the past and no enmity in the recent past. Why do you want to frame me? When did I ever say I'd let you steal the sword? Or steal the Master of State's sword? Ji Linglong's face turned blue. It was not true that she had enlisted the black sect. It was equally true that she had looked at the other clan's heritage and capabilities. But he had never said anything about stealing a sword. Li Tiangang frowned slightly and similarly looked his gaze over. The latter froze slightly and eventually knelt down towards Ji Linglong. Your Majesty, save me, if I had not said so, could and have had a life to care for? This Li Tiangang killed 6 of my elders in a row just because we took his sword. Is this not tolerated by the law of the land? Gao Mingyuan sounded sad. How come Tiangang is still so mean here? Ji Linglong was filled with speechlessness inside. When he had pulled him in earlier, the other party had criticized the law of the land from top to bottom. As a result, it's now his turn to ask himself about the law of the land? Ji Linglong is no cutie pie either. She doesn't take the blame for what Blackgate has caused herself. Alas, High Helmsman does not know that the State Master is a man of the world and is not burdened by vanity. Therefore, I do not have a better solution for this matter. Why don't you guys leave the palace and work it out yourselves? State Master? It had nothing to do with her from start to finish. It's entirely Blackgate's own mess. Come to yourself now? Why didn't he tell himself when he stole the sword? Now he knows how to lick snot out of his mouth? Ridiculous. Ji Linglong certainly wanted to pull the black sect together, but she couldn't take the blame for this, nor could she ease the relationship between the two sides. Had to push the matter out for them to sort it out themselves. It has nothing to do with yourself as to what the end result will be. That's the best solution. Standing in Ji Linglong's position, it's not right for her to speak for anyone. No, it was impossible for her to speak for Gao Mingyuan. Today this is also but where Li Tiangang is in a good mood. If you give yourself a sword without saying anything, then she's the one who's wronged. Since it has nothing to do with His Majesty, let's leave this matter at that, Li Tiangang said, casually pouring a sword chi directly into Gao Mingyuan's body. At least Ji Linglong was a female, so it would be too ugly if she were to let her body explode and die. It wouldn't be good to leave her with a psychological shadow. Gao Mingyuan collapsed on the ground, the last of his eyes disappearing. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely not steal Li Tiangang's sword. From the bottom of his heart, he thought that even if Li Tiangang knew about it, he would not make it too ugly because of the face of their black sect. At most, They'll be done with the black sect compensating for something. But from the beginning they thought wrong. Li Tiangang is not a person who turns big things into small things and big things into even bigger things. Ji Linglong still had a hard time accepting Li Tiangong's heart after he had killed Gao Mingyuan so crisply, even though they already know a little bit about each other's behavior. But this was the head of the Black Sect's imperial capital branch. After all, it's also considered the real top brass of the Black Sect according to rank. Li Tiangang doesn't know what it means to be affected? What does it mean to be afraid? Your Majesty, let this person be handled by you, and if the Black Sect's people come to inquire about this matter, you can feel free to add to it. Think of it as payment for letting you collect the corpse. Li Tiangang smiled faintly. In fact, just now we're quite dangerous, because according to his character actually came to want to give Ji Linglong a sword. But after what happened last time in Shanlu, he then realized that he still had to have some professional ethics. Just like the chain of evidence must be complete before doing anything. This way one is polite and courteous. The State Master is overly concerned. You are the State Master of Great Zhou anyways. I should favor you no matter which way I look at it. When the time comes, I will be honest. But the State Master had better make plans early. The people of the Black Sect have quite a deep affection for their fellow disciples. And I'm sure this matter won't end like this. Ji Linglong moved farther away. She didn't want Gao Mingyuan's bad luck to stain her. Couldn't figure out how the Black Sect sent such a 4-6er to the imperial capital to be the helmsman. Looked pretty naive and honest. Early plans? I'm looking forward to it, Li Tiangang said, bowing and turning to leave. If the Black Sect's people really dared to go and ask him how this matter was today, then he would have to refute the other party properly. Let the world know that this is the style of doing things at this Black Gate? No skin in the game? Ji Linglong sighed in her heart when she heard this. This Li Tiangang looked as if he had a very penetrating understanding of the world and a clear understanding of human nature. But he just faced everything with an indifferent posture. Obviously understand that some things can be passed with one eye open. It has to be true. Although she hadn't spent much time with Li Tiangang, she was able to tell that he was definitely not the kind of straight character that he showed on the surface. The other guy understands all these twists and turns of people dealing with people. In other words, knowing the world but not being in it. Puzzling. After Li Tiangang left, Mu Renjiying and the others walked in. Among them was also Pei Yuansheng, who had received the news. Upon seeing the body on the ground, Pei Yuansheng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The head of the Black Sect's imperial rudder? Li Tiangang actually killed another celebrity. It's true that the sword does not kill the nameless. Take its body down to guard it, and when the Black Sects enter the palace, hand it over to them. Ji Linglong waved her hand, disturbing your own good mood. It's really annoying. Your Majesty, the Black Sect's people will come? It will definitely come. The Black Sect is relying on favors to get up, and with the death of such a big figure, if that Black Sect leader doesn't say a word, how can he still lead the Black Sect in the future? And pull that big flag again? Ji Linglong gave a faint cry. That's for sure. But this incident was enough to make that Black Sect leader drink a pot of water. Li Tiangong's identity and background strength were not something he could easily handle. If it was according to Ji Linglong's idea, if this matter had happened under her, she herself would definitely not have gone to discuss this matter with Li Tiangang. She would have traveled far and wide to get to Shushan. Reasoning with Li Tiangang? Speak not but to be argued dumb. Speak over a sword to the head and reincarnate. And of course, you have to die after being argued against. Therefore, the best state of affairs was to not communicate with Li Tiangang, and directly seek out Shushan behind him, so that the division could contact Li Tiangang. This way the conflict is also dealt with, and things worked out. No matter how fierce Li Tiangang is, he won't go too far with his division heads, right? If the people of the Black Sect were to seek an audience with her, perhaps she could tell them about this method. Anyway, it's a good idea to watch the fight from the other side of the mountain. It gives face to the Black Gate without involving himself in it. When the future came, the cooperation between the Black Sect and Great Zhou could continue. 2 for the price of 1. However, would Li Tiangang really give face to his master's elders? That's got to be a big question mark. Anyway, Ji Linglong felt Xian. The other side has a don't care who you are, what you do kind of insanity. Even if you are a god in the sky, you should try to see if you can block his sword. This was Ji Linglong's evaluation of Li Tiangong's character. Simply put, the sky is the limit. Love Who is Who. Chapter 73, Black Sect Headquarters. Pei Yuansheng ordered the body of Gao Mingyuan to be brought down and temporarily stored in the purification room. It's closer to the palace. If the people of the Black Sect arrive, then it would be good to give it to them. Pei Yuansheng's gaze was ghostly as he left. I'm afraid this is going to be the prelude to something big again. The Black Sect was not a sect power with a bad reputation like the Poison Immortal sect. The other side has a notable reputation both in folklore and in the cultivation world, and most of them are very positive. The Black Sect disciples once even stopped a war from happening with their own power. Walking in the middle of the Jianghu, no matter where the gods are generally speaking will give the Black Door a face. Now they are kicking the can down the road. But Pei Yuansheng just don't understand. There are so many good swords under the sky. He had to steal others' Li Tiangong's. Isn't this going to Hades to catch the little ghosts? How can it end well? It's really the old man hanging himself, looking for death. After ordering the two men to keep the place in good hands, Pei Yuansheng left the palace. Ji Linglong was fine, so he didn't stay in the palace much. There's still a whole lot going on over at Shinjiwei. Nowadays, officials are simply crazy when they blow themselves up, and they report to each other that they don't keep any secrets. Who's having an affair with whose lady? Who's going where at night? What's being said? It's so hard to blast each other. The individual messages are much finer than what the spies report. These readers, they have good brains, but they don't use them in the right way. These things alone are remembered with particular clarity. Pei Yuansheng cannot even bear to look at the self-explosive letter of the great officers. The content on it is too powerful. Let's just say your circle is a mess. 2 hours later, Black Gate headquarters. The Black Sect's headquarters is built on top of Cliff Mountain. There was also a sad episode here 1,000 years ago when the world was in turmoil. The Lord of the Middle Kingdom was forced by the barbarians to throw himself into the sea. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians traveled with him. Magnificent. The Black Gate was purposely chosen for this place when it was founded. At the beginning of its establishment, the founder's grand wish was that the world should be free from wars and such tragic events. It is hoped that people will be free from war all their lives. I have to say, the ambition is still great. But the truth is brutal. Feudal dynasties have their own drawbacks. And it's not uncommon for one to come out every once in a while who would rather have a king than a prince. After all, Great Zhou was at the peak of its national power. The emperor could not guarantee that none of his people would starve to death. Since there is unfair treatment, there will always be someone who rises up to get a bite. That's why the Black Gate has been established for so many years. War was still breaking out, and what they could do was extremely limited. And the Black Gate at the beginning was an anti-war coalition. The founding team among the Black Gate were all nobles from various countries at the time. They banded together to lobby countries for a truce. As time evolved, these people died and the next group came up. The anti-war slogans were still being chanted, but the number of people who put in action was very few, and the barriers to joining are extremely low, which leads to it being filled with characters who are interested in all sorts of things. Instead of being burdened by the world, he entered the Black Sect to study what he cared about. After all these years, Blackgate has formed a place of convergence with many functions and many talents, from alchemy to weaponry, to the development of agricultural tools to the development of shields, to the development of agriculture and other superpowers. The reason why Ji Linglong and the Black Sect wanted to reach a cooperation in the first place was that there were too many talents among the Black Sect. For all kinds of technical problems, they are corresponding solutions. Exactly now Ji Linglong was looking at them for this. The Great Week has been famous for years. After Ji Linglong took back the power in the future, it was impossible for her to rely on these things to rule the world. So she set her sights on Blackgate, using the Black Gate to help herself to run the entire empire and deal with the problems that usually occur in the empire, while she helps the Black Gate to expand its influence and uphold its ideals. Of course this is expedient. The philosophy that the Black Gate wants to promote runs counter to the status of the machine Linglong. It can even be said to be unacceptable to those in power. This is why the Black Sect has only gained popularity among the people for so many years, and has no influence at all among the nobles of the various vassal states. It can't be conveyed at the top of the countries. Then Blackgate is talking. Only a little bit of folklore. If they weren't so outnumbered and could indeed be useful at times, I guess the lords and masters are going to block Blackgate. The headquarters was established on the hillside of Mt. Bluff. From a distance it looks as if it is suspended in the air. Just by looking at it from here you can understand the excellent ability of Blackgate in terms of construction. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. More whimsy lies deep within the headquarters. And this is where the head of the Blackgate is located. Every day, many people from the subruns of various countries would report something related to the Black Sect. Most of this recent time has been about Chu, because now Shu is hoarding heavy troops at the border according to Ji Linglong's order. A big war is imminent. The situation is pretty grim. Naturally this has become a place for Blackgate to brush up on its presence. Every day, Black Sect disciples travel to the border between the two countries, proclaiming the theories of the Black Gate, but mostly to no avail, as no one bothered with them. Is it up to them to fight or not? It's better to fool around here than to go to Chu or the imperial capital. Get the top brass of both countries to talk about these issues. Running up to a group of them at work, chattering away. Going to work is a distraction enough on its own. Still have to listen to them read the scriptures. The treatment of the Black Sect disciples was also naturally imaginable. Lit. People hate dogs and turn their backs on them. The current Black Sect leader was the personal great disciple of the previous generation's leader. It's also the best generation of kaiju in recent years. He established with his own hands one of the new doctrines of the Black Gate. When the other party had just entered the Black Sect, he had also used his own strength to talk the two countries, which were about to go to war, to stop. This incident also made him famous all over the world. And the reality is that both sides are arguing over something trivial. In the end, there were about 300 to 500 people fighting on both sides, and the leader ended the huge battle with 10 taels of silver each. Sure, it was something he only knew about himself. That's not what the outside world says. The place where the head of the Black Sect was located was the top of the positively colored hanging building, with a simple and clean layout. The leader's face looked to be in his 30s, and his features were extremely well matched. A quick glance told me that the other person was a person of great integrity. Not only that, but his face was full of worry and compassion for his country. Just finished with Chu. Sharp footsteps sounded just outside the door. Chief, Elder Chio of the imperial capital Rudder seeks an audience. Something important has happened. Get him in here. The leader of the group hurriedly waved his hand at his words. It didn't take long. That elder of the imperial capital branch was then brought in. Okuwei Superior. Something big has happened to our imperial capital Rudder. Elder Chio's sad voice came before he arrived. Chapter 74, Entering the Imperial Capital. Storm clouds rise. Kuwei head, things are like this. You must give us the Lord Ah. Now the High Helmsman was taken away by that Li Tian gang, life and death unknown. The remaining several elders have been brutally killed by that Li Tian gang. Listening to Elder Chio's accusation, the leader stood up incredulously. Did you not claim to be from the Black Sect? Elder Chio stuttered at his words. Didn't you say it yourself just now? Li Tian gang was the one who stormed into their Black Sect headquarters and killed them. Why is the chief still asking such things? He was puzzled but didn't dare to slack off and explained again. The leader's face immediately scrunched up. It wasn't that he hadn't heard, but he couldn't believe it. It had been many years since the people of the Black Sect had been so brutally murdered outside. The fact that this happened in his time period really shook him up. Someone, order Star Soul and Nebula to come with me to the imperial capital. I'm going to see what's going on in person. The leader of the group frowned deeply. He naturally knew Li Tiangong's name. He had heard Tai Xian's name many times in his master's mouth. And at that time, he knew Li Tiangang. And then after experiencing the poison immortal sect, the other party became even more famous. He even openly praised Li Tiangang at first. It is said that he has the style of his teacher. What's all the fuss about now? Although the Black Sect and Shushan said that they are all well water, but the impression of each other is still quite good. At least he did. The Shushan Ichiban is also the first of the righteous paths on earth. Elder Chio, are you sure the truth is as you say? The kaiju couldn't help but follow up after walking down the steps and packing up his things. Yes, Kagan. We just borrowed his sword for a bit. Elder Chio said with incomparable certainty. The leader's face became even more complicated. From what he knew now, this Li Tiangang was simply a devilish demon. How come? Where is he now? On the way out it was rumored to have gone to the palace quester. Good. Then we will go to the imperial palace. If it's really what you said, then in this matter today, he, Li Tiangang, will definitely have to give an explanation to my Black Sect, and not only that, I'll also let Shushan know how arrogant and domineering their disciples are. The leader was also a bit shaken. To act so wildly, how can one bear the name of Tai Xian's personal disciple? The same pro-disciple. Look at himself. Then look at him. What a scandal. Completely incomparable. Star Soul and Nebula were two of the three guardians of the Black Sect. Simply put, it's the top end of the Black Sect. The top hitters. The three of them took Elder Chio and hurried to the imperial capital after the gathering. Cliff Hill is in a trippy area. This was technically Chi's territory, but Chi felt that it had little value, and the Black Gate had been established longer than even Great Joe, so he defaulted to giving the place to the Black Sect to manage on their own. Normally, if there was nothing, the people of Chi would not care about what was going on here, but getting from here to the Empire is incredibly quick, and there are specialized routes to the Black Gate. 4-way street. Act more quickly. It would only take less than 2 hours to be able to make it to the imperial capital. sprinting this way. Meanwhile, the imperial capital was in the middle of the city. In the course of the morning, the state master's mansion knew from top to bottom who had stolen Li Tiangong's sword. That owner was likewise informed. After all, you have to die yourself. Upon learning it was the Black Gate, that pisses off the boss. He still had quite a bit of cooperation with the Black Sect, and some of the Black Sect's weapons he helped consign. Are well acquainted with each other. Is this still an acquaintance? Each time he didn't charge a middleman fee. And this is what the Black Gate did to him? Abominable. That boss went back and threw all the Black Sect's weapons back into the middle of their yard. He's giving the Black Sect his revenge. The Black Sect treats him like an enemy. What's so bad that you hate yourself so much? This was Li Tiangang being reasonable. If it was any other customer, smashing his store would be a small matter. What if I get emotional and give him results? Is his life so worthless in the eyes of the people of the Black Sect? In the past, they looked quite honest. Now that's good. The owner hung a handwritten notice on the door that day. Write up all the things the Black Gate has done. In an instant, many people in the imperial capital knew about the Black Sect's sword stealing, and the public opinion quickly fermented after it rose. After all, there are a lot of people who like Blackgate and a lot of people who don't like Blackgate. Li Tiangang smiled bitterly as he held his forehead after realizing what his boss had done. This is arguably the fastest proof of clarification in the world. Lord State Master, is there really nothing to do? The power of that Black Sect is so great. It's really not possible for us to leave the imperial capital overnight tonight. Liang Xian said cautiously. Next to Chuiying helplessly blanked his own phase. Liang Xian was not this character at the beginning. Are letting Zhong Xian to be scared. Sagittarius. It's not the State Master who should be worried right now. It's the Black Sect that should be worried. Zhong Xian snorted coldly. Chuiying instantly swept a gaze over. The current her wasn't the one who had been chased around by using Zhong Xian before. What are you humming? Zhong Xian frowned. Can't I hum? Mother, we won't bother with him in general. Liang Xian hurriedly pulled the huffing and puffing Chuiying behind her. There was still some instinctive fear for Zhong Xian. Li Tiangang shook his head and lost his smile as he looked at the three of them. The highlight of the entertainment in this State Master's house is the trio's brawling session. But it's all redundant. Nothing is as good as Soren's legs. I don't care what he does. I should eat and drink. And I don't take things to heart. The people you can meet in this world are the ones you can afford to offend. And the ones you can't afford to offend you can't touch. Furthermore, for Li Tiangang, there were those he couldn't afford to mess with. And there was one that popped out of a stone. But he couldn't touch this thing. The afternoon was spent in a relaxed and enjoyable manner. The sun was setting and it was getting dark. The days are shorter in the fall. Until it was all dark, the Black Sect's group was entering the imperial capital. And after entering the imperial capital, the group went to the imperial palace first. Although it was more or less rude to pay a visit to Ji Linglong at night, he couldn't care less about this situation now. He wants to see Gao Mingyuan, and in the end their aim is the palace. Then naturally the first stop is also the palace. Besides, Li Tiangang was now the State Master of Great Zhou, so no matter what, he had to understand the situation with Ji Linglong first. Make plans after that. Depends on whether you go up to Mte, Shushan or go straight to Li Tiangang. Chapter 75 Ji Linglong's Thoughts. The Imperial Palace. Ji Linglong, who was already preparing to go to bed, was speechless on her pretty face after learning about the arrival of the Black Sect's people. It's extremely rude to pay a visit at this hour, but after all, the other side is dead. She is not good to avoid. Immediately simply pack up a order. Mu Renjiying will bring people to the side hall waiting. The black door still serves her well, so come at this time as well. Come early and get things sorted out sooner rather than later. When Ji Linglong went to the side hall, Black Gate and his party of 4 were already waiting there. Black Sect leader Xuerenshin pays his respects to your majesty. Xuerenshin bowed his head slightly. The 3 people behind him followed suit and saluted. Ji Linglong had a warm smile on her face. Exempt. Xuerenshin raised his head and looked at Ji Linglong impatiently. Your majesty, I'm sure you know what I intend to do today. The helmsman of our imperial capital branch is said to have been brought to the palace by Li Tiangang. I'd like to sniff out his whereabouts. And what's going on in this case? Does your majesty know anything about it? Listening to Xuerenshin's question, Ji Linglong put away her smile. The high helmsman is in the palace, but can have been. Alas, I have also advised the State Master, but you may not know much about the State Master's character Kuei-shou. Cynical. Upon hearing that Gao Mingyuan was dead, immediately Xuerenshin's face sank. What a Li Tiangang! What a Shushan! Is this bullying my Black Sect into having no one? Head Shui. Reasonably speaking, this matter has nothing to do with me, but as an ally, I still have something to say. The Black Sect has a big family. Why would it be necessary to steal Li Tiangong's sword? Ji Linglong faintly said. Steal? Xuerenxin looked back at Elder Chiu with a puzzled face. Oh, it seems that the Kagong knows not everything. I'll tell you about it. The cause of this matter is. Ji Linglong gave a faint smile and told the whole story. What she said was relatively fair, except that it added a lot of drama to the mix. Xuerenxin listened with a complicated face. If this matter was according to what Ji Linglong said, then it was really not easy to handle. His own people stole the sword in the first place. After all, it was Shushan's greatest treasure. But then again, can't he go to himself through Ji Linglong or Shushan for something? He went on a killing spree in the imperial capital, slaughtering the top brass of his imperial capital branch. That's not giving any face at all. Thank you, Your Majesty. If it weren't for Your Majesty's explanation, I'm afraid I'd still be in the midst of my subordinate's delusion. Stealing and borrowing are the same two words, but they mean completely different things. Ji Linglong laughed in her heart when she saw his appearance. Shui leader, I am also very difficult to do. That Li Tiangong's character you are not aware of. Rigid tight. A sword skill is even more through the sky. So today I really cannot be able to protect Gao Helmsman down. Ji Linglong's voice was full of sincerity. Xuerenxin shook his head slightly. This matter itself has nothing to do with His Majesty, and for Yao Mingyuan to push this matter onto His Majesty is already impolite on the part of our Black Sect. Your Majesty is grateful for the additional protection. That would be too much. We are allied together, as we should be, but I do have some insights to offer if the leader agrees. Ji Linglong had a faint smile on her face. All in all, she had achieved her goal. The Black Sect would have to remember this favor of theirs in the future no matter what, no matter how things are. What comes out of your own mouth is the truth. Li Tiangang definitely wouldn't rub it in with them, so the Black Gate was a favor she took. Xuerenxin looked up at Ji Linglong. Your Majesty's advice is certainly precious. Please speak clearly. According to my view, Li Tiangong's character is eccentric and upright, and its ability is extraordinary. If we go over there rashly, I am afraid that you will suffer. So I think that this matter should be from the root to find. Even if someone from the Black Sect accidentally stole the sword, the crime is not punishable by death. Listening to Ji Linglong's words, that elder Chiu nodded his head continuously. That's what he meant. They stole the sword, but did they deserve to die? Xuerenxin also felt justified in hearing this. According to Li Tiangang from Ji Linglong's mouth, it was really a bad person to deal with. Besides, he didn't want to have a conversation with the other guy right now. After all, he had killed so many of his own people. There has to be something to say about this anyway. Just like Ji Linglong said, they merely stole the sword, while Li Tiangang wanted them dead. This would be completely rampant to the point of no return. Xuerenxin stood up and bowed to Ji Linglong. Your Majesty's favor is remembered by our Black Sect, and we will repay you separately after this. In the future, if Your Majesty needs anything, you can send someone to the headquarters to look for me, and as long as the request is not too excessive, I will definitely do my best to help. As for what happened before between Your Majesty and the Black Sect, after this matter is over, I'll appoint a new head of the imperial capital to interface with Your Majesty. Ji Linglong also rose and nodded. The matter has arisen unexpectedly, so I won't keep you much longer, and I hope that Kuei-shou will be able to bring this matter to a peaceful resolution at an early date. Inger sent someone to bring the corpse of Helm Master Gao to Kuei-shou. Rant on. Your Majesty. Xuerenxin's 4 men followed the maids of honor out of the palace, and they received Gao Mingyuan's corpse at the entrance of the palace. After all, it was hosted in that purgatory. It would be hard to avoid some embarrassment if it were to be seen. Xuerenxin sighed deeply when he saw Gao Mingyuan's corpse. This Yao Mingyuan is his direct line. He is an honest and loyal person, but now he has ended up in such a situation. It's really saddening. At the same time it annoyed him. What about the quartermaster? Nebula Protector asked. What should be done? In my opinion it is to directly hit the state master's residence and make him pay for his life. We have 7 dead. He has 1 dead. It's reasonable and sensible. Debt is paid. Murder pays for life. A hint of tyranny appeared on Starsoul's face. Being so arrogant in the imperial capital and slaughtering the people of the Black Sect. What else is there to say about this matter? Killing straight through is the way to go. Starsoul. Xuerenxin glared at the latter. It would be nice if things were really that simple. Not to mention Li Tiangong's ability, the other party's identity as a national master and the identity of the great disciple of the Shu Mountain sword execution lineage could not be resolved with such a simple word of kill. Go back to the rudder first. According to Elder Chiu, the people among the rudder are now on edge. The dead are dead. but things have to go on down the line. To the ideal. Then, Kuei Chu. Why don't I make a trip to the State Master's residence first this evening? How can we keep him under control? What if he runs away? Star Soul said in a cold voice. Run? You can't run away from the temple. Come back to the rudder with me first. I have my own plan for this matter. Xuerenqin immediately ordered the two men to bring Gao Mingyuan's corpse with them to rush to the imperial capital branch. Chapter 76, Kaishek, please strengthen my black sect. The imperial palace. Ji Linglong made sure they left. A smile appeared on his face. You go to the state master's residence tomorrow morning, not to Li Tiangang, but to Su Ren, and inform the black sect leader that he is going to Shushan. Let Su Ren talk to Li Tiangang herself about the rest. Mu Renjiying nodded at his words. It's wonderful. Ji Linglong was in a great mood. She wanted to see if Li Tiangang was more ferocious or if the black sect's deterrent power was stronger. It's much more in your favor to let them fight it out. She sells well on the left side of the center as well as the right side. The only person who ultimately gets the benefit is yourself. Black sect imperial capital branch. Those disciples who had left had all rushed over again before Xuerenqin arrived. After Xuerenqin's arrival, they were all looking for a backbone. Everyone was whimpering. In front of them were the bodies of 7 men. Chief, please protect my imperial capital rudder and seek justice for the rudder master and the elders. One by one, the crowd dropped to one knee. The face was all sadness. Tonight's the night. The matter of the black sex man stealing the sword had already spread throughout the imperial capital. They, the originally admired black sect disciples, were now getting strange looks and pointing fingers when they went out. The feeling is very uncomfortable. So this justice is not for Yao Mingyuan to ask for, but also for them. Must make Li Tiangang pay for this. Xuerenqin's face was compassionate. Get up, all of you. There must be an account of this matter. No matter what, the top brass of a rudder was slaughtered. If he doesn't do something about it, his future management won't be stable. The Black Gate is not ironclad among them. This thing is not handled beautifully. The consequences are unimaginable. Go to Shushan early tomorrow morning. Xuerenqin decided again and again that in the end it made more sense to go to Mount Shushan. He had also learned of that Li Tiangong's strength just now. It was worthy of the identity of the first disciple of the sword-defying lineage. Kuei head. If I were to say let's not go to some Shushan mountain, can't we just go directly to Li Tiangang? Wouldn't that be more paperwork? Star Soul still holds on to it. Xuerenqin shook his head and explained bitterly. This matter is not trivial. If we are not more cautious, it will easily trigger a conflict between Shushan and our black sect. It's not that I'm talking about Star Soul. You need to change this. You can't just hit and kill anyone you see. Being powerful doesn't mean you can bully the weak. If we do the same, what's the difference between us and that Li Tiangang? This Star Soul was once a renowned existence in the cultivation world as well, with Buddhist martial arts into the Tao. Gifted, cultivation by leaps and bounds, but his person a killing heart, difficult to contain. In a duel with a fellow disciple, he accidentally decapitates the fellow disciple's senior brother. Not only that, after the bloodlust its killing heart was completely released, slaughtered his own clan to death. Hundreds of people died tragically at its hands. After awakening, Star Soul went down the mountain into the world and completely let himself go. He was later conquered by the previous generation's leader to join the Black Sect. It can be considered the top fighting force among the Black Sect today, and it's been passed down to himself by the previous generation of kaiju. Listen to you, Kagan. Star Soul spread his hands rather helplessly. The way to handle this is plainly simple, but it has to be so complicated. Xuerenqin nodded slightly then looked at Elder Chiu. You'll be in charge of the next matters on the imperial capital side for the time being. In order to prevent that Li Tiangang from acting evil again during the time I go to Shushan, all the brothers will stay at home for the time being. Don't flail about, and you'll resume normal operations when this settles down. By the order of the leader. Elder Chiu hurriedly agreed. That's what he thought in his heart. After all, the leader of the group was not sure how long he would be gone for. If that Li Tiangang felt that killing 7 people was not enough to relieve his hatred and come back again, it didn't end well for them either. There's also the fact that there's a lot of talk about the black sect people out there right now. If they remained as usual, it was inevitable that they would have a grudge in their hearts. All brothers and sisters are at ease. This justice, Xuerenqin, will definitely give you all a satisfactory answer as long as I'm in the position of leader. Even if we stole the sword in the first place, it's nowhere near to the point where he's going to kill someone. It's always wrong to kill. Xuerenqin's words were extremely encouraging. Everyone's were all lifting up that expectant gaze to look at Xuerenqin. After settling the people down, Xuerenxin led the men to bury Gao Mingyuan and the others with his own hands. Immediately afterward, the group of 3 set off for Mount Shushan in the night. Xuerenxin was aware of the location of Mount Shu. According to the speed of rush will take several days. He'd better get going. The sooner you get there the sooner you can get this thing cleaned up. Save the night. The next day, Li Tiangang slept beautifully. Springtime sleepiness in the fall. Always feel a little sleepy in the fall. Nope, it doesn't seem to be fall either. Yourself spring sleepy, summer resting, fall sleepy, winter sleepy. In a nutshell it's not enough sleep. Who researched this stuff? It's just comfortable to close your eyes. Especially resting on Soren's legs. Slept like a baby. Just got up and washed up after we all ate breakfast together. Su Ren told Li Tiangang about what happened in the palace last night. Of course it's Ji Linglong's censored version. Going to Shushan? Li Tiangang revealed a playful smile at his words. This black sect leader really understands that he's not a good person to deal with. Zhongxian also raised his head to look at Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang's behavior he is aware of. But Shushan side faced this matter what attitude? Then no one knows. Though the whole sword stealing thing was wrong. But Li Tiangang had also killed almost all of the top brass of the Black Sect's imperial capital branch. This situation is too much of a pain in the ass if you really break it up. And with Liang Xian's experience from yesterday, he was keeping his mouth shut today. Nothing's going to happen, is it? Soren asked worriedly. Li Tiangang shook his head and lost his smile. What could happen? With me here, it's not even a big deal. Since he's going, I'm going too. How dare you lick your face and go to Shushan? This black sect leader isn't a good thing either. Li Tiangang gave a faint cry. I'm coming with you, Zhongxian hurriedly said. Okay. Li Tiangang looked at Zhongxian and agreed. Is this kid putting together a card? Collect all the long stay. Shushan. There are 2 or 3 other famous places. Let's eat and get going. Li Tiangong's eyes were filled with laughter. He had left Shushan for such a long time. The people of Shushan should still miss themselves quite a bit, right? After all, he's so cute himself. Especially those of his own siblings. It's so nostalgic to think about. After finishing his breakfast, Li Tiangang took Zhongxian and left the state master's mansion. He wanted to see what ivory this black sect leader could spit out in front of him. If he dares to pull that values crap with him, he didn't mind having 2 more dead souls in his hands. Zhongxian's heart was relatively stable. At least Li Tiangang wouldn't go crazy killing people this trip like he did in Chanlu. After all, it's your own turf. I don't think so. Chapter 77, Returning to Mount Shu. 3 days later, a few Li Tiangang took Zhongxian to return to Mount Shu ahead of schedule by flying with his sword. The disciples guarding the mountain gate when they saw Li Tiangang appear, they all immediately had stern faces and stood straight. Greetings, Junior Master. Greetings, Junior Master. Looking at the 2 men's appearance, Li Tiangang nodded his head in satisfaction, and after returning his salute, he led Zhongxian straight up the mountain. After he left, both disciples breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Why is senior brother back? Wasn't he doing well as the state master in the imperial capital? Where would I go to know if you ask me? I just don't know how long elder brother will stay back this time. Alas, Li Tiangong's seniority in Mount Shu was not bad. His master was of the Tai Zi generation, and his status was equivalent to the generation of the head disciples. Most of the young disciples in today's Mount Shu are of the generation of Tai Luo's disciples. Therefore, most of what Li Tiangang was called was little uncle. Zhongxian followed behind and glanced suspiciously at the 2 Shu Mountain disciples. It was obvious from their bodies that they could feel the constraints towards Li Tiangang. It looks like there's even some trepidation. But yeah, who can't be afraid of Li Tiangang? On the way up, there were quite a few disciples along the way. Seeing Li Tiangang, most of them were shocked with their eyes, then rushed to straighten their clothes, and after doing this they respectfully bowed to Li Tiangang. The younger generation is fine. All of the same generation as Li Tiangang. This caused Zhongxian to look a little surprised. Is Li Tiangang so good at Shushan? Isn't it according to what I heard that Li Tiangang was disliked all the time he was in Shushan? Said he was loose without the spirit of Shushan. How does this not fit the legend? The section of the road from the bottom to the top of the mountain is not allowed to fly by imperial sword, and can only be hiked, and it's the only way. As the 2 of them were walking upwards, a silhouette turned its head away the moment it saw Li Tiangang. Tianming, what are you running for? Li Tiangang said without lifting his head. The figure immediately stood in place and turned his head to reveal a smile that was worse than a cry. Senior, when did you come back? Why didn't you inform me in advance? Senior brother went to greet you ah? The figure walked down quickly. When he reached Li Tiangang he stumbled and fell on his face. Yo, Senior brother so happy to see me? No red packet though. Li Tiangang gave a faint cry. Elder brother. Whatever you say is as it should be. Elder brother. I was wrong. I'm sorry. When I first fooled you into selling your sword, it was all because the sect leader taught me to do so. You must not hold a grudge. Your most beloved senior brother is certainly incapable of doing such a thing. The man raised his head with a fawning smile. But it's time to say no to growing well above the passing line. And he is Li Tiangong's senior brother. Daybreak. Among their lineage, the least talented ones were amongst people, like the tone-deaf douchebag in front of me, cultivating the causal sword Dao. There is no need to recount too much about what the so-called cause and effect is. Simply put, this kid's talent is off the charts. But it's still not enough compared to Li Tiangang, born swordsman, unrivaled in the world. Get lost. I don't have time to grind my teeth with you today. I've come back to find the sect leader. Li Tiangang gave a faint cry. That's how the other side is characterized. Bitches don't swish. When his master was there, he had nothing to do and loved to beat him for fun. The so-called rainy day to beat the children. Idle. Looking for the master? Did something happen to senior brother? Did you cause trouble outside? Did senior brother help you get even? Tianming followed Li Tiangang around, chattering his mouth as if it were rented. And all Li Tiangang returned to him was endless silence. Yo, is this the boy you took in? Senior brother? It's not of good quality. Tianming saw that Li Tiangang was ignoring him and turned his head to look at Zhongxian. The latter looked helpless. He's the one who's a child. All of his family are children. This is my senior brother. Tianming's mouth very much. You can just ignore him, Li Tiangang said without looking back. Elder brother. Is the imperial capital fun? Elder brother. I see that you've been looking red and glowing lately. You. From halfway up the mountain. The other side kept following behind definitely. Tiangang Li was closed mic the entire time. Not a word. By the time he got to the top of the hill, Tai Luo's personal disciples were already waiting at the top of the mountain. Senior Big Dipper. Master asked me to take you there. Li Tiangang nodded slightly. Thank you, elder brother Tianshan. No thanks. It's all due. It's not easy for senior brother to come back once. If senior brother had known earlier, senior brother would have come down the mountain to greet you. That middle-aged man changed his face for a second. The watching Tianming couldn't help but whisper, "Dog leg, get out of my way. My master didn't call for you." Tianshan turned around and cursed. Tianming rolled his eyes and turned around. The corners of Zhongxian's mouth twitched. He felt as if all the people in this Shushan were a bit epileptic. It's a completely different feeling than long stay. It's two senses. Tianshan glanced back at Zhongxian. Senior brother, is this the boy you took in? No, this is my follower Zhongxian. Oh, that's still a child. Zhongxian. The top of MT. Shushan. In the middle of the palace. Tai Luo and all the other senior members of Mount Shu were all here. They had already received the news when Li Tiangang went up the mountain. Everyone converged at a breakneck speed. Everyone's eyes were roving towards Tai Luo and Tai Sen. After all, it hadn't been long since the two had contacted Li Tiangang before the other returned. Wait a moment. Tianshan walked in with Li Tiangang. The hearts of the crowd were all in their throats. Masters and uncles, everyone don't come back well. Li Tiangang had a big smile on his face. Everyone's bodies shook at the words. Good, good, good. Big Dipper, you too. Yes, nephew Big Dipper is getting more and more handsome as time goes by. Right, right, right. Senior brother is saying exactly what I wanted to say. There's a Taishian senior brother's demeanor now. Listen to the crowd. Tai Luo was helpless in his heart. Reserve it. Where is the majesty of the elders? Taylor's opening left Tyson speechless for a moment. Where's the majesty of the master? Li Tiangang came to the side of the crowd with a self-consciousness and sat on the futon with his butt. Master sect leader. I've come back this time for something. The black sect's people stole my sword. Li Tiangong's words fell. Numerous old men stood up at once. Stealing a sword? Damn. Damn. Go him. Sect leader. I'll go yard people. 7 voices rang out. Zhongxian was all confused. How was this different from the Shushan masters he had imagined? Tai Luo's face sank. All shut up. Tiangang. What's going on? Tell us the process. He had a keen sense that something was wrong. Li Tiangang was not someone who went home to complain after suffering a loss. He's all about magnifying losses and shoving them in each other's mouths. Chapter 78, Understanding the Original Reason. The collective lost their voices. They stole a sword, then apologized for not kneeling to you, and then you slaughtered the top brass of their black sect imperial capital branch? Tai Luo summarized the situation after hearing what happened. After he finished speaking, the elders present were all silent. In this case, The fault is definitely on the other side of the fence. But that's not the way this thing was handled. Even smashing the Black Sect's imperial capital branch is not so bad. But Li Tiangang came close to killing everyone at the Black Sect's imperial rudder. How else are they going to have a seizure in this old bunch? They can't just catch a thing and lean hard on it, can they? Li Tiangang has seized all that he can. According to your logic, there's nothing wrong with that. But not only do they do that, they also have a verbal attitude that's too much for me to handle. When I reason with them, they're better off playing scoundrels with me and pulling the benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and faith. When I play the rascal with them, they reason with me. So things happen. Li Tiangang spread his hands and said helplessly, "That's the way things are." Well, Tai Lo promised no more. The next situation is how they are going to put this to rest. After all, according to what Li Tiangang said, the Black Sect's men would be coming up soon. We'll have to have a word with them when the time comes anyhow. Then this matter, you want us to take care of it? No problem. It's a small matter. After all, it was the Black Sect that was in the wrong. Tai Lo was not false. He never underestimated others. And at the same time he didn't underestimate himself. The volume of Shushan is here to stay. If they were worried about these things, what kind of head of the righteous path would they be at Shushan? The so-called head of the righteous path is that the fists are hard enough, the words carry enough weight, and the disciples under the door are talented enough. And they took all of them. Scared less. Only more or less you have to pretend to defend your righteous identity. It's not good for people to say they're acting too wildly. No. Li Tiangang shook his head. Disciple came not to let the clan level the playing field for me. I have always disliked others to do things for me, you understand. This time when I came back to see you guys. By the way, to tell you, if something happens, you just pretend you don't know. The things they do their own shoulders. The need for the clan to step in that is not purely rely on the big brother. He still understood this jungle truth. I say, Big Dipper, things aren't so bad. Tyson looked at him, rushing his heart. Li Tiangang was more capable than his master when it came to this character. There is still room to turn things around now. If we let Li Tiangang deal with it, then there will only be infinite amplification. And in the end, it will be completely resolved and wrapped up. Don't say anything about this matter. I'll handle it when the Black Sex people come. Tai Lo's rare one-hit caper. This matter if he did not know also, even if. Now no. And then let Li Tiangang to deal with what is this. Yes, senior nephew. Let your senior uncle handle this matter. A few of us old bones are still useful. Numerous elders spoke up. Seeing this, Li Tiangang skimmed his lips. Then I'll ask to sit in when the time comes. Yes, wait until the Black Sect people come. It was a request he could still grant. He himself has stepped forward. That the Black Sect should more or less give some face. And be more sensible to minimize the matter. And trivialize it. That's it then. Senior, you guys continue. I'll go back to sword execution peak first. Li Tiangang turned around and waved his hand. There is no point in stalemating with the old men here. After he meets that Black Sect leader, if the other party dares to jangling with his own mouth, he will surely let it know what is called Shushan Sword Immortal. After Li Tiangang left, several old men were looking at each other with a rather thankful look in their eyes. That's not a big deal to them. As long as the other guy isn't back on the hill and not leaving, you're all clear about the Big Dipper. In any case, it was the Big Dipper who killed someone after all. Later on you go to the storehouse and find 2 pieces of rags, and just level this thing out. Tai Luo glanced at the logistics elder. Understood, sect leader. We have plenty of trash in our coffers. Give them 2 pieces and they'll just be happy. Who is the leader of the Black Sect now? I've forgotten after so many years. It seems to be a guy called something like Schwerenshin. Never heard of it. I've never heard of it either. Alright, don't even discuss this. Let your disciples from all places be cautious in these 2 days. Don't let the Big Dipper look at you, and then I'll have to come out and fish for people again. Tyson interrupted the crowd and barked. Yes. Senior brother's reminder is extremely correct. I'll go down first. Ditto. With a bang, all the elders of Mount Shu left the sect master's palace, watching their departing backs. Tai Lo smiled slightly. Nowadays, the only one who could make these old guys so cautious was Li Tiangang. LOL. Still no word from senior? Listening to Tai Luo's words, Tyson shook his head slightly. Elder brother, my disciples have been dispersed. If they can be found, there must be news. Now not a word. I am afraid. Taylor sighed. Just wait. If we can't find it in a few more years, let's announce it to the public. And at the same time formally appoint Tiangang as the sword execution elder of Mount Shu. Just don't need him to take care of things in the mountains. The fact that it has been impossible to find it speaks volumes. But all the same he wondered what it was that could make even Tai Xian lose himself. This is too fishy. Tai Xian's strength was evident to them all. There was almost nothing in the sky that could pose a threat to him. If it really encountered a force that was difficult to resist, the ability to escape back was always there. Can't it be that we've really met a god in the sky? Tyson nodded heavily as well. The fellow disciples of Shu Mountain have all grown up since childhood, and the people of Shu Mountain have a real knack for teaching their offspring. It can be said that there is a strong bond between fellow disciples. There is almost no woe is me. It's like a brother-in-law. Ever since Tai Xian disappeared back then, Tai Luo and the others had been searching for the other party. It's been so many years of searching. There's never a lull. If it were any other clan, they would have stopped looking long ago. Just put up a front to the outside world. But Tai Lo and the others still insisted. The headmaster of Mount Shu had never been the strongest one. Rather, it is the one with the best overall heart. There are no obvious shortcomings and no obvious holes. No one is perfect, only able to minimize their flaws. Or one of the most shameless ones too. The position of master. People who want a face can't do it. It's like being a company owner. You've got to be able to pretend, talk, and bull *******. The moment of necessity can even reach the hustle and bustle. You have to be confused when it's time to be confused. This is the right way. It's also looking like it's almost time to choose an heir. This generation, the whole is out of tune dilettantes. I don't know how they teach such a group of people in their prestigious school. As for Li Tiangang, he was simply not within the scope of Shu Mountain's consideration. He's the only one to be in charge. Then there is only one subsequent result. Either that or just Shushan, or the world besieged Shushan. Chapter 79, Xuerenxin's arrival. Back in Shushan for 2 days, Zhongxian had seen what absolute dominance and power of speech meant. What I heard earlier about Li Tiangang being sidelined. That's bull ********. It's not what was said at all. Sure enough, the rumors weren't true. He had never believed that Li Tiangang would be ostracized for this character before. After all, this master had such a violent personality. And the truth is true. Perhaps Li Tiangang sees this as an alternative ostracism. But Zhongxian didn't think so. A clan if everyone shrinks their necks at the sight of you. That's called ostracism? That's called being heavy with your authority. Li Tiangang was lying on his rocking chair with his eyes slightly closed. These black sect people are also too slow. Come to Shushan to find yourself and still have to wait for them yourself. The food can't catch up with the heat. Garbage. Not seeing each other though. But Li Tiangang has already given his assessment. There is no reason for all of it to be malicious, full of outright malice. Zhongxian had also mixed up a lot of benefits in the past 2 days by following Li Tiangang's ass. He also obtained a Buddhist advanced technique, Vajra Body. It was given to him by Tyson. This thing Zhongxian could only say was precious. It is an exclusive gong method of the Shaolin Temple of the Buddhist orthodoxy. Originally, according to his rank, he was not even qualified to go to the Shaolin Temple, not to mention exposure to this level of feats. But it was when he asked Tyson where this came from. The other side does not reply. It caused Zhongxian to be a bit paranoid, not knowing whether he should learn or not. Learn? After all, this stuff comes from nowhere. In case it's Tyson who's got to come in for the robbery, you have to follow the melon fall yourself. But if you don't learn it, you always feel itchy inside. After all, it's something he really loves. Since that time, he kind of had no self-control at all, and all kinds of desires followed. What? Are you still torn? Li Tiangang narrowed his eyes and shook the fan in his hand. It's already fall though, but he thought it was classy. It's about taking a different path from others. In summer he wore sable and in winter a single robe. In the fall he fans. When people can't read you, admiration rises inexplicably. Of course, there is also the case of looking at you and giving you the middle finger. Yes, state master. The corner of Li Tiangang's mouth hooked up as he listened to Zhongxian's words. Don't worry about refining yours. This thing was gambled by my senior uncle from Shaolin Temple's monk Bukong. Bright and clean. Absolutely no cheating. If you learn it and you are questioned by a Shaolin disciple in the future, you can say that it was given to you by Tyson. I'll make sure they don't dare to fart. There has been a Taoist-Buddhist controversy since ancient times. Struggle for believers. Struggle for the word. The world he lived in before in his previous life was indeed a do-nothing world. But not here. You can't even take in a disciple if you're doing nothing. Since it's going to be passed down, then someone has to. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. And where there are rivers and lakes, there are fights. It has been fought over for many years throughout the ages. And everything has to be fought over. But all along Shushan has been acting as a referee. The reason for this is that the strength is too superb. Whether it was the previous generation's great elder of sword execution, or his master, or him, those are one in a million. Of course, Li Tiangang was naturally a bit more ferocious than these two. Oh, then I'll be studying, master of the state? Zhongxian was instantly relieved when he heard it was so, but secretly staggering. Wukong monk that is now one of the highest-ranking monks in the existence of Shaolin Temple, along with Canton Bujinkan. They are known as the three great divine monks. Who doesn't know the names of these three in the cultivation of Buddhism today? And Tyson was fierce enough to be able to win the Shaolin Temple's secret book from Monk Yukong. After all, Shaolin Temple is best known for two things. One is protective and the other is mean. The secret books of the Shaolin Temple were regarded more closely than their lives, but it seems like that's the way it is with the major sects. Zhongxian had just left with the secret book in his arms. Tianshan then walked over. My good senior brother. Ah, Master told me to ask you to go to the sect Master's Hall. It seems like that black sect's people are here. At those words Li Tiangang's eyes snapped open. What a way to speak of the devil. Nice driving. Li Tiangang turned around and put the three swords behind his back. He couldn't wait. Tianshan looked at the three swords with eyes full of envy. Ever since Shu Mountain had arrived, there hadn't been a case where all three swords were in one person's possession. Now there is. Not only did they have it, but none of them had a problem with it. Li Tiangang followed Tianshan down the sword execution peak to the sect master's palace. Meanwhile in the middle of the palace, Xuerenxin bowed slightly. Black sect Scion Xuerenxin pays his respects to sect leader Tai Luo and to all the elders. Taylor smiled and waved his hand. The head of the quartermaster came all the way here. No need to be courteous. Please sit down. Many thanks to sect leader Tai Luo. Xuerenxin slowly sat down with a smile on his face. Truth be told, sect master Tai Luo came here this time. I came here for, I already know about this matter. The people of your door stole my Shushan's most precious treasure, and Master Tiangong's nephew was outraged and struck and killed the people in your door. Tai Lo said and finished. Xuerenxin did a double take. So fast. He came here on his own hoof from the imperial capital. Tai Lo knew so quickly? But it's good to know and save yourself the trouble of having to explain. Xuerenxin nodded without hiding. Things are indeed like that. But sect leader Tai Luo, our black sect is also considered a folk righteousness, and we have done a lot for the people of the world over the years. Back off. They were in the wrong. But shouldn't that be my punishment as well? The people of your mountain are so unforgiving. Isn't it too much? Xuerenxin looked at Tai Luo and said with bitter hatred. Taylor nodded approvingly. What the Kuei head said is extremely true. For the people of your clan's misfortune poor Taoist sympathizes, and hopes that the Kuei head will pull himself together. At the same time, the poor Taoist also apologizes for what Master Gang did. We, Shu Mountain, have purposely sought out three weapons as an end to this matter. After saying that, Tai Luo waved his hand slightly. The box next to it landed in front of Xuerenxin. In the moment of opening, a cloud of dust spilled into the sunlight. Tai Luo secretly glanced at the logistics elder. At least you cleaned this thing. How else is this going to pull itself off? Let people see at a glance that it's not a good thing. The latter held his head high as if he didn't see Tai Luo's gaze. That's what he meant. Let Xuerenxin understand what's going on here. Dare to steal their Shu Mountain sword. If Li Tiangang hadn't already severely punished him, then they would have definitely broken his legs. Then come to the door and raise hell. Ask them if that's how they teach people. Now it's just that Li Tiangang has killed too many people and they have no more excuses to find trouble. The corner of Xuerenxin's mouth twitched. That's a little too much prevarication. At least make yourself presentable. I'm afraid I didn't pick this up from any nook or cranny, did I? Chapter 80, Master's hobby is fighting. Who wants your broken sword? We want the results you give us. When Star Soul saw the rusty longsword, his face immediately shook with rage. Isn't it obvious that you're dealing with people? Tyson saw the man speak when he immediately stood up. Ha ha, it's not like there aren't people here who dare to speak in that tone. Estimated to be several years old by now. And now another one? One by one. The other elders rose. Xuerenxin's heart fluttered slightly when he saw this scene. Big deal. Just now obviously chatting quite well. This situation is prone to conflict. He rushed on. Star Soul shall not be rude. All right, sit down. All of you. Tai Lo also spoke at the right time. It was only when they heard the voice of their own headmaster that a few of them slowly took their seats. Xuerenxin's lifted breath was also loosened. Oh, is this the next black sect leader? Tai Lo opened his mouth warmly. The brow was as sincere as it could be, as if they were actually asking questions. Xuerenxin hurriedly waved his hand. Don't be offended. Tai Luo sect master. This person is my black sect protector, who is hot-tempered. Really, realize your mother. A cold voice came. Immediately after, the Star Soul's body, which was standing in its original position, steeply cut through the residual shadow and crashed heavily on top of the wall. The Shushan sect leader's palace is forbidden by a formation. No amount of force will harm the palace. But the moment the Star Soul crashed into it, the whole mountain trembled for a moment. This instantly put Schwerinshin on full alert. Nebula drew the long sword behind her back to protect Schwerinshin, watched the doorway warily. He didn't even know what had struck out at Star Soul just now. A figure walked in. 3 long swords were carried behind his back. Taylor sighed. This kid, how can you let yourself finish loading? It's easier to do it when you have to disguise yourself as a victim. How does this kid not understand the factual situation of the division? A few elders were very relieved to see it. This thing still has to come from Li Tiangang. No one else can fix this feeling. Mother asterisk 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 her. Who's got a crotch that's leaking out of their pants? You? Li Tiangang looked at Schwerinshin and asked in a cold voice. Just as he arrived at the entrance to the main hall, he heard Star Soul blabbering. Can this be tolerated? Star Soul fell from the wall, his entire face already bloody, the bloodthirsty look on his face unbearable. Sect leader Tai Luo, is this the hospitality of Mount Shu? Sneaking up on us? Schwerinshin said with some panic. This isn't Shushan's hospitality. This is my Li Tiangang's hospitality. What's all this Shushan bull asterisk 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 you keep pulling? Li Tiangang swept his gaze across. Schwerinshin was filled with consternation. Why is he here? How did he get here so fast? How is he faster than he is? Li Tiangang, you seek death. Schwerinshin's words didn't come out. The Star Soul on that side of the room had let out a storm of anger. The golden light around his body was so dense that a burst of savage power erupted from his body, and the clouds in the sky of the entire Shu mountain were blown away. Tai Lo hurriedly took 2 steps back. The other elders retreated. It's inevitable in this situation, so don't spill your own blood. Yo, still a bald ass? Li Tiangong's mouth showed a sneer, but the mind was slightly stunned. This monk is an orthodox Buddhist, but he has a bloodthirsty aura. Of all the people he had met, Cheng Kaishan's could be compared to his. Unlike the kind of bloodthirsty aura of process Kaisan that was raised in the battlefield and absorbed by the natural environment, and the others is more like actively caused. There are still some differences between the two sides. You go to hell. Just in time to avenge Gao Mingyuan and the others today. Star Soul raised his hand and threw a punch. Dawning golden light flickered above its fist, forming a circle of ripples. Schwerinshin's eyes were tightly closed. It's kind of over for today. Had he known that the situation was like this, he shouldn't have brought Star Soul. Taylor is so nice to talk to. One's own in the case of not too much, and then want to point face the other party should not be refused. And that's the end of the matter. This was the last thing he wanted right now, but he couldn't stop it either. There was a loud thud. Schwerinshin's eyes opened. What came into view was a scene that horrified him. Only Li Tiangang raised one arm and wrapped his 5 fingers tightly around Star Soul's fist. The figure was motionless. How is that possible? Not only Schwerinshin but also Nebula. How powerful the Star Soul was they knew well. Since the other side followed the previous generation of the Quartermaster, there had not been a single defeat. The Star Soul in question's eyes widened even more, ignoring the blood flowing into the middle of his eyes. One's own punch was taken by it lightly? I thought Dharma had been reborn by the sound of your voice, but after all this is a this? Li Tiangang raised his eyebrows slightly, then squeezed his fist tightly and flipped it over with force, followed by a straight punch above his face. With a thud, Star Soul's body fell backwards inertially, but Li Tiangang yanked him back again by his shoulders and flung him in the air with a whiplash to his abdomen. Star Soul gets a V for the body kick. At the moment he was about to land, Li Tiangang flipped his body 365-degree whirlwind sweeping kick. Star Soul's body shot out along the gate. Tian Shan, who was standing in the doorway, subconsciously ducked his head to avoid it. The strong wind blew its headband down. The Star Souls that shot out crashed on top of the tree. Boom! The tree exploded instantly. Star Soul's body fell to the ground. Blood spattering, alive or dead. Li Tiangang clapped his hands and snorted coldly. Kendo is my talent. Fighting is my hobby. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Schwerinshin. Master is Li Tiangang. You're looking for me? The latter's gaze was dull at the moment. He got a complete view of a traveling attack combat suite. Only the ones getting beaten are their own people. Otherwise, he'd have to clap his hands. The fight was both beautiful and clean. Nebula looked at Li Tiangang warily. Don't you come over here. I heard you were looking for me? Li Tiangang directly ignored Nebula to look at Schwerinshin. Li Tiangang, as a high-ranking member of Mount Shu, How can you behave like this? Indiscriminately beating my black sect protector like this. Schwerinshin's heart trembled at the bottom of his heart, but the gesture that should be on his face was still there. After all, it was also the head of a clan. High people of Shushan? My masters and uncles are high people, and I'm a werewolf. Know what werewolf means? A little more than a ruthless man. Black sect leader. Do you not want to get off the mountain today? Chapter 81, Black Gate Black Sun. Li Tiangang. You. What are you doing? Schwerinshin looked at Li Tiangang through Nebula's figure. He now truly and genuinely felt what Ji Linglong had said about Li Tiangang's rigid nature. No, it's not called rigidity either. It's called insanity. What kind of person starts a fight right off the bat? Look at all the star souls out there who don't even know if they're alive right now. What am I doing? You're not the one who came looking for me, and you're asking me what I'm doing? I'll ask you what you're doing here. Li Tiangang's eyes widened. Nebula stepped back in a hurry. Star Soul's combat power was a notch stronger than him, but as a result, he actually fought as if he was playing in its hands. Me? You knowingly ask. You killed the top brass of my black sect's imperial capital branch. Don't you know that? I came here to ask about this. Hearing Schwerinshin's voice, Li Tiangang let out a snort. Why are you licking your chops to ask? What have your people done that you don't know? You still have the face to come to me? I haven't asked you about your laxity in the imperial court. Finding such filth. Stealing under the banner of an honest man? Li Tiangang took a step forward. Nebula hastily drew a short sword. Master Li, don't you? The words were not yet spoken. Li Tiangang's body shrank into an inch and appeared in front of him, slapping him on top of his cheek. Snap. Nebula's entire body spun sideways as if it were a human circle spinning out horizontally. The short sword in his hand flew out of his hand. Li Tiangang glanced at it, reached out and grabbed it in his hand with a suction, spinning it twice and then turning it on his fingertips. Short dagger gar? Triad? What do you mean? I asked you what you meant. Tell me, now. Li Tiangang flung his hand and stuck his sword at the feet of the flying Nebula. The latter only felt the sky spinning and the stars turning upside down at the moment. It's hard to be tight. Many of the Shushan disciples outside were rushing over. Sokan pushed his way through the crowd. Upon seeing the fallen star soul on the ground, his expression was shocked. The monk of bloodshed? This one was famous amongst their Buddhist sect, and was said to have been taken away by the black sect leader, but he didn't expect to actually appear here. But this appearance was really devoid of the bloodthirsty aura of the past. No, the blood is there yet. A face full of blood. He couldn't help but probe and look inside. As expected, the state master was as fierce as ever. Who faults are not accustomed to. In the great hall, Li Tiangang asked as he looked at Schwerinshin who was close by. Give me an explanation. What? I said give me an explanation. Li Tiangang's face was slightly cold. Schwerinshin was filled with grief. He is also considered a Jianghu senior compared to Li Tiangang, and the other party treats himself like this, not giving face at all. Thinking of this, Schwerinshin was filled with the color of grief and opened his mouth to yell. Tell me what explanation I'll give you instead. The corners of Li Tiangang's mouth twitched. Holy, eardrums buzzing. You're still learning sonic kung fu? With that, Li Tiangang punched it into an archon. Schwerinshin wanted to cry. He would like to explain it to him himself. But the question is, what kind of explanation is he talking about? Go ahead and say it. The imperial court is lax. You have to give me an explanation for them stealing the sword. Give me a result. Listening to Li Tiangang's voice, Schwerinshin stood up against the pain in his abdomen. There was some incredulity in his eyes. He didn't hear me wrong, did he? Ask yourself for an explanation? People are dead. Where can he explain to Li Tiangang? Li Tiangang, realistically speaking, they were at fault for stealing the swords. But you've already made a move to kill them. Where else can I explain this to you? You can't use your power to bully others and humiliate my black sect like this. Bullying and insulting. What's wrong with that? They don't deserve to die for stealing my Shushan's greatest treasure? It is said that your black sect has a piece of Black Sun's bone bead. Is that your black sect's greatest treasure? Why don't I go to your black sect's headquarters in 2 days and take that bone pearl away to play for 2 days? My toilet place is just short of a night pearl. Li Tiangang asked as he looked at Schwerinshin in a condescending manner. The latter's face was like a pig's liver color. That bone bead was made from the skull of the man who founded the black sect. Blackie. It is worshipped in the midst of the black sect today. How can I give it to Li Tiangang? Not to mention putting it in the toilet place. Putting Blackie's bone beads in the toilet place? Tai Luo and the others who watched this scene were all shaking their heads slightly. The sharpness of Li Tiangang's words really took their breath away. Throughout the ages, he was the only one who dared to say the words to take Blackie's bone beads away. After all, that was considered to be one of the saints of the day at one time. Let's just say fierce, especially Tai Lo. He was trying to get this over with peacefully. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. And I'm happy for all of you. Something to give each other face. It turned out well. That son of a had to he. It's okay now. Lie down outside and go sober. Do you really think everyone is as nice as he is? If it weren't for the majesty of the master, Tai Lo did it a long time ago. His slap had not been painless. Li Tiangang, you've bullied people too much. Xuerenxin endured to the extreme and opened his mouth furiously. Li Tiangang isn't riding his own head anymore. He's dancing on it. Li Tiangang held his hand and smiled playfully. Oh, look. I merely asked you for it and you wouldn't give it to me. Let alone you guys stealing it from me. So if I do steal him and put him in the latrine, you'll fight me? How come you can fight for your life and I can't? You're not allowed to light the lights? Is this the Black Gate? Moralistic and more pretentious than we are? Li Tiangong's words fell. Tai Lo hummed softly. What are you doing? You're cursing your own people? This is the end of the line. Xuerenxin was momentarily rendered speechless by a combination of punches from Li Tiangang. You're wrong. Our people are merely admiring the divine sword, while you are insulting. You are nakedly insulting. Li Tiangong's eyes narrowed slightly. Those people of yours touching my sword is already an insult. Killing them is already light. If I can enter the hell, it will be hard to relieve my heart's hatred even if I can pull out my bones. Now I'll give you a chance to take your men and get the hell out of here. Don't let me see your black sect people again. I'll beat them up once. Wherever I pass, you black sect people roll far away. If there is any further provocation, I will go to the middle of your black gate, and never again will I care about the gate of your bull asterisk. See people kill people. See doors break doors. I'm done talking. Get out. Li Tiangong's words fell. Xuerenxin was stunned in place. After a moment's hesitation he turned back to Tai Luo and arched his hand. Farewell, he said, and left at a quick pace. Now that he was in the middle of Mount Shushan, the situation was not favorable to him. At the same time, Li Tiangong's strength did give him incomparable pressure. Star Soul is the number one person in the Black Sect's battle power. Even he couldn't walk more than 3 moves in Li Tiangong's hands. There was no point in continuing on my own anymore. Staying any longer would be a self-defeating experience. Li Tiangang snorted coldly. Spoiled is all wrong. Garbage. Worthy of being Blackie's protégés. They are all shameless. Chapter 82. What a word started. After Xuerenxin went out, he lifted the dizzy Nebula up. The latter got up with a blank look in his eyes. His brain still stuck in the moment just now. That slap just now was difficult for him to resist. He glanced at Star Soul again. At this moment, the latter was already somewhat conscious, though he was not yet fully awake. And in contrast to Nebula, his injuries were already extremely serious. Get it up and let's go. He really had nothing to say about Star Soul. Originally things were not going to come to this. It was all because he broke the still harmonious scene. It has led to the present result. You can break it if you want to, but don't do it if you can. He broke the harmony. Then Tiangang Li broke him. Xuerenxin was now left with LOL in his mind. He had never regretted taking Star Soul out so much. Going forward this is a memory. Star Soul, who was woken up by Nebula's greeting, remembered everything that had just happened. Instantly a face filled with fear. His killing heart dissipated cleanly. This caused Xuerenxin to be stunned. This guy's eyes have never been so clear. K-san, let's hurry. Star Soul scowled and looked inside. Nebula and Xuerenxin were both stunned in their hearts. Li Tiangang can cure people? Giving each other such a clean cure for such a difficult disease. Terrible. This Star Soul according to the previous character will certainly go to find Li Tiangang again to fight for his life. And now he's meek as if he were a dog. Li Tiangang walked out. Negative hands looked at the three. Won't you go and wait for me to serve food? Zhongxian walked over quickly. State Master. That's awesome. That's a blood-bane monk. From what I've heard, you're probably the only one to have beaten it into such a state so far. The blood-bane monk? Is this person famous in your Buddhist sect? That's not true. The other party is the one who once created the Buddhist blood scourge. Zhongxian told Li Tiangang about his deeds as if he were a family member. Xuerenxin's heart fluttered. Where did this pop up from? There's nothing to talk about. Immediately he felt bad. Let's go. Li Tiangang is said to be cynical. If he knew all about Star Soul, if he suddenly snapped, it would be a waste. Star Soul is, after all, his first hitter. Much more useful in the future. The three just pulled their legs out to leave. A few Li Tiangong's light voice fell. Wait. Xuerenxin's heart fluttered for a moment. Turning his head, He looked at Li Tiangang. What more do you want, Mr. State Master? How? I was really surprised to hear about this one today. How can such a wrongdoer live peacefully in the black sect? Is this your black sect's way of doing things? Xuerenxin, you black sect are indeed as your name suggests, hiding dirt and moralizing. Listening to Li Tiangang's voice, Xuerenxin shook his head slightly. The people were taken in by my master. It's not like it was me. Furthermore, Star Soul has long since reformed and is determined to save the world with us. The black sect. Reformed? Li Tiangang let out a snorting sound. Swinging his sleeve robe and waving his big hand, a sword she instantly sent out. Poof! A blood mist ejected from Star Soul's chest. The body of Xuerenxin on the side trembled. Just now, that sword chi was less than half a meter away from him between. Poof! Star Soul's body fell to the ground. Both eyes rolled over. Dead beyond death. That's what I call reformed. I helped you this time. Don't forget it next time. Li Tiangang said and turned around to enter the Great Hall. It would be just as well to say you don't know. Knowing that there's such a murderous demon in front of you. And you don't care? Zhongxian was dumbstruck. Done. This thing seems to be running towards itself. Xuerenxin coldly glanced at Zhongxian. It's this dog. If it wasn't for him, the three of them could have already left Mount Shu. Take his body and let's go. Xuerenxin hadn't suffered such a big loss since he became the Kuei head. Especially with so many people watching. This revenge he will definitely take. Definitely. Nebula shouldered Star Soul's feet and followed Xuerenxin down the mountain. The Shushan disciples who passed along the way were all cold-eyed. They already knew that the Black Sect had stolen the 3 divine swords from Shu Mountain. No exaggeration. They felt that Li Tiangang was still too light. That's the greatest treasure of Shushan. They didn't even have the qualifications to touch it, and it was actually wiped away by a few people from outside the mountain. Damn! After you come down the mountain. Xuerenxin looked back at Shushan. This revenge. I must avenge. The words fell. A sword light suddenly attacked towards his feet. Nebula's eyes and hands were quick, as he swung Star Soul's body up to smash Xuerenxin, who was frozen in place. Out of the room. Boom! The place where Xuerenxin was just now. A sword mark surfaced on the ground. The latter was in a cold sweat. K-san go. Nebula pulled up Xuerenxin and carried Star Soul to quickly leave. What's the point of talking tough at a time like this? Hurry up and flirt. The scene just now had given Xuerenxin quite a bit of deterrence indeed. The other party didn't open his mouth to say his first words until he left Shushan City. Kagan, what do we do? Nebula looked at Xuerenxin and asked. They came to Shushan to get results, but the result was that they took a beating then came down from the mountain in disgrace. Blame it on the Star Soul. Originally getting the compensation from Shushan was enough to quell the matter. It doesn't matter if there are some naysayers. As a result, now it's good. There's not even a cover for it. How can I go back to the Imperial Capital branch and tell them? Straight talk. Xuerenxin frowned deeply. You go and inform the people of the Imperial Capital Rudder that all of them will be transferred to other places, and that the Imperial Capital Rudder will be cancelled for the time being. I'll take care of the rest. Xuerenxin remembered Li Tiangang's words. That look on the latter's face was not at all intimidating. He's really going to do it. Nebula hesitantly looked at Xuerenxin. Kagan, I'm worried about you. It's fine. If Li Tiangang wanted to kill me he would have done it long ago. He's still jealous of our black sect. Nebula's brow furrowed. Jealousy? Where did the questers see that? He didn't see it anyway. If you are jealous you can still give yourself such a big slap? Hit himself flying. But if Xuerenxin says so let's go with him. That Li Tiangang is really not a good son. It's a no-brainer. That Star Soul. Find a place to bury him. There's no merit in it. Alas. I should have known not to bring him here today. Xuerenxin was quite sad. After all, he had spent so many years with the other guy too. Not to mention that he was really good at what he did. A painful loss of a great general. I blame that. Where did that pop out of? Showing how much he knows? Nosy. Hateful to the core. Chapter 83. Each person has his own karma. MT. Shushan. The disciples from all the ministries let the elders scold them back. And after the Shushan disciples left in disgrace, a few of them were left inside and outside the Palm Hall. There's also a masked Soken, whose initial intention was actually to introduce the other side. After all, he's kind of a celebrity. Who would have thought that Li Tiangang would have pierced him to death with a single sword? For his death, Zhongxian was clapping his hands. He had done so many of those disgusting things. Death is good. It was only that he had mixed feelings because he seemed to be held a grudge by the Black Sect's leader. That's not a good thing. Li Tiangang's hard head is not afraid of these brats. But he is not LOL. Going forward, It's better not to go alone too much, lest you be missed by the Black Gate. In the temple, Tai Luo looked at Li Tiangang seriously. How many times have I told you? Can't you be more stable? A man has to pretend. You must first suppress and then raise. Seize enough reasons to stand on reasonable ground time and time again. To counterattack. Listening to Tai Luo's words, Li Tiangang shrugged his shoulders. Tai Luo, this is no gas hard to accept. This way he will not learn. Save yourself from being pissed off. It wasn't as if he didn't know about the Vulcan fight. It's all about pretending to be a grandson and then loading the other guy up, and then tying the bag up and getting high afterward. But it was an approach he was not happy to use. Seeing that expression on Li Tiangong's face, Tai Luo knew that the other party had gone in his left ear and out his right ear again. He was rather used to it. That was the attitude of the other side before. Stubborn and straight without knowing the corners. But now it's getting more and more outrageous. It can no longer be said to be rigid and straight, but only positively a bit towards the top of the evil way. He found out the last time he was in Chanlu. This guy didn't seem to be affected at all, and did everything completely from the heart. It may seem like a no-brainer, but it's actually a much bigger problem. The reason for not influencing him was not that Duo Huahua was not capable enough, but that Li Tiangong's mentality was beyond the scope of what he could influence. Or rather, the will in Li Tiangong's heart was even more hardened than the point where the other party influenced him. LOL. The thoughts in Tai Luo's mind finally turned into a sigh. If your father dies and your mother marries, each to his own. Everyone has their own way of life. He can't change. Li Tiangang can only accept it. Alright, this matter has also been dealt with. After you return to Great Zhou, try to leave as much as you can for the Black Sect to live. Their people have problems, but their technology is fine. And it did do a lot over the years. Li Tiangang looked at Tai Luo with slight surprise. What makes you say that? Senior? This matter is over. Can I still kill my way up to someone's headquarters? Hearing his words, Tai Luo grunted. Don't think I don't know your kid's tactics. This matter can be dealt with. But definitely not in this state you're in today. Kid, you're fishing. If Li Tiangang really wanted to clean up this matter, there were many ways to do so. But it's just so painless to give Schwerenstein a few hits. The anger that constantly fueled him. But don't kill him yet. With such seduction, the other's mind simply couldn't help it. At some point in time he will definitely make a move on Li Tiangang, or to cause trouble for Li Tiangang within his power. And that's what the latter was waiting for. Had ha ha ha. The one who knows me is senior. Li Tiangang heatedly smiled. He does mean this. He is to see the person under the dish. If it's really the kind of reasonable person, Li Tiangang can talk to him slowly and clearly. But the other side doesn't seem to be like that. From the time things festered until now, he had seen a lot of people from the Black Sect, and none of them had apologized to himself from top to bottom. This attitude he disliked. You have to admit when you're wrong and stand upright when you're beaten. How can they not understand such a simple truth? And the reason why they were put down on the mountain was the same. If there was no reaction from the Black Sect from now on, then the matter would be over. Li Tiangang wouldn't really be crazy enough to pick a fight on purpose. But if the other party has bad intentions, then the welcome will be a thunderous blow. This is human greed. If you are able to hold back and endure, or if you are able to control your emotions, or if you are very smart enough to perceive Li Tiangong's thoughts, as long as Schwerenstein had one of these three, then the feud between the Black Sect and Li Tiangang would be over. There will be no further developments, and vice versa. Then the final arrival is the scourge of the pouring sky. Go down the hill. It's been long enough on the hill. Tai Luo waved his hand. He knew all too well those little plans of Li Tiangang, but it doesn't matter. Everyone has everyone's fortune and life. Even if it's your next of kin, you can't control his life. Whether it's a blessing or a disaster, you can only look at him. It's all about his experience. This is the case with Tiangang Li. Whether it's a loss or a blessing is for him to experience. Being gracious people, at the end of the day all that can be said is to face it together after he stumbles upon something he can't handle. That's all. Alright, masters, then disciple will take his leave. Li Tiangang bared his teeth and laughed. It's time to say no. Nothing to come back and turn around twice. This still feels pretty good. Of course, he was talking about himself. As for how you all feel about the experience, that remains to be seen. That Tiangang Master Uncle again nagging 2 sentences. You say you carry a sword on the line. 3 is a bit not in line with your temperament. You see to be or not. Tai Luo's words had not yet fallen. Li Tiangong's figure had disappeared. Zhongxian froze for a moment, then quickly chased after him. In the temple, Tai Luo looked at the crowd and smiled helplessly and bitterly at each other. This guy A few days later, Imperial capital, the Imperial Palace. For so many days after the incident, Ji Linglong paid close attention to the black sect's developments as well as the situation of the state master's mansion every day, but it had been extremely calm on both sides. Her hilariousness didn't work out. But I guess things should be pretty intense up in Shushan right now. Blackgate and Shushan. These two sects. One is in and one is out. According to Ji Linglong's understanding, the black sect is even inferior to Shushan. But the latter wouldn't make things too difficult for Blackgate. Li Tiangang should take a loss, right? It made her happy to think about it. Your Majesty, Black Sect leader Shui seeks an audience. Ji Linglong waved her hand at her words. Bring it in. She couldn't wait somewhat to find out if Li Tiangang had cleaned up or not. It didn't take long for Xuerenshin to be brought in. Ji Linglong was in the moment of seeing the other party. Then he keenly sensed the aura on the other party. A person's essence is conspicuous. The current Xuerenshin could be completely different from the last time. The body was revealed to be shriveled, and his two henchmen are gone. One can already read a lot from this. Ji Linglong instantly already had a plan in mind. Looks like a basket case. Greetings, Your Majesty. Xuerenshin slightly arched his hand at Ji Linglong after he came in. Chapter 84, Snubbing the Cutie. Chasing the sun. There's no need to be polite. Did the trip to Shushan go well? How did Shushan deal with this matter? Did you punish Li Tiangang? Ji Linglong had already guessed the general idea, but still opened her mouth to ask. After all, you can't ask directly. Alas, Your Majesty does not know that Li Tiangang is ferocious. His behavior is comparable to the devil's evil. In my carelessness, behind bars, and only with the help of his men we're able to get out. Otherwise it's really hard to get out of it. Xuerenshin said sorrowfully. Ji Linglong, on the other hand, was skimming in her heart. For him to be able to appear here, it must be because Li Tiangang spared him. According to Ji Linglong's understanding of Li Tiangang, so far there's no one he wants to kill that he can't. And what a henchman to save. Are his men more ferocious than Li Tiangang? If it was dead it would have been dead a long time ago. Alas, Shui Kaijiu section sadness. This matter just let it go. The character of the state master I know. That's why I let you go to Shushan. But I didn't expect. Ji Linglong opened her mouth rather sadly. Your Majesty, that Li Tiangang has no regard for the rituals of his division. He is a complete madman. This time he has come to say goodbye to Your Majesty. In the future, let's change our cooperation to take place at the headquarters. I'm ready to rip away all the people from the imperial capital branch. In the meantime there's one more thing. Xuerenshin whispered after looking around. Your Majesty, make plans early. There are Li Tiangong's spies in this palace. He arrived at Shushan Mountain before even I did. Your Majesty's intention will be enough. Listening to Xuerenshin's words, Ji Linglong sighed inwardly. With this brain it's better not to compete with Li Tiangang. Face arched his hand in feigned shock. Thank you for reminding K. Shui. After this incident, I will slowly look into this matter in the palace. Well, take care, Your Majesty. Xuerenshin arched his hand. For the time being, he was not going to retaliate against Li Tiangang. However, this matter would not end here, and one day he would take revenge on Li Tiangang. Ji Linglong looked at Xuerenshin thoughtfully and called him down when he was about to leave. Kagong, I want to hear your heartfelt words. Are you still thinking of taking revenge on Li Tiangang? Hearing Ji Linglong's words, Xuerenshin immediately flooded out. Your Majesty, I will definitely take revenge. Li Tiangang has successively killed the mainstay of my black sect. If I don't take this revenge, how can I still be the leader of the black sect? No, Quartermaster Shui. There are other ways to go about this. According to my understanding, the black sect is not a monolithic entity, and there are some malicious people who intend to compete with the leader for power. Right or wrong? Hearing Ji Linglong's voice, Xuerenshin's face flashed with embarrassment. Indeed, I didn't realize His Majesty knew about these things. In that case, I will say something considerate to you. I have also come from your time, and even now the situation is more severe than yours. The presence of these people brings no positive growth to the Black Gate, and can even be bad at times. So I'll tell you something behind closed doors. Have you heard of the strategy of driving tigers and swallowing wolves? Kagong? Ji Linglong's eyes flashed with a refined light. Xuerenshin was clouded as if he understood, but it seemed like he didn't quite understand. Your Majesty may wish to speak frankly? Driving tigers and swallowing wolves means letting those who don't agree with you go after Li Tiangang. Your Majesty, if I had the means to be able to command them, why would there be any disagreement? Bitterness appeared on Xuerenshin's face. Ji Linglong frowned slightly. Isn't this Xuerenshin known as the head of the black sect and the most handsome man in the world? Why are you so clumsy? It's been said to this point and he still doesn't understand? Lure them with benefits, and they will surely fall into the trap. For example, you will gather them together, discuss the matter, and admit that their own virtue is shallow, and that they cannot continue to serve as the head of the questor's office. If there is a capable person amongst the black sect who can resolve this matter, then you will step aside and give way. So the other side must be moved. The rest should make sense to you. This is a plan to kill two birds with one stone. If this matter of the K-Master is exposed, then it will not have a small impact on you, so that you can minimize the impact at the same time to help you weed out those who disagree with you. Xuerenxin listened to Ji Linglong's remarks, his expression gradually sinking in. Ji Linglong said every word in his heart. He was even now thinking about how much of an impact this would have when he got back and what he should do about it. And now there's an answer. But your majesty, if they really settle the matter of Li Tiangang. Hearing Xuerenxin's concern, Ji Linglong shook her head slightly. Do you think the state master is capable of being solved by your stinking fishes? Just kidding. If those people were so overpowered, then how did Xuerenxin become the leader? Head Shui. As the saying goes, to make trouble outside the country you must first secure the inside. You must realize that only when the black sect is ironclad will it be able to better serve the people of the Great Zhou. Think about it. This thing could be shown to the black sect, and if you can't get things done, they can't get things done. Not only is the impact eliminated, but you'll be able to solidify your position and see those who disagree with you weeded out. I am all for your consideration. You're also doing it for the people of Great Zhou. A united black sect is the only one that can work with me to save the people who are under the control of the vassal kings. Ji Linglong's remarks could be described as word for word. Each sentence hit above his heart. Ji Linglong operated inwardly. She'd already made excuses for the other party, and if they didn't follow her path, they were a complete unsupportable contraption. I'm all about the questor anyway, and seriously, I've known you since we first met. Cited as a confidant. Listening to Ji Linglong's words, the light in Xuerenxin's eyes gradually strengthened. It's all about the people. Your Majesty, if I were to unite the black sect afterward, I would certainly not forget your favor. But how do you think I will avenge myself on Li Tiangang in the future? Kaiser Shui, your mission is to save the people. Why should you be obsessed with taking revenge on Li Tiangang? Its people are wild and reckless. The so-called crazy people have their own heavenly harvest. Just don't bother with him. You and I are both men of great deeds, and he can't compare to that. Ji Linglong was helpless in her heart. Still thinking about revenge? What an idiot. Many thanks, Your Majesty. I will go down first, and Your Majesty's great favor will certainly be thanked in the future. Xuerenxin didn't say anything more, got up and arched his hand. He felt that this revenge would have to be avenged in the future. When he becomes famous, he will definitely seek revenge on Li Tiangang. For the time being, let's do what Ji Linglong said. The sky will be the limit. A little impatience goes a long way. Watching its back as it leaves, Ji Linglong's eyes gradually revealed a smile. It's not really nice of her to go out of her way to advise him. Rather, she was going to take her time to bring the black gate into the fold. Xuerenxin slowly all listened to himself, and when he got used to it, he could take the black gate down effortlessly. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Blackgate is too important for its own good. As for Li Tiangang, just be a millstone for yourself. Otherwise it is a pity that he is all in one place, using the Li Tiangang to absorb power on his own men. This can be a wonderful use. Not only the black sect, but other forces could also follow suit in the future. But it's just more risky. Never let Li Tiangang find out. Chapter 85, Xuerenxin who raises his eyebrow. Xuerenxin left and immediately ran to the headquarters. He had decided to just follow what Ji Linglong said. He couldn't think of anything better than that. The moment is just right. At the same time, his heart was incomparably grateful to Ji Linglong, even deriving a trace of affection. The other side looks like heaven. Still so attached to himself. Who'd believe her if she didn't mean anything else? As the head of the black sect himself, the people of the world would be blessed if he and Ji Linglong combined their swords in the future. All the way, he was thinking about it all. I've been thinking about it, and I've been thinking about it, and I've been thinking about it, and I've been thinking about it. Granted, there was more of an age difference, but a beautiful woman matches a great man, and these insignificant gaps weren't enough to be a barrier between them. After he had put this matter into practice, he would go to the imperial capital to see Ji Linglong again. Take your time to develop a relationship. By the time he returned to headquarters, the ass hasn't even sat down yet. Just listen to the message received. Black Sect Right Chief Helmsman Hanabishi called for a headquarters meeting, summoning the Council of Elders and the Right Chief Helmsman, Xuerenxin, who was in a feverish state. immediately sank his face, now that his own cronies were outside. It was obvious at this moment what his purpose was in calling this meeting. Schwerenstein also felt palpitations for its well-informedness. I'm afraid the story has spread. Got it. Schwerenstein got up and waved his hand. The power structure of the Black Sect is not the questors alone, but rather the power is shared, each in his own way. The Black Gate represents naturally this position of the questor. Meanwhile there are 4 more below. These 4 people were second only to the leader, respectively, the right chief helmsman, Hua Baishir, who held important resources such as weapon refining and tool refining. On top of that, there was also the left chief helmsman, Chen Kenshir, who was responsible for managing elixirs, herbs, and literature editing. After the 2 helmsmen was Li Jinghong, the center chief helmsman who was in charge of all the miscellaneous affairs. The last one was the Grand Elder of the Elders. This is the Black Gate top power class. The role of the Council of Elders is to monitor the competence of the top brass, and whether their beliefs are strong enough to meet the requirements of the Black Sect. Monitor the entire Black Gate. Although not responsible for direct management, it is extremely powerful, not relying on anyone, not getting close to anyone. Official business. And the pattern of the Black Sect today is that Hua Baishir has always been disobedient to Schwerenstein, and apart from saving face, the rest is basically ignored. As for Chen Kenshir, who was already old, he was now more in the process of picking his air and staying out of the infighting between the 2 of them. Be a spectator and do neither. And it's already telling that, as one of your direct subordinates, he's actually standing in a special position by not helping out in 2 ways. As for the elders, they press on and will not take part in the struggle. That's why Schwerenstein has actually not had a good time over the years. Hua Baishir is young and bold, and has done a lot of great things. His reputation among the grassroots is not small. The Black Sect has more than 30 subruns in the world, both large and small, which are all subservient to it. 3 of the large rudiments were his cronies, which included the Black Gate rudder of Chu. Schwerenstein packed up and changed his clothes and headed towards the conference room. When he arrived, the other 3 were already there. And not only that, the 3 great sub-rudder helmsmen were also present. They are qualified to attend meetings at this level. After Schwerenstein approached, he sat down on top of the main seat and sat down. Chief Helmsman Hua is in a hurry, isn't he? I've just returned and I'm busy convening a meeting. Oh, it's hard for the quartermaster to wind up in the dust. We all know that, but I'm told it's not very productive. Is it? We all know about the imperial capital branch already. The top management of a big branch rudder was actually slaughtered by Li Tiangang, who had slaughtered all the top management. This incident simply shocked us up and down the Black Sect. I wonder what the quartermaster got when he went up to Mount Shushan. Hua Baishir was just under 30 years old, dressed in a white robe, with a handsome and noble face, smiling as he looked at Schwerenstein. While he was asking, Chen Kenshir and the Grand Elder, Li Jinghong and the 3 helmsmen all cast their eyes over. They had also just learned of the news of the imperial capital rudder. And the result was just astonishing. The killing of such a high-level sub-rudder executives of the Black Sect had never happened since the establishment of the Black Sect. Therefore, they also responded to Flower Whitehead's call for a meeting. Schwerenstein leaned back and spread his hands. I went up to Shushan, and the result was helpless. I didn't get anything. Not only that, Star Soul was killed by Li Tiangang. His words fell. The atmosphere in the conference room steeped. The Grand Elder's eyes burned with rage. How dare you? Does Shushan take us Black Sect people to be dead? Such recklessness. Chen Jinsi and Li Jinghong were also appalled. The Star Souls are dead? Shushan is so disrespectful? Hanabishi also froze for a moment. He didn't expect Schwerenstein to just say it. Rather more than one would expect. There's no need for the Grand Elder to be angry. Didn't they give face? If I didn't give face, I'm afraid I'd have to die there too. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Schwerenstein's face. Said. He pulled a sign out of his pocket. The moment that sign appeared, everyone present was instantly attracted. That's the order of the Black Sect Questor. When it was passed down from the first generation of kaiju, Schwerenstein threw the sign on the table with a mortified look on his face. There is no need to say more. Hua Baishir, I understand what you meant. We've all been around for so many years. We know what we mean. I was incompetent in this case. I went and ended up being humiliated for a while. I am already tired. Today I put my words here. Whoever is able to get this face back, I, Schwerenstein, will step down and give up my position. This position of leader is surrendered to you. Words fall. The whole hall was shocked. The Grand Elder immediately spoke. Kuei head, you must not act out of anger. This, Chen Kenshir also spoke up in agreement. Kuei Mao, we didn't mean that. And we're not here to ask you for a pardon. We just want to know the specifics of Shushan's situation. After all, so many people died at the top of a large rudder. Li Jinghong followed the two and said a few words. Listen to them. Hanabishi's brow furrowed. Today's Xuerenxin is not right. His past style of doing things was not so crisp and clean, and now the sudden change of heart is bound to be a high level of guidance behind him. And preemptive action. That's a good plan. He leaned back in his chair and looked at Xuerenxin with a smile but not a word. How dare you play this game with yourself? Xuerenxin sneered. Grand Elder. Chief Servant Chen. Chief Servant Li, you guys know about me, but it's mainly Chief Servant Hua. You and I don't need to talk nonsense. You've always wanted to be the leader. Since that's the case, I'll give you the chance today. If you can calm this down, I'll step down and give up my position. Say it. Xuerenxin got up and left without hesitation. Hua Baisher snorted coldly. Kuei Zhua, you don't want to play yourself out. The world will still turn without anyone. And what you can't do doesn't necessarily mean that others can't do it either. Xuerenxin's figure paused for a moment. I'm looking forward to the good news. Say it. Took it in stride and left. Couldn't help but be secretly pleased when I got out of the door. He had never been so cool. Chapter 86, The Gathering of the Clouds. Oh, as you all can see, before I could say anything, the quartermaster himself spoke first. In that case, I'll just have to be the one to do it. Great Elder trouble you to keep an eye on the questor's order. What he Xuerenxin cannot do, I Hua Baisher can do. He cannot get back justice. I Hua Baisher can get back. The Black Sect, will never let Shushan abuse and remain silent. I won't agree. Nor will the tens of thousands of my Black Sect members. Hanabishi finished speaking and got up to leave. The three subrudder helmsmen followed suit. The Grand Elder's face was filled with sorrow. The matter of Shu Mountain hadn't been resolved yet, and now there was internal strife like this. How does that make it? The Grand Elder immediately called someone in and told him to find Xuerenxin. How could the position of the leader be decided so simply? Besides, didn't this give Hua Baisher a chance? If it was truly able to set things right in Shushan, how can Xuerenxin handle himself? At that point it's all over. It's not a good idea to get carried away. After that disciple left, the Grand Elder looked at the remaining two and said, what do you guys think about this? Alas, the head of the Kuei is spirited and must have been angered in Shushan. This matter according to me, why don't we wait for a while? Let's see how Hua Baisher handles it. After all, this matter concerns the face of my Black Sect. Let's talk about the quartermaster after this is taken care of. Chen Jinsi replied. The matter of the leader could still be discussed, but now the matter of Shushan was imminent. Right now many people knew about the imperial capital branch. What a crowd! I also feel the same way. We can sit down and talk slowly about the matter of the quintessence, and even if Chief Helmsman Hua takes care of this matter in the future, we can appropriately elevate Chief Helmsman Hua's power of speech. It doesn't have to be the helm position, and I agree that we should wait until after the Shushan matter is over. Li Dinghong chimed in. In this situation now, Shushan is a hot potato. The Star Souls had all been killed, and honestly, none of them wanted to go to Mount Shu. Don't look at them all with righteous indignation, but when it really comes to letting them go to Mount Shu, it won't be the same thing. The Grand Elder's brow furrowed. When we get there, when it comes to that, what can we say? Will Flower Whitehead give them a meeting? Xuerenxin, what a bad move. It didn't take long for that disciple to come back and report. Xuerenxin has left the headquarters in an unknown direction. All three of them looked at each other in disbelief. Straight away? Looks like Xuerenxin isn't faking this time. Hua Baisher, who had returned to his department, was also aware of the news of Xuerenxin's departure. Immediately, his face turned cold. It seemed to him that Xuerenxin was just stiffing himself. After you three go down and publicize what happened at the meeting as it was, and tell the entire Black Sect disciples that I, Hua Baisher, will go to Li Tiangang in place of the Kuei, and will definitely demand an explanation from my fellow disciples in the imperial capital. I'll do what he's afraid to do. When the time comes, he can't even regret it. One of the helmsmen hesitated. Chief Helmsman, do you think this matter will not be that simple? According to what Xuerenxin said, even Li Tiangang dared to kill Star Soul. So Hua Baisher sniffed and sneered. That's because he's incapable of his own ability, occupying the great righteousness and still being abused. He's born to be that loser. Besides, I am different from him. Hua, go to Flower Valley and tell my mother that I'm going to the imperial capital to look for Li Tiangang. Not only is he the chief helmsman of the Black Sect, he's also the Duke of the Valley of Flowers, one of the top forces in the world. The power that is the Valley of Flowers is between good and evil. All of them are made up of women and are highly powerful. and vindictive. He is the son of the contemporary lord of the Valley of Flowers. But he doesn't have a father, only the mother. His mother and Tai Xian were from the same generation, and there was once an entanglement. Hua Baisha just couldn't believe that Li Tiangang and Shu Mountain would do anything to him. When you go out, status determines everything. Say it. Hua Baisha got up with slightly cold eyes. After delivering the message, we'll set off immediately. He would personally go to the imperial capital to meet this Li Tiangang and see what the other party was capable of. Those three all scowled at the words. One of the Chu subbrothers' helmsman sighed in his heart. This matter won't be as simple as Hannah Baisha thinks. If we were talking about influence, Flower Valley was even inferior to the Black Sect. And if Li Tiangang dared not to give face to the Black Sect, would he still care about the Valley of Flowers? What's more, he knew Li Tiangang's character too well. Ever since Li Tiangang left Shu, all the big and small forces in the enchanting frontier have shunned the world. Not one or two, but all of them. With this kind of might, the Flower Valley and the Black Sect combined might not even be able to do it. And it's just done by itself. And then the whole toxic fairy gate thing. His fear of Li Tiangang was very strong, but he couldn't open his mouth to advise Fa Baisha. The other party's heart is known to them, the close friends, especially for the position of the leader. He was imperative. There's no use persuading. However, it was logical that if Xuerenxin would be fine, then Hua Baisha would also be fine. When the time comes they'll be fine if they don't open their mouths. A trip there would be fine. At least the reputation of the Flower White Stone would be raised quite a bit. Soon, everyone from the Black Sect headquarters to every branch of the world knew about what happened in the conference room today. He even knew that the Black Sect's first protector, Star Soul, was killed by Li Tiangang. Hua Baisha, one of the chief helmsmen, is traveling to the imperial capital to seek justice from Li Tiangang. In an instant, the reputation of Hua Baisha rose steeply. Even quite a few of the Mudlegs faction that had originally scoffed at him were somewhat admiring his heart at the moment. By all accounts, it's a Quidditch thing, but now the quester has failed, and Flower Whitehead still dares to swim against the wind. This ambition should not be underestimated. His general rating is skyrocketing. That's what Hanabishi wants. After he wanted a result, and with the reputation of these foundations, he would be able to ignore the three of them and sit at the top of the leaderboard. Those who can afford it reside there. The other point that people were talking about was Xuerenxin. One of the main characters is now on his way back to the imperial capital. He had to report this matter to Ji Linglong. Then he watched with his own eyes as the Flower White Stone trembled under Li Tiangang's hands. At the same time, deepen your relationship with Ji Linglong. It's a good idea to come and go as often as possible. Chapter 87, Taking Advantage of One's Own Feelings. Imperial Capital. The Imperial Palace. Ji Linglong's face was full of questions when she heard Mu Renjiying's report. Xuerenxin is here again? According to the time, shouldn't the other party have just returned to Black Sect headquarters? How come you're back so soon? Is it already done? Bring him in. Ji Linglong waved her hand to let a few of her staff go down. Waited for about less than an incense stick. Mu Renjiying walked in with Xuerenxin, who was shrouded in black robes. Greetings, Your Majesty. After Xuerenxin dispersed his black robe, he arched his hand and saluted. Ji Linglong smiled and waved her hand. Why is the quartermaster here at this hour? Could it be that things have worked out? Speaking of which, I have to thank Your Majesty. I've already said all Your Majesty's words at the Black Sect's headquarters, and that Hua Baisha really took the bait. He claimed that he's coming to the imperial capital to find Li Tiangang to bring justice to the Black Sect. Xuerenxin said with a smile. Along the way, Hua Baisha was indeed as Ji Linglong had said. His greed for the position of the Black Sect's leader had made him conceited. Make a big deal out of it at Blackgate. Ji Linglong nodded slightly as she listened. This Xuerenxin's execution is still good. Then congratulations in advance to the head of Shui. According to my understanding, that Li Tiangang is in the State Master's mansion, when that Hua Baisha came to find. But the head of this time not in the headquarters to stay. To come here is? Ji Linglong opened her mouth and asked. At this time he should be at headquarters waiting for news of Hana Shiraishi's failure. Why did you come to your own royal city? I came on this trip to express my gratitude to Your Majesty, and also to personally come and see how that Flower White Stone has humiliated himself. At the same time, I have taken a supreme treasure from the Black Sect headquarters to give to Your Majesty. Saying that, Xuerenxin pulled out a palm-sized box from his pocket. Ji Linglong's beautiful eyes slightly raised. This is the rainstorm pear flower. Is the Tang door when I sent my treasure? Do not look at it, small and exquisite, actual is self-defense treasure. Only need to open the box to press the switch. Around dozens of steps of people. None can live. There are less than 10 in the entire Tang sect. Hearing Xuerenxin's words, Ji Linglong was slightly stunned. This gadget is so powerful? Seeing Ji Linglong's slight consternation, Xuerenxin nodded with satisfaction. There's not even much stock of this stuff in the Tang clan. He himself had been carrying it around as a base guard for so many years. Ji Linglong handed it to Mu Renjiying after surveying it for a few moments. This thing is too expensive. It is better to ask Kuei Head to take it back. Kuei Head is not like me in the palace. Weekdays walking the Jianghu still need to use for self-defense. This thing was certainly valuable, but it didn't do much for Ji Linglong. The odds are not low at the moment, but one is surrounded by guards. If they really kill in front of their eyes, in the heat of the moment, they will not be able to think of this thing. And then there's the likes of Li Tiangang. It doesn't work well for him either. Not to mention, Ji Linglong was not for this thing. If she collected this thing, in the future, where would she find an excuse to let Xuerenxin return the favor to herself? What Xuerenxin heard was another layer of meaning. His Majesty is concerned about me. Your Majesty has been so kind to me. Xuerenxin's eyes grew hazy. Ji Linglong's brows frowned inadvertently as she watched. She is extremely sensitive to expressions, and now it was able to perceive from Xuerenxin's eyes that the other party was completely thinking the wrong way. She didn't explain too much though. Is misunderstanding a bad thing? No. Instead, it's good. She was a woman. A beautiful woman. A woman of monstrous power. That's why Ji Linglong knew more about her advantages. All that can be utilized are weapons in their own right. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xuerenxin immediately gave a solemn salute. Alright, Kuei Mao Shui. You and I don't have to be so distant. Arrange an excellent location for Kuei Mao, so that he can see what is happening in the State Master's house. Ji Linglong spread a smile. Xuerenxin immediately had only Ji Linglong's smile in his eyes. Mu Renjiying frowned slightly. This Xuerenxin really doesn't want to be cheeky. That face looks like he knows what he's thinking at a glance. This way, K-san. Mu Renjiying's voice was thievingly cold. He doesn't take a piss to see what he's made of. How dare you think ill of His Majesty? Shameless. Good. Your Majesty. I'll take my leave then. And I hope that Your Majesty will take care of your health. Xuerenxin admonished. Don't worry. I know. Ji Linglong had a warm smile on her face. So much like a youthful maiden. Xuerenxin thumped his heart. After Mu Renjiying took him out, he arranged for someone to lead him to the middle of a nearby inn. Immediately following Mu Renjiying, he returned to the palace hall. Your Majesty, this Xuerenxin is clearly acting in such a way that he is having ungrateful intentions towards Your Majesty. Non-separation? Who has none for me? Ji Linglong looked at Mu Renjiying with a smile. The word empress was destined to cause stirrings just for men. And over the years she could still not understand that. But so what? They ultimately end up being nothing more than pawns who have already been driven. Mu Renjiying heard Ji Linglong's tone. And she got it. His Majesty knows everything. Yes, slave girl understands. In the future, if Xuerenxin comes, there is no need to pass on the Black Gate. Sooner or later, I will take it into my hands. Ji Linglong's eyes were filled with joy. As for dealing with Xuerenxin, it was too easy. Want to be a good emperor? The necessary courses is you have to be able to pretend. It was a lesson she had long ago gotten through. A few days later, countless disciples of the Black Sect were quietly sneaking into the imperial capital. These people wanted to see how Hua Baisher would ask for an explanation with Li Tiangang. After all, even the head of the Kuei, Li Tiangang didn't give half a face. Can a flowery white stone really? There are a lot of people's ears mixed in there. The Grand Elders, Li Qinghong and so on. All of these Black Sect executives are sending people. They want to see for themselves the ability to spend white stones. Ji Linglong did not tell Li Tiangang about this matter. When she first told Li Tiangang about Xuerenxin, the other party not only didn't enter the palace to thank her, but didn't even send anyone to say anything. For the first time, Ji Linglong felt frustration from a man. The other party's two most recent entries into the palace, one of which was nearly splitting himself with a sword. There was another time when he was running to slice himself with a sword. Ji Linglong just didn't understand how he had such weird ideas about himself. Is it his obsession to kill himself? A monster with no feelings. This was what Ji Linglong had given Li Tiangang. One can only say, very true. In the State Master's residence, Li Tiangang still didn't know that things were already boiling outside about himself now. Li Tiangang hadn't left the house since he returned from Shushan. Honestly, he's a geek. As long as Su Rin was in the mansion, then he was bound to not go out. Chapter 88, Wave After Wave of Leaks. Lord State Master. It's bad. In the State Master's residence, Liang Xian and Cui Ying both rushed over with hurried footsteps. Tian Li is squinting and enjoying the sunbathing. Smelling disoriented, he opened his eyes. What? Did Zhong Xian hit you again? Zhong Xian, who wanted to be with not far away, was confused. How is it that lately I've always been able to suffer this kind of unwarranted disaster? No. Liang Xian slowed her breath and said, there have been quite a few new faces outside our state master's mansion lately, and my mother arrested one person for questioning for fear that they might have some mischievous intentions. It turned out to be learned that they were all from the black sect. Hearing Liang Xian's words, Zhong Xian closed the secret book in his hand and stood up. I took care of them? Li Tiangang stretched and draped his robe over his body. Alas, this person seeking death really can't be stopped. Runner, fetch the sword for me. Hearing the words of the two, Liang Xian understood that they had misunderstood. Master of the state, no. They're not here to cause trouble. They're here to see what's going on. Liang Xian hurriedly spat out the words he had asked from these people. Li Tiangang sighed softly after hearing this. This Xuerenqin is obviously killing people with a borrowed knife. Or snubbing cuties, chasing the sun. And the favorites actually have cuties. Fooled. Let's just say that people in this world still have too little experience. How can you be so fooled? By the way, State Master, we also asked about the man who's coming for you. He's one of the Black Sect's chief helmsmen. And he's also the young master of the Valley of Flowers. Cui Ying was obviously much more sophisticated than Liang Xian. She asked comprehensive questions. Flower Valley? Li Tiangang looked up at Cui Ying and said, this place he had heard of in his own master's mouth. More than that, he was impressed. It was said to be some kind of grudge between his own master and that Flower Valley's valley master. But it's the male and female kind. Once his own master had even said that he should try to be patient if he ran into the people of the Valley of Flowers. If you don't have to, don't do it. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder. Li Tiangang turned back and sat down. No wonder this sizable cutie. How dare he come over here? I guess he should have known about it. If not, dare to find yourself in trouble? There are such idiot-sized cuties nowadays. What? However, he still thought too simply. If the other party was not excessive, he was able to barely give his master 2 points. If not to mention his master's old lover, even if his master's father were to arrive, he would have to see if he could take a few swords from himself. Alright, I know about this matter. You guys should be busy with something else. Zhong Xian, in these few days you'll take more care of it. If someone wants to fish in troubled waters, you'll do it yourself. Li Tiangang waved his hand and casually said, since the other guy said he was going to come to the door, he'd just wait. However, to prevent someone with ulterior motives from wanting to do something, he'd better settle down Zhong Xian with a bang. Own this state master's house. It's hilarious. It's almost a must-hit spot in the empire. Anyone who comes in has to wander over to their place first. What a bummer. How could so many people look at him in a bad light when he was clearly a good young man? Must be their problem. First of all, there is certainly nothing wrong with yourself. Yes, Zhong Xian agreed. With the extension of time, he had now become the grand protector of the state master's house. On weekdays, if there were any matters, the maids would also look to Zhong Xian to deal with them. And once it's out of the way, things fall into place. What you learn from what you learn. He now had a 3-part Li Tiangang's likeness in the way he handled himself. Thunderbolt and decisive action. Say it and do it. 2 more days passed. The Black Sect's people had converged on the imperial capital quite a bit. In the middle of the inn opposite the state master's mansion, Xuerenqin lay on the window blowing the autumn wind, looking at the fluctuationless state master's mansion, and snorted coldly. He had already learned from the mouths of those in the Black Sect. Hana Shiraishi turned into their Valley of Flowers midway through his journey to the imperial capital. A second generation. Coming to the imperial capital was obviously not as bottomless as he said it was. But what about the Valley of Flowers? The Black Sect can't even do that. By relying on a clan that's all women? Just kidding. Let him be. Anyway, Xuerenqin didn't believe that Li Tiangang would be afraid of Hua Gu. Thoughts fall. There was a knock on the door of the room behind him. Kuwei-shak. Hua Baishar has entered the imperial capital. The person who walked in was none other than Nebula. He came to Xuerenqin's side after settling the people of the imperial capital branch. Oh, the show is finally about to begin. Xuerenqin's eyes jumped with excitement. He couldn't wait to see the scene where Li Tiangang ravaged Hua Baishar. It would be better to be able to slice it to death with a sword. That would be loosening up. Save yourself the trouble of having the flowery white stone jumping in front of your eyes in the future. Between the two men talking, only to see a line of people in the distance coming towards the state master's residence. One of the leaders was Hua Baishar. and he was flanked by two plain long-coated middle-aged women. See the costumes on the two men. Xuerenshin immediately showed disdain in his eyes. The clothes and dress of these two were both from the Valley of Flowers. Humph. He said that he came to find Li Tiangang to ask for a result, but he ended up leading someone from the Flower Valley. Is he asking for a result for the Black Sect or for the Flower Valley? Nebula clasped her hands in silence. His gaze was always on the State Master's house. At first, Li Tiangang's slap had swung him into shadow. As for Hua Baisher, he was sure that he believed that Li Tiangang would not give him face. His face could be far less tangible than Xuerenshin's. In the streets, Ji Linglong had already arranged in advance for people to take away the people in the neighborhood to avoid being affected. But there aren't many people here either. Most of them are officials. When they learned about Li Tiangang, they didn't even need to say that they had moved themselves. I just hoped that Li Tiangang wouldn't break their mansion, or you'll have to pay for the repair yourself. Expecting to seek reimbursement from Li Tiangang. Who dares? Now Li Tiangang's prestige is even greater in the court. Who does not know that his sword split the palace in two? The people in the courtroom for weighing the pros and cons of avoiding harm can be more far-sighted than these people who practice. They can't afford to offend such people. Hua Baisher walked ahead with his horse. He had already sensed quite a few people from the Black Sect. Mentally, he grunted softly. He knew by heart who sent these men. Today, let these people see who is truly able to do the job for the Black Sect. He's very grounded. Hanabishi can say that. It's not because of Blackgate. Rather, it was because of his own mother. He kind of regretted it after laying down his bravado. After all, Li Tiangang's fierce reputation was too great. So he thought of going to the Valley of Flowers and asking his mother to intervene. Or to give himself a letter. At least things won't get too far out of hand. And he learns a shocking secret from his own mother. It was this same secret that gave Hanabishi his confidence. Not to mention justice. Even if he were to beat up Li Tiangang, he wouldn't necessarily dare to do anything to himself. Today was destined to be the day that he, Hua Baisher, would shock the entire Black Sect. The position of the leader of the pack is one he aspires to win. Chapter 89, A Good Son Out of Nowhere? Li Tiangang. Hua Baisher arrived at the entrance of the State Master's residence and halted his horse, his stance proud. The line behind him was also not dismounted. The gesture was arrogant, especially the three middle-aged women. Pei Yuan Shang was also observing from the shadows. Upon seeing them, he knew that the group was finished. So far, no one had dared to make this gesture in front of Li Tiangang's State Master's mansion, no matter if they had come looking for trouble or how. His Majesty wouldn't even write here to call Li Tiangang by his first name. But this scene was a comfortable one for the Black Sect. That's the gesture that should be made. After all, they of the Black Sect were in a position to be killed. The chief also went to Mount Shushan. One should just go straight to the person in question. Hua Baisher's voice fell. Roughly one incense stick later, there's no reply. Not even a single person came out of the mansion. This made Hua Baisher's face extremely gloomy. Li Tiangang, it's useless for you to hide in the mansion and not come out. You killed my Black Sect's people. Do you just want to get it over with? As Hanabishi chattered on, a black shadow of light violently swept through the mansion. Hanabishi misses with a tight short stance and a low kick. The speed of the crowd behind him wasn't slow, either. Swish! After the sword flashed, Hanabishi was in a cold sweat. He almost died just now. Get your ass down here and talk again. In the State Master's residence, a bemused voice came out. Immediately afterward, Li Tiangang leisurely walked out with his hands in the air. Behind him followed the 10,000-year-old ornament Zhongxian. The latter were all misty-eyed at the moment. The other party was too arrogant. So arrogant that Zhongxian wanted to go up and give him 2 strikes. Li Tiangang. You what? Is this the kind of posture your mother taught you? I'm done with Xuerenshin regarding your Black Sect. If that punk of his can't make a decision, let him quickly find a pit to fall headfirst into. As for your status, right now you're not the Black Sect leader, and you don't deserve to talk to me. Tiangang Li's zero-frame starter. He's become a place to brush up on his experience? This one comes and that one goes. It's endless. Hua Baisher was scolded. He had heard that Li Tiangang was crazy, but he did not expect to be this crazy, madder than even himself. Li Tiangang, Xuerenshin is no longer the leader of our Black Sect. Now I come to take the place of the Black Sect. What me? I'll give you an explanation? Do you deserve me to answer to you? Li Tiangang clasped his hands and looked at Hua Baisher playfully. Identification complete. Pure second pen 1. Bold. Li Tiangang. You Hughes unbridled. This is my family's young master, the only son of our Flower Valley master. You're a middle-aged mom and you're still out on the town? Please go back and look at yourself in the mirror, okay? If you scare the kids, can you take the responsibility? Bold. The man from the Valley of Flowers was furious, and drew the long sword on the side of his horse and was about to make a move. But her sword suddenly shattered into a million pieces just as she raised it. Immediately afterward, those fragments drilled into its body as if they were hornets. A bloody arrow seeped out from its body. Okay, next. Li Tiangang turned his head to look at Hua Baisher and the others. In here, whoever takes a weapon dies. Above the inn in the back, Xuerenxin looked at his heart. This is the result he wanted. If he had the ability of Li Tiangang, how good it would be. Words out of the law follow. That flowery white stone was made to look silly. What he himself had gone through in the first place, he had to go through again. The people of the black sect who were secretly observing around them all sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and chills went straight to the sky. Killing people they have not seen. But this kind of killers without the slightest procrastination and without even fluctuations in their eyes are the most horrifying. As a high priest once said, the scary thing is not being possessed, it's that you're possessed and still feel sober. That's what's scary. You dare to kill someone from my flower valley. Hua Baisher's eyes trembled as he looked at Li Tiangang. Come on, let's not say such things, okay? I just want to be peaceful, but it's really hard for me when you guys fly to be so aggressive. Why don't you call your mother over? Or find someone strong enough? Honestly, killing you is too much for me. Li Tiangang was really sad. Just these people who can't even catch one of their own swords. It was hard for him to rise to the desire to fight them. Li Tiangang, do you know who he is? After the other older woman from the Valley of Flowers came to her senses, she hurriedly pointed at Hua Baisher. Don't know, and don't want to know, Li Tiangang faintly said. He's your master's son, Tai Xuanjing's own son. When that person from the Flower Valley saw that Li Tiangang was still going to make a move, he immediately yelled. With this sentence, both Xuerenxin in the dark and the black sect crowd, as well as Pei Yuanshang, were stunned. It's some kind of 1,000-year-old secret. Hua Baisher's chest also rose at his words. That's his bottom line. Zhongxian was also stunned as he looked at Li Tiangang. This is a delicate situation. If it was true, then it could be said that it would be against common sense for Li Tiangang to kill Hua Baisher. Not only that, but he couldn't do anything about the other guy. Li Tiangang leaned forward and looked at Hua Baisher. Li Tiangang, by all rights, you are my father's eldest disciple. You have to call me senior brother. Hua Baisher's chest stood up with a proud look on his face. The son of Ta Xianjinjin. That status was enough to make him defy everything. Not only could Li Tiangang not make a move on him, but he also had to honor him by calling him junior brother. Tai Xian's orthodox heir. Sons of the bloodline. Xuerenxin was similarly stunned by this. How is that possible? That's what he's got going for him, isn't it? If that's the case, aren't you playing yourself out of the game? Is the position of leader really going to the other side? He felt a sudden dizziness in front of him. I didn't think this would happen. Middle of the field. Li Tiangang approached and beckoned. You come down. Hua Baisher grunted, rolled over and dismounted, and came to Li Tiangang's body. Pussed. His pupils instantly widened. Unbelievably, he looked down at the long sword stuck in his chest. This, Li Tiangang sighed softly. My master practiced the emotionless sword Dao. Can your mom make up something believable? After saying that, Li Tiangang kicked it away. With that, refined abyss draws out. Blood spilled to the ground. And trying to climb up to him. What a load of. If his master had some entanglements with his mother, he would admit it. But having a child? It's funny, isn't it? His own master is a ing eunuch. That's right. That's just the way it is. The news is known only to himself. The master was able to enter the way single-mindedly because he had no distractions. And you tell me you're his son? Whose problem is this? LOL. Let's just say the kid is pretty pathetic. Away from the original spectrum. A big spectrum was set up. If his own master knew about it, he would probably be confused in both eyes. A good old son out of nowhere? Chapter 90, using me as a gun? Are you qualified? All those who were watching this scene at the moment were frozen. Hua Baisher, who had only just revealed that he was Tai Xian's son, had actually been stabbed to death by Li Tiangang just like that? Can you stand it? Everyone thought that things would be towards the end of Li Tiangang more or less meaning to make amends and so on. But who knows? Li Tiangang's hands didn't even shake. In the middle of the inn, Xuerenxin's shock was followed by ecstasy. Li Tiangang really lived up to his expectations. Got Hanabishi to death. Tough enough. So compared to himself can be much more powerful. After all, he is safe and sound from the Shu Mountain down. And Hanabishi is dead. The highs and lows stand out. What a show. Xuerenxin marveled as he held onto the fence. To strike without mercy was indeed Li Tiangong's style of striking. He was looking forward to it even more. If Li Tiangang killed all the people he brought with him, then in the future, all the people who opposed himself among the black sect would disappear. The entrance to the state master's residence. The two women from Flower Valley had already returned to their senses and looked at Li Tiangang filled with unbearable anger. You actually dared to kill your master's bloodline? Bloodline your ass. Do I still not know if my master has a son? Li Tiangang flung away the blood on his sword and gave a faint cry. Saying that, he ignored their expressions. You two go back and tell the person from Flower Valley that I will make a trip there and ask her nicely. How did my master have a child with her? Get out! Li Tiangang flung his hand, and the two were shaken out. As for the rest of the black sect, Li Tiangang, on the other hand, gave a cold glance. You guys go back to the black sect and give Xuerenxin a message to pull out a dog to bite me? He's a shrinking violet? No one else is a cutie. It was already over. But he found such a cutie. Then it's not over. Let's play slowly. Of course, I'm not targeting the black sect on this one, and if the black sect wants to pitch in as a whole, that's fine. Then they can all wash their necks and wait at your headquarters. I'm going to kill them one by one. I'm done talking, so you can all get out. After saying that, Li Tiangang turned around and returned to the state master's residence. One day any can touch itself. Even his own master's son popped up. Still think you don't know anything? Li Tiangang returned to the state master's mansion. Those few people that Hua Baisher brought with him immediately left. Don't dare stop for a moment. Can't you stay here at this time to collect the corpse of Flower Whitehead? The two women from the Valley of Flowers brought the corpse of Hua Baisher with them and also quickly disappeared among the street corners. They had to hurry and tell the valley master about this. This Li Tiangang was just jealous of the duke's status, so he killed him. The fatherless must be spurned by the world. The people of the black sect who were secretly observing also left, reporting what happened here to the people behind them as fast as they could. This time things are big. Not to mention that Hua Baisher is the male son of Hua Gu. His identity alone was that of one of the black sect's chief helmsmen. Ah, the top of the black gate. He was killed so easily by Li Tiangang. A bad one would be an all-out war between the black sect and Shushan. There are just too many people involved. Xuerenxin in the middle of the inn turned pale. Not what does this have to do with himself, but it was Hanabishi himself who wanted to go. It's not like he egged it on. It's just as well that he's dead. Li Tiangang still has to find himself in trouble. Look lively and see your own head. Xuerenxin hurriedly left the inn and headed towards the palace. At the moment, he would not go back to the black sect headquarters. If it was according to Li Tiangong's character, he would definitely rush inside the black sect headquarters and kill himself. Nowadays, the only one who could save himself was Ji Linglong. What Xuerenxin felt was deep fear. Li Tiangang is completely out of his element, and is vindictive and does what he says he will do. What's he going to do to stop Li Tiangang? Hanabishi didn't even survive with his own mother as a shield. His mother had been dead for many years. It had nothing to do with Tai Xian. It's a lot of panic. In the palace, Ji Linglong had already taken the first step to receive Pei Yuanqing's report. The corners of his mouth kept twitching as he listened. She still underestimated the extent of Li Tiangong's madness. Regardless of whether Hua Baisher was his master's son or not, this matter should be confirmed any further. How did you kill the man? What if it really is? Then if Tai Xian is still alive, he mustn't look for Li Tiangang? Ji Linglong could never understand Li Tiangong's brain circuit. Do things have to be so straightforward? But with a little detour, this could easily go away. That flower whitestone would surely not make Li Tiangang look too bad. At best, it's just a reparation. Apologizing might not even be necessary. And he just straight up killed people. It's simply unreasonable. Go down. Keep an eye on the state master's mansion. I must know the dynamics of Li Tiangang. Ji Linglong took a deep breath. She realizes it now. Maybe it wasn't a good thing to ask Shushan for a national master in the first place. She wants the master of the state. A normal person. Not this one that's here now. Especially now that he's saying he's going to have no end with Xuerenxin. Then wouldn't you have done all this for nothing? Was thinking between. Mu Renjiying led Xuerenxin to the entrance of the Great Hall. Your Majesty, Kuei Shui seeks an audience. Listen to Mu Renjiying's voice. Ji Linglong's brain was deprived of oxygen. No. Why did he suddenly enter the palace? Turning to what he had told Mu Renjiying in the first place. Xuerenxin can enter the palace without a pass. She wanted to slap herself so hard right now. Come in. Xuerenxin came in and said to Ji Linglong in panic. Your Majesty, save me. That Li Tiangang wants to take revenge on me. He is simply unreasonable. You must go and talk to him. It's not my problem. It's not for me to get involved. Ji Linglong took a deep breath. Kuwei, first of all, go back. I do my best, but whether things are successful or not, I can't guarantee it. According to me, your black sect must have contacts in the cultivation world as well. A two-pronged approach. You go to the black sect's contacts to make peace, and I'll go see Li Tiangang. She had expended so many means, and the black sect was about to become an aid to herself. If she died just like that, Ji Linglong also felt unwilling, so she decided to give it a go. Xuerenqin sniffed and immediately agreed, then busily left the palace. The black sect does have quite a few connections. Among them are Changlu, the Heavenly Master. These places have dealings with the Black Gate. They were remote and usually used the tools developed by the Black Gate to transport things. Usually, I even ask Blackgate to help with some of the shopping. These are connections. He also had to make a trip to Shushan on trust. Whether it works out or not, give it a try. A dead horse is a dead horse. After Xuerenqin left, Mu Renjing looked at Ji Linglong and said, Your Majesty, do you really want to go to the State Master's residence? The tone was full of questions. At first, Li Tiangang had almost plucked Ji Linglong's heavenly inspiration. Would it really help if she went? I have to try anyway. The Black Gate is too important to me, Ji Linglong said in a deep voice. As the saying goes, risk and benefit are directly proportional. The benefits are now enough for her to take the risk. The Black Gate was all too well known to those who stood in her position for the role of war. After Xuerenqin's death, the cooperation wouldn't necessarily be broken, but Ji Linglong would definitely have to pay a lot of price to gain the full support of the Black Sect. Unlike now, all it takes is a word from yourself. Xuerenqin will be on his ass. In contrast, she wanted this more. Chapter 91, Ji Linglong suffers defeat again. The State Master's house. Li Tiangang returned to the gazebo and sat down. Zhongxian followed behind and asked in a low voice, State Master, don't you need to confirm it again? If that flower white stone is really the case. Never. Li Tiangang chopped his head off. Is he still not clear whether his own master has this ability or not? Definitely not. That woman from the Valley of Flowers doesn't know what to think. Originally, Li Tiangang did not want to do anything about this matter. After all, he did it that was being used as a gun by Xuerenqin. However, the right to one's master's honor is now involved. It would have to move itself to anger, and Flower Whitehead's attitude, and asking himself to honor him? He's a piece of. You go find out where Flower Valley is located. I'm going to go there myself. Li Tiangang turned his head. Got it, I'll check it out. Zhongxian left with hurried steps. He always felt that this matter was not so simple. People just can't be stupid enough to pick a fight at their door with a lie that could easily be exposed so underhandedly. So his guess is that Li Tiangang doesn't actually know if it's true or not. But at that point in time, he had to be real as well as fake. That's why it's such a big deal. After all, according to Li Tiangang's character, he was not surprised to do such a thing. What wouldn't he dare do? It's that Hanabishi is totally being used as a cutie. It's being used. This matter has nothing to do with him at all. It was greed that got him. He wanted the position of quartermaster, which is why he got into such a mess and caused even more trouble. I can only say that what is yours will always be yours, and what is not yours, you chase too much. You may not even be able to keep what you originally have. The basket is empty. The leader of the pack didn't get it and got himself trapped. Lives are gone. Li Tiangang rubbed his chin. He had to make a trip to the Valley of Flowers as soon as possible. He couldn't let that woman tarnish his master's reputation any further. And the name of a bastard would have to cause a lot of offense to whoever's head it landed on. Was thinking. Outside the door Soren walked in. State Master, His Majesty has arrived. At those words Li Tiangang raised his head, his eyes a little puzzled. Ji Linglong since the last time. On their own is to be able to not see. Take the initiative to the door, this is the first time. Bring her in. Combined with what's going on now, she's probably here about the Black Gate. After all, Cao Mingyuan had said before that she had a deal with the Black Sect. Lord State Master's mighty Black Gate. I've heard it all in the palace. Ji Linglong walked in with a big smile, without the slightest bit of bravado. The surrounding maids who wanted to salute were also stopped by the other party with a wave of their hands. No, no, no. From now on, none of you need to salute me when you see me, Ji Linglong said very warmly. Li Tiangang looked up at her. Your Majesty has nothing to do. This time you are here for the matter of the Black Sect, right? Speaking so bluntly caused Ji Linglong's face to look slightly embarrassed for a moment, but she quickly recovered. The State Master is quick to speak. I am indeed here for this matter. No deal. No delivery. Li Tiangang spat out 4 words. Ji Linglong froze in place. This, State Master, This matter I really can't leave like this. I know that you value justice the most. This is the situation now. I want to unify the world and pacify the vassal states. And the role of the Black Gate is very important. That's why I'm here. Master of the state. I very much need the Black Sect to pacify the world. The people will no longer be bothered by war. And the world will return to one. Li Tiangong's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness as he listened to Ji Linglong's words. Since it's for the sake of the people of the world, why don't I make a trip to each of the vassal states and tell the vassal king's gate that no one is allowed to rebel? If you dare to plot against anyone, go kill him yourself as well. How? Listening to Li Tiangong's words, Ji Linglong was directly speechless. He's pretending not to understand. It is not only the people's business that is at stake here, but also the fact that one has to unify the great cause. He now blocked Ji Linglong's words to death by saying so. Your Majesty, I know in my heart what you're after, so there's no need to talk to me. Shui Renxin, this man's heart is not enough to use me as a pawn. As a human being, he has to pay for his actions. Your Majesty needs no introduction. And I'm a bit puzzled. His brain isn't so good as it should be. Could it be that His Majesty gave him the idea? Listening to Li Tiangong's words, Ji Linglong was flustered in her heart and immediately arched her hand. I am disturbing you. Excuse me, State Master, just pretend that I have never been here. After saying that, Ji Linglong twisted her head and left. She was trying to protect Shui Renxin, but this was provided that she was okay with it. If you have a problem with yourself, then Blackgate has a load to offer. Ji Linglong softly let out a breath after quickly leaving the State Master's residence and turned around to look at the State Master's residence with a grimace on her face. This was a place she never wanted to come back to a second time. She swore, Your Majesty, this. Mu Renjiying hesitantly looked at Ji Linglong. People have their own destinies. I've done my best. Go and identify the other top brass of the Black Sect and start with them. There's always another way for things to work out. Won't be hanging from one tree. There's no Shui Renxin, there's someone else. In Ji Linglong's eyes, Shui Renxin was already a dead man. It's a bummer, but it's the truth. The most regrets in her life had come from Li Tiangong. If he hadn't given Shui Renxin advice in the first place, perhaps the situation would have been much better than it was now. After Ji Linglong returned to the palace, she began to select the next person for the Black Sect to work with after Shui Renxin's death. In the State Master's residence, Li Tiangong snorted coldly. If things weren't only speculations, it was no wonder that he would have left Ji Linglong behind. It's fine to use him as a pawn, but you have to be okay with the backlash. Let's just see if she can handle it. State Master, the location of the Valley of Flowers is known. Depart. Li Tiangong got up and waved his hand. There is no time to lose. He must ask this old woman clearly, with whom she had a son who touched his master's head. His master is now alive or dead. Think he's playing for nothing? The receiver can have it, but it can't be your own master. Chapter 92, I have a bold idea. Valley of Flowers. True to its name, the whole valley was filled with flowers, colorful and aromatic. The valley, a mishmash of large and small rooms. Behind these rooms was a relatively large palace. All around are covered in red roses. There were a number of women passing by as they came and went, carrying a barrel in their hands. If someone takes a closer look, they can't help but get chills all over their body, because amongst that flower bucket are people. Man. In the largest palace, a woman was leaning on a couch. A woman who was old and graceful, master of the Valley of Flowers. Flowers fill the sky. Today, though, she always felt like her heart was suffocating. It seems like something is going on. She couldn't help but sit up at the thought of her son. He had already told his identity, so Li Tiangong thought that he shouldn't be too harsh. Even if Shiraishi is a bit rude, he should put up with a few things. After all, Hua Baisher was his master's own son. Valley Master. A miserable sound rang out. Two figures rushed in a panic. Hua Maitian immediately stood up nervously. How did three of her men sent to protect the flower white stone come back too? Immediately felt something big was wrong. What's going on? Say, where's my son? Hua Maitian asked in a condensed voice. Valley Master. The young master was killed by Li Tiangong. He didn't care about the young master's identity. We didn't have time to react and the young master was already dead. Words. Hua Maitian's face instantly went cold. What did you say? Valley Master. Before that woman could finish speaking, Hua Maitian suddenly appeared beside her and grabbed a claw on top of her head. At once the man went limp. You say, what happened to my son? Hua Maitian's crimson eyes were red, and his demeanor was extremely horrifying. Valley Master, the young master's body is still outside. He really. The words were not yet spoken. 5 bloody holes appeared on the man's head. Hua Maitian rushed out of the palace. Only Hanabishi's body was seen lying quietly at the entrance of the palace. The bloody hole in his chest stood out to the eye. Hua Maitian walked over incredulously and gently bent down to pick him up, eyes full of disbelief. How could her son die suddenly when he went there in good health? The surrounding Flower Valley disciples rushed to the entrance of the palace, looking at the scene with a hateful gaze. These women were all people who had suffered in the mundane world, and were received by Hua Maitian, who also gave them vengeance. So it's hard not to be outraged when you empathize. Furthermore, Hua Baisher was the only child in the Valley of Flowers. The pampering received is simply not something that anyone else can imagine. Valley Master, who killed young master? Let's avenge young master. Revenge. The women of the valley had a long drink. Li Tiangang, I will kill you to avenge my son. Hua Maitian roared at the sky. The sharp sound startled the birds and animals in the valley. Revenge? That's just right. A bland voice rang out from the sky. A stream of light came. All eyes cast over. After the speed slowed down, Li Tiangong's figure was revealed among them. He left Zhong Yun at home just in case. In case the black gate dog jumps over the wall in the state master's residence, there is also someone to take care of it, so as not to end up being attacked. He, on the other hand, immediately rushed to Flower Valley with his sword. Arrived just in time to see this mother-son moment. Li Tiangang. Hua Maitian gently put Hua Baisher down and got up with red eyes. She recognized Lien Yuan. Exactly. Li Tiangang looked down at Hua Maitian with an expressionless face. You killed your master's flesh and blood. You deserve to die. Hua Maitian reached out and a soft sword emerged from her hand. The voice filled the valley along with the murderous aura. I was just about to say this matter. Master Hua Gu, you are aggressive. I give face to my master. He has an old story with you. It's not a crime to die. But you're talking nonsense here. It's not okay. Li Tiangong's figure landed lightly on the ground, and the refined abyss fell into his hands. Nonsense? I didn't have you when I was with your master. Yellow Mouth deserves to die. The madness in Hua Maitian's eyes became even more intense. The figure flashed towards Li Tiangang and stabbed over. The latter did not blink. The long sword went straight through Li Tiangong's chest. There was a slight shock in Hua Maitian's eyes. When my master left, he said that he and you had an old friend, and told me to save a few points of face after I bumped into you. This sword will be taken as my master's payback to you, so it's time for us to have a good talk. Li Tiangang drew his sword out with an expressionless face. The sword was then shattered with a slap. Eyes indifferent, he looked at Hua Maitian. My master injured his body in a fight with someone when he was 16 years old, and since then there has been no possibility of a man or woman, so he has taken the path of the merciless sword. So I would like to ask you, how did you have a child with my master? Li Tiangong's eyes were filled with doubt. He sensed it when he saw Hua Maitian. She wasn't cheating, and no amount of deception could reach this point of deceiving herself. At least he hadn't seen it. So that's weird. He was quite sure that his master was not capable of this. It wouldn't be hard for him to recover if he wanted to, but in the later stages Tai Xian had gone deeper into the emotionless sword Dao. There is no mind for that at all. His master had only one thought to reach this heaven and earth sword Dao of the most sword breaking the void and stepping into the ascension. So Li Tiangang is a bit bewildered right now, and when Hua Maitian heard Li Tiangong's words, he immediately laughed out coldly. Your master has injured his roots. Fart. Don't I know about this? On that day, who else could it be but him? You killed your master's flesh and blood. When Tai Xian returns in the future, you won't be able to survive either. Oh, then you're sure it's my master? Did you get a good look at his face? Li Tiangang heard this and immediately followed and asked. Not that he cared about what it said about Tai Xian's return. Even if he really is, Tai Xian wouldn't be able to show anything when he came back. His own master, a cold-blooded lot. Face? Hua Maitian immediately froze. It was true that she hadn't seen a face that day, but could there be anyone else in the valley besides Tai Xian? After it was over, she saw Tai Xian not far away. There's no way this could be wrong. Cut the crap. I know that night myself. You don't want to mention it again. Li Tiangang, you have the guts to kill me. When Tai Xian returns in the future, I will definitely. Hua Maitian's words had not yet fallen. Li Tiangang was violently hit with a hoe behind him. Clang. A trace of blood flowed down from the top of Li Tiangong's head, turning his head to look blankly at an old white-haired man behind him. What's wrong with you? Li Tiangang asked, covering his head. The other guy is a regular guy. He didn't even notice him, and ended up giving himself such a hard time. You killed Shurer, I'll kill you. The old man fought to raise his hoe, his eyes full of hate. Li Tiangang reached out and tapped on top of his forehead. The sword chi immediately imprisoned it. Li Tiangang looked at the old man and turned his head to Hua Maitian. This is your father? This is Uncle Chun from my Flower Valley. He is my housekeeper. Nonsense. Shameless man. You killed me. Hua Maitian immediately stopped tangling with Li Tiangang. Make a move to rush up. And Li Tiangang looked at that extreme hatred in the old man's eyes. Hiss. He has a wild guess. Chapter 93, Farcical Tragic Remnants. Wait. I killed your son, what is he so excited about? Li Tiangang waved his hand to stop Hua Maitian and turned his head to look at the old man. Hua Maitian's face stuttered at his words. Bai Shi was raised by his own eyes. How can he not feel bad? Li Tiangang. Stop talking nonsense. Either you kill me today, or you pay for my son's life. Hua Maitian's words fell. Li Tiangang raised his hand and slapped it on the ground. People within 100 meters around them were imprisoned by the sword chi. I have a bold idea. Old man, tell me the truth. Does the flower white stone really have nothing to do with you? Li Tiangang looked at the old man suspiciously. The old man's attitude just now made him feel unusual. The feelings of the butler who has accompanied you since you were a child are certainly deep, but they are completely different from what Li Tiangang feels. This old man's stance was comparable to Hua Maitian's. Hua Maitian's face was filled with humiliation as he listened to Li Tiangang's question. He insulted himself. The old man kept his mouth shut, while his eyes were filled with intense hatred towards Li Tiangang. Hated it with a passion. Li Tiangang sighed softly at the sight. Turning to Hua Baishi's side, he raised his hand and stabbed a cloud of blood out of his arm with his sword. Li Tiangang reached out to induce a drop of blood. Immediately afterward, as it were, the same was done in the old man's case. You can't! The old man yelled at the sight. There was fear in his voice. Hua Maitian was also stunned when he saw the old man's appearance. There is only one truth. Li Tiangang manipulated the two blood flowers to gradually fuse together. Then, just blend in. Blood is thicker than water. Everyone witnessing this at the moment was frozen. Hua Maitian's eyes were even more stunned. Bewilderment filled his eyes. How come? Li Tiangang let out a loud laugh as he watched the blood merge together. And he said, how could one's master do business with someone in that state? It's not an insult to him, it's the truth. Sure enough, things were going the way they were supposed to. It's outrageous though, but the truth is often more outrageous. This is an otherworldly dragon rider. Old man, you're quite good at this. You eat it all up and my master takes the blame for you. Li Tiangang turned to look at the old man. This grandson, it's so impersonal. The old man instantly let loose a growl. This is all the fault of your master, who clearly saw me, but was silent and left me to myself. The corners of Li Tiangong's mouth twitched. There's so much emphasis in his paragraph. It's impossible to care anymore. First, according to him, back then, Hua Maitian was prepared to offer her body to Tai Xian. Simply put, she wanted to ask for a love child. But of course she disposed of herself cleanly and masked her head for fear of Taijin's embarrassment. Then tell Tai Xian, if you are willing, come over. If not, forget it. Everything is dominated by Ethereum. And his own master was unmoved, not even turning his head. But it irritated the gentleman. He couldn't help it. In the grip of desire, the other became a dragon rider. And his master is right next to him. Holy, is this thing so exaggerated? Li Tiangang said it was too explosive. His own master was worthy of practicing the emotionless sword Dao. It's just too damn heartless. No, you could have at least warned me. As a result, he's right there not doing anything about it. The world is too big. When he was done, the old man left the scene in a hurry. And Hua Maitian thought it was his master. Then with a big smile on his face, he left as well. Li Tiangang recalled the scene at that time, can only say that his master is really a ruthless person. No, it's a two-headed wolf. A little more ruthless than himself. A werewolf. Hua Maitian's eyes were filled with dullness. How could things be this way? Her and him. With a wave of Li Tiangong's hand, the sword chi that had imprisoned them all dissipated. He thought it was a farce, not a tragedy, and a fiasco might follow. Flower Valley Master. The truth of the matter has been revealed. As for whether it's true or not, you know yourself. Li Tiangang sighed softly. No wonder his own master had told him to take care of Hua Maitian as much as possible in the first place. Hopefully, he knew about it. How Li Tiangang thought about it. He felt that his master was really not a person. It's something he can't do. Li Tiangang, I'll kill you. When the old man saw the bewilderment and humiliation in Hua Maitian's eyes, he was instantly enraged. He had thought life was good, being able to watch my own son grow up, though the other side doesn't know it. But it was enough that he was able to stay with it himself. But this life was completely disrupted by the Li Tiangang in front of him. Li Tiangang frowned. This old man is looking for death. He was just about to strike. A soft sword went through his chest. The person who struck out was none other than Hua Maitian. The latter's face was expressionless at the moment. Maitian, I love you. The old man turned his head with difficulty to look at Hua Maitian. The eyes were full of love. That day was the happiest day of his life. His words hadn't even left his mouth. Hua Maitian drew his sword and struck out again, instantly annihilating the old man's life with a series of hundreds of swords. Then Hanamitsu changed from stabbing to slashing. Li Tiangang panicked and ducked away. That was close. The blood almost splattered itself. Sure enough, just like he said, things turned out to be a tragedy. After the old man had become a pile, Hanayatai retrieved her sword, and her body was now soaked with blood. Li Tiangang sighed softly. Hua Maitian is a bitter man, and the one who caused it was his own master. Wouldn't it be better if you told people earlier? Let's just say you have a physical defect of your own. Not here for this. It's okay now. Made such a fiasco. It's time to say no. If Tai Xian were here at this moment, Li Tiangang would have to give him 2 swords. To put it bluntly, back then, Hua Maitian was just a woman who adored Tai Xian, and as a result, this incident led to a series of subsequent occurrences. His own master really did a lot of harm. In light of this, Li Tiangang decided that he would not kill Hua Maitian. Make an exception. The other side's life is hard enough as it is. Li Tiangang was just about to leave when Hua Maitian's mournful voice rang out. Li Tiangang, promise me one thing. If you can still see your master in the future, tell him that I hate him. I hate him, Hua Maitian said, holding his sword and reversing it to stab into his own chest. No hesitation. After all these years, she's a joke. From the moment he learned of Hua Baishi's identity, Hua Maitian had never looked at him again. When Hua Baishi did not have Tai Xian's bloodline, Hua Maitian's feelings for him disappeared. Tai Xian was the only one in her heart. Li Tiangang watched as Hua Maitian collapsed in a pool of blood, stopping and shaking his head slightly. Why bother? Life is so hard. You have to add to your misery. Li Tiangang grabbed his body in the air and then casually dug a pit in front of Hua Gu's palace. Immediately after, instantly vaporized the bodies of the flower-white stone and the old man with his sword chi. After burying Hanamitsu in it, Li Tiangang carved a simple monument for her. It says, Tomb of Taehyun's wife. After finishing, Li Tiangang went and returned and added another line to the monument. There is only the name of husband and wife, not the reality of husband and wife. Hua Baishi was not of the Taishan bloodline. The monument maker, Li Tiangang, his own master was lacking in virtue, but he could not be lacking in virtue. The name that should be given has to be given, but what has to be said clearly. As for the breakdown, it doesn't go up there. The first is because his writing is so ugly. The second is if this gets out, it's also too hard to hear. His own master was reviled, that's for sure. Think about it. Li Tiangang was a bit hesitant. He couldn't let his master off the hook because of personal feelings, or go back and create a newspaper. The first thing that opens the story is the story of his own master. That must have been quite a blast. Chapter 94. Tai Lodu was angry. Big Dipper, how did you kill them? The belated Tai Luo looked at the monument in front of him with some helplessness on his face. He hadn't been late when he was in Nagasaki, but he was late this time. Li Tiangang turned back to look at his master's uncle when he immediately spread his hands helplessly. Elder, I didn't kill this. Lord Flower Valley committed suicide. Suicide? Why? Tai Lo sniffed. Li Tiangang had one advantage. He never lied if he had one. This Tai Lo still believes. This is a long story, but let me ask you something. Sure Fu, did you know that my master has a dark disease? Li Tiangang looked at Tai Luo and asked. A dark disease? I'm not so sure. Tai Lo hurriedly shook his head. Li Tiangang breathed a sigh of relief and whispered. Let me tell you something. Don't tell anyone else. Tai Lo nodded instantly. You say, my master is a eunuch. Fart. Tai Lo smashed a popping chestnut on top of Li Tiangang's head. With a bang, Li Tiangang covered his head in pain, his face crumpled into a ball. What I said was true. You really my ass. How can your master be called a eunuch? At best, he suffered some damage. Hearing Tai Luo's words, Li Tiangang held his head high. This old thing, doesn't he know this? I promised your master that I wouldn't spread it out. Tai Xian must see it clearly if he's in heaven. Gaiden is your disciple. Tai Lo sighed to the heavens. The secret he had held back for so many years was now finally broken by Li Tiangang. Then you're still coming. Li Tiangang looked at Tai Luo. Ignore the second half of his sentence. Doesn't matter. So what if his own master is so inhuman that he spreads negative news about the other side? He's doing this for justice. I was afraid that you would kill Hua Maitian. Your master had instructed such a person. If you kill them, what will be the rumor out there? Besides, a fake is a fake after all. It can't be real. Taylor frowned. Too bad she ended up dead? By the way, why did she kill herself? Tai Lo suddenly opened his mouth and asked. This thing is unbelievable. Li Tiangang killed her son. She killed herself? That doesn't make sense. Li Tiangang smiled and rubbed his chin. Master, it's a sad story. Listen to me slowly. 500 words omitted here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tai Luo's violent voice rang out. Right now it was just that Tai Xian was not beside himself. If he were, he would have wanted to slash him. What kind of work is this? How did such a scum appear among his own Shushan? A good girl was tortured by himself to this state. Li Tiangang revealed an awkward smile. Sure enough, but there was no way that anyone in their right mind would accept this approach from Tai Xian. Pure and simple brains. You can just say it if you can't. But you this looking at. That's outrageous. Tai Lo let out a long breath. This girl doll is pathetic. His mind couldn't even resist the emotional impact of the incident. Alright senior, don't be angry. The person is already dead and my master is now alive or dead. Let's just give him more blessings that if he runs into danger, he'll go down and reunite with Hua Maitian sooner rather than later. Li Tiangong's words fell. Tai Lo's face was green and purple. Is this a pro-apprentice? What won't be said makes sense. That's what happened. Alright, take care of things here yourself. I won't be staying much longer. Now that we know what's going on. What is he still doing here? Love is the most bitter of all life's pains. Tai Luo came to hit the sauce and left with mixed feelings in his heart after listening to a sad story. And Li Tiangang was ready to leave after taking a look at the scene around him. Suddenly he thought of those Flower Valley disciples. It was here a moment ago. How come it's all gone at once? Turning around, Li Tiangang saw the Flower Valley disciples rushing in the distance. Both carried long swords in their hands. Li Tiangong's brows furrowed as he didn't want to kill the people of Flower Valley. It didn't work. Your valley master killed himself. Not me. So stop wasting your life. Li Tiangang took a deep breath to dissuade him. The men paid no attention to his words. Come to the stone tablet. One by one, they fell to their knees. Valley master, we've come to keep you company. The woman in the lead cried out on her knees. It was followed by a poof and a sword through the chest. It's like a chain reaction, one after the other. Li Tiangang looked at this scene with a complicated face. His own master's sins went deeper. What a sin! Instead of continuing to admire it, Li Tiangang rose up in the air with his sword. It's their choice. Li Tiangang will not interfere with people. After all, we don't know each other very well. Li Tiangang looked back at the flower-filled valley after he left with a rather complicated expression. Going forward, this place probably won't be visited again. His heart is not in the right place right now. Got to make a trip to Blackgate HQ. Find that Schwerenstein. He kind of got it. Bumping into this moment, he had such mixed feelings. What awaited Schwerenstein would surely be thunderous fury. In the meantime, among the black doors, when Hua Baisher was killed, Li Tiangang himself went to the Valley of Flowers. When he came out of the Valley of Flowers, it was to come to the Black Gate. Nowadays, the Black Sect is in a state of panic and grass is everywhere. The two chief rudder masters, the Grand Elder, and Schwerenstein were all together. The Black Sect has used all of its resources to contact a number of famous Jianghu forces such as Chan Lu, Tianshifu, Mao Shan, the World Society, and the Beggars Association, for no other reason than to get Li Tiangang to let Schwerenstein off the hook. That's all. They don't care anymore if they can get their revenge, because it's simply a joke to say that now. Who dares to seek revenge on him? Before there was Schwerenstein, who died a Black Sect first protector. Later there was Hua Baisher. The other guy even played himself into it. In short, the other three senior members of the Black Sect now unanimously stopped mentioning the matter of the imperial capital rudder. Those who could have been contacted have now been contacted, and Nagaru has rejected us. The other sects have all agreed, and have currently arranged for their representatives to come over as fast as they can. The Grand Elder said in a deep voice. The Black Gate has never been in such dire straits since it was founded, and today kind of made history. The chief helmsman was killed. The leader was named for a result. Humiliating in the extreme in terms of face. But so what? There is nothing to be done. Not as strong as others. Not as big a fist. The Grand Elder glanced at Schwerenstein. Now the entire Black Sect was saying that Schwerenstein had flirted with Hua Baisher. They know in their hearts if this is true or not. Thinking back, wasn't Schwerenstein's doings just fooling Hua Baisher? And Hanabishi is blinded by desire. It became what it is now. Kuei head. Some words are hard to hear, but I still have to say, if it really comes to the point of not being able to control, I hope you The words spat out by the Grand Elder with a frown made Schwerin's heart go cold. Great Elder, do you know what you mean by that? You're going to let me die of my own accord? A cold color gradually permeated Schwerinshin's eyes. Chapter 95, Arrogantly Tiangang. Kagon. It's not that I want it to be like this, but we're all on the same page. For everyone's sake, the Grand Elder said in a deep voice. No one would want that if there was a second way, but there isn't. No one could guarantee that Li Tiangang would not give face to these sects. If it came to that, did they want the Black Sect and Li Tiangang to go to war completely? The Black Sect was not a fighting clan. Limited combat power. Not to mention facing an existence like Li Tiangang, who was already standing among the sword immortals at such a young age. The Black Sect's legacy was more important in comparison. Li Dinghong also spoke up and agreed. Chief, if things really come to that, I hope you'll understand, and with the greater good in mind, the Black Sect won't forget you. Yes, Quartermaster. Have you forgotten the purpose of our Black Sect? The three spoke in unison, causing Schwerinshin's eyes to grow colder and colder. He only realized at this moment that Li Tiangang had called them moralistic and hypocritical at first. The words are now manifesting themselves in their own right. He truly experienced it. Especially moralistic. Look at all the black doors hanging from their mouths one by one. Who actually isn't doing it for themselves? It's like saying it yourself in the first place. Ha! Schwerinshin just revealed a cold smile before speaking again. There's not much more to say to them. Chill. The three Grand Elders looked at each other, and there was some helplessness in their eyes. What they say is true. When it comes to the big picture, Grand Elder, Li Tiangang is here. A disciple hurriedly approached and opened his mouth. The words fell. All three looked up with stunned gazes. So fast. Li Tiangang has come out of the Valley of Flowers? When it's really scary. Go! The first elder got up and stormed out. The two chief helmsmen, Li Dinghong, followed behind. Schwerinshin got up and glanced at the conference room. His eyes closed. This could be his last visit here. The three walked outside. Li Tiangong's imperial sword was outside the palace. The Black Sect Grand Elder pays homage to the Big Dipper. The Grand Elder immediately saluted. Li Jinghong and the two of them followed behind and followed the salute. Greetings, gentlemen. Li Tiangang nodded slightly, then looked at the three men. May I ask where Schwerinshin is? This, Tiangang Zhengrong. Truth be told, our sect leader is known to be at fault. Please, Zhengrong can still give a chance, can you? My Black Sect is willing to do everything in its power to compensate the true Lord. As long as the real person has something to ask for, we at the Black Sect will do our best to fulfill it. I still hope you can give our quester a chance. Li Tiangang looked at the Grand Elder's face and shook his head slightly. Grand Elder, this matter started because of me? You people of the Black Sect stole the sword first, and when I came to my door, all you people of the Imperial Capital Branch were all about moral abduction against me, without a single word of apology from start to finish. Every word is about how you, the Black Sect, have sacrificed yourselves for the sake of the people of the world, for the sake of the common people. I reasoned with you. You played the rascal with me. And when it's my turn to play the rascal, you want to reason with me. Is this the way you do things at the Black Sect? As the leader of the Black Sect, he went up to Shushan to complain, and still showed no remorse, not mentioning word for word the matter of stealing the sword, and even flaunted his power and rampage in Shushan. Is this the way you do things at the Black Sect? After it was over, I let your leader go down the mountain, and I warned him that if he didn't stop, then I would definitely pursue his life. And then what? Flinging a second little cutie, to cause trouble in the Master of State's residence? Can he do it? Can you? Don't tell me this is something you don't know about. I can say this. It is already a good character for me, Li Tiangang, not to make a move on you. So don't waste time. Li Tiangang said as his figure landed on top of the platform. Lin Yuan also fell into his hands. I came today only for Schwerinshin's life. After dealing with it, I'm leaving. Li Tiangong's eyes were indifferent. He had explained things clearly enough. Have you ever started anything on your own accord from start to finish? He was now posing as if he was bullying their Black Sect. It really makes sense. This is not a place where anyone who is weak is justified. Li Tiangong's voice wasn't loud, but the people at the Black Sect headquarters were hearing it clearly. From this statement from people, in all fairness, many of the Black Sect disciples felt their faces burning. Stealing swords had been glorified a lot within them. Li Tiangang, do you have to have me die for this? Do you know how much I have contributed to the Black Sect? To the world? Schwerinshin's voice filled with anger rang out. The crowd turned their gazes to Schwerinshin. Li Tiangang spat out a mouthful of sword chi. Schwerinshin's furious head was instantly separated from his human head. The entire Black Sect headquarters was silent. They expected a heated war of words, but I didn't expect that it was indeed a mouthful, and Li Tiangang spat Schwerenstein to death with a mouthful of water, handled roughly without any emotion. Farewell. If any of you still have ideas, I'll be waiting for you at the imperial capital state master's mansion. Li Tiangang flung out the refined abyss and stepped on it before leaving in style. He had no further desire to continue wasting words with the other man. One is here to deal with things, not to reason with him. That time for reasoning has passed. Greetings to the Big Dipper. The Grand Elder bowed. Now that things had come to this point, the Black Sect had lost all face and face. Doesn't matter. Swing for the fences. Li Tiangang left shortly afterward. Zhang Zhishan of the Heavenly Master's office came to the Black Gate. After learning that Li Tiangang had already finished the matter, Zhang Zhishan sighed with a compassionate face. In fact, he's already here. It just never came up. He hadn't forgotten that there were still rebellious disciples in the Heavenly Master's house who had died at the hands of Li Tiangang. The other side seized on this and was able to scold him to the bone. In this matter, he was on Li Tiangong's side. If someone dares to steal their Heavenly Master's treasure, then don't worry. The Celestial Masters are all over the board. The ashes are raised for you.